To the faithful.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
That is a true story. It is me, Brian Murphy. That is him, Marcus Boucher. And that is them, the Philadelphia Eagles, losing football game.
Cry, Eagles, cry, Murph.
Man, on the soggy road to the 5 seed.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, man. So that was what a Christmas present, huh? From Drew Lock. Drew Lock as Santa Claus. JSN as one of his elves.
Yeah.
If you don't know, by the way, the Eagles were stunned last night by a late-night strike in the Pacific Northwest by backup Drew Lock, who inexplicably drove the Seahawks the length of the field after doing really nothing all night and hit a bunch of passes to DK Metcalf and then found Jackson Smith and Jigba on a little go route on just a thrilling touchdown with 28 seconds left. And the Seahawks beat the Eagles, Marcus. Merry Christmas.
Merry blanking Christmas. And I know Tim Ryan told us last week, don't go snooping underneath that tree. Don't go shaking boxes. But last night it felt like Drew Lock, a.k.a. Santa Claus, came early and delivered a gift to the entire 49er fan base.
So here's the deal. The 1 seed is, like he said, Tim told us, don't open the present. Don't open it.
Don't even look at it.
But I think at this point now you can shake it. Can you shake it?
You can hear what's inside, Murph.
Yeah, shake it and hear what's going on.
It's like you lift up the cover a little bit, then you tape it back yourself.
Or be like my grandpa, who would say on every gift that he gave you, no matter the shape or size, it's a pair of socks. It's a pair of socks.
Good. That's a good gift.
So anyway, it might be a pair of socks, but the 1 seed now, here's the bottom line. You can twist and turn all the ifs and whats, but the Niners now have the cushion to lose a game in their final 3 and still have the 1 seed. I think it's the simplest way we can put it. If the Niners go 2-1 in their final 3 games, they're the 1 seed.
That's it.
That's it.
As simple as that. So now they can, I don't want to say, take a lackadaisical approach this week against the Ravens because you're still facing off against arguably the second best team in the NFL. But does this put any doubt in your mind that maybe the 49ers might have been celebrating that victory last night, and now they might be overlooking the Ravens?
Wow, I can't even boy, I hope not. That would be tough. Because if you lose to the Ravens, now the heat's on. You can't lose either of your final 2.
Correct.
And I got news for you. The Rams coming into town ain't going to be that much fun. Mm-hmm. The Rams are like getting weird, aren't they?
Yes.
The Rams are like picking up a little steam.
They are.
Yeah.
And here's Matthew Stafford. Here's Puka Nacua. Here's Cooper Kupp. Here's Sean McVay. Sorry, you pointed. You
no, sorry. I was pointing in the general direction of Tonelli, with whom I had a conversation about the Rams game in the elevator on the way up. He's calling for a Niner loss to the Rams.
Well, then they better win these next 2 games.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
No,
but that's the bottom line. 49ers have the control. They control their own destiny.
Yeah, and the short answer to your question is I don't think it changes their angle going into Monday. I think they see Monday night as like a test of their entire being, of their organization, of their fiber, of who they are and all that. And they're playing right now at a level I don't think they're gonna dip much. So it's exciting. It's thrilling. And, man, the idea of the road going – just 3 weeks ago, the idea of the road going through Santa Clara did not seem likely at all.
No.
3 weeks later, it seems highly likely. That
Murph, now it's looking like the road to the Super Bowl has got to go through the zesty West Coast.
Or as Trent Williams would call it, Santa Clara.
That's it.
Right?
Come on down to the 408.
I was driving in, listening to some of the national shows. They're like, the road goes through San Francisco, and – yeah, they got to go through San Francisco. San Francisco. And I was like, yeah, not really.
Well,
not really.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. If the 49ers do end up hoisting that Lombardi trophy, I will personally drive it up from Santa Clara to San Francisco on my daily commute.
You're our guy.
That's it.
You're our commuter.
I mean, I already move all the 49er radio gear. Just throw the Lombardi in that case also.
And this weekend, I guess, of course, 49ers are coveted buy and all that good stuff, man. So that was kind of fun. And by the way, just in general on the Eagles, wow. I sent a text to my guy Schmitty last night. I said, you guys peaked in October. And he said, leave me alone, I'm grieving. That's what he said. But,
the sadness of Eagles fans.
But they did peak. I mean, in some of those games that they were winning prior to this little skid, we talked about the proverbial horseshoe up their rear end. I mean, that game against Who was the game where they kicked the 59-yard field goal in the rain? Was that Buffalo or?
They had the Washington Commander game where they went to overtime, where Riverboat Ron did not go for 2.
Yeah, that was earlier in the year. But
Yes.
the one right before this little skid where they just pulled it out of the deepness of their nether
Jake
regions.
Elliott hit that
Was it the
game-winning
Bills?
field goal.
Yeah, it
it
was
went
the Bills.
sideways. Yeah, you're right. It was the Bills.
Yeah, it was
I think
great. And we
yeah.
were like, what are they doing? They're winning against. And did you see this stat about their point? Now, where are you with point differential and run differential?
If it fits my argument, I'll use it. But if
There
it doesn't, then I just
You
kind of
said
ignore it.
You just said it
honestly.
right there. If it fits the argument, you use it.
Because like that's the bottom line. It's like getting into the weeds of point differential. Everybody's playing against different teams. Not everybody's playing the same schedule. So how important is that stat really?
It
but,
is.
but I know it's good for the Niners.
And like I said, and when it fits your argument, you use it. And the argument is that the Eagles' point differential is bad.
Yeah.
Like it does not. So ready for this? The Eagles have a plus 18 point differential, and it's one of the lowest point differentials for a 10-win team in NFL history this late in the season. By comparison, the 49ers are plus 191. The Eagles are plus 18. Now, again, who cares? Winning or losing is all that matters, right? That's all that matters. And the Eagles are 10-4, and the Niners are 11-3. But it does say something at this point in time, doesn't it? That they're only plus 18 after 14 games, where the Niners are plus 191.
It does. And it also says something that they've now lost 3 straight games since Brock Purdy walked into the link and took down the Eagles.
Brock Purdy.
And we heard all the
Killing
talk
Eagle dreams.
from Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel about how they were going to expose the Eagles.
yeah.
Well, it looks like since they played the 49ers, they've been exposed, and now they've lost 3 straight games.
And Hassan Reddick said there was a lot of boo-hooing, a lot of crying, line that S up. Well, unfortunately for the Eagles, they are lining that S up.
That's it. And now they're crying. Shout out to our guy Big Dom crying up in the suite last night.
How about that?
Wasn't literally crying,
Did I
but
see
just
him,
like
like-
seeing the sadness of Big Dom not being on the sideline.
But I saw him noshing on some snacks up there, too.
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah.
He was
Give
on the
Dom the
field.
complete
He's
spread.
turned into a major celebrity now. I was watching the Twitter feeds before the game. He was on the game, on the field before the game. Eagles fans are going nuts, and then the ABC or ESPN showed him up in the booth.
Yeah.
Big Dom's a guy I didn't know existed 3 weeks ago.
And now he's in our night every single night. He's like the new
He's vying with.
he's the new Taylor Swift, man.
I was about to say he's vying with Time Magazine with Taylor Swift for Time Magazine Person of the Year.
yeah, right.
So anyway, how was the rest of your Monday night? Good stuff.
Well, it was good. Like the whole entire Seahawks-Eagles game was just confusion, in the word of Jason Kidd, because we went into that game not knowing who was the starting quarterback going to be for both teams.
Because it was confusion.
Yeah, either team.
Because Jalen Hurts was dealing with the illness. He
He
was
show up
sick.
in some Jordan gear, trying to be like. Did you hear about this?
I guess everybody's like, "Oh, is it going to be his flu game?"
He came in wearing Air Jordan gear, I guess, and that was somebody interpreted it as he was calling for his flu game.
Yeah, whatever. I saw
I
him
don't
throw an
know.
interception to end the game. That
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
fantastic pick, by the way.
I
Two of them.
love. He threw 2 in the fourth quarter.
I mean, that's the thing. He's got 12 interceptions now. That's a career high for him also. But yeah, the confusion of not knowing whether or not Jalen Hurts is going to play. And then the whole entire back and forth of, is it Geno Smith? Is it Drew Lock? Oh, Geno's on the field warming up. Oh, Drew Lock is with the ones. I mean, we had Adam Blankenshefter 15 minutes before the game started, not knowing who the starting quarterback was going to be for the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow. When Shefty doesn't know, you've lost the nation. Mm-hmm. By the way, Jalen Hurts' quarterback rating last night, 40. 40. We got Brock rolling out 140s.
You got
Jalen
Brock
Hurts
dropping 42 on him.
Yeah, Jalen went 17 of 31 for 143, no touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah.
So
It was a bad night for Jalen Hurts. It was a bad night for Jason Kelsey. Got caught like trying to sneak up the ball on a brotherly shove play.
I
They called a
heard
false
about
start.
that. I missed that. I missed that play. So what did they say? He moved the ball before the snap?
So
kinda?
he grabs it, and as soon as the referee spots the ball, he grabs the ball, and unless anybody's watching, he moves it up like half a foot, almost a yard, which might be the secret sauce. Maybe he's been doing it the entire time during the brotherly shove.
Sounds like in golf when you kind of like you kick your ball out of the woods. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
make sure
exactly.
nobody's looking.
Which,
Yeah.
hey, it's
Bump the
gamesmanship.
lie.
If you're not
Yeah.
cheating, you're not trying.
Wow.
So all those storylines, and then it ends up with Pete Carroll chewing his gum on the sideline, improves his record to 8-0 now against the Eagles. And then did you see this? Took the podium last night with a backwards hat
I was
on.
about to say, first of all, I'd never seen him in a hat on the sideline.
Yeah.
He was going dad cap, and then he went full Brock Purdy backwards cap.
How about that? Pete
Post-game
Carroll.
beat,
How about you
72
represent your franchise?
And he was whooping and hollering and whipping around. I mean, just pure Pete. But last night, as I tweeted out, We were all 12s last
Dude.
night. How about that?
We're all 12.
All right, we got Warriors Celtics tonight. That should be good.
That's going to be a great game.
It's my last day of 2023.
Pack your bags, Murph.
It's been an eventful year.
Mm-hmm.
So we say. But yeah, you work 2 more and then you're done Thursday?
I'll be here Wednesday, Thursday.
and then we
I'm off on
come
Friday.
back full force January, is it 2?
I
Is
think
that
it's
the
the
day?
second, yeah.
Yeah, and then that'll
Tuesday.
be right before the Niners play the Rams. Oh, we come back on a Tuesday?
I think so. I
didn't
think New Year's Day is a Monday.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, you're right. Oh, dude, we get a 4-day work week coming back.
Let's go, Murph.
Props to you, man.
4-day work
4-day
weeks. You
work
only got the 2-day work week today.
I know, right? It is. So it is kind of a sort of a holiday-ish feel today. Niners celebrating. We're celebrating. Warriors Celtics tonight. Yes, you
And
said.
Murph, you buried the lead.
Yes, I did.
You didn't talk about the Giants' big signing of Tom Murphy.
I was, no joke, gonna mention it. And it's funny because, Paulie Mack being a McCaffrey, we had a Christian McCaffrey. Now we got Tom Murphy.
Yeah.
Am I the backup catcher of KNBR?
Will
Is that what I
Brian
am?
Murphy go and buy a Tom Murphy jersey? That's the real question.
Sure. Why not?
Because-
I'm trying to think of how many Murphys have played for the Giants. It's such a common last name, but I'm having trouble thinking of it. Actually, what's funny? Do you remember he was a Giant for like 3 days back in
2019. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. The Giants traded for him before a season, then released him before the season, or traded him again before the season.
So he was a part of the 66 Farhan Zaidi roster moves.
66 move. Giants named Murphy through the year, other than the legend, Mike Murphy, the greatest Murphy of them all.
I was going to say, as a kid, not as a kid, but did you have a Troy Murphy Warriors jersey?
No.
Oh, dude,
I
that's a
wouldn't-
missed
yeah,
opportunity.
wouldn't have been a kid. Actually, I take that back. I think Raymond Ritter did bring us one.
Nice.
I think I have one.
Nice.
I think I do. By the way, you know something that happened we didn't talk about that happened when we were on break or over the weekend? It was Monte Ellis came back to
That's right.
to the Coliseum
To the
Chase.
Yeah.
Wow, that was interesting. And he gave some interesting quotes, too. He was very thoughtful. He was talking about Draymond and stuff.
And it was cool seeing the interaction with him and Steph
Yeah, yeah,
kind of
yeah.
behind the scenes.
Was it just something where they were doing like a Forever Warrior thing or something?
I assume so.
Just Raymond being Raymond?
We can ask Marcus Thompson about it at 9:15 today.
Maybe Raymond was so caught up in honoring Monte Ellis, he forgot to get Jung Hoo Lee good seats. All right. There you go.
By the way, I gotta send a request to Raymond Ritter, see if there's any Chris Bouchers hanging in the rafters.
Well, hey.
I wanted a Chris Boucher Warrior jersey badly, but
Okay.
I don't think he ever made the
So
court
we've
to
had
actually
a
get a jersey.
Boucher, we've had Murphy, and now we got a Murphy backup catcher. And by the way, that means Joey Bart.
Oh man.
It's official now. So you're talking about, well, it's not official.
No.
He's on the roster and will be on the roster until,
Until he gets traded.
but everything says he will be traded from the Giants.
Sounds like
Everything
it.
says, because this Tom Murphy's here to stay. I mean, he signed an $8 million deal. I mean, this is not a waiver wire pickup.
He's a backup defensive catcher.
Guy's got some pop. It's a decent signing and kills his OPS over 840 against lefties.
Yeah, but I also don't want him in a platoon system with Patrick Bailey.
Well, no,
I
maybe.
want to see Bailey every day.
I would agree.
Now, of course, they need some off days, but yeah, having Murphy on the roster and also still having Blake Sable on the roster as your third emergency catcher, there's not a lot of room left for Joey Bart.
And and according to Bagley's piece, there may not be room for Blake Sable.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And now
how do you
he's-
feel about a world without Blake Sable?
Oh, man. Well, here's the thing. Now,
He could hit a little.
Well, I believe this year he
little.
will not be a Rule 5 guy for the Giants.
Correct.
So he will have some flexibility
Yeah,
to
he
go
can
up
be
and
sent.
down.
He can be sent to Sacramento.
Not like last year where they had
yeah.
to hold him hostage on the roster.
By the way, you said you will need some days off. I'd say that is unless your name's Yogi Berra. Have you ever wound up watching that thing?
No, dude, I never got to
Come
it on
on, over the
Netflix.
Christmas break. Come on.
I'll queue it up with my pops over the weekend.
Yes, you will. Nice. That'll be good Christmas watching with the fam. All right. Since it is my last day before Christmas, we'll have a little special surprise on the other side.
Ooh.
Yes, that's right. It's the holiday season, and the Chipmunks Christmas song has been in my head all morning.
And you've been growing out your Santa Claus beard all year long just
How's
for
it
this
doing?
moment, Murph.
How's it doing?
You keep on trimming it. Let it go.
Oh, you noticed that?
I notice, yeah.
Look at you.
Well, Murph, I sit 3 feet away from you
Well, I
every
just
single
kinda,
morning.
when I see the strays, it's not like a wholesale. Well, first of all, it's my first ever beard, so I don't know how to maintain it. And my boss, my barber, he is my boss.
Yeah, he is. He's
'Cause
the boss
one
of
who-
your face.
He's the reason I have this thing. He talked me into it. But yeah, I just kind of like if it's stray, because you don't want any stragglers, do you?
No, I hear you, Murph.
Okay.
But now you're almost at like the Gabe Kapler level of manicuring
really?
your beard. No,
Oh,
you're not.
really?
You're not there
Oh,
yet.
no.
Oh, really?
You just went deep.
Oh, really? Is that what I imagine,
Yeah,
Murph?
you went
Really?
deep.
Is that what you imagined?
No, you're fine, Murph. The beard looks good.
I'm going with the Bruce Frazier.
Hey, there it
Bruce
is.
Frazier is my beard idol.
There it
he
is.
keeps it, not unruly and not tight, just medium.
You got to keep it tight, Murph.
Yeah. How about you? What's your strategy?
I just let my barber do it like every couple months.
Every couple months?
Every couple weeks, actually.
Oh, you don't
like a
touch
month.
it for a couple weeks?
No, not really. I usually
Okay.
trim it down and let it grow out for like nearly a month, and then I trim it down again.
So you want me to let it go, huh?
Let it go, Murph. Let that hair go.
All right.
Let your hair down.
All right, here's the deal. On the other side, a little special surprise and a guest list coming your way. Tuesday, December 19. It feels like a Friday on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
San Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes and made a statement saying that Brock Purdy is the MVP with no doubt about it. To hear that entire podcast, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I think it's a God-given trait that develops, but I think you're on a certain spectrum, and the more times you get put in those situations, the more reps you can get. Your preparation to what anticipate in those situations, everything can make that a talent that you were kind of born with that you can extremely excel in, or that you don't really develop in. But I don't think if you don't have it, it's not something that you can just develop. You have to have a certain amount of that, and some are higher than others, and some I think can make it better the more football they play and the more situations they get in. But you definitely have to have a certain amount to be able to see the field like that.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about the God-given gifts of Brock Purdy, or Mother Nature given, or Jaw given, or whoever is your creator, whoever created Brock Purdy. Maybe
it's whoever built the $6 million man, Murph.
Yeah.
Because that's what Brock Purdy is.
I believe that guy's name was Oscar Goldman. Was that his name?
Ooh,
The guy who built him there? Yeah, I think so. Was that just his agent advisor guy? I'm not even sure. Anyway, $6 million man. How about the fact that Tom Murphy's worth more than the $6 million man?
The $800,000 man, Brock Purdy.
Yeah. What's he making? I read $930,000.
I saw 850,
Oh, really?
840 right around there.
Dispute.
So less than 900,000.
All right, I saw-
but
yeah.
hey, I know he's got a couple new commercials. He was doing Toyota.
Yeah.
Now he's on like an Alaska Airlines commercial.
Well,
where
that
like
Alaska Airlines commercial debuted when they were losing. They lost that game in Cleveland.
Oh.
And I thought it was the curse of the Alaska Airlines ad.
well, that's the thing, because he's thrown to all these different targets, and then they have Cabo on the screen. I'm like, wait a minute. Usually, like, that's a joke about, like, when you get knocked out of the playoffs, like, you're going down to Cabo, you're going out fishing. Like,
Cancun.
I don't need Cabo on the screen for the 49ers right now.
That commercial looked like it was filmed at Spartan Stadium in San Jose. Is that right?
Oh,
What do you think?
I didn't even notice that. That might be a good call.
As a Spartan Stadium guy. So, anyway, yeah, fun stuff. All right, man. Hey, 49ers, if you're just waking up, 49ers got great news this morning. The Eagles lose in a stunner to the Seattle Seahawks last night when Drew Lock leads a 90-yard drive? With no evidence prior that he was going to do so.
Yeah, 92 yards in 10 plays, Murph.
And he basically had no contact. They had to score a touchdown. It was 17-13. And Drew Lock hit DK Metcalf 3 or 4. By the way, DK Metcalf, who's on Danny Dunn's fantasy team.
Oh, what happened, Murph? What happened?
Well, I'm just going to ask you. I'm going to give you a little quiz. How do you think A.J. Brown played last night?
Ooh, AJ did not have a huge night.
How do you think DK Metcalf played last night?
He had a few catches, but
Just a few.
not enough is what it sounds like,
And
Murph.
can I get the triumphant applause for a mid-segment Reads playoff victory?
You squeezed it out.
Playoff victory,
You
baby.
squeezed it out.
On we go, baby. On we go. Now, the question is, like Major League Baseball, do we celebrate with cigars and champagne, or do we just put on the T-shirts and move on to the
Well,
next?
I was asking, where are the free hats and T-shirts
Yeah.
this morning, Murph? You're moving on.
So, Final Four. So you're looking at the last 3 years for the Reeds. You're looking at a championship game loss, and now a Final Four appearance.
Oh, man, this is so frustrating.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Even my own kids turning on me. 16-year-old Declan Murphy's like, it's so frustrating. You keep going so far, and I keep getting knocked
and your
out.
team's not even that good.
And I said to him, Listen to that.
Maybe we should do a blind test where, like, I post my fantasy team versus Murph's fantasy team, and I'll let the people decide who has a better roster because I don't think there's any way in hell that Murph has a better roster than me.
Do I need to just go Nick Bosa kind of?
That's it,
I mean,
dude.
scoreboard, baby.
You're just showing up and winning games. You're the Jimmy Garoppolo of fantasy football. You're just showing up and winning.
I'll take that. I'll take that with my. But you can call me a supermodel too.
Yeah.
So anyway, the point being is that DK Metcalf caught those passes, and I was noticing. I said, even if DK caught a touchdown, I would have won. Danny Dunn's team did not show up. He had a guy in his fantasy lineup score negative 0.1. I've never seen that in my life.
Bijan Robinson,
I've never gone against a guy in fantasy who started a guy who finished in the negative.
That's hard to do.
Sometimes defenses do.
Yeah, but
Maybe a kicker
and a
position
and
player.
a starting running back that was playing in a monsoon against the Carolina Panthers. You think they'd be force feeding him the rock the entire season? But
I think
that's Arthur Smith and the Falcons for
on the
you.
Danny Dunn Collins show. They're crushing Bijan Robinson.
Yeah,
all I know is I'm moving on.
That's
all
it.
I know. And I know you all are rooting against me. And you know what? We feed off the hate. Hate off it.
So even if that was DK last night instead of Jackson Smith and Jigba, you still would have got the win.
I think it would have been close.
Yeah, barely.
But yeah, it was two underperforming teams. Neither of our teams performed super high, but I performed just good enough.
And by the way, just on the football topic, not the fantasy football topic, the fact that the Eagles were so shook yesterday that they decided to hand over play calling responsibilities to Matt Patricia.
Yeah, they're panicking.
And I know you boys have not been a big fan of Nick Sirianni and the pencil for the laminated play call sheet. I can't stand Matt Patricia because he's also a pencil pusher himself.
Yeah.
And the fact that they put him in as the defensive coordinator or as the play caller, as they were calling him.
Yeah.
And then with the game on the line, he decides to put James Bradbury, the man that Debo's been calling trash for the last 365 days, one-on-one with Jackson Smith and Jigba with no help over the top. I couldn't sit there and laugh, Murph.
Incredible.
I was laughing my ass off.
Incredible. So, yeah, the Eagles are pressing all the wrong buttons. They make the switch on defense. The defense gives up a 92-yard drive, and the Eagles just all pissed off and angry. As Schmitty says, leave me alone. I'm grieving. All right, surprise time, guys. You know me. Listen, the way I was raised, you got to give your loved ones a present at Christmas. So, Waterboy, we got ourselves a Christmas present for everybody.
We're doing this now?
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
Wow.
Yeah. That was just good on-air content.
What a Santa Murph guy.
It's good on-air content. Well, we gave you the Murphy family Christmas card, and this is funny because it's such a suburban family Christmas card, and you're such a cool single bachelor guy. Your buddy's going to be like, what the hell is that card on our fridge? But I want you to put this on your fridge.
Well, I let him know that's Trixie and Flashy Washy
Well, they're
up on
in
my
there,
fridge.
buddy. They are
Should
in
I
there,
open
yeah.
this now?
Yes.
On air?
Well, I don't know. You don't have to.
I love how you put the W initials on here, too.
I didn't know how to address it. I was going to go Marcus, and I was like, but then I was going to go Water Boy, then I was going to go Water Bud.
Yeah,
then I was gonna
W
go
for Water Bud.
Yeah.
That works.
I said WB just kind of covers it all.
That
really.
works. Do you want me to show off the Christmas card on camera?
Nah, you don't have to.
Okay. I'll save it for a commercial break.
All right, so here's
Thank you.
So here's the deal. My gift giving reaches a limit in terms of wrapping. I don't wrap. But so when it comes in the package, I just give it to him from the package it arrived in.
See now, Murph, to someone like me, it's in a bag. That means it's wrapped. I can't see it.
Okay, then. I get credit for wrapping.
By my Christmas bylaws, that's a wrapped gift right
then
there.
I'm feeling pretty good right
dude,
now.
Murph, you didn't have to give me a gift, dude.
Merry
What the
Christmas,
hell?
buddy. We'll see how this goes.
You already got me that nasty Nestor t-shirt for my birthday.
What did I say?
Dude.
What did I say?
Oh, dude.
Look at this
Do
one.
I show the stream? I don't know if they
Yes,
want to
you
see
have
it.
to show the stream.
It's El Capitan. It's Derek Jeter.
Look at that.
Murph got me a
What do you
Derek
think,
Jeter
Tony?
shirt.
What do you think?
This
Yeah.
is nice. How about Murph just adding to my Yankee collection?
And
as
they're
if I
like-
didn't have enough stuff.
They're like the indie T-shirts.
Oh,
they're not
Murph.
the easy. They're
This
not
is
the
cool.
obvious ones.
It looks artistic. It looks like somebody drew
I
it.
thought that one's pretty sweet.
That's a nice swing right there.
Look at that. Even down to the look it down to the left ankle. They got the ankle guard
Rolling
on there.
over, you got the
No,
Jordan
don't they
logo
have
on there?
the don't they have the strap on? Yeah,
Yep,
they got
they got the strap. They got
what do
everything,
they call that?
man.
The shin guard.
Oh, dude.
The shin guard.
How about little leaguers wearing their shin guard these days?
Just like Jeets. So there you go.
Just like Jeets.
And young
Thank you,
Tony,
Murph.
brother.
Thank you, Murph.
We don't know each other totally just yet. So I just said you're having Christmas with your mom. Just for you, buddy. A nice glass of Frank Family Cap. I want you to have this on Christmas night with your brother and your mom. All right, buddy.
You got Tony some vino, huh?
Well, I've yet to learn the ins and outs. I couldn't find an ultimate Frisbee jersey. I couldn't find an ultimate. You guys missed that yesterday. I was asking about his Twitter handle. Tony Farias 30. I'm like, you big Curry guy? He's like, no. 30 was my ultimate Frisbee jersey. That's what it was.
Now, Murph.
So anyway, so I went to I just defaulted. Hey, listen, enjoy it on Christmas Eve, Christmas night, and think of your boy Murph. I really want you to think about me. I'm kidding. I don't want you to.
Well, Murph, now I'm thinking about this gift because that's a great gesture that you gave him this nice bottle of wine. But is it saying something that you gave a classy kid like Tony a bottle of wine and you gave the water boy a bottle of bourbon.
They're all good. It's all positive. And you got a Derek Jeter.
That's it. Thank you.
El Capitan t-shirt.
Thank you, Murph.
All right, let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday, December 19, 2020. Oh, Amici's gift card. Talking about more gifts. Marcus got a gift, Tony got a gift, and you're getting a gift. We have two $100 Amici's gift cards. Let's reward the early crowd. Before 7 a.m., we're going to give this thing away. Before 7 a.m., because the early crowd gets jobbed a lot. They're always like, wait, you guys give away the prizes late. No, not today. We're giving away a prize early.
What's wrong with a little bit of a breakfast pie, Murph? Let's get some early morning pizza.
What's wrong? Well, there was once a ESPN2 when it was just launching. Do you remember this? This would have been your era, but you would have been you in high school maybe.
Okay, what happened?
Do you remember the ESPN2 morning show called Cold Pizza?
Yeah, I do remember
See,
cold
there you
pizza.
Go, buddy. There you
Dude,
go.
by the way, I just had cold pizza like the other day for breakfast, like in the
There
middle
you
of a
go.
segment.
They were trying to appeal to that generation. And it was, I remember one of the hosts was that girl, Kit, from The Real World. Which Real World was she on? Help me out. She was that little North Carolina gal. And then she showed up. She was on...
Oh, Murph, I think I know who you're talking
you
about.
definitely know because you're a Real World head, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly, but I don't
Yeah.
remember the seasons and stuff like that.
That one you should. I'm going to get you this one here. Kit from North Carolina, Cold Pizza, Real World. Go ahead. You can read the guest list in the meantime.
All right, well, I'll tell you at 7:35 this morning, the show starts with Mike Krukow, 7:35, talking some Tom Murphy baseball. Giants making moves, Murph.
Yeah, and of course, we haven't talked to him since the Jung Hoo Lee press conference. Kit Hoover was in, she's from Georgia. She was on, she was Road Rules. She wasn't Real World. She was Road Rules.
Oh,
She was Road Rules.
which
And
was the birth of Road Rules versus the Challenge.
Road Rules started in 95. Anyway, 03, she started Cold Pizza. You were like 11.
Yeah, shout out to Theo Vaughn when he's on Road Rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See, a Kit. Shout out Kit.
All right.
Anyway, she's been doing Access Hollywood and Access Daily. She's made a whole career out of TV.
Good for Kit.
She even worked on the TV Guide channel.
Get
You ever
him.
watch the TV Guide channel?
TV Guide channel, is that still around anymore?
She worked on it from 06 to 08.
I remember I used to just watch that thing for like hours.
Honestly.
Like looking for something to watch. I'm like,
Honestly.
there's nothing good, Mom. There's nothing good on the TV Guide.
TV Guide
Dude, it
channel.
was just scrolling over and over again.
I will date myself daily, but I remember when TV Guides used to arrive and it was a big deal. And my neighbors, my best friend's family, had a leather TV Guide cover. So she would get the new issue, slide it into their leather cover that had their name inscripted on it in cursive. So you place it on top of the TV on a little stand.
Yeah, but Murph, what was the point of a TV Guide when there was only 3 channels?
That's a great call, buddy. That's a really good call. Anyway, but what else we got?
All right, Mike Krukow,
All right.
7:35, our big hit cooler of content in the Power Hour. And then since it's Murph's last day, we decided to give him a Christmas gift. John Lynch, 49ers GM, at 8:30 this morning.
After I may have overstepped the radio host GM friendship boundary by sending him a late night Saturday night text.
Dude, late night Murph.
He must have been like, damn, Murph's drinking.
Yeah, they don't call you Saturday Murph for no reason.
Well, and I couldn't get it out of my head that when I brought up Shane McGowan's funeral in Ireland and the Pogues, who were really a significant band, Shane McGowan died. I know it's not your guys' cup of tea, but I wouldn't dissuade you guys from getting in and checking it out. It's kind of like Irish traditional meets punk meets power pop kind of thing. But anyway, the point is that legends came to this guy before he died. Bruce Springsteen, Paul Simon, they all paid homage. I mean, this guy's... So I brought it up to John Lynch thinking, yeah. And he's like, no, I don't know. Who? So I go to a Saturday CYO game, the NBBA Holiday Classic, and the coach from the other team said to me, hey, man, are you guys wearing blue or white? And I was like, well, I think we'll go white. You want to go blue? He goes, yeah, we're blue. And he goes, hey, man, I couldn't believe John Lynch didn't know the Pogues. I was like, all right, we got a listener. Cool. So then that was in my head Saturday night, maybe after a couple pops.
Hey.
I sent him a text. I said, John, you got to know the Pogues. I sent him Tony says I sent him a paragraph.
You showed us a text.
Is that too long of a text? Or was it everything was spelled and properly punctuated?
See, that's where I gave you credit because you might have had a few drinks, but everything was perfectly spelled out. Your punctuation was great. Now, I do agree with Tony. It was a little long, but you wanted to make sure that John had all the information.
And then I sent him the Pogues' legendary debut album, or technically their sophomore, but really their debut album, Rum, Sodomy, and the Lash. One of the great album titles of all time, by the way. Rum, Sodomy, and the Lash.
Nice.
Anyway, it's a great, and then he actually, he ghosted me for most of the night and through into the morning. And then late that morning, game day morning in Arizona, I got the text saying, thanks, Murph. Can't wait to listen after the game.
Wow.
Do you think he listens?
So John's had 2 days now. Sunday night,
I mean, if
all
somebody,
day
let's
Monday.
be honest, we've talked about this a million times. When somebody sends you something, you don't click on it.
No.
Right?
I guarantee you, John's going to click the link like 5 minutes before the interview today and be like, oh, yeah, Murph, I heard the entire thing. It was
Well,
great.
the problem is that there's more that I want to send him. But it's like...
Yeah, let it breathe, Murph.
Because-
Let it breathe. All right.
All right, John Lynch at 8:30.
You don't want to be too needy. You don't want to be too needy, Murph.
you go,
You got to leave them wanting more.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
All right,
8:30.
John Lynch at 8:30 today. Then it's a Tuesday, so we'll check in with Marcus Thompson, 9:15, talking 49ers, but also the Boston Celtics coming to town to take on the Warriors tonight.
So that's great. Did you see who he wrote his whole column about yesterday? Anything is possible.
Your
He wrote
guy.
about Brandon Bajemski.
Yeah.
He's like, this dude is no rookie. They're saying no rookie has made an impact like this in the Steve Kerr era.
I was going to say, Steve usually doesn't give this long of a leash,
No.
especially not this early.
Yeah, incredible. So anyway, he wrote about pods.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll talk pods this morning with Marcus Thompson, and then top off the show, 9:30 a.m., our 49er Player of the Week, Colton McKivitz, Murph.
Well, hey, we haven't. Did we had Trent?
Yeah, we had Trent on.
Yeah, he was great,
A couple
too.
weeks ago,
Yeah,
he was
yeah, yeah.
fantastic. But 49ers offensive line did not allow a sack
Well, let's
this
be
weekend.
honest, guys. That was one of the biggest questions going into the season. And I wouldn't say he's been perfect or brilliant, but he's the right tackle on an 11-3 team, and his quarterback's standing upright.
When's the last time we talked about Colton McKivitz?
And
that's a good thing.
they did not give up a sack on Sunday.
Exactly.
All right, we'll get into all that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. We can get into the bourbon. All right, let's talk about Marin Health, the good people at Marin Health, who in the North Bay are providing world-class health care. Okay, it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, there's an update. I'm told Draymond Green has begun counseling, and people around the Warriors, people around Draymond Green, they see that there's a level of understanding and really, grasping that there's a process that he's going to go through and undergo to make sure that he's going to return under a full capacity. He's been feeling bad about what transpired. And I'm told the expectation is that Green will remain sidelined via suspension for at least the next 3 to 4 weeks. And that means that his suspension would stretch at least approximately 12 games. And at that point, making sure that when he's back, he is actually back. There's not going to be a blip. There's not going to be a reoccurrence of any more from Draymond Green. And I think this process, from what I'm told, it'll also consist of regular check-ins with the Warriors, with the league, as him, the team, his agent Rich Paul, the league work together on his return process. But it's going to be at least the next few weeks for Draymond Green.
Man, there's Shams Charania of The Athletic breaking it down. Does a great job. Got to give Shams a lot of credit. He's really become the dude. And he had the info that nobody else had on Draymond. The counseling has begun, expected to miss at least 3 weeks. So the wheels are in motion and the process is in motion. I think we all said from the jump we expected well into the new year. I mean, maybe not well into the new year, but at least a week, 10 days into the new year. And again, this is that stretch of schedule, not to minimize Draymond's personal issues, but just talking about big picture for the Warriors. The stretch of schedule that is not that hard. I don't want to say, Boston's here tonight. They're 20-5, right? Yeah. So, and then Denver on Christmas morning, that ain't no bar. Just go ahead and take the L on that one and go home. You know what I mean, right? But other than that, there's a lot of winnable games, including Portland Saturday at Chase. A little Christmas and
yeah, and Murph, we were making a big deal or talking about the fact that the Warriors were 2-6 in the 8 games that Draymond Green either didn't play or got ejected in. Well, they won back-to-back games now, so that record is now up to 4-6. So, yeah, they can kind of tread water until Draymond Green comes back, but that's a big question is, how long is Draymond going to be back? Is it the 3 weeks? Is it longer than that? I know this is an estimated period, but we still don't have any solid answers.
Friday, you know who comes in Friday? Your boy Jordan Poole.
That's right. It's a pool party, Murph.
It's a pool party!
The return.
Did you guys see that viral thing from a couple days ago?
Oh, man. It seems like Jordan Poole is going viral a lot this season.
He flopped badly. Bad flops look so bad, right? So he flopped badly and was really dude, get up, man. Come on. That was a bad flop. And he didn't get the call. And then as he trotted down the court, the ball sprung loose and wound up in his hands again. So he immediately trotted back to the spot where he flopped to try to take a three and slipped and fell on the sweat that he left from his flop.
Oh, man.
Bro.
Dude.
Tough look. It's the kind of thing I would do. All right? You know what I mean? I'm not sure. I'm the dork who would do something like that, not Jordan Poole.
And the spotlight is on Jordan Poole in Washington right now because he is the guy. And I say that with air quotes because it was a little easier to blend in with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And that's why, credit to our guy Mark Spears who said, yeah, he might be the lead NBA scorer in the NBA this season.
Not so fast.
It's a little different when you don't got Steph and Klay taking that attention away from you.
He's ready for this? The Wizards 4-22.
Ooh,
4-22.
Ooh.
Yeah. So other than that, things are going well. And by the way, he joins the trifecta. And again, this is the news that the Giants signed a backup catcher from Seattle, Tom Murphy. What's up, Murph? And he's going to be the guy. He got a 2-year, $8 million deal. Mm-hmm. So there's no room for Joey Bart, which means that in some form he will probably not be with the team this year, which means now you're looking at top three picks. Trey Lance, Trey Lance, Joey Bart, and James Wiseman.
Yeah.
All gone. Poof. No contributions to the Bay.
All 3 teams, top 5 draft picks.
Dude.
0 results.
What the hell? That's almost impossible. That's you have to you must have crossed some sort of voodoo. You can't take 3 major franchises, give them all top 3 picks, and all 3 guys, not just mediocre busts, but complete flame-out busts, right?
And usually, this has, lasting effects. This is kind of the stuff that would set back your franchise. No, the Warriors went out and won their 4th NBA title, and the 49ers are currently the best team in the NFL with odds on to win the Super Bowl.
What about the Giants?
And then there's the Giants, Murph.
Jung-Hoo Lee, baby. I love you. I love you, fans.
But it sucks, when you are looking for homegrown stars with the Giants. I know I was one of those guys that had belief in Joey Bart from the first leadoff spot.
You were the guy.
When I said, hey, at least I had the call right when I came on air and said, I guarantee Joey Bart hits a home run on opening day.
That was your peak moment.
He hit a home run, but I also said he was going to hit 20 home runs that season. He didn't come close to that.
Hey, man, you got to just keep taking your swings, buddy.
That's it, huh? You can't hit all of them.
Well, he homered on opening day when I was standing in the Ghirardelli line down the left field line. I saw that ball arcing up. I saw the backspin of it. It was pretty incredible. But I was thinking, was that the same day Tyro hit the one that you fought for in the bleachers?
That's right. That's when the
Tyro hit a game-tying homer in the ninth
Correct,
inning.
and then they walked it off.
With Slater.
I think it was Slater.
Was that Rough is on the move?
It
That was
might
Rough
have
is on
been.
the
Yeah,
move.
it might have been.
Slater drove in Rough.
Yeah, opening day.
Yeah. Wait, no, Rough.
No,
would have
Rough
been-
on the move was not opening day, but it was Slater who I think hit a walk-off double into the left field gap, if
'Cause
I
then-
remember correctly.
Well, no, because usually the runner starts. I think Rough is on the move was that opening day. Yeah.
Okay.
So Tyro tied it, and you were you with your boy out in left field bleachers?
Yeah,
The cackle?
I was. And also, Murph, I was getting to the bourbon and a few beers that day, so I don't remember too much.
What were you doing? Sending John Lynch texts? All right.
Thank you, man. Thank
Sending
you.
John Lynch pogues.
Thank you.
By the way, I stand by what I said. It's tremendous stuff. Nick Bosa joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. How about that?
Bosa.
Nicky B's
Here
gonna be
comes
on.
Bosa.
All right. Well, I think you guys will enjoy him because we've already had him.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Been there, done that.
Just wanted to briefly talk about the Warriors for a minute before we get into a heavy Niners sound from yesterday, Ravens preview, and all that good stuff. And that is tonight, Celtics come to town. They're 20-5. They're legit.
I just saw him a couple weeks ago at TD Garden.
Did they win that
They
game?
took down the Knicks, put on an offensive clinic.
What'd you think of the squad? Did they look dominant?
I mean, they looked fantastic. And that was a game that Jaylen Brown actually got ejected. But yeah, it's Jason Tatum. We know the cast of characters. We know the Celtics are one of the best teams in basketball. They can score points in a hurry, Murph.
Jason Tatum is 9th in the league in scoring. Steph is 7th. So it's 2 top 10 scorers going at it. You mentioned Jaylen Brown, Cal Golden Bear coming home. Kristaps Porzingis, man, playing well.
Dude, he was balling out against the Knicks.
Yeah, and then my guy, one of my all-time favorites, Drew Holiday. Aren't they all your favorites, dude? And then Al Horford, still doing
Yeah,
it.
Big Al's still there.
Bro, I watched that guy as a Florida Gator knock out Superfans Bruins in the 06 Final Four.
Oh, I was actually hoping you actually saw him knock out somebody.
No.
That would have been a good story.
Dude, he's still going. How old is Al Horford now?
That's a great question.
I'm going to guess 36
I
or
was
something
going to say
like
he's
that.
got to be close to 37, I would say. He's 37 years old, Murph.
Got to be one of the oldest guys in the league.
He probably is now that Udonis Haslem has retired.
And he's still going. My God. Anyway, so
But
that's
also, Steph Curry's 35.
Well, yeah, but Steph looks amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, there's not going to be a bunch of freaking green tonight, is there? There will be.
Dude, Celtics fans will travel. Boston fans
Bill
in general,
Belichick, yeah.
will travel.
Yeah, they're going to, and plus the Warriors are, I don't want to say down, but, they're in a lull where some season ticket holder might say, hey, I could make some dough off my tickets. And I think you'll see you'll see patches of green tonight.
It was also interesting out in Boston, when I was just kind of bar hopping, introducing myself to some new friends, Murph.
Look at you introducing
There
yourself,
were
too.
quite a
Polite
few,
of you.
There were quite a few people who had relatives that lived in the Bay Area from Boston. It was almost too much. I was like, wait, what's going on here?
That is interesting.
I went from bar to bar to bar. I was like, yeah, I got family in San Mateo. Yeah, I got family in Redwood City. I was like, how come everybody from Boston moves to the peninsula?
Was it the Brady family from San Mateo to Boston?
It might have been, yeah.
I don't know, man. Well, two great cities think alike. I guess.
all
I don't
right.
know, something
All
like
right.
that.
I'll take that. Two teams that have offers out for Yamamoto. That was the story this weekend, Murph. Haven't given too much life to that story, though.
I mean, I don't know. I'm hearing and thinking the Giants aren't going to get
well, the
Yamamoto.
Yamamoto rumors are crazy. I heard people saying it might be up over $300 million now. Might be approaching $400 million.
I'm thinking Mets because it fits Yamamoto, right? Yamamoto.
It seems like it's going to be Mets or
Steve
Yankees.
Cohen's dining in his home. But see, you have somebody. I haven't had you guys into my home. You came to our house, but I had you stand outside the house.
That's it. Murph wasn't allowing me inside. Murph said, no way in hell.
Did you come in?
No, hell no. You did not let me in.
Copes came in.
You
Sound Summit 2019.
Yeah, you sent the dogs out on me. You were like, stay the hell away.
I sent out 6 foot. Well, the dogs are on that card I gave you.
That's it.
There you go.
Flashy
You'll see
washy.
young Tony. You'll see Flash and Trixie. Flashy Washy, who starred during the pandemic. Flash would come every morning for
Oh,
his
Flash got a lot of mic time. A lot of mic time
He
during
has
the
probably
pandemic.
some sound from
I do.
got up from
Hey,
that.
flashy washy.
Anyway, I wanted to get that just a little Warriors in your head because tomorrow when you're hosting with Tracy Sandler, right?
Correct, yeah.
49er Fangirl Network. She's going to be big Niners, but
All 49er all
you
the
guys
time.
are going to be the place to go to talk Warriors Celtics.
That's it.
So
We'll have the breakdown for you. That's after our guy JD has it on Dubs OT tonight.
Oh, maybe you guys can cut up some JD and use it.
Maybe we'll book JD. Have him on the show, too.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea,
Why not?
actually. Wake them up early. All right, guys, so there's that. Okay, tons of Niners sound to get into. The Ravens and Niners are beginning to eye each other. And we got to tell you, if you missed it last night, the Christmas present that came early for the 49ers. Oh, and one last thing.
Oh.
We promised you pre-7 a.m. pizza in honor of Kit Hoover hosting Cold Pizza.
Shout out to our girl Kit.
2003. I'm ain't gonna lie, she was kind of cute.
Yeah.
A little
All right.
mild crush, not
All
a
right.
big crush,
All
a
right,
tiny
Kate.
crush.
All right, Kate.
Like, yeah, she's kind of cute.
Yeah,
You know what I
careful,
mean?
Murph. Careful.
Check with Candace. Well, I know she's got plenty of her own things.
Shout out Sean Estes.
Amici's, yeah, great knowledge. Amici's $100. You know who she never went for the Marlins hats guy.
No, that's right.
No, whereas Estes, yes. Guy looking for Marlins hats, no. Thumbs down on that.
That guy would probably tell Candace.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
They wear the Marlins hats.
God, that's such a good sound. Anyway, $100 Amici's gift card right now. Casey's in, ready to take the call at 415-896-KNBR. Call number 10. I'll take a $100 Amici's gift card. Damn, that sounds good to me. 13 Bay Area locations, dine-in, takeout, delivery of your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at Amici's.com. 415-896-KNBR. Snag yourself a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. Yes! That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah,
so
it
good
does.
luck to you, and then we'll start diving into the Niners and the Ravens and the special Christmas present next on the Sports Leader.
Ruff is on the move. Ruff is on the move.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, I mean, I haven't studied them yet. You know, we just finished this stuff, and when I'm done with you guys, I get going on that. But so I can't say exactly. But when I just watch them on crossover tape and stuff like that, I mean, everyone knows how elite of a runner he is. But the way he can throw, he's always been such a good thrower. But what I see is, I think he sees the field well. He's got a good way of finding the holes in the defense, whether he's scrambling it off schedule or it's in the pocket and rhythm. He just got to decide whether he wants to kill you with his arm or his legs, and both of them are a very good option for him. That's why he is such a challenge.
Interesting. Lamar Jackson, just a guy that hasn't really been on our radar. Just hasn't,
Speak for yourself, Murph.
He's been on your radar.
You're talking to a guy that got a preseason MVP ticket on Lamar Jackson.
Well, that's pretty savvy now.
I've been waiting for people to put respect on Lamar Jackson's name.
I was just talking about more of like as a Niner fan, like somebody you don't think about. But hey,
well, even
I'm rooting for. Actually, I'm not rooting.
No, you're
for
not. You're not, because that would mean Lamar.
Well, I'm not.
Not exactly.
I'm not hitching my entire 49er fandom on Brock or CMC winning MVP. That to me is way secondary to the Super Bowl.
But to your point, the reason why I drove in, or the reason why I jumped in right there, I was driving in this morning, and even like on the national shows on ESPN, they're like, where did Lamar Jackson come from? How come no one's been talking about Lamar? We've been overrating or underrating Lamar. I was like, yo, tune into the leadoff spot and now turn into the Murph and Marcus show, because I've been on the front runner of the Lamar Jackson campaign.
I think I'm just speaking more to the fact that the Baltimore Ravens, not a traditional rival, not a conference foe, not a division foe, not a geographical rival. The only history is the 2013 Super Bowl, which I would tell you was weird for me. Like, it was the Harbaugh Bowl, right? We were in New Orleans. We went there that whole week. That was really fun. And I don't know. There was something about that bowl that, I guess it was the power outage. The power outage was so weird that I just still have trouble coming to grips with that. But like the Chiefs Super Bowl to me hurts way worse than the Ravens one. That's just me. Others might say, no, the Ravens, because the comeback was almost complete and all you had to do was hand the ball to Frank Gore. Yeah. And they didn't hand the ball to Frank Gore and they kept throwing to Crabtree and all that stuff. So I get it. It's your own kind of choice. It's like personal taste. For me, the Chiefs one was worse. For others, the Ravens one was. But anyway, that's really the only history between the Ravens and the Niners. I mean, the Niners went there on a Thanksgiving night in like 2011, I think, with Alex Smith. I want to say that. I mean, it's just like you can count them on one hand. Mm-hmm. And here we are now. Here's the stat. Do you see the stat? It's the latest. Two number one seeds from each conference have faced each other in the season, week 15 or later, since 2005. It happened once. I don't even remember this game, Waterboy. It would be the 12-2 Seahawks, Mike Holmgren Seahawks, and Sean Alexander's Seahawks, against the 13-1 Indy Colts.
Okay.
Peyton Manning and that crew. And the Seahawks were 12-2, the Colts were 13-1. That was in week 15 of 2005. So that's the last time a game of this magnitude, this late in the season, featured teams this good. If that matters to you. You know?
And we should also point out, since we're talking 49ers, Ravens, not historical matchups, but Lamar Jackson did face off against his 49er defense back in 2019, the year that he won the MVP. And the Ravens won 20-17 in
Where
that
was that
matchup.
game?
That was out in Baltimore, I believe.
Having trouble remembering that game.
San Francisco versus Baltimore in Baltimore, 20-17. Lamar Jackson ran for 101 yards that game.
He got Jimmy, huh?
Yeah, he got Jimmy.
But
that was also the MVP season in 2019. And I think that's where people have kind of gotten off the jumping point with Lamar Jackson, because even in that season, you heard Kyle Shanahan talking about the numbers he put up as an MVP. He had 3,127 passing yards with 36 touchdowns, actually. That's pretty damn impressive.
How many picks?
6 interceptions that year.
Woo, 36 touchdowns.
36.
What were his
6.
rushing yards?
Well, rushing yards, he had 1,206 yards and 7 touchdowns. Yeah, he ran
1,200?
He ran for over 1,000 yards, too. 1,200 rushing yards, 3,000 passing yards, 36 touchdowns, plus the 7 on top of that. Murph, by my quick math, that's 43 touchdowns.
He rushed for 7?
Yeah, rushed for 7.
Damn.
So that was...
Wasn't he unanimous that year?
He
MVP?
was.
At age 22?
At 22.
Not bad for...
Not bad for a running back at all, which is also like another thing when it comes to Brock Purdy.
Not bad for a running back.
When people are like, oh, he's too young to win an MVP. He's only 23. He hasn't proven it. Lamar Jackson went out and won it at 22.
But that Jackson season's pretty special.
But Murph, yeah, the point I was getting to, this season, he's already got 3,100 yards. So he's on pace to have his
What's he
best
rushed for this year?
Season. This season so far, 741 yards,
man.
5 touchdowns.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's going to rush for 1,000 again this season.
So I'm looking at their season. So they're 3 losses. They lost in week 3 in overtime to the Colts, 22-19.
Yeah, Lamar had a bad pick that game.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the NFL. 2 weeks later, on October 8th, they lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers 17-10. The Steelers held them to 10.
Wow.
Now, was Lamar playing in that game? I don't know. So anyway, point is, so now they were, at that point in the season, they were 2-2. And then they've just gone nuts since then. They've won they've won 9 of their last 10. So their other loss in the middle of that was they lost a crazy game in early November to the Browns, 33-31. Remember that one?
Was that in
a
Cleveland?
huge Browns comeback? No, that was in Baltimore.
Okay.
And then I have to give you one game for them that was weird just 2 weeks ago that could be instructive. The Rams and them played a doozy and it went into overtime.
Yeah, and they had
the
a
Ravens got 'em
walk-off punt return.
37-31. Mm-hmm. So the Rams just 2 weeks ago, we're like, oh, the Ravens. The Rams were like, 2 weeks ago, like, we had them, you know? So they didn't. I mean, the Ravens won the game. But the point is that the Rams were there throwing haymakers. I mean, they had a stretch there where they beat the Lions, the Cardinals, the Seahawks, the Browns, and the Bengals, all decent teams except for Arizona. Yeah. And they scored over 30 5 straight weeks.
Like, they dominated the Detroit Lions earlier this season.
38-6. Mm-hmm. So after this game, they play the Miami Dolphins and let's see here. I got the one more. I can't find it. But anyway, point is that it's just kind of a weird feeling out process. So let's hear a little bit about the Niners getting ready for this game. Excuse me. It starts with Kyle Shanahan, giving his overall view of this 11-3 Baltimore Ravens team coming here Christmas night.
Yes. I mean, just the way they run their organization with John and, you know, the group of coaches they have there, the style that they play to, you always know what you're going to get from their team. We haven't played them in a little bit, but I know that hasn't changed. You always see them on tape. You always see their numbers, and they still have the same quarterback who will always be as big of an issue as there is. So, you know what? And I know it's a number of years later, and there's a bunch of different guys out there, but the style is going to be, to me, extremely similar.
Okay. Yeah, John Harbaugh, man. I mean, listen, it's funny about Jim. Jim's kind of so controversial, and there's John just hanging out, doing his thing, Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
And trying to go for another one.
And in my opinion, John Harbaugh is one of the best coaches in football because of his adaptability. Like, there's a lot of times where coaches want players to fit their system. It's all about their system. But John Harbaugh, as a former special team coach, just cares about winning. And that's why when he got Lamar Jackson, he brought in a Greg Roman to set up that rushing offense. Now they've made the switch from Greg Roman to Todd Monken, but they've kept a lot of those same kind of plays and same schemes from the Greg Roman rushing attack. But now with this Todd Monken offense, they're passing it at a whole new level, and they've added an extra element to this offense.
Third longest tenured coach in the NFL. Excuse me. Bill Belichick 1, Mike Tomlin 2. We'll see how long Tomlin sticks around.
Oh, man.
And then Harbaugh 3.
Yeah.
And then Carroll 4. John Harbaugh 15 years. I remember way back when UCLA football was looking for this next head coach. It was before Harbaugh got hired at the Ravens. And they said, on the short list is Philadelphia Eagles special teams coach John Harbaugh. And me being just, I was like,
A special teams coach?
Eagles special team coach.
Who cares about a special teams
I'm like,
coach?
no, dude, no, I'm not taking the Eagles special team.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Turned out to be a hell of a coach.
It would have been the greatest hire in school history,
Yeah,
right? More Shanahan on this guy that you're talking about, your MVP pick, Lamar Jackson. This is Kyle Shanahan on Lamar Jackson.
Well, I mean, I haven't studied him yet. You know, we just finished this stuff, and when I'm done with you guys, I get going on that. But so I can't say exactly, but when I just watch him on crossover tape and stuff like that, I mean, everyone knows how elite of a runner he is. But the way he can throw, he's always been such a good thrower. But what I see is, I think he sees the field well. He's got a good way of finding the holes in the defense, whether he's scrambling it off schedule or it's in the pocket and rhythm. He just got to decide whether he wants to kill you with his arm or his legs, and both of them are a very good option for him. That's why he is such a challenge.
Yeah, here he comes, man. Lamar doing his thing, and he is, of course, like we said, you know, you could argue, and you said this yesterday, Marcus, that the winner of this game becomes the MVP leader.
I think so.
Right?
Because do I think he's having a better season overall than Brock Purdy? No, Brock's got the numbers right now. But we see how fickle the MVP race is week in and week out. When Brock Purdy beat the Eagles, all of a sudden he was the MVP favorite. Dak Prescott beats the Eagles, all of a sudden he's the MVP favorite. Dak loses, he falls off. Brock Purdy right back up to number 1, but right behind him is Lamar Jackson, number 2 with the best MVP odds. And if he beats the 49ers, not saying it's going to happen, but if he walks into Levi Stadium, outperforms Brock Purdy, and beats this 49er defense, I think he becomes the odds-on favorite to win the MVP.
Yeah, and your ticket's looking pretty good at plus 1,500, right?
Yeah, right.
All right, Tim Ryan, if you guys missed him on Monday, he came and talked about, and you asked him the question about Jalen Hurts is a guy they had to face who has a lot of rushing yards. Lamar Jackson has a lot of rushing yards. How would you compare the two, Tim Ryan?
To me, I think he's a better thrower in the mid-range game, and certainly has a deep ball than Jalen Hurts, and that's just my opinion. As a runner, he's electric. He's just different. There's just so many guys that you're gonna miss him, and you think you got him, and then you know the way that he can run and just zigging and zagging in the middle of the field, and he's just so damn fast, Marcus. They can't hardly touch him. So he is a dynamic quarterback, and they lean heavily on their offensive line and their run game and their play action game for him to get back there and take shots. So they still got elements, I think, of Greg Roman's offense in terms of some of the things that they do, but he's really playing good football.
Man, the more you think about him as a runner and the more you think about how talented he is, and then have you seen these stats about the Niners' missed tackles? David Lombardi had the stat that the missed tackle numbers are going up for the Niners as the season is going on. Now, the obvious thought is fatigue, right? Yeah. They put a lot on those guys, and there's not a lot of depth. That's not good going into this game, man. If you're going to be missing tackles against this Ravens run game.
Yeah, and especially with Lamar, like it's more than just straight line speed. Like his agility, his elusiveness. Like we saw him just against the Jacksonville Jaguars, escaping the pocket like he's damn near Houdini.
Yeah, no, it's good. He's going to break
passes.
Go into this game knowing it's going to break your heart. You're going to have to score.
Oh, you're going to have to score a lot.
North of 30.
I would agree.
They're going to score 27, something like that. You know what I mean?
There's a good chance. But also, you got to talk about the Ravens defense being one of the top defenses in the league also, which is a tough task for the 49ers.
Baltimore blanking Ravens. My God. Richard Sherman, who has become a real commentator out there.
Yeah, what's up, Sherman?
Well, he had comments on the Niner. He's a big Niner guy. Mm-hmm. So here's his thought on this matchup.
The San Francisco 49ers are the best team in the National Football League, and they have been for the majority of this season. They did have that 3-game skid, missing Deebo Samuels and Trent Williams. But I do think this is going to be a competitive ballgame. I think it's going to be close. I think Lamar Jackson and how dynamic and unique he is going to present problems for the San Francisco 49ers. They allowed the Arizona Cardinals to run the ball a little bit more successfully than they usually have, but they will have Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave back for this game. So I expect it to be a little different. I expect them to be better against the run. The Ravens are going to be without Keaton Mitchell, their home run hitter, so that'll make a difference. Charvarius Ward is playing all-pro defense, leading the league in passes defense, and had a really good game with 2 interceptions against the Arizona Cardinals, so I think they're firing on all cylinders at the right time.
So Sherm, of course, always loving his Niners. He did mention Armstead and Hargrave coming back. We're not positive yet. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that they are playing.
Now, we're going to have Lynch on at 8:30. That's because it's our last show together for the year, and we just wanted to have him before we broke up for the year. But I don't think so. He won't have. I don't mean to spoil the interview, but he won't have the answer on Armstead and Hargrave.
Tease it, right? Come on.
We might not know until it's going to be like that Seahawks-Ravens game or Eagles game last night, where we didn't know who was starting quarterback until 15 minutes before the game.
Dude, unreal.
Yeah.
When Adam Schefter can't figure it out, something's going wrong.
When you've lost Schefter, you've lost the nation. Yeah, for sure. And by the way, I mentioned that present. If you guys missed it, Seahawks drove 92 yards last night in the final 2 minutes with only one timeout and beat the Eagles 20-17. The Eagles' third straight loss. Niners now have a cushion. As Spinal Tap once sang, the deeper the cushion, the sweeter the push.
I understand.
All right, buddy. So that's a lie. Hey, that's not me. That's Spinal Tap. The Niners now literally can go 2-1 in their final 3 games and win the 1 seed. That is a fact. They can lose a game and win the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. They've got some cushion for the pushing, Murph.
It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Especially when you are facing off against a team like the Baltimore Ravens, where the 49ers are now 5/5.5 point favorites, Murph.
Is that right?
Money is moving in direction of the 49ers.
Wow. Interesting.
Well,
With
it's
all
also...
the way we're talking, the money's moving closer to Baltimore.
You would think, but also we heard in that cut that Keaton Mitchell is done for the year.
Yeah.
We should also address the fact that Mark Andrews has been out for a while, will not be playing this weekend. Now, Isaiah Likely is a good receiving target, and they've got some good wide receivers. Zay Flowers is a speedster. We all know about Odell Beckham, so they've got some depth also for targets.
Himothy University.
University, Murph.
Okay, quick break here. Congrats to Josh in Vacaville for winning our Amici's $100 gift card. We got another one. It was on my last day. I'm giving out gifts. I gave Marcus a gift. I gave Young Tony a gift, and we're giving out you gifts. Josh in Vacaville got his $100 Amici's gift card, and we'll do another one before the show is over. And then we got a parade of great guests coming your way, starting with Mike Krukow at 7:30. We haven't talked to him, 7:35, I should say. We haven't talked to him since the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference.
Since Jung-Hoo Lee showed up at Chase Center.
Did you see That's right. Did you see Baggerly address the whole Buster stuff from last week, which pissed you and me right off? Mm-hmm. We can get into that again on the other side, too. But also, McCaffrey spoke on Manningcast last night. Kyle Juszczyk did a little ESPN radio hit. He talked about the team. So we have all that stuff coming your way. And then John Lynch at 8:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
OBJ, him at the University.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Yeah, good morning. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Hey, good morning, Steve. And today you want to tell us a little bit about ERC.
Good morning. Yes, think of it as the government's Christmas gift to your listeners. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers who employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right, giving away. It's not a loan. It's a gift. It's a grant. Giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. How do you qualify? There's 2 different ways. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. That's easy. It's math. But a lot of CPAs that I've come across stop there. Now, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. I understand. A lot of CPAs just want to work with math. But the second method is a facts and circumstances method. It requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. We're willing to do the work for you, take the time, effort, and energy. And there's so many people that didn't have the drop in gross revenue for the first method, but qualify under the second method that we're told that they didn't. Bottom line is, treat us like a medical doctor with a second opinion. It might be worth hundreds of thousands or more to you. But hurry, because the ERC program is getting ready to end.
All right, well done, Steve. Thank you. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
They do so many good things. It's a system I think that Kyle has, built forth, through the tradition. It's his dad, and he agrees with Coach Kubiak too, and he's taken it to another even place. He really has expanded it and evolved it in a great way, and he does it around his players too. So it's that part of it, but it's built around the players. I mean, you got 5 probably all-pro skill guys on that offense. And not to mention a really good offensive line and a Hall of Fame tackle. So, he built it around those guys, and that's what makes it tough.
That's John Harbaugh, the third longest tenured coach in the NFL, talking about his 49er opponent on Monday night. 5:50. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on that call. You ready for the Monday? It's a Monday night game.
Oh, that's right.
It's a Monday night game.
The Monday night special. We get the Joe Buck treatment.
I don't think there'll be a Christmas Manning cast, will there? No,
probably not.
Peyton and Eli got to hang out, do their family Christmas stuff.
I was going to say they took the game off a couple weeks ago. It's weird how sometimes just in the middle of the season they won't have a Manning cast. And maybe this is a good time to ask you, Brian Murphy, where are you on the Manning cast?
It's a good question. Thank you for asking, Marcus Boucher. I was all in last year when it started. I was enthralled with the difference of it. They were getting great guests. And I was into it, and I'm trying to figure out why this year I'm not going over there. And it's not out of hate or hostility. I'm not angry at the Manning cast. I don't hate it. I'm not like, oh, like those guys. No, I just, for whatever reason, I kind of feel like I've done it, kind of checked that box. I'm just going back to the game. Now, I still will keep 1/3 of an eyeball. Like if somebody great is on or something, I don't know. I'm just, how about you?
See, to me, it depends on the type of game. Like, if it's like a Panthers-Bears matchup, then yeah, I'm going over to Manningcast. But last night, Seahawks-Eagles, I completely avoided it. And not just like out of like, because I wanted to not listen to the Manningcast. Like, I know we have some sound from Christian McCaffrey on the Manningcast yesterday. I probably would have flipped it over if I knew that it was. But I'm also to the point with the Manningcast that I think it's better when they don't have guests.
Ooh.
When it's just Peyton and Eli talking football.
Hot take.
Because when they bring on these celebrities, and it's cool they bring on other NFL players, but we had the SNL guy on a couple weeks ago, and they're trying to do like bits and jokes.
Nate Bargatze, he's a comedian. Yeah, you guys didn't like him.
Yeah, it was kind of dry.
Well, that's kind of his thing. He's dry. Young Tony only does Manningcast.
Wow. But then it's
now,
like,
Young Tony, why do you only go Manningcast? I'll repeat your answer on the air for 50,000 watts. They break down everything like a quarterback does. What about when they're riffing with their guests? How do you feel about that?
That's the problem. Like, I almost wish it was only Peyton and Eli just talking football the entire broadcast.
Yeah, but you got to spice it up a little bit, right?
See, that's the thing. That's the entertainment factor where they're trying to bring on these funny guests and tell jokes and do bits.
Kind of what, we're trying to do here.
Yeah, morning show radio.
Well, speaking of Manningcast, you know who was on it last night was CMC.
Mr. MVP.
CMC was on it. That kid, what a stud, man. My God. So here he is talking about the block, and you like asking, Water Bud, you like asking, you frequently ask our guests about the no block, no rock rule.
Dude.
Did you see Drew Lock running out there, by the way, yesterday, leading blocks? He tried to get out there and get twice I saw him downfield with runners trying to throw blocks.
Mr. Young Jeezy Drew Lock doing his best Brock Purdy impersonation because Brock was running 72 yards down the field to try to get a block from McCaffrey.
Lock actually looked more aggressive and downfield than Brock. By the way, that Young Jeezy thing, I just found out about it this morning.
Oh.
He broke down an entire rap on, during a game one time, or what was it?
It was him sitting on the bench during a game, like in between like touchdown drives. I think it might have been his rookie season, and they caught him on camera lip singing like a complete verse from Young Jeezy, and it went viral.
Okay, and that was when he was in Denver?
Yeah, that's when he was with the Broncos.
All right, well, go Young Drew Lock, go.
Mr. Young Jeezy got the win last night versus the Eagles, I can tell you that.
Here's Christian McCaffrey on the Manningcast about this Niner approach. You just heard John Harbaugh talk.
No block, no rock, Murph. No block, no rock.
Or a rock block that you hear on a classic rock station. Here's the deal. They asked him about it, and McCaffrey talked about it.
It's a huge compliment, especially in this offense, because, when I see guys like Brandon Ayuk blocking 65 yards down the field, when I'm running, and guys like Debo push cracking safeties, and then Juwan Jennings is one of the best blocking receivers I've ever seen. Mix that with George and all of what our tight ends do, and Juice, and how much they commit to playing without the ball, and then obviously it starts up front with the offensive line, and then what Brock does, but that means a lot because I think our team takes a lot of pride in competing to see who can make that play that might spring the guy next to you for a big gain.
Yeah, so there is, man, and it is so true. Again, we talked about, who was that Steelers receiver again? Pickens?
George Pickens yesterday.
Dude, if you guys got to look that up. It's unbelievable.
You could put together a whole entire highlight tape of him just not blocking.
Pickens?
Yeah.
So he is particularly bad.
He's been doing it the entire year, but there's a lot of wide receivers who do that.
So, I'm on Twitter and X, whatever the hell you want to call it, and I follow so many different things, but one of those is somehow, some way I wound up in some old-time football Twitter thread, and it was the anniversary of the John Taylor game. Oh, dude, I'm going to have a moment now. December of 1989. Where are you? You're not born yet.
Not alive, Murph. That's where I'm at.
December of 89, me and San Diego Mike and all the boys go to the Niner-Ram game on a Monday night. It is one of the great wins in regular season Niner history. It's a Monday night game. The Rams are good. The Niners are good. It means a lot. The Niners are losing in this game. Montana throws not one, but two 90-plus yard touchdowns to John Taylor. They're both quick slants that Taylor takes to the house with incredible. And I watched it on my Twitter feed because the anniversary was just a few days ago. The reason I'm telling you this story is, first of all, John Taylor, oh my God. Holy mother. Just watch that guy. Watch that dude take it down the field. Watch him house that thing. It's incredible. But, dude, do you know who's right next to him throwing vicious blocks the whole way? Jerry Rice.
The GOAT, yeah.
Jerry Rice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude. Are you kidding me? He's not like, John Taylor has the ball, I don't. He's like, John Taylor has the ball. Let me do everything in my power to get him in the end zone.
And I'm glad that you brought that up because that, to me, is a big reason why this current 49er team is so good in yards after the catch. Now, don't get me wrong. Debo Samuel is amazing in his elusiveness and the way he's able to break tackles. But every single time there's a big play, whether it's just Brock dumping it down over the middle, you'll have Kittle, you'll have Ayuk, you'll have Juwan Jennings putting on that hard hat, trying to get some pancake blocks downfield. And I like you mentioned, I love asking almost every guest we have on about it because everybody focuses on the big plays, on the touchdowns, on the quarterbacks, and what they do to get into the end zone. But there's so much that happens not only in the trenches, but downfield blocking with this ball club.
It's actually literally fun to watch 49er receivers block.
Yeah.
Because you're like, damn, look at those guys go. It's kind of inspiring. Even Brandon Ayuk is a little undersized. We'll get out there and mix it up.
Oh, and he'll get chippy, too. He goes back and forth with DBs a lot.
Good stuff. Just more Manningcast. Somebody wrote in on the YouTube chat line. By the way, we're on YouTube.
What's up,
you
YouTube?
Can see us. There's Marcus. He has less gray hair than I do. He doesn't trim his beard as much as I do either.
Yeah, I know. You're more trimmed and pristine than I am.
Bruce Frazier beard. But anyway, we're on YouTube and on Twitch on the KNBR app. That's an easy way to watch. And somebody wrote in that the Manningcast did announce they're off till January. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I wasn't watching the Manningcast.
Yeah, that would make sense. Well, you missed CMC, Christian McCaffrey, talking about this whole deal where they didn't even know who the quarterback was until 15 minutes ago, and even Adam Schefter getting scooped.
Eli, hold on. Christian, looks like Drew Lock is going to go. We found out just right now that he's the starting quarterback. I mean, Schefter couldn't get the news, which was a shocker, because Schefter knew I was going to get cut by the Colts before I knew. And so I don't know how Pete Carroll kept this a secret, but I mean the problem is they didn't tell Drew Lock he was playing until like 5 minutes ago. So, I mean, how about a little earlier notice, right? Christian, don't you want to know if you're starting? Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, no, that's on Schefter, if you ask me. I think that's on
100%.
Schefter.
100%.
Schefter knew I was getting traded. Before I got traded, Schefter knew I was getting traded.
Yeah, so there you go, man.
By the way, how do you think Schefter knew before Christian McCaffrey knew? You think he was up late night on a Saturday night sending John Lynch some text?
Wasn't about rum sodomy in the lash, I'll tell you that much there.
It's about getting CMC.
All right, guys. Well, listen, the 49ers are sitting pretty. That 1 seed is looking so good. I mean, I hate these stupid probabilities things, but it did catch my eye that said right now the Niners have an 88% chance of being the 1 seed, and the Eagles have a 9% chance.
Ooh.
I mean, the Niners would have to lose 2 of their last 3 games to not get the 1 seed. Do you think they're going to lose 2 of their last 3 games?
No, I don't.
Although, I mean, the Raven game is going to be very difficult, and that Ram finale is going to be weird too. But let's think back to what these Niners are doing right now.
Yeah.
Right now, the only concern is these missed tackles. They're falling off of guys, and is that fatigue? Is that lack of attention to detail? Was it lack of Hargrave and Armstead? Well, we'll see, because the Ravens will make you pay.
Oh, they will. They're going to run it straight down your throat. But yeah, of course, it comes down to whether or not Hargrave and Armstead are playing this weekend. That's going to slow down the rush also. But should we even point out this scenario that our good friend Nick Wagner pointed out, that the 49ers could clinch the number 1 seed as soon as this weekend, Murph?
You could try.
I'll try to explain it.
Yeah.
If the 49ers win this weekend against Baltimore, if Philly loses versus the New York Giants and Tommy DeVito, which is unlikely, but hey, anything can happen.
Yeah.
If Dallas loses to the Miami Dolphins and Detroit loses to the Minnesota Vikings, the 49ers would lock up the number 1 seed this week.
So it could happen as soon as this weekend. But it requires all 3 of those teams to lose.
Correct.
Hey, man.
And the 49ers to win, yeah.
The Eagles have just lost 3 in a row.
They did.
And the Cowboys just got smoked in Buffalo, right? I mean, the Lions came back yesterday or Saturday night and played well, but they haven't been playing awesome prior to that.
No.
So we'll see. But either way, the Niners would have to lose 2 of their last 3 or just go 2-1. And the 1 seed is theirs. That means a week off, rest up those linebackers who are missing tackles, rest up everybody, and then host. By the way, it could be hosting Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because the Eagles, if they are the 5 seed right now they're the 5 seed, or it could be Dallas, but either way, it could be a fairly tough team. Unless a 6 or a 7 wins, because the NFL does reseed.
Correct.
So if a 7 seed upsets a 2 seed or a 6 seed upsets a 3 seed, that's who it would be. Like, it could be Tampa Bay or something. No, it wouldn't be Tampa Bay. It'd be somebody like Minnesota.
Like the Packers or something.
Or the Packers or something.
Yeah.
Saints.
Yeah.
That's your boy.
Pump that back a little bit,
You'd
Murph.
have to go in your Derek Carr jersey.
Pump that back a little bit.
All right, guys. Well, listen, it's looking really pretty. The present's under the tree. It's the 1 seed. Don't open it, but you can shake it at this point. You can shake it. All right, guys. Here's the deal. We start a great parade of guests, starting with Mike Krukow, who we love. Talking to him next. The Jung Hoo Lee press conference. Of course, the fallout from all the Buster Posey stuff, too. And a new catcher named Murphy. Shout out my guy Murph, Tom Murphy in town. And what does that mean for Joey Bart? And then, of course, our big hit today is Niner Raven preview. We're going to continue because it's my last show of the year. Marcus is here till Thursday. I'll be taking off from today. And so it's our last chance to talk Niners Ravens. And then John Lynch at 8:30. John Lynch at 8:30. And then Colton McKivitz, our 49er player of the week at 9:30. And how about Marcus Thompson at 9:50? We got a lot going on.
That's a lot of guests, Murph.
We got a lot going on. So let's get to it. Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love you.
morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty. Hey, before we get going with Mike, more football talk. Dennis Brown joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. But it's time to talk to Mike Krukow. Mike, this is the last time you and I get to talk in 2023. I'm off until the Tuesday after the new year. So I just want to express my great, profound appreciation for all the great radio. And let's talk some more right now. You got me and Marcus here. We got Jung-Hoo Lee's press conference on Friday. We got a new backup catcher in town. We got Christmas coming. We got a lot going on, Mike. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Are you kidding me? Going into the big holiday week, and I got everything done. I don't wrap, so I just kind of let it hang and put it in bags. But, yeah, it's an exciting time of year. This is what we love.
Oh, it's exciting for sure. And let's go chronologically with the stuff that we haven't talked to you since, and that is the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference on Friday, which I think most people saw as a big plus in terms of his, what is charisma? Like, you know what I mean? But whatever it is, seemed like he had it because he smiled. He had a positive energy about him. He spoke in English, even though, it's not his tongue, obviously. So obviously he's not on the field or in the batter's box, but what'd you think of his debut?
I thought it was great. It also means I don't have to quit because, it is a big deal.
I wasn't going to hold you to that, by the way.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. But, I just think this all happened a couple of years ago when we saw the Arizona Diamondbacks start to come of age, and you started to see how athletic they were. And in one series, their talent just went right by the Giants. The Giants were just a slower team when you compared what they did defensively, what the Diamondbacks did defensively, what they did on the base pass. It kind of reminded me back when I first saw the St. Louis Cardinals back in the early 80s. It was unbelievable. When you'd roll into St. Louis, you'd see Willie McGee and Ozzie Smith and Terry Pendleton and who was the base stealer? Gosh, I can't think of his name.
You said Willie McGee, right? No,
who was the guy?
Vince Coleman. Vince Coleman.
Yeah, Tommy Herr. And when you were playing in St. Louis and they had those great Cardinal uniforms on, when the game would start, they would just be running around the field. Looked like somebody's dumped a case of Budweiser on the field, and cans were rolling all over the place. It was just speed that you hadn't seen. And I always love the old saying, Joe Geyer's yellow hat, speed has no slump, and it's repeated around baseball a lot. But when the Giants pick up Lee, it was an answer to what we've seen in the National League West with the D-backs. We now see speed come into the Giants organization, and that's what Lee represents. He's not a home run hitter per se. He will hit some, but neither was Ichiro. Now, is he going to be as good as Ichiro? Man, I hope so. Doubtful in that Ichiro was kind of a once-in-a-lifetime player. But this guy has similar skills, puts the ball in play, line drive hitter, uses the whole field, great first step on the base pass, great first step in the field, fast. He's fast. He brings speed. He puts pressure on defensive. He puts pressure on your own team to get up to his speed. And I think you need to have a rabbit like that lets everybody else in the clubhouse know that, speed's a big deal. That we have speed. He's got good speed. He's had leg injuries, which will not allow him to run. Yastrzemski's got good speed, but his leg injuries are such that he hasn't been allowed to run. But I think that when you have a guy who's a rabbit like Lee is, and I do think it's going to have a great effect on everybody else. I think it's going to elevate the game of this club, and I hope they get more speed like him. And I don't know where you get it, but I'm so excited about this from a broadcaster's perspective, just so we get a chance to talk about this guy and point out the things that he can do, because he's a great talent.
Well, listen, there's a lot to like about him, and like I said about the energy, Buster Posey kept talking about He wants more personalities in the clubhouse, and I know you can't you can't just manufacture those. You got to kind of luck into them, or I don't know, or create a certain culture. But it seemed like he had a personality. He went to the Warrior game Saturday. He was waving at the crowd and everything, and so there's that too, Mike. That I think. Listen, I don't, like you said, I don't think he's gonna be Ichiro, but there's something to the fans even like knowing a guy and liking a guy, right?
Well, I mean, I kind of felt that way about Shinjo when Shinjo was, first put on a Giants uniform. Now, he was a brilliant defensive player. He couldn't hit a lick, and you knocked the bat out of his hand, but I love watching him play the outfield. Plus, he was great in the clubhouse. I mean, you watched him get on a bus or get on a plane. He outdressed everybody. He had style. He mixed it up. He had fun with it. You didn't know what color hair he was going to have or, what he was going to put on. Omar Vizquel was the same way. They weren't big, loud, rah-rah guys, but their presence was felt just by the style that they had. And now, I don't know Lee yet, but I'm assuming that when you play center field shortstops are usually your biggest peacocks. And I have to say, second baseman included, that would also include my partner. And they are. They're the guys that look best in the uniform. They're the guys that spend most time in the mirror. They're the guys that everybody pays attention to when they dress up and get on the plane. And I think Lee's going to be one of those guys. And like I say, look, I don't expect him to be a cheerleader. I mean, he obviously is learning the English language. I mean, it's very difficult for a guy coming into a clubhouse because not only does he not speak it, he doesn't understand what's being said around him yet. But I do think that he'll overcome that. And but he's got style. He's got presence.
And Mike, you and Murph are not the only guys who have thrown out the comparisons to, of course, Ichiro Suzuki. And we saw him debut the number 51 this past weekend. Now, you just broke down how we don't know if he's going to be like an Ichiro-type talent. But is there anything in his game when you're watching his swing, watching him defensively, that reminds you of Ichiro? Or how are the similarities based on the hype of when Ichiro came to America versus Jung-Hoo Lee making the transition from KBO to MLB?
Well, I haven't seen enough of Lee. Just video clips here, video clips there. And I mean, I've scoured all over the internet to try and find as much as I can on this guy because he is intriguing. And yes, there are a lot of similarities. Number one, I mean, Ichiro, he hit a slow ground ball or a medium speed ground ball left side of the infield. You might as well just take a bite out of it if you're the left side of the infielder. I mean, you can't get him. He's too fast. And then the first time I saw him, I said, this guy's going to get a ton of hits that aren't even going to leave the infield. But he was so much more than that. He had such great control of the sweet spot of his bat that, and he was smart. And he would set up one-pitch advantages where he would try and go down on the bat and try and leave earth. And he could do it. He could hit a home run. When he wanted to. I mean, he was a great situational hitter. You couldn't strike the guy out. He put the ball in play. And because of his speed, he was just, he just was a cut above. He had a different set of tools. Now, what I'm seeing from Lee is that, A, he uses the whole field, a la Ichiro. He has great speed. Now, I've seen him bunt. I don't know if he takes the bunt with him to the right side of the field. All the bunts I've seen him put down have been on the left side of the field. Ichiro, he was as good to the left side as the right side, a la Rod Carew. So you talk about guys who have a different talent that you don't see very often. Well, Rod Carew, Ichiro, and now just the small bit that I've seen of Lee, he has a chance to be that type of player. Will he be as good? Well, time will tell. I mean, he still has to learn how to hit in the big leagues. But I don't see it as being an issue. When you go back and take a look at what he's hit lifetime, we think he's a 340 hitter or something ridiculous like that. I don't care what league you hit in. You hit 340, and I don't know. I've never played in Korea. I just know in talking with Darren Ruff and guys that had gone over there, they said, it's a good league. They don't have the power or the strength over there that they have in the States. But skill-wise, they're as good as bat to ball as anybody. They can play. So we'll see how it all plays out, but the similarities to Ichiro are certainly there. You don't have to be an experienced scout or a longtime baseball player to recognize this. So we'll see how it plays out. I'm really excited for him. We talked about Ha-Seong Kim, who came over from Korea with the Padres, who I really like. And he didn't go into the minor leagues. He went right to the big leagues. And there was a learning curve for him. That first year, they knocked the bat out of his hands with fastballs. They just pounded his hands. And it took a long time for him to adjust that year. But he certainly has done that now, and I think he's one of the premier players, certainly the premier utility players in all of baseball. And I hope at some point in time the Giants have a chance to try and get that guy. I know he's going to be a free agent next year, and I think that'd be just a great addition, adding to Lee, who also hails from Korea. So, hey, bring on some more speed.
Mike, when you went on your trip to the Far East, did you go to Japan or Korea as a player?
I didn't. I denied. After 1986, I got asked to go to Japan with the big league, the MLB All-Star team.
Yeah.
But I'd thrown 245 innings, and I was tired, and so I didn't go.
Okay.
Plus, the other thing too is, when you shut it down, like the end of September, we didn't go to the playoffs that year in 1986. There's the whole month of November, or I'm sorry, of October that you're not picking a ball up. And when I got asked, it was like, okay, I have to start cranking it up again. And I just felt that I needed more rest. So I didn't go. My wife's still ticked off about it.
Yeah, that's the story. I knew. Darn it! all these years we've done this, I confused the story. Jennifer's upset. You did not go. So anyway, I was going to ask you.
She was out the door. She's a great traveler.
Sure.
She wanted to go to Japan.
Yeah.
You know what? We never went.
Darn it!
And it haunts me. And she doesn't let me forget that. By the way,
right. I'm not going to bring it up again. All right. The other big thing that happened, Mike, is the Giants signed a catcher. And this is a big one, not just because it's a 2-year contract that guarantees Tom Murphy, who was with the Seattle Mariners and has some pop, 32 years old, some decent power numbers. But, Mike, what it means for Joey Bart. And this is kind of a, no move has been made, but he's out of options, Joey Bart, which means he either makes the opening day roster or he gets exposed to waivers, which leads to speculation that he might be packaged in a trade at some point before now and opening day, and it's a big moment. We were talking about this on the show. The 49ers drafted Trey Lance, the top 3, and he's gone. And the Warriors drafted James Wiseman in the top 3, and he's gone. And the Giants drafted Joey Bart in the top 3, and this appears to be the end of the road. Your thoughts when you saw the news?
I'm not surprised. He hasn't really earned the right to be on the field, in my opinion. And I completely bought into him, just watching his talent. A guy that size who could run that fast, his arm, watching him hit the ball. I for the life of me, I cannot figure out why he could not deliver in a Giants uniform. Now, it may be completely different because he's going to get picked up someplace else. He is going to have a chance to resurrect his career at the big league level. And I don't know. Having tried to follow in the steps of Buster Posey, maybe that just stunted his growth. And I don't know if he ever hit the comfort zone. And, we never saw him really get hot. And there was always, it was, I don't know. I can't explain why it didn't happen here. But I think his time here has passed.
What about defensively? I remember when he first came up, I think you had some issues with him defensively. Then, as I recall, I thought you praised him getting a little bit better. But did he ever reach really good major league defensive level or no?
No, I don't think so. I think he was adequate at best. He did have a great arm, does have a great arm. But I think that he really got handicapped by COVID. And, the other thing, too, when he came into the Giants organization, he came in with his own style. It was a very traditional way of receiving. And they wanted him to learn the Albanese style of catching, where you got down on one knee and you had big movement with your hand as you set a target, drop it all the way down to the ground, and then try and get the ball and snag it and bring that snag momentum into the strike zone in order to get the low pitch. And it was not comfortable for him. And when they finally brought him up during the COVID year, he was completely a fish out of water. He was just not comfortable with it. He couldn't do it, and then it carried right into the batter's box when he was a hitter. He just lost confidence, and it just never happened. Now, to his credit, he worked his tail off to try and learn that style of catching, and I think he did to a degree. I thought that he was much more comfortable. But I just don't think that it ever happened for him. Just too many things to overcome. The ghost of Buster Posey, the new style of catching they asked him to do, and And I just think he needs to go someplace else. He needs a different opportunity in a different uniform. Like I said, I would not be surprised if the guy would be an all-star someday. I really don't. The talent is there. He has first-round talent. He has talent that justified that pick. He just was never really able to apply it to the game.
Now, Mike, do you think the departure of Craig Albanaz going to the Cleveland Guardians maybe had any correlation with Joey Bart and the Giants' willingness to move on? And do you think that could be a potential landing spot or even a trade partner for the Giants moving forward because Craig Albanaz is so familiar with Joey Bart?
Yeah, it absolutely could. I mean, Albanaz is really, really a good guy. He's a great baseball guy and a smart one, too. And when he would introduce his style of catching with the knee drop, snag and pull style of catching, he would always preface it to the player saying, this is a consideration of yours. You do not have to do this. You can do whatever is comfortable for you. If you want to drop a knee, drop your left knee. If you don't like the left knee, drop the right knee. If you don't like the style altogether, go back and do what you are comfortable with. So that was always how he prefaced it. But he really is the father of this style, and it's all around baseball now. So wherever Craig Albanaz goes, I wish that guy the best. He made a nice contribution to this organization, and I do believe that you might see Joey Bart, should he leave the Giants organization, go to where Albanaz is. That's a great call.
Wow, Mike, we're just looking at this 2018 where Joey Bart was drafted in 2018. He was drafted second. Casey Mize was drafted first. And that's a guy who I think just got to the big leagues. Well, really, last year was kind of his first full 2021. To 2021, he went 7-9.
He's got a really good changeup, but also got injured a year ago.
He hasn't lit it up. Alec Boehm is the third pick for the Phillies. He's pretty good, right? Pretty good player. The point of the story is Jonathan India, the fifth pick, was the Rookie of the Year. And there was a lot of names in the first round that just never made it. Mike, it is so hard to these first round draft picks, and because I'm looking at Joey Bart as the two pick, and we talked about James Wiseman and Trey Lance and all that, and we're looking at Brock Purdy, number 262, Mike. So it's almost like talent evaluation across the board: baseball, basketball, football. As much as you think you know, you don't know, right?
Well, you're right. I mean, if you watch Joey Bart when he was in college, I mean, he had dominant skills. I mean, he was the deal. And but it didn't apply to the big league game, and that's the problem. When you start talking about speed and how it relates to football and hockey and basketball, speed, you see the speed at the college level in football that you see at the big league level. You don't see the power, the combination of speed and power. I mean, you're talking about full-grown men playing at the NFL, but the speed is there. And with that speed that you see at the college level, you can see what is going to apply and do well at the big league level. But you can't do that with baseball because you never see the speed at the college level or at the amateur level that you see at the big league level. You don't even see the speed in the minor leagues that you see at the big league level. So you don't know how a guy is going to be able to control that speed or adjust his game to that speed. And that's the big crapshoot. You don't know what you're getting. You look at the skills, you look at the size, you look at the strength level, you look at the ability to move, and you forecast, well, yeah, this is possibly gonna work, but you don't know. Baseball has more failed top picks than any other sport. And it's just the way it is. Because you don't know if a guy who can throw 99 in college, once he gets to the professional level, is he going to be able to learn a second fastball? Can he throw an off-speed pitch? Can you give him a breaking ball? I mean, is he going to be able to withstand the rigors to the position? I mean, and then the same thing anywhere on the field. It is a crapshoot. And it's one of the things I think which is pretty cool about baseball because it allows the walk-on. It allows the Bruce Sutters, who was never even drafted, to get to the Hall of Fame. It's just the magic of baseball. When it works, it works.
Bruce Sutter was never drafted?
Never.
Oh, man. I'm looking at you. You were drafted in the 8th round of the 73 draft. I'm trying to think. I want to find the first round of the 73 draft. I wonder, was there a big guy there who didn't make it?
I want to say it was like B.J. Surhoff or something.
73?
Yeah, there was plenty. I mean, our first round pick that year when I was with the Cubs was Jerry Tabb out of University of Tulsa. He got to the big leagues a little bit with the A's, but he never really produced. But when you saw his swing, when I first saw his swing, I thought, oh, my God, this guy's going to light it up. Never did.
Wow. Unbelievable. Last few minutes here with Mike Krukow this morning. Mike, the last question I wanted to ask you is about the game plan moving forward for the catcher position, because Patrick Bailey admitted last year that he did deal with some fatigue towards the end of the season. So how do you think the playing time kind of divvies out now between Patrick Bailey, Tom Murphy, and where does Blake Sabol fit into this conversation?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great question about Sabol, but keep in mind now he's got 3 options. Once he played the whole year last year as a Rule 5 guy, you have control of him. So you could send him down, and he could work on catching skills because he still has a ways to go, I think, as a catcher. But I do like his bat. I do think that he's going to be a big leaguer for a long time. But, and I don't know if this 2024 version of the Giants wants to carry a third catcher. I don't know. Tom Murphy is such a great safety net because I still don't know what you're going to get with Patrick Bailey. I don't think he's at strength level. I think that to me is one of the big stories coming into spring training. What he's done this offseason to get himself stronger. Because it's one thing for a young player to say, yeah, I got tired. Well, you need to do something about it. You need to get to the strength level. You need to get in the gym. You need to do whatever you need to do. Because, look, he's got the skills. He's got the motor skills and the catching skills and the arm throwing skills. There's nobody quicker out of the squat than him trying to throw. I mean, he impressed everybody and made a name for himself defensively. I mean, he was in consideration. He was a finalist for the Gold Glove, and he didn't play a full year. So what he does and how he takes care of himself this offseason is going to have a lot to do with how he plays going forward. But if he doesn't, you've got a safety net. Murphy could go right in. I think Murphy's like a 240 hitter or whatnot, but he receives well. He'll gain the trust of the Giants pitching staff in like 10 minutes. I mean, everybody's going to love the guy. So, I mean, because of that, the Giants can put a little pressure on Bailey to do a little more this offseason, and I hope he's done it.
Good stuff, Mike. And finally, I found the 1973 first round. That was the year that the famous kid from the high school, David Clyde, got drafted by the Texas Rangers. Wasn't he the one they put him right in the bigs at like age 18 or 19 or something like that?
Yeah, he was 18. He was pitching in Arlington. Yeah, absolutely.
And that didn't really pan out, right? I mean,
no, he was up and down.
He
hung around for a long time. He had great stuff. Certainly sold in high school.
Ready for this?
Yeah, you get to the big leagues, a little different.
The 3rd and 4th picks in that draft are Hall of Famers. Robin Yount and Dave Winfield were the 3rd and 4th picks in that draft. So sometimes you hit a home run when you pick. And this is amazing, Mike. In your year, the year you were drafted 8th, the Giants had the 6th overall pick and took shortstop Johnny LeMaster out of Paintsville, Kentucky. All-timer. Nice. All-timer, Mike. So that's it. Did you know you and Johnny were in the same draft class?
You know what? I didn't. Yeah. And one of my favorite teammates ever. He was just as sweet as candy and a good guy.
Nice guy, yeah.
And you know what? The thing about it is, and I know we're going long here, but, I mean, he had one of the best arms I've ever seen. I always thought that, and he always wanted to pitch. And he'd have been a sinker baller, too, because he kind of threw a high sidearm and whatnot. But he held the ball with 3 fingers on top of the ball. And I didn't know anybody who ever did that. I guess that's how they do it in Kentucky. But, most everybody, 2 fingers on the ball, right? Now, Johnny, 3 fingers up top.
3 fingers, like Mordecai Brown. All right, great stuff, Mike. Well, listen, that's it for me. I'll be back. We'll talk to you in 2 weeks from today. So I want to wish the Krukow family a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, a happy holiday season. You have such a beautiful family and such a great thing going there. So have a wonderful Christmas, and I look forward to talking to you in 2 weeks, okay?
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow on KMBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader. You are listening to KMBR and KMBR FM San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, well, that was eventful. Jung-Hoo Lee, Pat Bailey, Tom Murphy, Joey Bart.
And Joey Bart by the Bay, Murphy.
Well, as we know, we talked about it for years. Jimmy and Joey by the Bay.
Joey and Trey.
We're talking about the big move is that Marcus Boucher may make the move to San Francisco with his new life. And there may be an open apartment vacated by
I was
Jimmy
gonna say,
and John.
I don't know if I want to move into that apartment with all the bad juju that's going on with them, Murph.
Oh, man.
That's an
oh,
apartment
man.
that needs to be foreclosed.
It's so funny that every time we played that Jimmy and Joey by the Bay, I kept picturing, it's really weird. Most people would go like Full House or something. There was a really obscure show called Too Close for Comfort starring Ted Knight that was set in San Francisco that had an apartment that sort of was like a lofted apartment. And every time we played that Jimmy and Joey by the Bay, I kept picturing that Too Close for Comfort. And now I'm picturing you in the damn apartment.
No, get me out of the apartment, Murph. Come on.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if, it's Jimmy and Joey, maybe you can bring the good vibes there.
Hey,
anyway,
now.
fun stuff. And that's big news, man, for the Giants. That's big news. Okay, so there you go. There's Mike. Now we got the big hit coming up. We're going Niner Raven. We'll start the hype because this is my last day talking Niners Ravens with you, buddy.
Woo-hoo.
And then John Lynch, 49er general manager at 8:30. Because we are bringing him up early because it's our last show together. We asked John, do you want to do it with us? He said, yeah.
Yeah, he's a man of honor, Murph. He's a good man.
He's a man who will take a text on a Saturday night.
I'll move his schedule for Murph.
All right. But Niner Raven big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy, high school coach, stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday. Of course, that's Preston Jones, the man you saw putting his shades on earlier this year down at Levi Stadium. But of course, he wanted to talk about Brock Purdy's homecoming back to the state of Arizona. So to hear that podcast and more, find out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Murray back. Murray time. Throws. Intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco! And they're going to take a quick one here from Sam Darnold. And the Niners now have won it. Kyle Shanahan will go to midfield to talk to Jonathan Gannon. For Kyle, his third NFC West championship in the last 5 years, third overall, 19 last year and this year. They also won it in 97, 2002 with Steve Mariucci, and then the Harbaugh years, 2011 and 2012. And today they have wrapped up their 22nd NFC West championship.
There it is. That happened on Sunday, and then what happened last night was almost as important as the Seattle Seahawks shocked the Philadelphia Eagles in the final minute of the game, driving 92 yards with backup quarterback Drew Lock, former Bronco starter, taking an offense that had done nothing all night, really only gained some stuff on the ground, and inexplicably stitched together a drive. The Eagles only had one job, and that was to keep the Seahawks out of the end zone and keep Drew Lock from 92 yards, and they couldn't do it on a game where they made the big change on defense.
Matt Patricia takes over as the defensive play caller. And with the game on the line, he puts James Bradberry, a.k.a. the man that Deebo Samuel has been calling trash for the last year and a half now, one-on-one with Jackson Smith and Jigba. With no help over the top, Drew Lock drops it in. That's your ball game, folks.
Great catch by JSN, by the way. Had to kind of juggle it, and these receivers are making such high-level catches. Now, the Seahawks take a 20-17 lead, and then the Eagles had 28 seconds to get to a very strong kicker, Jake Elliott. And Jalen Hurts actually scrambled about 25 yards on a play. Seahawks were playing so deep. Hurts just took off running, got to the 45-yard line. And the talk was that they only had to get about 12 more yards to get into I mean, it's still a big ask to have Jake Elliott kick a 61-yarder.
Yeah, but he just hit 59 in the rain a couple weeks ago against the Bills.
Instead, Hurts tries to take a big shot downfield, and Jordan Love, the Seahawks safety, picks him off for the second time in the fourth quarter, and the Eagles lose. And why am I telling you all those details? Because, man, oh, man, the door is open. The present just got bigger under the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, the 49ers are firmly in control of the 1 seed right now. If you want to go ESPN percentages, 88% chance they wind up with the 1 seed. Eagles and Cowboys down by 9%. All they have to do is win 2 of their last 3. It doesn't matter which 2. They could lose to the Ravens. Don't want to put that out there.
Yeah, knock on wood, Murph.
They could lose. They could beat the Ravens, beat the Rams, and lose to the freaking Commanders.
Oh, come on.
And they'd still be the 1 seed.
As long as there's not another monsoon out in Washington, which was the conditions last time the 49ers and Ravens played.
So the 49ers are sitting so pretty to go 2-1 and win the 1 seed. They could even win it as soon as this weekend if the Eagles, Cowboys, and Lions all lose. Probably not likely, but you never know the way this is going. Cowboys got whomped last week. Eagles just lost. Lions, prior to this win, had lost a bunch of games.
And by the way, I believe that Dallas game is outdoors out in Miami. Now, not the same weather conditions as Buffalo, but we've seen this Dallas team not have the same success on the road versus back home at Jerry's World.
All right, 808 KNBR, if you guys want to chime in on this 1 seed and how you're feeling. And by the way, how dirty did you feel rooting for the Seahawks last night?
Oh, dirty in a good way, Murph.
I actually, listen to you.
Hey, now.
That apartment in San Francisco might get spicy. Oh, my gosh, jeez. Anyway, 808 KNBR is a phone number if you had thoughts on the 1 seed, on what you saw from the Eagles. Boy, you want to talk about, so every team, I mean, the Eagles are doing right now what the Niners did, which was lose 3 in a row, right? They're just picking the wrong time to do it. You can't, like, Niners picked the perfect time to have a 3-game losing streak. Mid-October, we were freaking out, but there was plenty of time to get it right. The Eagles right now are going, it's kind of skidding into the offseason, although they do have 3 games left to get it right. New York Giants this Sunday.
Yeah, and we saw the big changes that the 49ers made. Now, of course, 3 of those losses came without Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams all getting hurt in that Cleveland Browns game. But even moving forward, we saw Steve Wilks get moved down to the sideline. Haven't lost a game since. Now, we saw the Eagles try to shake things up yesterday with Matt Patricia taking over as the defensive coordinator, but they needed some type of juice on the sideline, Murph, since their guy Big Dom was up in the suite.
I saw him, too. Yeah, I saw him.
The sadness of a Big Dom.
There was a sadness to a Big Dom up in the suite. Anyway, so we want to get you guys ready for Ravens and Niners and talk about this 1 seed possibility. But we also want to play some sound for you guys that we'd had from the shows. Tim Ryan came on Monday and was outstanding, by the way. And Waterboy asked him about Lamar Jackson versus Jalen Hurts because the Niners just faced a rushing quarterback in Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. And now facing Lamar Jackson, who quietly could make a claim to the MVP if he comes in and slays Brock Purdy and the Niners. So here's Ryan's breakdown.
To me, I think he's a better thrower in the mid-range game and certainly has a deep ball than Jalen Hurts. And that's just my opinion. As a runner, he's electric. He's just different. There's just so many guys that you're going to miss him and you think you got him. And then, the way that he can run and just zigging and zagging in the middle of the field. And he's just so damn fast, Marcus, they can't hardly touch him. So he is a dynamic quarterback, and they lean heavily on their offensive line and their run game and their play action game for him to get back there and take shots. So they still got elements, I think, of Greg Roman's offense in terms of some of the things that they do, but he's really playing good football.
We should note again, and it's been noted, that Keaton Mitchell, this rookie who's come on as an explosive player, out. That's a big loss for the Ravens. Niners, knock on wood, feeling healthy going in, although we don't know about Hargrave and Armstead, and we probably won't know all week. But that's something we'll talk to John Lynch about on Tuesday, but that's something you guys are going to have to determine. We won't really know. I mean, the game's not till Monday, guys.
Yeah.
The game's not till Monday.
So practice reports, injury reports, everything is going to be pushed back until probably Friday at the earliest.
And if we're talking about last night, we didn't know Drew Lock was quarterback until 15 minutes to go. We might not know if Hargrave or Armstead's going until game day.
Yeah, we'll call Schefter Monday morning, see if he's got the answers.
We'll find out. We'll be opening our presents. You'll be busy watching your silver and black on Christmas morning.
Taking on Patty Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift.
Your NFL hot is going to grow 3 sizes that day. Oh, man. It's going to be great. You can be with Pops in the pajamas watching the game. Huh?
Yep, we'll have our little dog, Max Crosby Jr., a.k.a. Max.
By the way, we never I'm going to off topic here for a second. We never talked about Max's post-game Thursday night. And you might have gone to bed because you're now being disciplined about going to bed.
Yeah, I got to get my
just
beauty
like young
sleep.
Tony.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you didn't stick around for his postgame, did you?
Smoking cigars on the podium, shirtless. Dude,
outside.
Straight blasted with tattoos. He's got Michael Jordan. He's got everybody on his chest.
Unbelievable. So is that the first time I've ever seen an NFL guy do a bare-chested outdoor interview at length, smoking a stogie and featuring every tattoo in the world?
My guy was out here hitting the French in hell on a cigar. And this is like a couple weeks after they caught him with a backwood at the post-game presser also.
Wait, backwood?
Yeah, that's over your head, Murph.
Okay.
That's for the kids. If you know, you know.
Is that something Paulie Mack would know?
Yes, Paulie Mack would know all about it.
All right.
It's part of the community, Murph.
All right. Out to the phones. Reed in Concord is checking in on the big hype for the big hit. Hey, Reed, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Morning, guys.
So,
I
Reed?
just wanted to say I think Niners should be confident going into the Ravens game because, one, it's at home, and two, seeing the Ravens-Jaguars game this past weekend and seeing how Trevor Lawrence wasn't very accurate and how the Jaguars defense were able to kind of contain Lamar for the most part. I mean, Ravens only put up 23 points with the Jaguars defense that Niners really flopped around. So, I mean, if you kind of look at it that way, I think as long as Hargraves and Armstead are back, I think they'll contain whoever's running for the Ravens, because we never know these days. And I think they could lock up these pass catchers who, with Mark Andrews, I think would be more threatening. But without him, they're not Debo and Ayuk and George Kittle. So.
I'm with you, man, Reed. I feel you. Lawrence did not play great in that game, and I know that because he's my fantasy quarterback in the playoffs, and I was sweating every pass. So, Reed, I feel you, man, that Brock Purdy, if he plays his game, there is some yards to be get. Thanks for the call, Reed. Appreciate it.
But
and
for
to his point about confident, just wanted to get this out there. The Niners are now up to 5.5-point favorites.
Yeah, that spread is moving up. But also, I guess the counter argument would be the Ravens defense is one of the best in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
And that's whether it's defending against the pass, whether it's defending against the run, whether it's guys who have in the middle like Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, who I think are in the conversation for the best linebacker duo in the league. We talk a lot about Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. Like, this is a defense that doesn't have too many superstar names, but they also lead the entire NFL with 50 total sacks, and nobody's talking about anybody being like an all-pro rusher on this team.
Did you say sacks? Because we'll have right tackle Colton McKivitz on the show today at 9:30, our 4-hour player.
We got to ask him about Matabuke.
The freaking Ravens. It's so weird. It's always like, I don't know, the Ravens. They got us in 2013 in the Super Bowl. I don't know, man. And nobody talks about Mahomes and Burrow and Allen. Mahomes and Burrow and Allen. Mahomes. No, Lamar. That's what it is.
Now, let's do a little bit of classic sports talk radio. Where would you rank Lamar Jackson if you had to do a top 5 quarterback list? I'll put you on the spot.
I'm really bad at these because theoretically you're supposed to put Mahomes first, but is he really playing the best of anybody this year?
That's a good question.
No, I mean, it seems like Brock Purdy's playing better than Pat Mahomes,
And
isn't
I
he?
guess that's always the question is, are we talking about this season or what they have proven in the NFL?
Or
like,
what their ceiling is. Because
correct. Like, if you were drafting quarterbacks
So
today.
the easy answer, you started your year with Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen, right?
Correct.
Those are supposed to be the 3 guys. And then the next tier down, Jalen Hurts was knocking on that door. Tua was knocking on Justin Herbert was knocking on that door. Lamar should be in the top 5.
Correct.
I'll go ahead and say, like, right now, I'm going to go right now as we speak, and I'll say it's Purdy, Lamar, Tua. I'll throw Mahomes in there just because he's Mahomes. And then right now, last couple of weeks, Josh Allen.
Ooh.
But prior to that, Dak Prescott.
Purdy number 1. Okay.
Prior to that.
Uh-huh.
Well, he is. He's
he's
across
the
board,
lead MVP candidate.
He's
having the best season. Correct.
He's 11-3. He's the top-rated quarterback in the league. He's got the second most yards, the second most completion percent, second best completion percent, all that stuff. So, anyway, but Lamar's got to be right there.
Yeah, I think so. And like, it's a conversation I heard on the national radio is take away the quarterbacks away from the system, which is pretty much impossible to do. But everybody's like, oh, it's the Kyle Shanahan system. They were talking about whether or not you had to draft your franchise quarterback. Where would Brock Purdy be on that list?
He probably wouldn't be number 1 because he doesn't have the overt physical
Correct.
skills.
I think you're still going Mahomes, Joe Burrow.
What did we just say to Mike Krukow about evaluating? You know, I mean, all of it. Oh, look at the physical skills of Justin Herbert or the physical skills of whoever. Give me another guy. But we said, look at the physical skills of Joey Bart, James Wiseman, and Trey Lance, right?
And that's why yesterday when we had Charles Davis on, I wanted to ask him about the national perspective and whether or not the kind of image by Brock Purdy is skewed by him being Mr. Irrelevant. Like, could you imagine if he was drafted top 2 or 3 overall? Like, if he was in Trey Lance's draft slot, we'd be talking about this guy as maybe the next second coming of Christ. Not only the second coming of Joe Montana.
Wow, we're going JC.
I was
coming back.
I was trying to go big.
It's his birthday coming up.
Well, I was going to say, people are already
comparing.
comparing him to Joe Montana, and this is him as the last pick in the draft.
Bring a cake. It is a birthday. Hey, Cut J from Charles Davis.
Sorry, I went off the road a little bit there.
Hey, man, I think there are some stations that do talk about that, right? Cut J, Charles Davis on Purdy, as a late rounder.
So we miss as many times as we hit and probably miss more than we hit. And I say we again because as a quote-unquote so-called evaluator, that's what you see. But you're exactly right. The perception is totally changed. If you're a first-rounder and you ascend the way Brock Purdy does, it solidifies for people. I told you he was great. But when Brock Purdy does it, and I said this on the air yesterday and I stand by it, when Brock Purdy does it, it takes longer for us to get there because we have been proven wrong. And we don't like being wrong when we evaluate players. So we keep waiting for something to go wrong. And the 3-game losing streak, you remember how the Wolves came out during the 3-game losing streak? I told you. I told you. Look at the interceptions. Look at this. Look at that.
It's a great call. Let's be honest. Even something as simple as Brian and Bobby's best bets, you want to be right.
Correct.
You want to be right.
I mean, that's
so
the
when you
business we're
look
in.
bad, you're like, damn. Like, oh, Brock Purdy, he's a 7th rounder. No. And Charles Davis is saying, hey, I'm going to do this for a living publicly. I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be told that the guy I relegated to the 6th or 7th round is actually one of the best in the league.
Right? Like, look at the narrative that surrounded C.J. Stroud this year. He entered the league as a first-round draft pick, lit the world on fire, and immediately everybody's like, yeah, that's a franchise quarterback. That's the guy you want to build your franchise around. It feels like people are still hesitant to say that about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, it's a true story. Aaron and Sack, our good buddy. I think this is Coffee Pot Aaron, isn't it? Aaron, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's me. Hey, I am super excited about this 49er team. I think top to bottom, roster-wise, they're unchallenged. I think coaching-wise, unchallenged. I think the only thing we got to worry about, guys, is health. I think it's the only thing that can stand between us and that Lombardi trophy is health. That's it. And so I think other than that, I think there's no reason not to be excited. I think we should be the favorite in any game.
Aaron, I'm with you. I think health is it right now. So good hearing from you, buddy. Hey, Merry Christmas, man. Be good.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys, too. And, hey, I'm really excited about your guys' next year of your show. I think it's going to be awesome.
Listen to you,
thanks,
buddy.
Aaron.
Especially with Marcus in the city. That'll be big news.
Hey, don't spoil anything.
Okay,
I haven't moved into Joey Bart's apartment
Jimmy and
quite
Joey's
yet.
apartment.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, the health thing. You know what I was thinking about, though, last night? What if, for some reason, the Niners had a weird game and, there's a fumble here, a fumble there, a drop pass, whatever, and the Niners were in that situation last night where if it was 17-13 and Brock Purdy broke the huddle at the 8-yard line, had to go 92. How would Niner fans be feeling? We just haven't been in that situation because they're dominating. Now, they were in Cleveland, and as somebody pointed in earlier, they said, do you guys realize if Jake Moody made his kick, the Niners would be the 1 seed right now?
It'd be clinched already.
It'd be clinched.
We'd be handing out free hats and T-shirts again this morning.
They'd be 12-2.
Yeah.
They'd have a 2-game lead and the tiebreaker edge. Yeah. Which, you'd be, they'd finish 12-5. No, they wouldn't have clinched it yet because the Eagles could still go 13-4. They would only have to win one game.
Yeah.
So anyway, the point is that it's a, would you feel good with Brock breaking the huddle at the 8-yard line, have to go 92, down 17-13 a playoff game?
I would have felt a lot better if Jake Moody would have made that kick in Cleveland.
Well, no, if he has to get a touchdown, though, I'm saying. What Drew Lock had to do last night.
With this offense, seeing how explosive they've been over the last couple weeks, yeah, I would have full confidence in Brock Purdy. Because I believe that Kyle Shanahan's going to draw something up for Ayuk to get open, or Kittle over the middle, or Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield.
I would like to see it. You know what I mean?
Because to Aaron's point, that's the only thing we haven't seen so far this year, which is a crazy criticism for a team that's blowing everybody up, but they have not won the close games. And, of course, that's going to fall back on Brock Purdy, and it's going to fall back to Jake Moody with the game on the line. If you're in a potential playoff situation, we haven't seen him hit the big kick yet.
The guy has kicked 1 field goal in the last 3 weeks. Is that right? Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Just nothing but extra points.
Let's go last call to T-Money in Tucson. You calling in from Tucson.
T-Money.
T-Money. T-Money, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Shout out JC, birthday.
There it is.
Hey, hey, you know what? Brock put this whole narrative to bed. He keeps just winning ball games. And the talking heads, they got to talk. They got to feed their family. They got to do what they got to do. Brock just keeps winning, stays humble. I think his biggest attribute is that he knows what he can do. And you stay within yourself, you stay humble, and you just learn and just stay within the offense. Just keep winning. Who cares what they call you? He's going to be a Super Bowl champion at the end of the season. But also, hey, Niners, we got to win this Ravens game. We got to win against the Commanders. And then against the Rams, put in Harry Sidney, Steve Young, Mike Stroud, put in all the backups, take it back to 1989.
That's a good call, T-Money. I hear you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that, and I love that shout-out. I was talking to Tanel in the elevator. That Ram game could be – this has happened, and I would have to go do a deep dive on it for you, and I will maybe that week of the new year. I know we got to get going. We got to get to the cooler content. John Lynch is joining us at 8:30. John Lynch, 8:30. Mm-hmm. So the Niners in that stretch from 81 to 97 or so when they were just rolling – and would frequently have everything sewed up by the end of the year. That last game of the year would be always weird. They frequently would bench everybody, and they lost a few of those games, and it led to, like, mild panic, like, oh, they lost. You're like, yeah, but they were playing the Lackas. So you're like, yeah, but they lost. And then people would kind of freaked out going to the playoffs. Then they would have a week off, and then they would roll. You know what I mean? So it is weird because that last game of the year could be one where if it is wrapped up, you do rest. Do you rest everybody for 2 weeks?
That's the thing. That's a long 2 weeks, Murph.
These are A, first world problems.
Yes, exactly.
And B, exactly what we used to kind of have in the late 80s, early 90s. Mm-hmm. They would always be like, well, we'll get everything sewed up. Let's lay it down for the next 2 weeks. That guy just dropped the Mike Sherrard and Harry Sidney. Nice. All right, guys, here's the deal. That's your big hit. A little Ravens-Niners hype, a little one-seed hype. And that is our final big hit of the calendar year for me and Marcus. He's here Wednesday, Thursday. I'm off for the next 2 weeks. I'll be back next Tuesday.
I got 2 more big hits in me, Murph.
Well, that's what you're talking about, that backwood, right?
Hey.
All right, there you go.
You need more hits to finish off a backwood than 2.
Man, gee,
yeah,
backwood.
It's a big boy,
Holy
Murph.
moly, a backwood.
That's a big blunt, man.
All right, so cooler at content, then John Lynch at 8:30, Marcus Thompson at 9:15, and Colton McKivitz at 9:30, and an Amici's $100 gift card we still got to give away on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Seattle Seahawks gave a Christmas gift to the 49ers yesterday by taking down the Eagles on Monday Night Football. So to find out how soon the 49ers can clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we'll make this quick. We got John Lynch coming up at 8:30. So this is a funny one, man. This one's... So John McEnroe. That's right. Nobody was expecting me to say the name John McEnroe. What about you, down with the John McEnroe?
I'll get down with some John McEnroe.
So even young Tony knows him for saying you cannot be serious. He said that in my ear.
See, I'm surprised that young Tony knows that John McEnroe.
Too. But the guy's got tremendous swag. He's married to Patti Smith, the rock and roller. He's a big New York City guy. And I guess he was out on the streets of New York, and there's this Instagram thing called the People Gallery. Now, this one's kind of funny because it gets into Travis Scott, the rapper, whose alter ego is called Cactus Jack.
That's correct, Murph.
Well, I guess John McEnroe, for whatever reason, the guy asks him to describe his fit, and he points to his shoes, which are Cactus Jacks, but he calls them Cactus Mac. He wants to, like, Trump. Anyway, it's bizarrely, it's wonderfully bizarre. John McEnroe on the streets of New York being approached by a guy from Insta. Check it out.
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Yourself?
Fine. What's your name and where you from?
My name is John McEnroe, and I'm from New York City.
Okay, NYC is definitely in the house. Stop playing with them. Woo!
Yeah.
When we see a fit, describe it right quick.
My fit's pretty basic for the morning. I got a trench coat on, I got a pair of jeans.
Okay.
And I got my attacks on.
Ooh. Okay. I saw the video. What's going on with you and Travis?
The thing is that I was wearing these things in the 80s, okay? Take a look at this now, though.
Damn. Okay.
Before this guy was born. Now all of a sudden Travis Scott's got this thing, Cactus Jack, so I just made it Cactus Mac. I mean, come on, a little respect, that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, he definitely gotta have some respect. What's your favorite meal?
My favorite meal is pasta bolognese.
Oh, stop playing with him, man. What's his zodiac sign?
I'm an Aquarius.
Big Aquarius.
And wait, before you go.
Okay.
Let me just show you this.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah. Cactus Jack? No. Cactus Mac? Yes.
Ooh.
Travis?
Stop playing with him, Travis. You look amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The whole thing is so incredibly bizarre and hilarious. How's John McEnroe in my life in 2023 talking Cactus Mac, Cactus Jack on the streets of New York?
And talking about what his zodiac sign is awesome, Murph.
If some guy approaches you on the street, are you going to give him Instagram guys? Like, hey, man, I do an Insta thing.
These are my Stefan Janowskis.
Would you?
Yeah, check out my Nike SBs. Like, I don't know.
Okay. What he's talking about is attacks. What are those? Those are Nike
Murph,
attacks?
I just looked it up, and it looks like, actually, Johnny McEnroe and Cactus Jack, a.k.a. Travis Scott, are doing a collaboration with Nike.
Did we fall for a promo?
We fell for it. So
fell
basically,
for a promo.
It's the same exact shoe, except for the Cactus Jacks has the Nike sign backwards.
All right. It was a marketing thing.
Here's Johnny Mac. He got us.
I'll tell you what. Even if it's a marketing ploy, I still loved hearing from Johnny Mac.
Yeah, and the shoes dropped today for anybody who wants to know about it.
All right, that's why. So, we got Phil, hook, line, and sinker.
They got us.
But I'll tell you what, that's the pull of a Johnny Mac.
There it is.
I'll go to a Johnny
Talking
Mac.
zodiac signs and Cactus Jack.
All right.
Shout out to Cactus Jack, a Happy Meal they had at McDonald's.
Thank you. Very good. And thanks for sniffing out the marketing ploy. I knew something was a little weird, but I'm just so obsessed with Johnny Mac. Now, we got to make it right. And dude, Stephen A. is doing that show now where he answers tweets. We got to just hit this one right now, where somebody asks him, well, Marcus, this is the question. How thick is too thick?
Oh, it's a question I've asked myself quite a few times, Murph.
He puts up a picture of is it from the Nutty Professor or whatever, where it's a really, really, really large woman coming on to Eddie Murphy?
I believe so.
And this is Stephen A's riff. Go to part 3, because then we got to get Lynch. Here it is, part 3.
My boy Pooligan. I got one of my boys. His name is we call him Money Mark. He know who he is. Money Mark. That's Money Mark. We all know who Money Mark is. Okay. Now that brother right there. Okay, my man Money Mark. Pooley. A few others that I've known throughout life. I mean, they like the stuff that tilts cars. Ooh. I'm not exaggerating. People think I'm joking. Pooley called up to my radio show one time and literally said, it's true. You get in this car and you think you got a flat tire, you really don't. It's just that the car tilted. Because that's what he likes. That's not me. Okay, Sanaa Lathan, another name. Megan Good. How could Lord have mercy. Megan Good. Let's not forget her either, okay? People like that range. That's me, okay? Not that.
Oh, my God.
How did Megan Good get into the conversation?
Oh, my God. He was just naming girls that he likes.
Yeah, wow.
How thick is too thick? And he says his buddy Money Mark and Pooley.
Shout out Money Mark.
Money Mark and Pooley.
Yeah,
he said he likes them.
I mean, they like the stuff that tilts cars.
Okay.
Hey,
so
to each their own, right?
There it is.
I mean, Murph, I had buddies in college who would go out and they would live by the motto, beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, my God. You get in this car and you think you got a flat tire, you really don't. It's just that the car tilted.
Unbelievable.
And Murph, real quick, I believe we have a friend of the program who likes them in all shapes and sizes.
Oh, we do?
Tony?
A skipper?
Oh, come on. We set up the bid and everything.
Come on. We set it up
young Tone.
before the show.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
There it is.
There it is,
Now we
Tony.
gotta
Thank you.
John Lynch is like, wait, I'm going on this show?
What the hell's going on here?
John Lynch is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria can cater a holiday party. Not too late either, too. We got this weekend coming. Maybe you have some people over and watch some football and relax and done your Christmas shopping, and you will say, hey, let's come over and have a pizza party. Or maybe you can squeeze in a party for your business by the end of this week. Have Amici's cater it, okay? We're talking about full range of customizable options and ideal portion sizes for your group. So a company holiday party or a family party, and you have the option from the catering menu to order different size pastas, salads, famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So once again, it's the catering menu at amicis.com. When you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year, check it out, the catering menu at amicis.com. Once again, or the KNBR app, or pardon me, the Amici's app. 2 words, Amici's delivers.
Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
All right, first and foremost, I want to thank John Lynch for adjusting his schedule. We do him usually on Fridays, but this is our last show together, me and Marcus. So we do appreciate the adjustment, John, and certainly we can talk about the glow of the win, of course, over the weekend, and get ready for Monday and a little Christmas, too. So first and foremost, good morning, John, and thanks again for adjusting the schedule. How are you this morning?
Hey, morning, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I've had an awesome morning. I'm an early riser, so I got up and, about in the car at 5. I'm down here, did a little workout, my cold water stuff, and then got up to my office and threw on the Pokes.
There it is, John.
Sent it down my way. And you know what you found out, Murph? I knew exactly who they were. I just didn't know that was the Pokes. I've heard all this stuff.
You're making my morning. So that was listen, John, we need to talk about this. First of all, even when you're really close buddy, when you send something, they're like, dude, you're just clogging up my text chain, dude. Don't send me something. So I thought long and hard. I was like, and I'm going to tell you a funny story as to why I sent you. And people don't know, John and I mentioned the Shane McGowan funeral last week, and he said he didn't know Shane McGowan in the Pokes. And I was like, oh, man, John, he's a county carry man, Ballybunion, the whole deal. So I go to a CYO basketball tournament this weekend, right? And the coach from the other team comes over to me. He's like, hey, coach, hey. And he's talking to me. He's like, hey, you guys going to wear blue or white? And, hey, let's have fun today. And then we shake hands, and he goes, hey, by the way, I can't believe Lynch didn't know the Pogues.
I feel I'm going to lose my Irish cred. But to be honest, like my house, I'm telling you, I remember Sunday dinners and my grandma Sheehan and my Aunt Margie would get on the piano, and so my Irish music is more like really old school songs, and people are blown away. I remember Bill Raftery, the
sure, oh man,
100%. Raft and I worked at Fox, and we got to know each other. And you talk about a guy who loves some old Irish songs, and he starts singing, and I start singing with him, and he's like, "Kid, how do you know that?" And, I knew them all. Now I'm far from a kid anymore. This was 10, 15 years ago.
Well, first of all, that's incredible news. And I know we're not going to do the whole thing on the Pogues. I'll end it soon. But the key to the Pogues and Shane McGowan is all their stuff is rooted in those songs that you know. He makes references to those all the time. In fact, the very first song of the album I sent you, he says McCormick and Richard Tauber were singing by the bed at the sickbed of Kilcullen. He's talking about John McCormick, the old Irish tenor from the 1900s. So Shane knows his Irish musical history.
Yeah. does.
So now I'm just going to hand you. We're going to end it on this because I sent you I'll send you that first album, but there's two. You got to know. Do you know "Fairy Tale of New York," the iconic Christmas song? The boys in the NYPD choir singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. So you got to see. I'm going to send you the funeral version from Shane's funeral. So don't delete it. And then the other song called "Body of an American" is one you'd really like because it's about Americans coming back to Ireland for a funeral, and it's about all that. So anyway, you're all caught up.
This is great, John. By next weekend, we're going to have Deebo and Trent Williams walking out with the boombox playing Pogues out of the tunnel.
Well, they could do worse. There's a couple of jams there, I'll tell you that. That is really, really, really funny. And thanks for being such a good sport, as always. So, Arizona, let's start with a little look back before we look forward. Man, oh man, you guys went down to Arizona. It was a big game for your quarterback, Brock Purdy. Let's start on that positive note. How did you observe him handle that environment, his homecoming, his family, his friends, all that stuff? A lot of pressure, different environment for him.
He was awesome, as he had been. I mean, we keep talking about this theme, and you'll say, man, he had an incredible game, but it's just what he's been. He's been very consistently spectacular since he's been our guy, and that the Cardinals, we kept talking about how reminiscent they were of us in 2017, and we were a tough team to deal with. Now, they only have 3 wins. We understand that, but we knew they were going to put up a fight. They're playing hard. They're bought into what Jonathan Gannon is putting forth. They're probably ahead on personnel-wise on the offensive side. And, when you look at them on the offensive side of the ball, their skill positions are really, really good. Their offensive line's playing well. Kyler's played, well since he's come back. So we knew that the game, it was going to be important to score touchdowns, and we did. And, man, Brock was awesome. Christian just continues to amaze at the things he's able to do. Offensive line played at a high level. Deebo and Ayuk did their typical in terms of contributing. Jawan Jennings was spectacular. So there was a lot of good in that game, some things we can be a lot better at as well.
And John, it feels like each and every week we're talking about how much better Brock Purdy is getting. And a lot of those talks go back to the Kyle Shanahan system, but I feel like there's not enough talk about Brian Griese. So how important has Brian Griese been to the development of Brock Purdy?
Griese's been awesome. I remember the first time Kyle, kind of brought up, Griese coming on board with us. And I knew of Griese. I followed him at Denver as a player. He had been there, and actually we traded places. He went to Tampa. I came over to Denver. And always there was one consistent. You always heard how smart Brian Griese was, how as smart a player as people had ever been around. Mike Shanahan used to talk about that. But he's really got, I think, at that position, it's not a must because there's been a lot of really good quarterback coaches. But, man, you talk to Purdy, you talk to Sam Darnold, you talk to Jimmy last year, having someone who understands the nature of that position, because we all know that position's different. The pressure that comes with that position, the praise you get when things are good, the blame you get when things aren't good. It's a different position. And so to have a guy who's played it at the highest level, who brings that much to the table in terms of his intellect, he's been fabulous. And, Brian was also very responsible, becoming very passionate about Brock during the draft process. So he deserves a lot of credit there. And, I can't say enough good things about Brian.
Man, oh man, he seems like he's sort of the stealth weapon. Brock Purdy, they sit on the bench together. Nobody's talking about it, but obviously highly involved in his success. Okay, you mentioned things you can get better at. So I'd love to hear the general manager's take on the tackling, because there's like numbers on the missed tackles, and it's been 3 weeks now where it's double-digit missed tackles. So I guess my question is, why do you think it's happening? Is it fatigue? Is it technique? Or what's your thought?
Well, we're a good tackling team. We always have been. That's our standard, the way we play. Now, having said that, we will miss some tackles because we don't what we call sit in a chair. We come at people, and we play aggressively, but we always play intelligently and to our help and to our leverage. And I think the last 3 weeks we've gotten a little out of whack. in terms of that. And it's late in the year, so I think league-wide tackling probably suffers this time of year. We've never really succumbed to that. We certainly did the other day. And so, I think you've heard Kyle talk a couple times about, that's just a fundamental thing. The good news is we have the personnel that is very capable of being very good tacklers. I think we just got to get back, and sometimes it takes getting punched in the mouth and having, a performance like that to really drill in how critical and important it is. And we got to be on point. We got to clean it up. We're playing against a really good team in Baltimore. And it's just, that's something that's been a hallmark of what we do, being a sure tackling team. And we do it by getting multiple people to the ball. And we've got to certainly prove, and I expect us to, because that's not who we are, and that's not who we want to be.
Yeah, and John, one of the highlights from the defense this weekend was definitely Charvarius Ward. So I wanted to ask him about his play this year. It seems like he's playing at an all-pro level. Do you think this is the best that we've seen Charvarius Ward in a 49er uniform?
I do. I think he's been awesome. I felt like he'd been good all year. I think he took a big uptick on Thanksgiving Day when we played against Seattle. DK, that matchup always seems to bring the best out of Mooney, and I think it did. And he's taken his game to a different level. I love Mooney, the person. He's talked a lot about becoming a father and how that's changed his life. And but I think there's just a true want to be great. And I loved, there was an interview I caught early in the year when someone had asked him about leading the league in PBUs, pass breakups, and his response, and they asked, what does that tell you? And he said, I got to start catching more, because most of the time that's a real positive thing. Having a lot of PBUs means you're around the ball, but he saw an opportunity to become, a lot of DB coaches say, hey, that's a good play. You want to make it a great play, now pick it off. And so I think he saw that as the next progression in his game. To his credit, he did what great players do, go work at that skill, and even heard him talk about he's been working a lot on the jugs, but he enlisted Sam Darnold last week to throw to him so that he would, it becomes even more real life, and man, it paid off. And that was a huge play. It looked like we were going to be, in a shootout, because their offense was clicking early, our offense was clicking, but Mooney kind of changed it there, and with that pick six, and man, that was an impressive play. And then, the way he caught the second one, both great hands catches, and can't say enough. That's a guy who we thought coming off the Seattle game and in that game injured, we thought it was very questionable as to whether he'd play, and he never blinked about wanting to play. Late in the week, started to feel like it was a real possibility, and he picked us up in a huge way.
Yeah, great stuff. John Lynch, kind enough to adjust his schedule on this holiday week to come on a Tuesday, our last show together, Murph and Marcus, before we get back together the Tuesday after the new year. So, John, great recap, great win in Arizona, big divisional win, and then obviously it leads us to our first chance, our only chance to talk to you before the Ravens game. And I know there's a lot to be determined in the next few days, injury reports, et cetera, but big picture, you're going against a Ravens team that has the same record as you, that has the same status in the AFC as you guys, that has an MVP candidate at quarterback, and a coach that I would imagine that you've known through the years in their organization. So when somebody says to you, wow, what challenges and impressions do the Baltimore Ravens make on you coming into this game, what's your answer?
Well, first of all, I think just the Ravens organization and their excellence over the last 20 plus years. They've been one of those franchises that are consistently there. They did it with the Super Bowl teams of Brent Billick and Ozzie Newsome leading the charge in the personnel office. They transitioned over to John Harbaugh, which was remember they hired a special teams coach, which wasn't the, that wasn't the trend then, and give them a ton of credit for Ozzie Newsome for picking John, and John's been tremendous, and their personnel changes, over the years. Now they've got Lamar, who's such a weapon at the quarterback position. feels like they've really insulated with them some talent at the receiver spot with Odell, with Zay Flowers being drafted, and some of the other guys they've picked up. And they lose a guy like Mark Andrews, but yet it doesn't seem like they skip. They really miss a beat because I've got Isaiah likely making plays at the end position. So a lot of talent on this team, but they play like a team. Good on offense, good on defense. Going to be a big challenge. They're well coached. They have a lot of talent on the team. Defense playing at a high level. So should be a tremendous matchup. It's one we're looking forward to. I think it will very much have a playoff-like atmosphere to it, and we're excited about it. And we know we got to put in a lot of really good preparation, and should be a great Christmas night matchup.
Love to hear a little bit.
For football.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be incredible. I want to hear just a little bit more on your thoughts on Lamar Jackson because, here we go. Another guy who wasn't now he was a first rounder, but he was taken 32nd. Another guy who maybe wasn't viewed as a top 1, 2, or 3 pick, and what he's turned into. First of all, he has an MVP on his ledger already, and what he's turned into as you watch him across the league. And if there's anybody, I don't think there's a comp out there. I mean, some people say Jalen Hurts because of the running ability, but I don't know. What do you see when you see Lamar Jackson, and do you remember seeing him in college and thinking that this could happen?
Yeah, I mean, he first of all, I love the young man, and he looks like he has a great deal of joy playing the game of football. When he's interviewed, he's always having fun. He looks like a guy who just loves the game. And then I think the biggest compliment for a guy who came in so talented, the way he's got better each and every year. And, now you see him very comfortable in the pocket as a passer, but then yet he's got this unbelievable skill to bust out like a Michael Vick and has real speed, real athleticism where he can make people miss. But when you couple that with the ability to throw from the pocket and extend plays and throw on the run, you've got a real tough challenge to deal with. And like I said, they've put some skill around him, and when you do that, that's a dangerous combination. They play very good defense. So I can't say enough about Lamar. High-level player, and he makes it tough. So we've got our work cut out for us, and we know that going into this game.
Yeah, and the last question I had for you, John, was just on the defense side of the ball about the Baltimore Ravens that you just brought up. They lead the NFL with 50 total sacks this year, but it's not like they have one player that's jumping off the roster with 18, 20 sacks. So give us a breakdown of this Ravens defense and some of the problems that they might present this weekend.
Yeah, really well put together defense. I think probably the hallmark is they're leading the league in sacks, but that linebacker position, Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen, excellent football players. When you look up front, Clowney is probably the most household name, Jadeveon Clowney, kind of having a resurgence this year. Found the fountain of youth, and he's playing at a high level. Matabuke is a really good defensive tackle, a talented guy coming out of Texas A&M who really has hit stride. And then they've just thrown a bunch of guys together, man, but they've got a good scheme. They know how to play it, and they come at you all over the place. And you're right, it's not like they've got one guy with, doing all the work. It feels like the entire roster has a sack, so they're well put together. They know who they are. They know what playing a Raven means, and so yeah, I keep saying it, but they present challenges in every phase.
Yeah, finally, John, just kind of wrapping up, big picture. The big story in the league, not off field, but conversation topic was this hit that the Steelers safety Damontae Kazee put on Colts receiver Michael Pittman, and he's got suspended for the rest of the year, and that's a big deal. Now, you're an old DB. You're in the Hall of Fame. Tom Brady himself has commented on this. I don't know if you saw that, where he kind of, I don't want to say he defended the hit, but he sort of said he thinks quarterbacks should not be putting he said late hits are going to happen. I don't know if you've seen the Brady comments, but anyway, I guess broad picture. Here's what Brady wrote. I found it. Nobody likes seeing players get hurt, but hard hits happen. Quarterbacks should not be throwing the ball in areas where they're exposing their own teammates to those types of hits. Coaches need to coach better. QBs need to read the coverages and throw the ball to the right places, and defenders should aim for the right hitting areas. to put the blame on the defense player all the time is just flat out wrong. Reactions as an old DB's in the Hall of Fame?
Well, I think the bottom line, you can see Tom get ready for his broadcast career, throwing some hot takes out.
Yes.
But when the GOAT talks, everyone, one of the greatest of all time. I got to be careful around here. We had Joe Montana around
You're
here. So,
talking to somebody right now who takes Montana
one
over Brady.
of the GOATs, when he speaks, we all got to listen. And I think Tom always brings up intelligent points. And the bottom line, as I see it, the game has changed. You could do that exact hit, and it might have been fine back then, but it certainly wasn't going to be a suspension. Times have changed, and here's what I know: the intent is positive. They're trying to keep players safe. They're trying to keep people wanting to play football, and it trickles all the way down to the youth levels and moms being concerned about things. And so, at times, is it frustrating? Yeah, because football is a very physical game that we all sign up for. I think the league is constantly trying to assess, where is that line, and it's a tough deal. So I understand what Tom's saying. Sometimes I do get frustrated because of all these rules, because of all the fines. The idea of, hey, players are part of keeping themselves safe too. I think what Tom was speaking to was quarterbacks throwing their guys into danger, where, it used to be really a big part of the quarterback's job to throw away from a hit and throw to the back shoulder so that you don't get your guy killed. And nowadays, I think people say, well, if all these guys are protected, why even worry about that? Let's just throw it where we want to throw it. They can't hit them without being disciplined anyhow. So I think there is. So us old school guys struggle with that, but things have to evolve, and it has. I hate to see that happen to the player that was knocked out. I hate to see it happen to KZ, because KZ plays the game hard. I think he had been fined a number of times this year, so I don't believe it was the first time where it just ended up in this big suspension. So I guess that's my thoughts. It's an evolving thing, and you got to, as the rules change, you got to evolve, or it's to be tough to play at that level.
Man, wild stuff, and huge changes. Last one is the hardest one. You have an MVP vote. Is it Purdy or McCaffrey?
They're both playing like MVPs. It's like, I'd throw it in there for Trent Williams too. I mean, we've got a lot of really good players, and I could make a case for both of them. I'm not going to make a case saying this guy over this guy, because that's just I'm grateful and thankful for what they bring to us, and I do believe they're both game-changing players. Brock has been phenomenal. He really has. And for anybody, if anyone thinks of the game manager thing that people talk about as a negative connotation, another example that I touched on to Christian. Christian was wide open, but that, I call it the Elway spin to get away from the pressure. That's making plays. That's not a game manager. That's a playmaker, a difference maker. And he's done that consistently, as well as processing and go through progressions. And then Christian, I watch him every week in amazement how good of a football player in every single aspect. He takes pride, whether he's blocking, whether he's running, whether he's receiving the ball, whether it's pass blocking. He's great at everything he does. He takes so much pride in it, and he's gifted. So they both have great cases, and if we keep winning, I think those things take care of themselves.
Yeah, well, good answer. Well done. Please them both. I got you. I do. I'd say you're a couple years younger than me, but I was going to say, do you remember 1979 National League Baseball? They gave it the co-MVPs, Keith Hernandez and Willie Stargell. They shared it. So
did they really?
Oh, yeah, they finished in a tie. So there you go.
I'd be for that. That'd be pretty. I like it.
Have Keith Hernandez, Bay Area guy, come back and present the award to him. So anyway, well, listen, man, we do appreciate you adjusting your schedule. It's always great to catch up. And you've just been phenomenal all year. We're not done with you. We'll have you in the new year, too, for a little bit for that final game. But we do want to wish a very Merry Christmas to the Lynch family and a Happy New Year to the Lynch family. And certainly all the best for a great, great, great season of radio. And then on Christmas Eve, you'll put on Fairy Tale in New York by the Pogues. And you might have a little tear go down your cheek as you raise a glass to Shane, all right?
That's good stuff. All right, fellas. Merry Christmas to you, to everybody out there, and we'll see the faithful out at Levi's on Christmas night.
Perfect, John. Be good. Have a great Christmas and enjoy the game, and we'll talk in the new year.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
There he is, John Lynch, 49er GM.
You didn't ask him about his maroon coat, Murph.
Well, we did that last week.
It disappeared this weekend.
He wore the darker coat, yeah.
That's all right. He had Pogues on his playlist, just no maroon coat.
I love your idea about Debo and Trent coming out with the Pogues.
With the
I got a couple of jams that could there's a couple of cookers.
That would make my year.
Oh my God. I bet if you played it for Debo and Trent, they'd be like, damn, yeah. We'll do this.
And I'm sure somebody probably remixed it. Like Steve Kerr got remixed by DJ Villa from the Phoenix Suns. There's got to be a Pogues Club remix out there for sure.
Oh, they definitely they'll do it all for you, but they got a couple bangers for sure. Okay, here's the deal. That was fun. We enjoyed it. Dante Whitner will join Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We have an Amici's gift card to give away. We got Marcus Thompson at 9:15. We got Colton McKivitz, our Niner Player of the Week, at 9:30. Boom.
Sounds like a hell of a day, Murph.
Can't wait. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
First of all, I love the young man, and he looks like he has a great deal of joy playing the game of football. When he's interviewed, he's always having fun. He looks like a guy who just loves the game. And then I think the biggest compliment for a guy who came in so talented, the way he's got better each and every year. And, now you see him very comfortable in the pocket as a passer, but then yet he's got this unbelievable skill to bust out like a Michael Vick and has real speed, real athleticism where he can make people miss. But when you couple that with the ability to throw from the pocket and extend plays and throw on the run, you've got a real tough challenge to deal with. And like I said, they've put some skill around him, and when you do that, that's a dangerous combination. They play very good defense. So I can't say enough about Lamar. High-level player, he makes it tough. So we've got our work cut out for us, and we know that going into this game.
Well, there he is. 49er GM John Lynch just joined us. We want to thank him for adjusting his schedule, coming on a Tuesday, because this is the last show Murph and Marcus do together, me and this guy, Brian and Boosh. No Brian and Bobby's best bets this weekend. We'll have to wait till the new year.
Not quite. I might throw out a couple Bobby Boucher's best bets over the next couple days.
You can't help yourself.
I can't stop Murph.
There's a Thursday night game this week, by the way. There's, I think, Saints-Rams? Is that it?
Is that the last? No, there's 2 more weeks of Thursday night. They just don't have one in the final week of the season, correct?
No, there's a Thursday the 28th. Ready? Jets.
Wow.
You get the Jets.
Oh, can't wait.
And even week 18. No, week 18, it's only Sundays.
That's what I thought, yeah.
By the way, I planned on coming back talking about Lamar and Brock, but just because we mentioned Jets, is there any thought on what's going to happen with this? Because I think, is tomorrow the day they have to either announce it or not?
Well, Murph, today is Aaron Rodgers game day on Pat McAfee.
They host the Commanders. They're 5-9. Are they officially out of it in the AFC? I mean, I think they're mathematically alive, aren't they?
So, yeah, they are eliminated.
They've been eliminated?
5-9, they have officially been eliminated.
Dude.
Them, the Patriots, and Mike Holler's Tennessee Titans.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
So he's not coming back, right?
I mean, why would he? The only reason why he would
just to be that dude.
It's just to prove that
your science is meaningless.
Because he wants to prove that ayahuasca can heal an Achilles injury.
Because Galileo didn't know what he was talking about.
Galileo, nice.
Well, throughout history, you've had people making scientific Copernicus. You guys didn't like Copernicus. You don't like me.
I understand.
Throughout history, you've had people doubted, and he sees himself as a Galileo figure. You know what I mean? But anyway, so we would say right now he's not coming back.
I don't think so, but it's Aaron Rodgers. I don't put anything past him. I think he really does want to prove to people that he can come back, but for what?
But you can
for
just say,
why? For who?
I could have if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But
so he's cleared now, medically. That's what they're saying.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean, he did the. That said, there was a couple of hits Zach Wilson took on Sunday. Somebody strung them together on Twitter and said, "This is what Aaron Rodgers wants to come back to."
Yeah.
I mean, it was the kind of thing
Yeah, there's a reason why he went down in week 1 on Monday Night Football, because that Jets offensive line was terrible. And we knew that based on Hard Knocks and Robert Saleh dropping F-bombs left and right about the offensive line not blocking.
Saleh's job safe? Yeah, because the quarterback situation?
I don't think so. I heard some talk this morning on national show saying maybe Robert Saleh is not that guy, and a lot of people are blaming him for not having a better backup quarterback. Because you look at guys like Jake Browning out of Folsom High School, you look at all the guys that are having success this year. Gardner Minshew's got a chance to get the Colts into the playoffs. There are serviceable backup quarterbacks, and the Jets sat there with what's his name? With Zach Wilson, and went back and forth between him and who was the third-string quarterback? They played another guy too.
It was come on now. Brian Brain, not Trevor Siemian, is it? No.
I think it might have been Siemian because last year it was Mike White. Remember? We had Mike White last year. I think it was Trevor Siemian. But still, the bottom line is you see all these backup quarterbacks. You see Joe Flacco maybe leading the Cleveland Browns to a playoff spot, and Joe Flacco was on the Jets last year.
Have you guys seen that thing where Trump talks about Flacco?
No, I have not.
Because you guys remember this all the way back to, I think it was at the 2012 debates?
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah,
who was 2012? Was that Obama, Romney? Something like that?
Yeah, sounds good. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't old enough to vote,
And
Murph.
somebody was doing, yes, you were, 2012?
Yeah, close enough.
Yes, you were, buddy.
I'm riffing here.
I I want to make ssure you voted. Unlike other, we're staying on quarterbacks. Unlike the kid from Turlock, he didn't vote. Anyway, hey-o. Nice. Anyway, I think it was at the 2012. I think I'm getting this right. I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
I know where you're going.
It was a prominent national political debate, and there was a guy standing behind.
It was PFT commentator from Barstool Sports, I believe,
holding up the sign. Is Joe Flacco elite?
Is he?
And it's recently there was and we thought about putting in the COC, but it just causes so much reaction when you put that guy in.
Yeah.
But it is really funny because he's taking questions kind of like Stephen A. My next question, he goes, the question is Joe Flacco elite? And dude, he answers it. Stone cold. He's like, he is elite. He won a Super Bowl. He can throw the deep ball.
Maybe we do need to put it in the cooler.
We should put it in the cooler.
We had him a couple of weeks ago talking about Nasty Nestor. He's got that fastball.
But anyway, we were talking about Lamar Jackson and how outstanding he is and all the problems he's going to present. But the guy on the other side, Brock Purdy, presents his own problems. And I thought Nate Burleson from CBS's halftime show provided a pretty definitive statement. If you are a Brock lover, you can probably carry this one around on your phone here. This is Nate Burleson planting the flag for Purdy.
Christian McCaffrey is a generational talent. He will go down as one of the most versatile players to ever put on a jersey. And you're right. If you don't think Brock Purdy is an MVP candidate, maybe even leading the clubhouse right now, you don't know football. I get it. They're talented at every level. He can't help the roster that he has, but you know what he does? He sits in that pocket with discernment, calm on his face, and just dices up defenses week by week. Brock Purdy is a certified monster.
There it is, man. Brock Purdy is a certified monster.
And if you don't know, you don't know football.
I already called you out now.
That's pretty powerful.
He called you out.
And that's kind of the same thing I said last week when we played that Cam Newton sound about Brock Purdy being a game manager. And no disrespect to Cam Newton, but I don't think he watches too many 49er games, to be honest with you.
No.
Because you can't watch the actual film. It's one thing to look at the box score and the yak yards that Debo and Brandon Ayuk and Kittle get. But you got to see how they're getting the ball and the process that Brock Purdy goes through and the distributing that he does as the point guard of the offense.
Well, Lynch talked about the play to McCaffrey where he's wide open. He says it's only after what he called the Elway spin. He goes, and that's making a play.
Oh, he had pressure right in his face. Spins out to the left, squares his shoulder to the line of scrimmage, finds his guy downfield, and unloads it.
By the way, shout out the crowd that knows that in 2003, Steve McNair and Peyton Manning shared an MVP. I went back to the 1979 National League race between Willie Stargell and Keith Hernandez. Both Bay Area guys, by the way.
Nice.
I mentioned Hernandez. I didn't mention Stargell. I believe we lost Big Pop. I think we lost Pops, right? Didn't we? Here I am again. I hope I'm not doing that prematurely.
Murph, don't step on it.
But anyway, Keith Hernandez, South City, and Willie Stargell, Encinal High, Alameda / Oakland. So a couple of East Bay guys shared the 1979 National League MVP, but then more recently, Peyton Manning and Steve McNair. Hey, Purdy and McCaffrey?
Yeah, but it's also two quarterbacks who shared the award, not a quarterback and a running back.
Well, again, we haven't had a running back in so long. It is MVQ now anymore.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Well, here's the deal. It's the hype is real. For a Tuesday, the game's not for 6 days, by the way. And we're like wrapped up like kickoffs in 15 minutes.
I was going to say, we got to wait till Monday to open up that Christmas gift, Murph.
We do.
Yeah.
Can you be patient?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I'm sniffing around the Christmas tree.
All right, there you go.
I'm poking and prying.
You're looking under your parents' bed.
That's it.
Maybe find something you don't want to find.
Hey, now.
I know, exactly, right? Let mom and dad be mom and dad. You know what I mean? Okay, so we promised this, and it's true, a second Amici's gift card. And this is my last parting gift to all y'all before I head off for the 2024 season. Has anybody talked about?
I was going to say, you're going back in time to 2004, Murph?
That's the year I started here, buddy.
Wow.
November of 2004. Wow. So got a Christmas card from my cousin John down in Hollister, and he said, hey, all the best in 24, and then he wrote, say hey. So are we calling 24 the say hey year?
It's the say hey year.
Okay. 24.
Some people are saying it's the Kobe Bryant year. No, Murph, it's the say hey year.
Say hey comes before Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe was also number 8.
Yeah.
I don't think say hey wore any different jersey numbers. Did
exactly.
No.
It's the Rick Barry year. So the $100 Amici's gift card right now, call 415-896-KNBR. Casey's ready. Caller number 10, from us to you. All right. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 13 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and flame roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu, order online at amicis.com, and a $100 gift card goes a long way. So good luck to all y'all. Marcus Thompson next, Colton McKivitz to finish the show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes and made a statement saying that Brock Purdy is the MVP with no doubt about it. To hear that entire podcast, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Marcus Thompson. Let's go, baby. Talking about anything with Marcus from The Athletic. Warriors Celtics tonight. His column on Brandon Pajemski. Steph Curry missing no threes on Sunday night in Portland. The return of Clay to our lives. Maybe Wiggins, too. MT2, how you doing, man?
What's up, Marcus?
What's good, homies?
What's good is that you wrote about Brandon Pajemski, which means I can do my dad joke with you that I want the Raymond Ritter marketing campaign. Anything is podsable. Anything is podsable. Right?
Yeah, that's let me see. How can I say that?
That's fire is what it is. That's fire.
Yeah, be honest with him, Marcus. Be honest with him.
Dude, be honest. That's
a
fire.
no for me, dog.
Oh, that's a yes, baby. That's a yes.
I'm with you and Randy Jackson. That's a no for me,
Come
dog.
on, you guys. Here's the fun, man. Maybe then, how about this? My alternate idea is those wigs. Let's get to remember those wigs.
No.
Get like a Pods wig. You know, the curly mane and all that stuff.
No.
All right, I'm trying, man. Hey, you wrote about him. Let's go through this Warrior rookie under Kerr thing. Is it fair to say that he's getting more trust from Kerr than almost any rookie in the Kerr era?
Yeah, I mean, we got to throw out the 1920 season, right? Because all those rookies played, so he didn't really have a choice in. But yeah, as far as like when it's time to win, guys you just don't see this. You don't see players like finishing games who are rookies. You definitely don't see veterans getting sat for a rookie. But it just shows Pajemski he knows how to win, he knows how to play. And when you play for the Warriors, that matters. Like, I don't think Steve Kerr is like anti-rookie or young player. I just think he wants to win. And young players typically don't help you win. They just don't. But this guy helps you win. Like, he's proven he knows how to win games for you. And that you just don't see that very often. The Warriors haven't seen it, so it's definitely a different shift because over the years it's been about watching the young players and making sure they can handle it. And a bunch of veterans telling them, you wait your turn, your time is coming. And here this guy is 20 games in. He's already like a starter.
And did he get, like, over the weekend, we were all watching the Niners. Didn't Curry give him some pretty strong words? I think it was Saturday night. Like, when 30 spoke out for him, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the people who thinks, like, this guy knows how to play. And you can juxtapose that. What really stark about this thing is that they just went through the opposite with James Wiseman, right? A guy they tried to play, but he just couldn't play. Like, they wanted him to play. Like, he was a number 2 pick, and he couldn't play. He just couldn't be out there with the likes of Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay. Like, so it's such a strong shift from that. I mean, just talking to guys behind the scenes locker room about Wiseman, you could just see it in their eyes. Like, like it's hard to win with him out there. He doesn't know where to be. Like, his confidence, wanes. Like, he's just not ready for this level of basketball. And then you hear Steph saying, Pods know how to play, right? Like, you hear Clay talking about he's got confidence like I had. Like, you just don't hear those guys vouch for him too. Like, Steve is one thing, but for the players to say, yeah, he needs to be on the court, that's a big deal. We just haven't seen that in this era.
And Marcus, obviously, with now Pojemski in the starting lineup, the correlating move was to move Andrew Wiggins to the bench. Now, we saw him score 25 points off the bench this weekend against the Portland Trail Blazers. How has he been handling the entire adjustment and his new role coming off the bench with the Dubs?
Man, Wiggins has been like the ultimate professional. I mean, you don't hear a peep from him normally, and you didn't hear a peep from him during this. I talked to Wiggins quite a bit just because he's like, Wiggins is low-key a really, really chill dude. It's very easy to talk to. Like, he's just a good guy, right? Wiggins is just a good human being, so you could talk to him. But you could start sensing how the frustration was boiling because, like, it's almost like an out-of-body experience for him. He's never struggled like this in his career. But he always says all the right things. He believes them. You can tell he's not just saying it for the recorder because the recorder ain't even on. Like, he believes it. Like when he says, "I just have to do something to make them not be able to take me off the court," and you could tell that like getting benched is doing something to these veterans, right? You could get a sense of like they're like, "Hold on, it's not going down like this." And that's kind of like what you want. You want them to respond that way. If Wiggins takes his spot back, Podziemski did his job, right? He did his job, and that's what these youngsters are doing. They're putting pressure on these OGs to like, hey, you better play. You don't just get and you don't get the incumbent seat anymore. You got to like play. And Wiggins is like, all right, let me get my game together. But he was in this like weird place where he didn't know what was happening. But he didn't understand. I would ask him, he's like, I don't know what's going on. This is crazy. But he's way better than a player that he's looked like, and we've seen a glimpse of that at Portland.
Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, man, a lot of interesting stories swirling about the Warriors right now. We just talked about Podziemski, the Wiggins effect, and then Clay, who you heard the word washed. Washed. It's over. Well, maybe not so fast. Last 5 games, hot. Last couple games, really hot. Where's the Marcus Thompson take on Klay Thompson, your last name cousin, in terms of was he washed, or is this last week to 5 games the resurgence?
Yeah, I never thought Klay was washed. To me, it was just all about Klay accepting where he is. He feels like he's been trying to prove that he's still this Klay guy. Like, the guy that we all know is like, one of the greatest shooters of all time, Hall of Famer. And instead of just being like the Klay he is now, I always felt like Klay's still good. His game needs to change a little bit, but he's still good. If he just stops taking bad shots, that solves half of the problem. Obviously defensively he's not as great as he once was, but he can defend, especially bigger player. He just got to stop the hero ball and stop, the let me show you who I am. If he gets rid of that, he's fine. The key with Klay isn't like, can he have these good games? It's, can he do it consistently, and can he do it on cue? And if he's playing smart basketball, I think he can. It just won't be like Oklahoma City Game 6, right? Like those games, he can't try to make those games happen. If they happen, they just happen. Otherwise, he's got to be cool being a nice player who can get you 20, and on good nights he can get you 30. But he wants to. He was wanting to show you like the bomber name him Klay. I'm gonna call him Klay version of Klay. But that's too much for right now.
Yeah, and I know everybody wants to see that version of Klay. And Marcus Thompson, of course, is our guest this morning on the Uma Guest Line. And Marcus, the last Warriors-related question I had for you this morning is, of course, a question about Draymond Green. We saw the reports come out earlier this week that he is expected to start counseling and could miss up to the next 3 weeks. What's the latest you've heard on Draymond Green?
That they're figuring out the plan. It's going to be like a just comprehensive thing. He's involved in the process. He might even be like deciding a lot of it, figuring out the best course for him. There isn't like this mandated list they're giving him, like you check off these boxes. It's more like, hey, work on this stuff with the Warriors, right? And, with obviously his agent, and let the league know how it's going, and, essentially track the progress of how he's doing. So it's almost like a project for him to show the league he's getting better and working with the Warriors on that. So yeah, they're figuring out what this process will be, what it is, what it's going to take, and that indefinite thing was legit. Like sometimes they say indefinite just because they don't want to say what the number is, but it's very clear they don't know what the number is. Like it's really indefinite. At some point, they're going to have to make this case to the league and say, here's what I've done, here's where I am, and the league will have to say yay or nay to that. But, yeah, it's definitely indefinite for sure. They're figuring out all he's going to have to do to get to a place where they feel like this won't happen again. That's the entire goal. Can't happen again. Next one, he might have to sit down for a crazy amount of time.
Ooh, man. So, all right, next few weeks are going to be key. All right, Marcus, can't let you go without thought. Christmas night. Now, are you dedicated to the craft so intensely you will be at Levi's, or are you just going to be watching with great interest while you stuff your face and eat turkey or whatever Oh, no, you don't do turkey. That's right. We talked about that.
It's not a turkey guy.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
Nobody does turkey.
Whatever.
Actually.
Christmas turkey. Anyway, Niners-Ravens Monday night, dude.
Well, how is he going to divide his
big is
attention between Warriors-Nuggets versus Ravens-49ers on Christmas?
I think Warriors-Nuggets morning, right? 11:30?
Yeah, I will be watching on television. I will probably be stuffing my face.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, will I be done with my Warriors-Nuggets article in time?
Oh, you're
Or will
right.
I just simultaneously do it, yeah.
You'll be right.
I'm doing Warriors-Nuggets. Tim Kawakami's got Niners-Ravens. So I think he might have won that one. But what you think?
We're pretty much saying the Warriors' schedule, quote unquote, got softer, except for tonight and a week from yesterday. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. I mean, look, Steph Curry, Jokic, Christmas Day. I'm not complaining about life, but
no,
that's going to be a massive game, a massive one, made even more massive by the Philadelphia Eagles choking the game last night. So I'm looking forward. This is not just for the number one seed NFC. This is the MVP race right here.
Yeah,
This is going to be it. This
Yeah.
is going to be it right here. If Brock Purdy can do what he does against this Ravens defense, you can just go ahead and start etching his name on the trophy.
What about
McCaffrey?
Yeah, I was going to say McCaffrey,
Maybe.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've been saying McCaffrey is the MVP. I mean, I feel the Purdy stuff, but like Purdy's obviously MVP worthy, but don't sleep on the value of McCaffrey. That
I'm
is
with you.
Critical.
If I had a vote, I'd go
Pretty
McCaffrey. I would. He's just so versatile. So, all right, man, we got the Niner Player of the Week on the On Deck Circle. So we wish you Merry Christmas to you and yours, man. Happy New Year to you and yours. This is our last show together till the New Year. So be good. We'll be reading you, man. And
I don't want to talk to y'all again this year.
No, we're done with you. Our 2023 takes are done.
That's it.
All right,
See you in
buddy?
2024, Marcus.
Fresh takes only in 24. All right, Marcus. Be good, man. There he is, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Okay, Colton McKivitz, our 49er Player of the Week, next on The Sports Leader.
His helmet is off, and his mic is on. Time for our 49ers Player of the Week. On KNBR, the sports leader. Sponsored by
Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown! CMC! They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open McCaffrey! Makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown! CMC! They ride the mesh point. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown! CMC!
All right, here's the best part. We have Colton McKivitz as our 49er Player of the Week, and we just came back with 3 Christian McCaffrey touchdowns. So my opening question to Colton McKivitz, who we welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We've never had you before, Colton. So good morning, first of all, and second of all.
Yeah, morning.
Who's the real CMC? Is it him or is it you?
Oh, it's more CMK or MCK, however you say it.
Close enough, Colton. Close enough.
Appreciate you having me on, guys.
Oh, man, that's good. We're going to give you CMK or whatever the heck you are. We want to welcome you, and it's great to have you. And just let's find out all about your journey and everything. And first and foremost, I always love asking players on a Tuesday because it's always like a recovery day or something. Or some people do mental health, physical health, rehab. What's the Colton McKivitz schedule today?
Well, yesterday was a big recovery day, you know, cold tubs, Egoscue, it's like a stretching thing, and then, you know, I get Manny in there working on me, rubbing on my quads, making me feel good, so that's pretty much it'll be a repeat of today. We'll lift and watch the game since we got the extra day with being Monday night, so, yeah, man, and then usually on the off day, I'm out in the woods duck hunting, so good. That's my mental recovery right there.
That's where we wanted to get into right away, the good fun stuff. So where can you go around? I don't want you to give away like your secret hunting spot, but is there enough hunting areas around here to satisfy a guy like Colton McKivitz?
Oh yeah, you go an hour north and you're in the best duck hunting in the world right here. You get Benicia, Sassoon Marsh, and then you go up north into the Rice. You got Chico and Calusa, Yuba City up there. Geese all everywhere, and then you get ducks in the marsh. So it is prime waterfowl country.
I love it. Now, who's your best hunting mate on the team? Who would be your guy?
Oh, number 89, Charlie Warner.
Okay.
That is Jake Brendel. He's gone. He needs to practice his shooting, but he's he's gone once with me. So no, I try and get as many guys out as possible.
I love it. And this takes us to, and we'll get to the football, but I love hearing life stories. We've never had you on, so I was looking you up, and we knew you went to West Virginia. That everybody knew that. But growing up in what looks to me like southeast Ohio, kind of away from the big city, is that right? Is Jacobsburg your birthplace? Jacobsburg, Ohio, is that right?
Well, you could say it's a little far from big city. Columbus is 2 hours west of us, and Pittsburgh's an hour and a half east. But, yeah, we got to claim Jacobsburg because Centerville is too small of a town to have a post office, so that kind of gives you an idea of, you know, how small it is. But, no, I was born in Wheeling, West Virginia, so I guess the comments of me being a West Virginia boy kind of hold true, but, you know, that's just what it is.
Okay, so Wikipedia gets another one wrong. That's on me. But did you go to high school at Union Local in Belmont? Is that right?
Yeah. I went to high school at Union Local. Yeah.
And is that kind of like a smaller high school? I'm looking at sort of like famous people from there, and they named like a wrestler. They didn't name you.
Yeah, there's I think Nate Davis was his name. Won a couple state titles in high school, and yeah, it's like a bunch of consolidated high schools. So you got Bethesda, Belmont, Flushing, Lafferty, all these small little towns, and then they all consolidate into Union Local.
Would there have been any other kind of NFL players out of that, or are you the guy?
Nope, that's it.
And Colton, I know a lot of offensive linemen have a background in wrestling. Is that something you ever dove into, or what's your athletic background?
I wasn't getting on a mat. No, I was baseball and basketball, so that was my sports.
A little baseball. What was your position?
First and pitch, I threw a little heat, and then once I knew football was going to be the ticket to get a free college education, I took the football route.
So what was your – we're talking to Colton McKivitz, of course, number 68, 49er starting right tackle, our 49er player of the week. So in senior year of high school, what are you going height and weight about?
I don't know, 6'5". I got the 6'6" pretty quick. But I was probably 225 sophomore, and then like 245 to 265 senior year.
Let's talk it. Do we get a radar gun reading on the heater?
No, that was sophomore year, and then I quit after that. I'd say high 80s, somewhere in there.
You must have been an uncomfortable at bat for some kids, huh?
Yeah, I wish I would have been a lefty like my old man. Then I might be playing baseball.
Did your father play baseball?
Oh yeah, he played. He wasn't pro or anything. He got hurt in high school, blew out his knee, but baseball was his sport.
Oh man! So are you like a Cincinnati Reds fan? Is that your squad or?
Pirates.
Oh, okay. It's been tough, hasn't it?
Yeah. They live in the 70s?
Well, I know I'm old enough to remember, but for you, you were born in '96. Well, 2012, the Clint Hurdle team, they made the playoffs right when you were in high school.
Yeah, we like the wild card. That's about it.
You lost to Brandon Crawford and the Giants.
We won't bring that up, Colin. We won't bring it up.
So football becomes your sport. When you were coming out of high school, how many D1 offers were coming at you, and what was the process like?
Yeah, it was. I didn't know what was recruiting and how it worked. I went to a couple of football camps, and I was like, oh, so this is recruiting, and got a couple MAC offers, and then I had Virginia and West Virginia. I actually originally committed to Miami, Ohio, and then took another visit to West Virginia and decommitted from there, and went to West Virginia. I had a really good relationship with my line coach there, so. West Virginia was a fit for me. They said, I thought I was going to be an engineer and that kind of thing, and I was like, nah, I'm going to wildlife and fisheries of West Virginia. So it was definitely the right fit for me.
When you committed to West Virginia, was the NFL a dream or no?
Not at first. I didn't realize, how good I could be. It was just a way for me to get college paid for. So, once started hearing about it after sophomore year and the junior year, and then thought about possibly coming out junior year and, stayed for the senior. It was definitely full-on NFL from there.
So, you make all Big 12 first team, and at that point now you're the guy. So, left tackle and right tackle in college, is that right?
Yeah, I played 3 years at right, played a little guard in a game, and then went to left senior year.
Demonstrable difference is between playing right tackle and left tackle, is it? Or describe, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, there's a difference all in your hands. I mean, once you get your feet right, the set, the angles and stuff like that are a little different. But mostly it's the hands. I'm more of a left-handed thrower. So on the right, I'm an inside thrower, and on the left, I'm an outside. So that's a difference you got to work through.
Yeah, and Colton, now you're lining up next to a future Hall of Fame left tackle in Trent Williams. How much advice and how much mentorship can he teach you, even though he is playing left tackle versus right tackle? What are some of the lessons that you can learn from someone like Trent Williams?
Yeah, he's an all right football player. He's helped me a lot, man. We both got here, I was here the same day that he was when he signed, so we met in the hotel, and that was kind of my first interaction with Trent. And, just the little things that he talks about and the little details that he, suggests I work on, and, just the little nuances in the game that, whether it's, what you're getting versus a rush guy or what techniques you can use on the backside of a cutoff. He's got that chop swipe pull down thing he does, but, I'm not going to try that. First, I wouldn't be too happy, but, just the little things that he suggests is, the knowledge and the wealth of knowledge that guy possesses, and obviously he's a freak of nature. It's just so much to get me to the point where I'm at now in my career.
I don't want to say like starstruck, but meeting him and being a rookie and knowing who he was there a little bit of like, damn, this is Trent Williams?
Yeah, you're like, oh, all right, this is Trent Williams. You hear about the trade and everything, and he comes in and hadn't played in a year or whatever, and he walks in the hotel and you're like, all right, there's Trent. But it's once you get in the room with him, and he's a little more than normal. He's got all his cars and everything, but the guy's just a great leader, and the presence he has on younger guys is something you can't replicate.
And the way you're easy to talk to, he as a media interview is fantastic. You know, to be a player of that level, he's so giving of his mind and time. So, you know, it's funny, Colton, and I go back to covering high school sports when I was a sports writer, you know, and it was always the O-linemen who were the best interviews. And so, and here it is again. It's an easy conversation with you. Why are O-linemen the best interviews?
Oh, because we're just dudes, I guess. Or guys going to work and doing a job. I don't know. We don't. I mean, Trent's a little more flashy with his clothes and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we're all just, guys trying to do a job. And obviously, he's at the highest level of it. But
I think you nailed it. Yeah.
And Colton, I think you're right on that kind of argument because you hear a lot of times people refer to wide receivers as divas. Now, that does not seem like it's the case with the 49ers wide receivers because you're talking about doing a job and going out there and blocking. We heard this weekend about the knockdown hard hat that's being passed out to wide receivers when they get a pancake block. How much does that mean to an offensive lineman to have your wide receivers, your tight ends, your fullbacks, your running backs all committed to the blocking game?
No, it's when you see guys run, 70 yards downfield on the first play of the game to open up versus Seattle. It's just, it sparks another thing. We're all competing. They got their hard hat, and we don't do that kind of thing. But just that they're trying to be at the level we are of blocking and taking that ownership of running downfield and trying to get that extra block to spring a guy, and that's always because we know what our skilled players can do when they do get that open field or a guy misses a block and misses a tackle and. The more we can keep guys off of them, and now that they're jumping in on it, and JJ's obviously the leader of that crew. Mm-hmm. But no, it's inspiring, and it just pushes us even harder to chase the ball and possibly get that one extra block that's needed to spring them.
And Colton, just to follow up on the knockdown hat, who gets the final decision of what's classified as a pancake block? Is it the offensive lineman who kind of grant the Sharpie to the wide receiver? How does that process play out?
Mm-hmm. No, that's all on them, man. I don't know how they do it, but it's got to be a clean. No trips, no slipping. If he gets an ankle clip, no, doesn't count. So I don't know how they run the receiver room on pancakes, but the O-line's pretty stringent on what's a knockdown and what's not.
I love it. Colton McKivitz, our 49er Player of the Week, starting right tackle before they get ready to take on the Baltimore Ravens Monday. So many questions, so little time. We have to ask what it's like to be in the huddle and meeting room with this kid, Brock Purdy, who looks like, they showed his picture as a 9-year-old Pop Warner kid in Arizona on the CBS broadcast. And Colton, he looks just like he looks today. I mean, he's this baby-faced assassin out there. What do you tell people who ask you about the killer that is Brock Purdy, despite his modest background draft-wise and his innocent looks?
Don't let him fool you, I'll tell you that. We found that out in college. We came in there number 6 Iowa State, and he was a freshman and commenced to beat the brakes off us, and, they stormed the field and everything. So I got a quick taste of what Brock Purdy can do on a football field. But, no, man, the guy just – even though he does look like a kid, everyone talks about him being a kid, but, man, he commands the huddle. Even if guys are talking, there's the stories of him telling vets to, shut up in the huddle and listen to him. Just the presence that he brings in the huddle. Even when he went out and came back in, guys' eyes lit up a little bit knowing that he's back in the huddle and he's toughing it out for us. And, the guy's a leader, man. He may not look it or, people say he's baby face, whatever, but the guy just, the presence he has in the huddle and the way that he, presents himself to everyone that, the moment isn't too big for him. It's just who he is as a person. The guy's awesome.
Well, you guys played for Jimmy, and everybody loved Jimmy. Like, he had this sort of everyman attitude, but all of a sudden Jimmy's gone, and now Brock's here, and it's like you guys, not only have you not missed a beat, you guys have gotten even more productive. Like, maybe, I don't want you to compare and contrast Jimmy and Brock, but was there a point where you're like, man, I don't know. This guy's new to the business. When did he win you over?
He's still got to work on his voice with the Canes, but maybe that's the only thing that's still a kid a part of him. But nah, man. Just the way he's kind of got that little swagger to him. And all you can do is respect. You just smile and laugh at some of the things he does. And, early on in his career, he ran around the pocket and would, make crazy plays. And, just the way the guy acts and plays and presents himself. You just fall in line and follow the guy. You don't want nothing to do but win for him, and he's willing to take a hit on the chin and get up and keep going. Comparing and contrasting, I don't know. Maybe the voice is a difference, but I mean, just the way he presents himself, there's nothing to do but play harder for him.
And we'd be remiss to not ask about the other guy in the MVP conversation. That's Christian McCaffrey. You're blocking for a guy like that. There must be times he streaks by you on the field, and you're like, whoa, there he goes, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're barely on a guy, and he breaks an arm tackle, jumps through two more guys, makes a jump cut, and he goes, another 10 yards or – gets hit, bounce off, makes a spin move, and I mean the guy's a unicorn. That's all I can say. I mean he catches the ball and you're yelling, "Get up, get up, get up!" and runs in for a touchdown last week, and he runs one in, and I mean the guy's just a freak. He's just a dude. In the locker room, I mean he's eating duck with me, and taking it down to the bone. So the guy's all world, man. He's awesome. Yeah. CMC's the best, man.
And Colton, there's been a lot of talking about his work usage, and it seems like Christian McCaffrey wants to be on the snap for every single play. So how confident are you guys every time number 23 gets his number called? And would you prefer to get the ball even more than he already does?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one came off the 3-yard touchdown run Mason got after that 72-yarder. Mm-hmm. But no, man, the guy's a workhorse. He takes care of his body better than anyone on this team, and just the way he approaches every week and taking care of his body. I think he wants, like you said, he wants to be on the field for every play, and we want him on there because you never know when he's going to break one. And I don't think it matters who's in the backfield. We got confidence in him, but when he's back there, you just never know that extra spark, that ability to take it 70. So, having him back there is just an extra little, juice.
Last one for you, Colton, is about your journey. So 5th round, 2020, and then we know, and then August of 2021, you get waived and signed to the practice squad, and it's kind of like, obviously, probably a hurdle, and then you get called back up in November to the active roster, but then in 2022, you got to go on a little IR. So it wasn't going so smooth in 2020, 2021, 2022. And then you sign a 2-year deal with the Niners in March of 2023. And here you are now as the starting right tackle. And some people are like, oh, man, how's it going to go? Well, how it's going is you're 11-3, and you're on one of the top offenses in the league. What would you say about your journey? How the perseverance, the ups, the downs, into where you are today?
Yeah, a lot of downs. No, this is the up part of it. But no, it's just all been, trials and tribulations, and, having guys like Trent and Lake and, Tom Compton and, those kind of guys to, kind of lead me in a way that, yeah, you're not getting your shot now, but when you do, be ready. I kind of had a couple opportunities rookie year, didn't capitalize on it, didn't realize how fast things got to, progress here with, the way the roster's set up and the way these guys want to win. So you either progress or they move on. And, I didn't realize that second year, got another shot in November, played a game and two, and then played, pretty good ball last year, got on IR first start, second half, got hurt, MCL. So that was, my first major injury since, sophomore year of high school. So, working through that, came back and, they said I reset the MCL recovery time, so I'm pretty happy about that. But just, getting the op this year, the only thing I can say is not looking back. It's my biggest thing. Even, there are some up and downs. It didn't start great versus TJ Watt. He's a heck of a ball player and he leads the league in sacks. So got a pretty good trial by fire on that one. But, the way I've just approached the rest of the season has been get better every week, and obviously that's working, and we're rolling right now at 11-3, and it's been a crazy journey, but the only way it counts is if we finish it this year.
Man, oh man, what a great story, and you're part of this great offense and a great interview too. Very much enjoyed it. We took a lot of your time. I guess the only thing we ended on is I hear Charlie Warner, small town Georgia, Colton McKivitz, small town Ohio, West Virginia. How's this big bad California lifestyle? Okay, have you guys adjusted to we don't sit on the porch and listen to Zach Brown and all. We're like too city. Are we too city for you guys?
It took me 4 years to figure it out, but I've told some people up north, I was like, I could live here the rest of my life, which is crazy, just because of how you get up north and it's people like me and Charlie, small town, slow living. very outdoors like. But the city has its ups. There's more downs than ups. But nah, man, just
I got you. But no, there's many Californias, and there's room for the Colton McKivitz, Charlie Warner duck hunting California. Like you could think like Buster Posey of the Giants had a big hunting ranch up in Oroville, I think, and he's a Georgia boy too, and I think you could go live like a semi West Virginia lifestyle in California.
Oh yeah, I mean it's got everything: deserts, mountains,
snow,
everything.
And most important, Colton, ducks, right?
Oh yeah, we got ducks, baby.
And what's the last question? Is what's the best way to prepare it after you bag it?
Oh, we throwing on a smoker? We're going barbecue? What are we doing, Colton?
Hot and fast. You get those you get the little ducks like a teal. It's the best eating duck. You eat 12 minutes, 550 degrees. Put some onion and thyme in the belly of it after you skin it. Leave the fat on. You just pluck it, whole duck. And then the bigger ducks, you got your pintails and maybe a mallard here or there. You do 17 minutes, 550 in a cookie sheet, like a cookie sheet with a little lip on it. 550 degrees, 12 minutes, medium rare. Watch out for BBs, but it is good, man.
You just said it all. Drop the mic, off you go. Thank you, Colton. Merry Christmas to you, and have a great game Monday night.
Yeah, thanks, Colton.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Thanks for having me.
Colton McKivitz dropping the mic. That's
hot
a great
and fast,
way.
Murph.
That's
hot
a
and fast.
great way to go into Christmas break. All right, we'll go Pop on next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, one more Marin Health word for you before we head out for the season, and that is that Marin Health is world-class health right in the North Bay. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thank you, my man. Thank you, my man. So this would be probably the greatest Christmas song in the post, like, sort of Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra era. This is the Pogues, led by the late Shane MacGowan. Fairy Tale in New York, about a couple in New York City having a reflection on their turbulent relationship on Christmas Eve. But the sentimental chorus is that they're in New York. They've had a big fight, but the boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay and the bells ring out for Christmas Day. That's for John Lynch.
Perfect, Murph. and I can already see the vision of Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams Christmas night walking out with the boombox and hearing this being played throughout Levi Stadium.
It kicks in pretty good. So anyway, thank you, young Tony. We don't have time for the face-off. We'll just hand it over. Happy Christmas. I love you, baby, says Shane MacGowan. I can see a better day when all our dreams come true. Mm-hmm. All right, so there you go.
Merry Christmas, Murph. Happy holidays. We'll see you next year.
Listen, they're going to kick it in right here. Just give me a little Irish jig on the way out and tell you that Greg Cosell joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Thank you, Tony. You're making my day.
Here comes the boombox.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Cactus Jack? No. Cactus Mac? Yes.
Oh, because we're just dudes, I guess.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Hurts winding up, long pass down the middle, arching into the end zone. It's intercepted, falling down on his back. Julian Love with the interception of Hurts in the end zone. Big defensive play for the Seahawks. The rain has started again. 29 to Philadelphia. Seattle down by 4. 3rd down and 10. 33 seconds left. Shotgun snap. 3-man rush. Lock throws long pass down the far sideline. Caught over the shoulder. It's grabbed. Smith and Jinga. Touchdown. Touchdown. Seattle touchdown. The Seahawks have taken the lead. 28 seconds to go. In the shotgun. Looking into 6 defensive backs. 1st and 10. Eagle 45. Hurts winds up. Long arching spiral near sideline. Broken up. May have been intercepted. Out of bounds. Was it picked off? It was. Love is picked off the ball. Seattle is intercepted. Hurts at the 21. 6 seconds left. Hurts has been picked off for a second time.
He is insane. That is our guy, Kevin Harlan. Who'd have thunk it the 2 weeks in a row? The Cowboys and the Seahawks help out the 49ers, so now they have a cushion for the 1 seed. We'll get into that. CMC was great on the Manning cast, the biggest threat in the NFC. The Warriors welcome in maybe the best team in basketball, well, at least record-wise with Minnesota. They are the 20-5 Celtics. Is Clay coming out of it a little bit? What will be their record when Draymond returns? We'll talk to Mark Spears about that. Looks like Joey Bart is done. Lots to go over today on a Tuesday. Good morning, my friend.
Holy catfish!
We are busy.
As you would imagine, I do not have a Seattle Seahawks hat, but I am feasting on cheese balls.
There you
morning.
go. How about those?
Christian
That was crazy.
McCaffrey. It was a little bit of fun last night. It was they brought him in because the first Philadelphia drive was so long. They had the ball for 8 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yeah.
When they brought him in, mid first quarter, that was Seattle's first possession, and Peyton and Eli were all into the Drew Lock story, and they got a little serious, but they had a little fun, and CMC showed some signs of a good personality, and he actually was there for the critical juncture of the game. I think, John, is when Jason Kelsey was called for a false start. I don't know exactly what he's doing wrong there. Christian said, they're being cognizant of the snap, but John Perry said he moved the ball. He moved the ball up about a half a yard or 2/3 of a yard, foot or two, and they whistled him for that, although, wouldn't you blow the whistle right away? That down judge waited. But anyway, they could have gone up 14-0. Obviously, Jalen Hurts was not right. You can see it in his eyes. He warmed up with a kind of a mask/mouth guard. When the game actually started, he did open up his mouth a little bit, and he wasn't himself, obviously. He's always so serious, but he did look sick. And Philly played better. They just couldn't pull away, and I thought Philadelphia's defense was much better. They had a plan. Matt Patricia just laying back, rushing 4, and they didn't blitz as much, but they had a good job. But in the end, and I texted Sanjay Lal, the Seahawks wide receiver coach and special passing game coordinator, Jackson Smith-Njigba. What did he say? He is an elite tracker of the football. We saw it at Ohio State when he was healthy. We saw it in the Thanksgiving night game against the Niners when he completely flipped shoulders. Geno threw it on his outside shoulder. He turned his head, and he caught it one-handed. But not just Jackson Smith-Njigba at the end against James Bradbury, John. DK Metcalf. I think Kyle Shanahan, he's going to give Fred Warner a Christmas gift for getting DK to lose his mind. I think we need to send DK a Christmas gift as well, because the Philadelphia Eagles last night may have lost the number 1 seed.
Absolutely. And like you said, the last 2 weeks we're having to root, hoping the Eagles lose, but they lose to the Cowboys and then they lose to the Seahawks, and that was fun and it was cool. And even as a 49ers fan, I think that we'll give you a pass. That was pretty cool what Drew Lock did after years of kind of languishing, not only in Denver, but behind Geno Smith in Seattle, and to have him make that throw. But like I said, I don't think enough people are talking about it. The catch, like you said, that Smith-Njigba makes, he catches the backside of the football, and the rain is starting to come down. And it's just an amazing catch. The one thing I would say Patricia did there, I didn't understand that they had to score a touchdown there. So the safety there is coming to cover the flat. You're going Bradbury one-on-one. That was a direct result of not having Darius Slay, and those kind of injuries kill you. Bradbury's just not a good one-on-one guy. He was getting beat all night long. They could have done more if Locke had a couple of balls back, but just all around I'm questioning the defensive play call was a great throw, and Smith-Njigba with a great catch. And now the question that you and I will get into is, it's not a must-win against the Ravens. You certainly don't want to lose that cushion that you've worked so hard to gain. But I wonder how they do attack this game, because regardless of what happens here with everybody else, they could lose to the Ravens and win those final 2 NFC games, and they win still the number 1 seed. They do have a ton of injuries. Yeah, I'm not saying you throw the game, obviously,
no,
but I do also wonder if this is a team you could see in the Super Bowl potentially. Do you throw everything at them? I mean, maybe you do, but they do have some. They do have some cushion now. The goal would be,
so now you got to win 2 out of 3. Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So
and you want to win the NFC games, really.
Well, but you know what? You'd rather win the first 2, and then treat the Ram game like another bye week. And you got banged up players. You're not going to push guys to come back if they can't go. And with Javon Hargrave, he has a hamstring. And I saw him out jogging with the performance staff before we flew on Saturday, but it's just he's not bursting. And when do you really burst? Do you burst when it's time to go on Saturday night and deal with Lamar on an inside run with that 300-pound fullback coming at you, and then you pull it then? I mean, it's hard to simulate that, so he's got to be completely healthy. Armstead, that's the plantar fascia and the knee. The plantar fascia is bad, and he's got to deal with it. So as far as what their mentality is going to be, they're going to try to win this game on Christmas night. They're going to try to win in Washington. I mean, it's possible Philadelphia loses on Sunday, and, the Niners, right now you're looking at a magic number, 2. That's the magic number. We're down in the baseball kind of terminology, and you got Detroit and you got Dallas as well to factor into it. So it's unlikely the Niners could win the number 1 seed with a win on Christmas night, but the goal would be to take the Ram game off the last game of the year and then maybe play them a half or a quarter and then essentially give them a couple of weeks to get ready and really heal guys up. So they're going to play hard. They're not going to kick this game. They're going to give it every ounce of energy. If they slip up and lose this game, then the margin for error going on the road to Washington, the Rams are a division opponent. They're not doing that, but they're going to bring guys back when they're healthy, and only when they're healthy. As far as the alignment, I mean, those were incredibly difficult catches to make up against the sideline, just really hard catches to make. So Patricia played it well. I thought he just played like New England in this game, where they just tried to cloud the coverage. They dropped back. Their guys tackled a lot better. And they got young guys.
You can't get beat deep there, though. You can't get beat deep.
But to the sideline, it's just a hard. I mean, that was a hell of a catch that he made there. And if you move one safety over too far, there's another side of the field. I mean, they went to Jackson Smith and Jigba. You don't have 8 safeties. They did play more. Sidney Brown played a lot of snaps last night with Kevin Byard and Reed Blankenship. So that's just Drew Lock reading coverage and delivering the ball, and Jackson Smith and Jigba making a hell of a catch. And the catches earlier were insane. DK Metcalf going to the ground. DK Metcalf up against the sideline. Julian Love with the interception on the sideline. And the way he played was just big time to get him from the New York Giants. So I think the real interesting thing was Darius Slay. Now, he often will follow receivers around, but when he does not, he plays on the offensive right at left cornerback. They moved James Bradbury over to that side. So he does not typically play on that side. To ask him to switch, it may have been an accommodation to the young corners. They did play Keely Ringo a lot. They played Ricks. They played Job, who's that guy's a nasty gunner and jammer on special teams. He got into DK's grill all night, and they played Bradley Roby. I thought it was interesting that they moved Bradbury over to the other side, and that's where they beat him time and time again, going down that far sideline, and that's not the side he typically plays on.
Yeah, but look, here's the thing. As I was watching that game or thinking about that game afterwards, is that everybody's burying the Eagles just like everybody buried the 49ers, and I was thinking, the biggest threat in the NFC to me still is the Eagles. I mean, it looks potentially like the Eagles and Cowboys on back-to-back weeks. Those would be the 2 games. So you get the number 1 seed. You don't have to play on Wild Card Weekend, which is tremendous. But you may get either Dallas or Philadelphia that first week, and you'll get the other NFC East team probably the next week. So the number 1 seed is tremendous, and getting all that rest, like you said, you win these first 2, and then you can basically rest guys against the Rams with all these injuries. You can be ready to go for that divisional game. But to me, it's still going to be Dallas-Philadelphia, and I probably think that Philadelphia is still the bigger threat just because I know they've lost 3 in a row, but they're going to gain their confidence back. New York twice, sandwiched in between is Arizona. They're going to win their final 3 games, regain some confidence. They need some help on defense. I think their offense will come back around. Defensively, though, I don't know if Philadelphia is good enough. They're going to get Slay back, obviously, but I think I think right now in the 49ers are the overwhelming favorite. It would be a massive disappointment if they didn't make it because it is matching up really well. But they're going to have 2 tough games in the playoffs, Dallas, Philadelphia, in some order, it looks like.
Yeah, I think the biggest threat and the only threat to the 49ers, honestly, are the 49ers themselves. They are by far the best team in football. And I can't think of a time, John, obviously New England when they went undefeated, where a team just looked this dominant during the regular season. And I know they had a 3-game losing streak, and they're not 14-0, they're 11-3. But when they get rolling, they are impossible to beat. Now they got to shore up the defense. They got to tackle in this Baltimore Ravens challenge, even without their great rookie. They got Gus Edwards. They got Melvin Gordon who's going to be active for this game. Former Chargers run for a lot of yards. They're going to run more inside than the speed that Mitchell gave them outside. But as long as the Niners stay healthy, and I think right now it's just maintaining bodies and getting guys healthy as possible, and not incurring any more injuries along the way. We'll keep an eye on the AFC and see truly how good Baltimore is. They're very inconsistent offensively, but I just feel like it's a lot like the Warriors' first championship that they won, where everything is falling their way. Teams are losing when they need to lose. Teams are starting to slide. You're getting hot at the right time. I just think if the Niners play their brand of football right now, they are clearly the favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I even said that during their losing streak. It's not really who they play; it's how they play. And like you said, unless injuries creep in, and that's every NFL team, especially at the quarterback position, they're far and away. And we went through their 3-game losing streak. You'd rather have it happen, obviously, when it did. I'm just saying I wouldn't count out Philadelphia so fast because that's what everybody's doing.
No, they're going to get their legs back, and I think they figured out how to play last night. How long is Big Play Slay going to be out for? He had scope surgery on the knee. When is he coming back?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the timeline.
I'm hearing the playoffs. He's not going to be able to play the end of the regular season. They got 2 with the Giants and 1 with a dramatically improved and physically tough Arizona team, as we just saw Sunday. That is a huge loss. They just don't have enough corners right now. They're going to have to make it up with their pass rush or just playing, very Belichickian kind of defense, which Patricia played last night. I think they're going to get their legs back. The quarterback showed toughness last night. He obviously was not well, but I think the fact what Nick called him out on a little bit was the pass rush, but really it is the simple nature of their offense and how it's just the RPO or the RRPO, and it's all right in the quarterback mesh point, and it's a lot like the Washington offense Kyle concocted with RG3 during RG3's rookie year. And you give the league an entire offseason and these great defensive minds to figure it out. They have figured out how to squeeze down their offense. They are just not as explosive as they were last year.
No doubt. All right, we'll continue to talk about it. Text line is wide open. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Thoughts about where the 49ers sit as well. We got a ton to discuss. Play some of the CMC from the Maddingcast last night. He reminds me of Buster Posey. We can get into that conversation too, but we got a ton of Warriors with the Celtics in town to discuss. And the weird story of Joey Bart, that may be coming to an end. So we got a ton today on a Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Celtics are in town, and Clay is starting to look like himself. Is he back? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us, especially in this wet weather. Got to be careful. So let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, get this, sitting down, it's a big number, don't know if you can handle it, it's mind-blowing. They've secured more than $1 billion, with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing, though, up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I mean, our number one goal is to get in the playoffs, and we got that last week. You know, winning this division, getting it last year, getting it this year. I mean, it's huge. It's, you know, we just want to get in the playoffs. When you win your division, it's a much better road in the playoffs, and I know the guys were pumped about it. But now our biggest thing is making sure we got 2 home games and trying to get a bye. So that's what we're focused on now.
All right, so that's the situation for the 49ers. They could lose one of their final 3 and still be the number 1 seed. Doesn't matter which one they would lose. The Cowboys now are in the driver's seat for the number 2. They did split with the Eagles, but if they win out, they have the better conference record. 3 is the Lions. They're 2-2 in their last 4. They've got the Vikings twice at the Cowboys, and that's kind of maybe the game of the year that's left in the NFC. The NFC itself, not saying that the Ravens and the 49ers isn't a huge game. But on December 30th, the Lions go to Dallas, and that could determine a lot of things. Because if Dallas loses, then Philadelphia is back in play for that division. If the Lions win out, they could potentially jump up to the 2 seed as well. So other than the 49ers, kind of a dogfight left in the NFC.
Now, I'm getting a little confused here. And Andrew Siciliano, and I love his postgame on NFL Network, and obviously Scott Van Pelt right after the Monday night game. I flip him back and forth. So I was under the impression that with Dallas losing yesterday in Buffalo and Philadelphia losing last night to Seattle, now Philadelphia's loss is a conference loss. So is it still the same? If Philadelphia wins their last 3 games, John, don't they win the NFC East and they're the number 2 seed?
They would be 13-4, and then you'd have to go. Division record is right now 3-1. They'd go 5-1 if they win out. Dallas's
2
division
games against the Giants.
Yeah, Dallas has Washington left, so they would be 5-1 if they win. So then you'd go to conference record. If they win out, the Eagles right now are 6-3. They'd be 9-3 in conference. The best Dallas could do is 9-3 as well. So then there must be a tiebreaker after that, because then it gets too confusing.
I think if Philadelphia wins out, they're the 2 seed. And they are the NFC's champion. I believe that's the way it goes down. It has been going back and forth, and even Andrew was conflicted with that. But he did, I think he made that clear. And that's what it was going into it. Even when Dallas beat Philadelphia last week, it's still, even though momentarily Dallas jumped ahead of them as division champion and 2 seed, and they both lost this past weekend. Dallas yesterday in Orchard Park and Philly last night in the rain in Seattle. I still think that's the case. So.
Well, it's kind of undetermined at this point. Ed Werder, who covers the Cowboys. So after the conference record, if they all win out, then they tie in division, they tie in conference, and then it goes to a tiebreaker, which is called strength of victory, which means that it's the combined win-loss record of the opponents the teams have beaten, which is undetermined at this point.
Right, and that's all year.
Yeah, so that's all year. So that's not even going to be determined until the final week 18 stuff. So
I mean, Dallas has got to go beat Miami on the road, which is
I think Dallas would actually do it, because Dallas has Detroit left, they have Miami left, whereas the Eagles have 2 against the Giants, 1 against Arizona, and that would actually work against them in strength of victory. Does that make sense?
But I'm saying Dallas could just lose a game, and Philadelphia wins out, and they have a better record, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. So we'll see where it goes. I think Philadelphia is starting to get their legs back a little bit. They're going to have to make some tweaks. I mean, losing both coordinators has not been done in the NFL off one team since 1994, when the 49ers won their last Super Bowl and Mike Shanahan became the head coach in Denver. Ray Rhodes was the DC for George Seifert. He became the head coach in Philadelphia. It's just a big loss, and they're trying to figure it out. I think, offensively, I'm not going to blame it on the coordinator there, but it's just their system and the way they run that RG3, like Washington when Kyle was their offense, which does not have a lot of. The Niners, you have no idea what you're going to get from play to play. It could be anything. And even Baltimore, when we criticized Lamar Jackson for years, and I love Greg Roman, but they were very predictable offense where it was all on that mesh point and the 300-pound fullback Ricard and Lamar and a back behind or to the side. And, they've opened up the passing game where Baltimore has more of a drop-back passing game. Philadelphia does not have that. They are an RPO based, and a lot of quarterback runs last night. So has the league caught up to Philadelphia, or have they regressed from last year? And then defensively, they just lost 6 starters from the team. So we'll see where they are ultimately, and Detroit is there, and it's going to be fun. And then you're looking at if the Niners, believe me, and Kyle downplays it publicly, but when the bus is pulled away from Lincoln Financial Field on January 29th, you knew that the Niners were going back to Philadelphia to play them at some point this regular season. You didn't know when. In May, the schedule came out. It's the first game we all looked at, December the 3rd. But the whole offseason has been about the NFC Championship game is coming to the South Bay. And it's not going to South Philly. It's not going to North Texas. Who knew that Detroit would be this good? And right now it's there. What the 49ers have been able to accomplish and enduring that 3-game losing streak, the changes they've made on their roster in season, and also to moving Steve Wilkes down, realigning some people in the secondary, they are exactly where they want to be. When they wake up today, and they got an off day today, actually they're coming in today for treatment, and then they're off tomorrow, then Thursday's install day again. This is Christmas week. And they got a nice, green package last night, blue and green, from Seattle that arrived a little bit early in the upset win, and how they won the game. To drive the length of the field there in the last minute and a half to win the game is pretty amazing with a young quarterback, but Drew Lock is capable, as the Niners know. So in any event, this is what they wanted. This is what they've been working the entire offseason for. This is what they had to endure, the Brock Purdy surgery in the offseason on March the 10th, the buying a Hargrave. Everything they did this offseason was to get into this position right now, where they are the number 1 seed, and they have a little room to play with. They don't have to win out, but knowing them, they're going to want to win out. If they beat Baltimore and they beat Washington, then it's going to be a conflict on how Kyle plays that last game, because he's so damn competitive. But that'd be a good problem to have, John. So they can say whatever they want. The goal is to get in the tournament and win the division. Yeah, they've done that. They've been in the tournament, 3 of the last 5 years they've won the division. They've been in the tournament 4 of the last 5 years. They've had their hearts broken in either the Super Bowl or the championship games the last 2 years. They want to win the whole damn thing, and they know they're good enough to do it. So the way it's all falling into place with Philadelphia and their flaws right now, and Dallas and their defense, and how they get shredded on the road and get run on, and it's all there. So everything they've worked for since they lost that game in Philadelphia and had to endure the agony of Brock's surgery in the offseason and the uncertainty of that, here on December the 19th, less than a week from Christmas, it is all there. Everything they aspire to be, they are right now.
Well, and plus, let's look at the outside factors. And while everything can change, there's no question about it. As we sit here right now, what is today, December 19th? I mean, look at everything around them. Look at all the teams that we talk about are teams that are going to threaten the 49ers. They've blown out the Eagles and the Cowboys. The Cowboys are 3-4 on the road. They can't win on the road, and they have to come through Santa Clara to get to the Super Bowl. The Eagles' offense, like you said, is a work in progress, and the defense is an absolute mess. Detroit, to me, is a year away at least. They're 2-2 in their last 4. Kansas City offensively is not what they've been in the past. Buffalo's starting to come on, but I don't think they're as good as they've been. And we're going to see the Ravens this weekend, and there's other teams. Joe Burrow's hurt for Cincinnati. That was a threatening team. I look at the 49ers, and I know they went to the Super Bowl in 2019. We were in New Orleans when they went to Super Bowl 47 against these very Ravens. This, to me, is their best opportunity to win a Super Bowl. They are sitting there with, not only are they playing at the top of their game, if they can keep these injuries in check, but there's a lot of teams that are just a little bit off this season through injuries or ineffectiveness or missing certain players or whatever the case may be. I mean, I'm looking at social media this morning. A.J. Brown is fighting with the Eagles fans. I mean, it's just there's every other team has a pretty major flaw on their team, except for maybe the Ravens, who we're going to see this weekend. We can evaluate.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to try to get into them in the coming days. We'll do it a little bit later with install day on Thursday, and we'll do football hour on Thursday and be there for the interviews on Friday. So it's a Monday night game. So, but I've been keeping an eye on them. They I don't know how great their tackles are. For one, their linebackers got the flashy name Roquan Smith, and obviously Patrick Queen is so fast that they have they have holes you can attack. There's no doubt, and that's where Kyle just finds the guy that he's going to attack, and he attacks him over and over and over again. His dad did that. I remember a game against the Raiders and the fast linebacker Travion Smith, and he waited and waited and waited and spun him around like a top, and he fell over. And Al loved that guy. It was his modern day Rod Martin, and Mike pounced, and Kyle does it all the time. He finds somebody, and sometimes he is just unrelenting on picking on a guy. It was Starling Thomas in Arizona, Nicholas Morrow, and in Philly, and Morrill played better last night. I thought Patricia had him playing better, but they know who they are. This is the best 49er team since when? I think easily going back to 94, the 84 team was one of the great teams in the history of pro football. They had one tough home loss and a bad call to Pittsburgh. They could have been undefeated. That was a great football team. The 94 team was star-laden, obviously. You didn't have Coach Walsh coaching it, but this is the best 49er team since when? It's better than any of the Harbaugh teams. It's better than any of Kyle's previous teams. They are loaded. They know that. They just got to get the tackles healthy and stay healthy, and it's hard in pro football, but they know who they are, and I'm sure they were excited last night because the goal all year was they wanted to play 2 home games to get to the Super Bowl. That's the goal in January. They had that same path when they just ran all over Minnesota, ran all over Green Bay, and they just lost it on the 2-3 chip jet wasp play to Tyreek Hill. I don't know if Kansas City's that team anymore. We'll see, and we'll see who Lamar is. That's why it'll be fun to play this team on Christmas night to get a feel for where the AFC is. And you're always worried about Patrick Mahomes and certainly Josh Allen. If he gets in the tournament, he could run the table as a wild card team the way Jim Kelly has in years past. So we'll see. But this is the best team in pro football right now. And everybody was blowing me up when Seattle won the game last night. I honestly think the Niners can win against all comers, anywhere, anytime you want to play them. You want to play them at midnight in Joliet, Illinois. They will show up and beat you, and they'll bring their boom boxes in and beat you then. So it would be obviously favorable on their bodies, and play one less game is key in the home game. That's obviously key, to have 2 home games. And, you'd like to have 3 home games, and if one of those teams loses for a marketing standpoint, but it's hard to sell wild card tickets anyway, so they're not going to worry about that. But everything they set out to aspire to be throughout the OTAs, everything, they got their quarterback back, they figured out their defense and how they're going to line people, and right now they are sitting pretty as the best team in football.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us. Hit us up on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines. Questions, comments, the Seahawks and the Cowboys in back-to-back weeks help out the 49ers. They have a 1-game cushion for the number 1 seed, and it looks like everything is going to come through Santa Clara. 415-808-5627. You got questions, comments on the Niners, 415-808-KNBR. We will flip it coming up next. The best team in basketball, at least tied with the Minnesota Timberwolves at 20-5, the Celtics. A lot can change in 2 years when they saw this team in the NBA Finals, and a lot has. We'll discuss it, plus give you the latest on Draymond Green next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I can't predict the future, but the work that he put in, and I try to tell my kids all the time, you're only going to get out what you put in. So if you get a half effort, you're going to get half results. So he just put in the time, and it paid off. So I always knew it, as long as he just keep working, that he was going to be good. Didn't think he was going to turn out to be like this, but he was definitely going to be successful. Everything that he got and everything that come his way, he earned it. And can't no one take that from him.
All right, talk some Warriors and Celtics. A lot can change in a couple of years when they met in the NBA Finals. The latest on Draymond Green, but that was Monte Ellis on Saturday night. That was pretty cool. A little blast from the past from Monte talking about Steph. That's cool.
Yeah, he dropped in. He was there pregame, had a nice hug with Steph, and he dropped in with Fitz and Kalina, and it was good to see him. He looks great. Looks like he's in playing shape, and he brought Kalina cupcakes on his 40th birthday. And then Steph changed up something that night, and it's interesting. We'll see if he does it. I assume he'll continue it tonight against the Boston Celtics, but part of the show when you go to a Warrior game, and I'm going to go to the Warrior game tonight, my first Warrior game all year, is to get there early and watch Steph go through his pregame ritual with the Q-Man, Bruce Frazier. And I remember the first time I saw it, it was like, what is he doing with this 2-ball drill? And it was a show. It looked like Curly Neal. It was unbelievable. And then he, began to incorporate all the long shooting. He started it in and then moved out, and he's taking half-court logo shots, and he's making more than he's missing. And I said, we got to put this on TV. This is unbelievable. So we did a whole pregame one night there and just put it all on live TV. And now it's a show unto itself before the game. But he typically would do that for like a 7:40 game. He would do it at like 6:10. Now he's doing it 2 hours before the game, and he's doing it before they open the gates. And it's interesting. And he had the logo. Monte taught him the runway shot, and the security guard was there to feed him the ball. And at Oracle, it was great because he had a great tunnel to do it up the tunnel to the locker room, and a little weird to shoot it downhill at Chase Center. But in any event, Steph's not doing that anymore. But he's doing it in the game. And when Monte there to watch him play on Saturday night, what an amazing performance. And he's playing differently. He is playing one-on-one basketball, which he never really played before. They are just clearing sides and letting him go. And he is able to get to the cup, and it's just he's a different player now. He needed a ball screen or some action or is a great ability off the ball to relocate. He's not doing that as much right now. He doesn't have Draymond to set screens. They go to a little bit different of a lineup with, Andrew Wiggins can't set a screen for him. Podziemski's not a screener. Neither's Clay or Chris Paul. It's just different. So he's just doing it in a different way. But what a show he put on to will them to victory over Brooklyn on Saturday night. And meanwhile, Clay played well. Andrew Wiggins is coming out of his funk, John, and then the game on Sunday night, Podziemski comes up with the huge charge at the end of the game after Steph could not make a shot. And when Trace Jackson Davis, the rookie, got that offensive rebound and gave it to him left above the break, it was a warm-up step in. That's the shot that he's working on now 2 hours before games with Bruce Frazier. He just missed it long. And it's like, wow, he's not going to make a three tonight, is he? And then he missed a free throw at the end of the game. And they got the rebound. They wound up missing anyway on the end-to-end. But Podziemski is such a tough player. Wow. Just stepped in front of the charge. He's fourth in the drive for a charge. He's fourth in the NBA in picking up charges, and he doesn't play that many minutes. He wasn't even in the rotation the first half of the year. And they found a way to win, but it was Andrew Wiggins who played so well. So they had to work hard to beat Brooklyn at home and to beat Portland. Not a great team on the road, John, but it's starting to come alive a little bit. You're starting to see Clay play a lot better, and with starting Podziemski with Steph, he's playing small forward and guarding where he should be, up against the sideline, the baseline. They don't have Andrew Wiggins quite yet. They're going to a small lineup with Kuminga and Kevon Looney. I think against Boston, you have to think about changing the lineup tonight and reinserting Andrew Wiggins. Like, how you get a deal with Tatum and Brown? And they have Kristaps Porzingis. This is one game you'd really like to have Draymond, because he guards Porzingis really well. He irritates him.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they're going to keep the lineup the same because it's been working. But I think you got to sub Andrew Wiggins into the game fast tonight because we know how well he can guard Jason Tatum.
Yep, no doubt. We'll get into Draymond Green in a few minutes and reiterate a few of the things you said yesterday, and we went over the schedules and so forth. But this is a game to me that really, if I'm Joe Lacob, this is the game I'm watching. And I know there's no Draymond Green, so it's not exactly right. But, this to me is the favorite in the East. They're 20-5, best record in the NBA, same as Minnesota. The starting five is a killer. Drew Holiday, Derek White. White's having a good year. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Kristaps Porzingis. To me, that's the best starting five in all of the NBA. And, again, it's hard to decipher, and you and I were talking about this yesterday, that when they get Draymond Green back, it's almost going to be if it's 3 weeks, it's going to be about 38 games in or 33 games in. You're coming close to the midway point of the season, and then after that, you're going to try to assess what your team is. But you can't get blown out by 20 tonight by Boston because these are the teams, to me, they've got to beat these other teams in between. But this is ultimately because this is not a team that is just content with a first round or a second round or whatever. This is the team you have to beat to determine if you can be a championship team, and they're awesome. I mean, this is going to be a really tough game tonight.
Well, they haven't lost a game at home. They're 14-0 at TD Garden, and they are beatable on the road when they put on the Gangreens. They're 6-5, but they're just big. When they added Kristaps Porzingis in the offseason, and they had to give up Marcus Smart, they moved some players around. You thought this front line. I mean, Jaylen Brown is a backcourt player, but he's got great size and jumping ability, and Tatum. I mean, they're just huge. So how do you match up with Porzingis, Brown, and Tatum? Who guards Porzingis? I mean, that's where Draymond bothered him. No matter where he was, when he was a Knick or when he was a Wizard, he would just get under him and bother him. He would get his arm bar into him, and Porzingis was taken out of the game right away. How are you going to match up without Draymond? And, I think Wiggins has got to play more minutes tonight to match up with Tatum. We saw how well he guarded him, and the Warriors just made him dribblers. But now they got a pure point guard. Back then they didn't have one. Now they got two. I mean, Derek White is a really good on-the-ball defender. I don't even know who they'll put on Steph. They could put Drew Holiday on him. They could put Derek White on him. They're loaded. This is a very good team. Something tells me the Warriors will rise up tonight and play a great game and maybe find a way to beat this team. That's just the way they are. And I think Wiggins, he played so well over the weekend, and his game in Portland on Sunday was huge, just going to the cup aggressively and guarding, and he's changed ever since his benching. I don't know, is it too soon to put him back in the lineup? Who would you pull out of the lineup? Podziemski's playing so well. But I think you got to get ready to get Wiggins in the game quickly tonight to guard Tatum. And Tatum is a tough cover, but Andrew has proven he can cover him. And they have a plan on how to make him a dribbler and make him turnover prone. We'll see if they can do that again. But I think tonight is a game where I'm looking for Andrew Wiggins, John, for whatever reason, these big matchups, whether it's LeBron James or Jason Tatum, when he's got a big assignment and he just rises up. And to me, it has been effort level with him. He's just playing harder. You can see it. You got a new haircut for one, which may be helping his speed. I don't know. He looks good, but he's starting to play like Jason Tatum. Like Andrew Wiggins. And with this lineup that they have, I don't know if Steve will make a lineup change because they are playing better with the group they went to. But you got to get Andrew Wiggins in the game right away tonight.
Yeah, and Boston isn't very deep. I mean, that's been part of their problem this year, but their starting five is really, really good. And, this is not only are you missing Draymond Green and his physicality on Porzingis, this would be a GP2 game because of all the wings in White, Brown, and Tatum that they have. Holiday, I mean, he would be perfect in this kind of game, so they're definitely shorthanded against a really good Boston team. But again, the depth of Boston isn't what their strength is, but that starting five is really good. We'll continue the Warriors conversation. We got into it a little bit about Draymond Green and the possible 3-week, as much as 4-week suspension. So what will the Warriors look like when he gets back, and what kind of decisions then will face the Warriors? We'll get into that conversation up to the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Lisa, I got some great news for you at the end of 2023 and the start of 2024. Interest rates have plunged. Mortgage rates are back down from nosebleed highs. Greg Papa here right now. Loan Pronto can rescue you from that 7 or 8% rate you got stuck with and save you a ton of money. If you bought or refinanced your home with a rate of over 7%, now is the time to refinance and save money, even if you did it last month. Interest rates on Loan Pronto's Equity Express loans have also come down. It's a great time to get some cash out of your home and get yourself on solid footing for the new year. They can get you the cash you need to wipe out credit card debt or start that 2024 home improvement project right now. Bottom line, Loan Pronto has the most competitive rates, and they can help you take advantage of this drop in rates. So get your financial house in order for 2024 by calling 415-808-5721 to get started. It's 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, an equal housing lender, subject to lender approval.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, yeah, they're figuring out what this process will be, what it is, what it's going to take. And that indefinite thing was legit. Like, sometimes they say indefinite just because they don't want to say what the number is, but it's very clear they don't know what the number is. Like, it's really indefinite. At some point, they're going to have to make this case to the league and say, here's what I've done. here's where I am, and the league will have to say yay or nay.
That's our good friend Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. You hear him all over. KNBR does a tremendous job with the Warriors and other things, and you read him in The Athletic. Pop and Lund on a Tuesday edition of the show. By the way, I have not given you the guest list today. Mark Spears is going to join us bottom of next hour at 11:30, and he's got great insight into everything NBA, so we'll talk to him about Draymond Green, Dennis Brown, on the way that the defense is playing for the 49ers during your lunch hour at 12:30, so make sure you hang out with us during the lunch hour. So we did talk yesterday about Draymond Green, and we went through some of these games, and the premise that we were using was Shams Charania of The Athletic was saying that it was either 3 to 4 weeks. There's Marcus there saying it's still undecided. But the conclusion we came to is if it's the 3-week variety, that would be 13 games. I think I came up with something in the 7 and 6 range with them currently at 12 and 14. That put them about 19 and 20 with 14 games to evaluate the roster before February 8th. If it's 4 weeks, that'd be more like 17 games. I put an 8 and 9 on that because they're in the middle of a road trip when he would get back on that, or before he would get back. I put him around 20 and 23. That would be with 39 games to go with 11 games to evaluate the roster. Regardless if it's 3 or 4, it's kind of the same range, right? They're going to be hovering around 500 with about 3 weeks to determine what kind of a team they are before the February 8th deadline.
Yeah, and I go back to the year they won the championship, and we had Bob Myers on, and he just kept saying, and I remember doing a function with him up in Napa with the Warrior corporate sponsors, and we had him on the air after, and I just want to see my team. We don't have our team yet, and that was the year Clay came back in January. Against the Boston Celtics, Steph Curry got hurt right away. Draymond Green, they never had their guys all the way up into the playoffs. And then when it was time to go, they won a championship. So I don't really know who this team is. I just see a team that right now is 12 and 14. Draymond Green has missed about half the games. And they have to play so damn hard in the regular season to give themselves a chance to win or lose at the end. And in a lot of the games, they're kicking in at the end because of poor late-game execution, which is just not like them. Now, they did find a way to hold off Brooklyn, but Steph Curry, man, did he have to play hard. I mean, he would not let them lose that game. His fourth-quarter performance was amazing, and he didn't have it the next night. His legs were tired. He missed shots, but Wiggins rose up, and Clay's been playing much better lately, and, Podziemski just has a way of helping you. In any event, they played 26 games so far this year. 22 of them have been deemed by the NBA as clutch games, which is 5 points margin in the final 5 minutes. Now, that's by far the most in the NBA. 22 of the 26 have essentially been an overtime game, where you're within 5 points with 5 minutes to play. And we've seen them lose 5-point leads with a minute to play. And they almost did it the other night in Portland. They were up like 7 or 11. I'm like, what's going on? And it was Sacramento game. In years past, and I don't even know if I'm going to go back to the most recent championship, when they were dominant and went to 5 straight NBA finals, they occasionally would play with the game a little bit and allow the other team to stay around, and then they'd unleash Rocco at halftime, and they'd suffocate teams. And they went on just overwhelming runs. They're not that team anymore. They're not. They're giving up big leads. Even the lesser teams, the younger teams, they're more athletic. They're able to just, kind of just outrun them and stay in games. They got cagey presence with Paul, obviously, and Steph and Clay. And Dario Saric is a really good player. They got young players giving them energy, and Andrew Wiggins is playing better. But they just have to expend so much energy to stay in either, they're giving up big leads or coming back. They never were in these close games coming down the stretch. They're a little like the Minnesota Vikings of last year, the Eagles of this year. They're not the Niners of this year, which somehow they're being criticized for blowing teams out, which is unbelievable. The Warriors, remember the year Steph won the MVP, John, his second straight MVP unanimously, and made the 402 threes? How many fourth quarters did he rest that year? He could have made 500 threes or 450. He didn't play a lot in the fourth quarter because they had huge leads. They're not that team anymore. So I don't know exactly who they are. I think they have enough players that on any given night can rise up in a game like tonight against the mighty Boston Celtics, who are 20-5 with their great front line. And they also have Big Al Horford coming off the bench. How do you deal with him on the pick and pop? And he gets in the corners and shoots threes. They're just, how do you match up with them minus Draymond Green? We'll see. Some tells me they'll stay in the game a little bit. But I think as far as where they're going to be when Draymond comes back, and you heard Marcus say it, it's indefinite. You don't know. The good news is that he is being receptive. He's got to be. His career's at the crossroads. He's losing a lot of money every single day. He's lost his cachet around the league. He's not Draymond Green, 4-time champion anymore. He's Draymond Green. How many times has he been suspended, John? I've lost track. 6 or 7 times. He's the guy that, went at LeBron. He's the guy that kicked Steven Adams. He's the guy that, stomped on Sabonis. He's the guy that whacked Nurkic. He's the guy that choked out Gobert. He's that guy. He don't want to be that guy. So he's got to take it seriously. And when he comes back, get on the floor. But like Bob said during the last championship run, and I can hear him in my ear, we want to see the team. We want to see Mike Dunleavy's team. Will it be in a month from now, in late January, when you can assess your team before the deadline? But what I'm seeing right now is a team. They used to be able to coast through the regular season and then turn it on in April, May, and June and win. They are not coasting through the regular season. It's quite the opposite. They are working their asses off to be merely a 500 team, and that's why they're in all these tight games, these clutch games coming down the stretch. They're not dominant.
And just to your point, at this point of the season, and then when Draymond comes back, but this is the problem with losing Peyton, losing Draymond, having him in and out of the lineup is if you look at just statistically what the Warriors are, and then when they're really good, what they are, they're near the top in all the shooting percentage categories, the 3-point, the defense, the off, all those kind of things. If you look at them right now, they're mid to the bottom in everything. So right now, they don't do anything particularly well offensively or defensively. Their shooting percentages aren't where they normally are. They're middle of the pack, 3-point shooting team. I mean, they don't know. But to your point of missing Draymond Green, I don't know what they are, and I don't know what their ceiling is. And so watching a team like tonight, these are the games that I'm really up for because Boston is, to me, the NBA. And now the Niners, we know all the numbers when it comes to who's the favorite. I think Boston is the favorite to win the NBA title. It's certainly not Minnesota, even though they're both 20-5. So this is the NBA champion favorite right now. And even though you don't have Peyton and even though you don't have Green, because that's just kind of how the league works, not everybody plays on every single night. But I'm interested to see what they are and how they will respond to this because, as you said, they're 6-5 on the road, so they're 14-0 at home. They're dominant at home. They're an average team on the road. But the Warriors have to start showing, whether it's Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob, whomever makes the decisions, that group together, that they are something. That we can hang our hat on this, and then when we get healthy or when we get Draymond back, then we can contend. Because I'll keep going back to the point of. Most owners will not spend this kind of money if they're middle of the pack. And right now, in every statistical category, they are that or towards the bottom. And obviously, the bottom line is a 12-5, or the record that they have, which just isn't good enough. So, will they get those guys back, and can they contend with a team like tonight?
It's hard to dump salary in the NBA because you have to take salary back. So they can make trades and get expiring contracts. And some of those guys in Toronto. We talked about Anunoby and Siakam. They're on expiring deals as well. So, how would you deal with that? So it's just hard to dump salary. I think tonight's game is going to be interesting, and they're not as good as the Boston Celtics over 82 games. Boston's going to have a much better record. They're 20-5 because they're going to play hard. They're young. They should play hard. They haven't won anything. They were down 3-0 last year to Miami, came back to force a Game 7 at home on Memorial Day, and then Tatum rolled his ankle right early in the game, and they were useless. They had to come back. Derek White made that incredible shot to keep their season alive, and they're still running uphill. They thought they were better than the Warriors. Some of their guys that's no longer on the roster were chirping that they were better. A couple of years ago when they had the Warriors down 2-1, and then Steph put on that performance in the parquet. I think still, when they come in this building, and it may not be the Warriors, but this is Chase Center, and when they go in that building, they start to feel it again. And my advice to them is to call a timeout when Steph starts to make back-to-back threes, run out the Popovich rule, and don't let it explode because you're going to get into your head. But they will win more games. I mean, Tatum is a great player. He may, along with Embiid, how many great players are there in the NBA that have not won a championship? He's on a short list, and he's got to get there. He went to the finals, and he got tired, and he over-dribbled, and he turned the ball over, and the Warriors had a plan for him. And when you get into, I think what Joe is looking at, John, can we even get in the playoffs? Can we get in the playoffs? Can we avoid the play-in and be in the playoffs? If we're a top 6 teams, then let's ride. We can do this. It's like what Kyle says with the Niners. Let's just get in the tournament. Now, Kyle's not really seriously saying that because he wants to be the number 1 seed and have a Levi's route all the way to Vegas. With the Warriors, the hard thing with their advanced age and playing those 5 straight NBA finals and what it did to their bodies, and just they're older. These guys are 30-somethings now. They're early 30s. Draymond's not even playing, and Clay and Chris Paul. These are older guys. They're not going to be able to expend the energy for the 82 games. But they are for the 28 games, or as Draymond calls it, a 16 game. You got to win 16. You got to win 4 out of 7s to win the NBA championship. You get him into a scouting report. This team is so well coached. They have a great plan. And they have guys, veteran guys, that can execute a plan, and they can rise up above it and take great players, whether it's Luka Doncic or John Morant or Jason Tatum. So once they get into a short season and it's just 4 out of 7, and we're not playing every other night we got to break off, and sometimes 2 and 3, and now we can get you. But how do we get there? How do we get through the 82-game regular season to qualify for the top 6? And then are we going to be a top 4? That's going to be highly unlikely in the West. You never know, though. But now you're looking at winning games on the road where it's harder. And I know we're older and veteran. We can deal with the road. But I think what you're looking at is the great difference in the NBA between the regular season and the postseason. I think this team is capable. I'm never going to say they're not capable of winning in the postseason, John. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get through the regular season to give themselves a chance in the postseason.
Yeah, that's what's tough because right now, and Bradley Beal's out again for the Suns, but the Clippers have found their way. They've won 8 in a row. I guess at some point they're at 20-5. We're going to have to believe in the Timberwolves and the Thunder, and the Nuggets have already proved it. My point is as they continue to sit at 11, at some point they're going to have to start jumping some of these teams, and these veteran teams are starting to kind of get it, and you have to start believing in some of these younger teams. And so now, as they're kind of down this post, the way I look at them right now is if throw a team out, Minnesota, the Thunder, the Mavericks, somebody like that, I would not want to see them in the playoffs. And I think they could beat one of those singular teams in the playoffs, although Minnesota's defense is really good right now. But I don't know that they can do it like they used to do it, because that's a hell of a gauntlet where you're just like last year. You beat Sacramento, you run into the Lakers, you've got some fatal flaws, and you can't get past that team. That's what I think they are, is I think their ceiling as we sit here right now with a lot still to learn about their team is they're a team that you would not want to see in the playoffs because of their experience, but I just don't think they could do it series after series, like you said, because of their age, even if you don't have back-to-backs and all those kind of things, because they're going to have to work so hard to get there that I don't know how much gas they're going to have for those famous playoff runs.
And last year, Sacramento was a great example of a younger, and Sacramento's not overtly athletic. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox is with his quickness off the ball. But Keegan Murray's more of a shooter. Sabonis is not a great athlete. But they're younger and they're friskier. And they, when they came in and beat the Warriors at Chase Center in Game 6, that's where you thought, whoa. Now you got to go play him in Game 7 on a day game on a Sunday after losing on Friday night, and it just took too much out of him. And then they lost to the Lakers, and Clay didn't have his legs, and the darkness in that building when the Lakers have home games, he just couldn't make a shot. But beginning of the year when they got off to the 5-1 and 6-2 start, and I was never on board with the Chris Paul acquisition. I'm still not, but it is what it is. But you could see how they want to play. You could see where they were how the rotations were going to work, how they were going to start, how were they going to play the non-Steph minutes, the whole thing. You could see it. I just thought, you're just so slow. You got to get in the open floor more and make it easy. You can't score against a set defense every single trip. Tonight, how you going to score? These guys are long. Porzingis is long. Tatum's long. Jaylen Brown is a good defender. Jrue Holiday and Derek White. You got to get up the floor. You got to get some easy baskets. You got to get some Curry flurries, scattered courts. They weren't doing that. And then they bogged down, and then you lost Draymond. to orchestrate it in the half court offensively. He helps so much offensively, and obviously he's your anchor defensively. But now I do see it. I see just a way they can play. I think the key is Wiggins. Wiggins is back to being the player he was. I don't know what he was wrong with him to start the year. It's a long grind. Who knows what it was, but he's back. And he's starting to play well. Maybe it was simply benching him and bringing him off the bench. Is it time to reinsert him tonight to match up with Tatum? Maybe not at the opening tip, but damn close. Get him in the game to go get Tatum. And when it's time to crunch time it, if you stay close or they stay close to you, then go get him because he can guard him. But you got other guys you got to deal with. You got to deal with Jaylen Brown. So who's going to guard him? That's a hard matchup for Clay. Who guards Porzingis? Well, but all that being said, John, I just feel like because it's gangrene and they come in those Celtic unis, people get up for this game. They have forever, whether it was Havlicek or Hondo to Rondo and Bill Russell and being from USF and Larry, obviously, and all throughout the years. And this current group, they bring out a certain energy because they are the Boston Celtics, the 17-time NBA champions. And the Warriors and Joe Lacob used to own a piece of this team. And he has respect for them. And it's going to be a battle. They're a great team. They're an up-and-coming team that hasn't won anything. The Warriors are older and on the decline, but is the decline right now. So I expect them to play well tonight. I don't know if I would look at it as though it's a huge barometer for the year. I think it's more for Boston, honestly. I think Boston, they need to come into this building tonight and not get spooked by Steph and just go play. They've had hard times playing the Warriors in this building, and I think it all goes back to when they lost the championship, and they beat the Warriors in Game 1 that year. They had them down 2-1, and they let it slip away, and they lost Game 5, and they got eliminated on the parquet, and the Warriors celebrated. I think the Warriors, will rise up tonight. Will they have enough? We'll see how they match up with, but I think tonight's more about Tatum and Brown, and can they come in this building and truly be the Boston Celtics?
Oh, by the way, we'll see you there because my young son back from school broadcast, he's helping JD on the postgame. So if the postgame's screwed up, it's his fault. And I'm just gonna hang out and observe.
What's he doing? Is he engineering or is he co-host?
No, he's going in the locker room to get sound and video and all sorts of stuff because JD's got to host Dubs OT, which is right after the game. So make sure you tune into JD. But we're throwing him into the fire and getting him going. So he's going to
tell him to walk right up to Klay Thompson tonight and say, "Are you done? Are you going to retire? Should they bench you like they benched Wiggins?"
That's not a bad idea because if Klay struggles, maybe he strikes my son, and maybe my son could get a few $1 million out of it. And then I get out of all the fees and all the college tuition and everything. That might be a thing. No.
So what? How old is George?
He's going to be 20 in January.
Oh, he's older
in his
than me.
He's a sophomore. He's a sophomore at Arizona State at the broadcast.
When I was just a kid, my brother Gary was a sportscaster in Buffalo, and the Boston Red Sox were playing in Toronto after the famous 1978 series. They called it the Boston Massacre.
Oh, yes.
When the Yankees went in there, I can still hear the Green Monster ringing now. The Yankees made up the 14.5 back on July 19th. They came back and they went into Fenway Park and just bludgeoned the Red Sox to take a momentary lead in the American League East. The Red Sox would force the one-game playoff that year, but my brother instructed me to go to Toronto, interview Don Zimmer, and use the term, "Did you choke in the series against the Yankees?"
He did not.
And I didn't know. I was just, okay, I'll do that.
Oh, no
and Don Zimmer went off. He went to every Red Sox, starting with Carl Yastrzemski to Jim Rice, to Dwight Evans, to Jerry Remy, to a big, fat, naked, cigar-smoking Louis Tiant, and said, "Don't you talk to that kid ever." And I'm like, what did I do? And
that is so
I remember
good.
My brother played it on the air that night, and he said that Don Zimmer went off on a diatribe which would make George Carlin blush. And that was right when George had his 7 naughty words you can't say on TV. So George,
he set you
I
up.
want you to walk into the locker room and ask Steph Curry, are you going to demand a trade to get away from these losers? Do that.
But you have to term it exactly like that.
Do that.
You have to say, I'm going to give a sheet, or I'm just going to print out a sheet of paper to say, these are the questions you will ask. Steph Curry.
Clay,
are you
shut
done?
it down.
You're going to shut it down.
Retire, Clay, would you? And staff demand a trade. You need to go somewhere. These guys are a bunch of losers. What have they ever won?
Maybe he could dishonor Canada in some way to Andrew Wiggins. What else could we do? We could do it. It could be just a F show in there. No, I won't have him do that. I can't believe your brother did that to you. That's an amazing story.
I can't believe I did it. I was like an idiot. Hey, Sim, Dr. Heimlich is in the Red Sox clubhouse. What the hell?
Your brother probably loved that.
For that reason, I have never used that term again the rest of my life.
Oh, that's amazing.
They don't choke. They just got beat by the Pinstripes. They lost. They didn't.
How hard was your brother laughing when he was playing that video? He had to be like, "Oh, this is amazing."
Howling. He loved it.
I bet that was amazing.
Did you really ask him that? I didn't mean to say it that way. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, sure you did.
How was I gonna know?
Wow. Taking advantage of your young naivete.
He went to Carl Yastrzemski, the great Yaz, and he's going, "Don't talk to
Were
that
you
kid."
standing there like as he's
Yes,
yelling?
I was like, I gotta get out of here.
That is so good.
I went over to the Blue Jays side and hung out with Ron Fairley. It was much easier
that is so good. Wow, is that good? All right, give us your thoughts. Talk in some more. Draymond, bottom of the hour. Our good friend Mark Spears is going to join us. We'll talk about the Draymond suspension, the Celtics coming in, a team he used to cover, and all of the NBA. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. Do not miss it. Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers General Manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how fortunate he is to have two legitimate MVP candidates on the 49ers roster. That podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
We kind of pointed to this part of the schedule, where we have a bunch of home games coming up, and we thought it was really important that we win this back-to-back. So to get last night's game and then to follow it up with another win gives us some momentum, some confidence, and now we've got all these home games. It's a chance for us to make a push and kind of get back in the race.
9 of the next 10 at home for the Warriors. That's what Steve Kerr's talking about. And some interesting ones. We've been talking about the Celtics, obviously 20-5. They're the best team in basketball coming in. Then Jordan Poole's going to come in Friday, and I know we're going to talk a ton about Jordan Poole, and I'm sure the reception he will receive. Then Portland Winnable going away, part of the extravaganza on Christmas, which, by the way, it's going to be overload on Christmas with the Warriors playing at 11:30, then the Niners playing that night. Then home games against the Heat, Celtics, Magic, Nuggets again, and Pistons and Raptors, and right around that time, Draymond Green probably will return if Shams is right. But as Steve said, a lot of games to get right, try to get Draymond Green back, but having him gone, at least having these games at home should help.
And I think he can get Draymond back around the team now. We'll talk to the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears. He's been away as far as I know. He didn't travel with him to Portland. Didn't see him on the bench, obviously, against the Clippers that first night or against Brooklyn. But would he make an appearance tonight? Game is on TNT tonight. Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller are doing the game tonight. Would he have some presence on their broadcast? He's an employee of Turner. How's he going to handle himself during this indefinite suspension? And then you'd like to have Draymond get back on the floor and just be a teammate again. He's so smart. He sees the game. Even though he can't play, he can help them win. And then, obviously, the home games helps. And, have it around the holidays. The Warriors do usually have a lot of games around the holidays. Now, normally, the Christmas Day game is at home because they're the defending NBA champions. Not all the time, but half the years they've been. But this year, they're going to Denver. So that means traveling, probably on Christmas Eve, and that's hard. But when you're home like this, you can practice as well. So they probably didn't do anything yesterday, and they got to play tonight. And they hardly even do shoot-arounds anymore in the NBA. That's why Steph works so damn hard. Now, he probably shoots. He's probably got a hoop in his home in Atherton. But that's why moving his pregame ritual up earlier, I was amazed at how much energy he expended to play a game. It was like, wow. He is working his ass off. I mean, it's a long, and it's very detailed, everything with the dribbling and then going to each spot on the floor, left hand, right hand, starting in and then backing out. And you just don't see players warm up like that. Larry Bird, when he got to the old Boston Garden, whenever the visitor's bus was pulling in, you could hear the ball going through the hoop, and it was Larry Bird. And he was warming up, but he would typically be done when the visitors rolled in, and certainly before the fans came in. He did it in an empty Boston Garden on the parquet. So that's why Steph partly has moved his training up, is because he needs time to recover for the game, because he put so much time into the game, and they don't do shoot-arounds really in the NBA anymore. But anyway, when you play tonight, now you're off Wednesday, Thursday, so they can get a good practice in probably on Thursday to get ready for Washington. Then they've got Portland. It's a back-to-back. They're going to play Friday and Saturday. They just saw Portland, so you won't be able to practice there. Then you go to Denver for Christmas, and when they come back, it's kind of spread out. You have a little time before Miami comes in on the 28th. They're a hard team to get ready for, and then you got one day to get ready for Dallas, and then you're off New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So you're playing not every other day. When you have a long homestand like this, you're playing. Some of it is back-to-back. January 4th and 5th, you got Denver and Detroit, so you got back-to-back home games, which is weird. But there are holes in the schedule, like January the 7th, and you don't play again until January the 10th. And that's why we initially kind of marked out what Shams said about Draymond, indefinite suspension, trying to give it a definite. Then maybe he'd come back on January the 10th for the New Orleans game, and that'll be an ABC game. They're off on the 8th and 9th, so he'll already be back in practicing, but you want to have a couple of days to integrate him back into the lineup and on the floor and really getting ready to play a game. So what Steve's talking about And it started on Friday against Brooklyn, 11 of 13. Now it's 9 out of 10 at home. The one being on the road is Christmas Day in Denver. So it's a good stretch for them not to travel, being an older team, have some practice days, and maybe be able to find some rhythm. And you're starting to see it now, and Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins are playing much better.
All right, let's get more into it. Our good friend Mark Spears is going to join us. The latest on Draymond Green's suspension, Warriors and Celtics coming up tonight. All those things around the NBA. We'll get into it. Our good friend Mark Spears joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
I'm told Draymond Green has begun counseling, and people around the Warriors, people around Draymond Green, they see that there's a level of understanding and really, grasping that there's a process that he's going to go through and undergo to make sure that he's going to return under a full capacity. He's been feeling bad about what transpired, and I'm told the expectation is that Green will remain sidelined via suspension for at least the next 3 to 4 weeks, and that means that his suspension would stretch at least approximately 12 games. And at that point, making sure that when he's back, he is actually back. There's not going to be a blip. There's not going to be a reoccurrence of any more from Draymond Green. And I think this process, from what I'm told, it'll also consist of regular check-ins with the Warriors, with the league, as him, the team, his agent Rich Paul, the league work together on his return process. But it's going to be at least the next few weeks for Draymond Green.
That's Shams Charania of The Athletic talking about Draymond Green. There's not a definite number of names. He's saying maybe 3, as many as 4 weeks. He's already missed a few games as they get ready to take on the Celtics tonight. A ton going around in the association. Mark Spears is going to help us decipher all of it. Obviously, the Draymond situation. Ja is returning. That game's on TNT in Nolan, so he's got to be happy he's back there. Boston is in town. He's got a great piece up on Anscape right now. Monty Williams, they've lost 24 straight. Detroit, so a ton going on, and Mark joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Yeah, man, out here in New Orleans for this early tip, and to see, Memphis has its own problems, man. Seeing Ja Morant tonight and watching him return to action, it's like, wow, this guy's been out 25 games. So it's, you got the thing going on with Giddey. Miles Bridges couldn't get into Canada yesterday. I mean, it's a lot of not so good things happening right now in the NBA.
Yeah, just give us the vibe around Ja coming back, and this obviously relates to last year, and then the commissioner came down hard on him again. Some people didn't think it was hard enough to give him 25, thought it would be more, but and meanwhile they're floundering. They're not the same team they were a year ago. So just where are the Memphis Grizzlies, Mark, Hall of Famer, when they get their guy back? Because this was a team that was a threat for the Warriors for years, one of the up-and-coming teams, and they are 6-19. Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 6-19, but what does that mean? There's 47 games left, right? So, I mean, to me, they're still in play-in territory. Not great, but they're
that's hard.
A 7.5 games behind Phoenix now, and Phoenix will move up. So there's not really a lot of margin for error for these Grizzlies. And then keep in mind, like, Ja's now playing with, there's no more Dylan Brooks. He's going to play with Marcus Smart. There's like one of his new backcourt mates. So there's certainly going to be some adjustment in playing with him. And so, but the West isn't getting easier. It got tougher. And so I think, Memphis is probably going to have to win about 60% of its games in order to get into play-in territory, which is not going to be easy to do. And so, I think when Ja looks at this, when Draymond Green looks at this, like they're certainly going to be kicking themselves because, wouldn't that be crazy if like Memphis plays Golden State for the 9-10 spot, right? It's not out of the realm of possibility. Save that. Maybe we play it later. But, those two guys are certainly realizing, like, a lot of their franchise's success lives and dies with them. And so, hopefully all the drama from the past is of the past, and there's better days ahead for both those superstars.
That's a good point. Memphis right now, without Ja Morant for the 25-game suspension, they're 6-19, tied with Portland for the second worst mark in the Western Conference. They're on TNT tonight, taking on Zion Williamson and the Pelicans, who sit in the 7th spot at 16-11. So let's use this as a jumping-off point to go to Draymond. Like you said, Shams is saying there's not a number on it. Obviously, he's getting counseling. He was saying that potentially it's 3 to 4 weeks. 3 weeks with the 3 already served makes it about 13 games. 4 weeks makes it about 16 or 17 games. At that point, they'd be probably hovering around or a little bit less than 500, and then they'd have about 2 to 3 weeks to assess their team before the February 8th deadline. So from we'll get into Draymond the person, but I mean, from a basketball perspective, how tough a position does this put the organization in, because they haven't even seen their team yet?
Yeah, no, it's huge because you're talking about a starter, your best defensive player, a Hall of Fame defender. So you're losing him. I mean, we forget that he didn't start the season because of an injury. Then with all these games, I mean, that's huge loss for the Warriors. But now, I mean, of late, the last couple games, one thing I was saying is, even though the Warriors had lost some games, it wasn't like they were like, I just saw Detroit get beat by losing by 40 points, right? The Warriors, kind of quietly, to their credit, have been in these games. They just have been really bad in closing games. So even without Draymond, they've stayed competitive. They won a couple games. Obviously, tonight is a monster. Good luck figure it out tonight. But
right.
I just think that this is the time for Kuminga to show up. This is the time for Moody to continue to be consistent. BP has been absolutely surprising to me, stunning to me. Brandon has been I'm like, okay, he's now looking like an all-rookie team, draft steal. I actually, to be honest, I thought it was a bad pick this summer. I thought they should have taken Cam Whitmore, who surprisingly dropped. He's actually leading the G League in scoring right now. But this kid has been amazing defensively. Is he leading the league in charges taken?
He's fourth.
He's incredible there. Yeah. He's making big shots. He's playing older than he is. I'm really, really impressed with him. So I think the thing for the Warriors is Draymond's not walking in that door tomorrow. So no sense feeling bad for yourself about it. He's not going to be there. So you got to play with the guys that you have, and there's some talent there. But for a guy like Kuminga, to me, this is a breaker or move on time for him with the Warriors. I think they'll see how truly special he is, or maybe we're just the hype is not going to be realized. So there's one player I'm really, really watching during Draymond's absence to pick it up and perhaps maybe try to supplant Draymond from coming off the bench. When he comes back, it's like Kuminga has this opportunity now. He's wanted to start. He wanted to get the role. He wanted to get the touches. He wanted to play. And wasn't understandably about that. Well, now there's no excuse, man. Go show the Warriors that you deserve to be a starter, that you deserve to be an elite player in the future. And this is his opportunity. Even as odd as it is, it's here.
And assuming they don't make a change in the lineup, although I think Andrew Wiggins has got to play tonight against Tatum, then Kuminga needs to start by guarding either Tatum or Jaylen Brown, and that's tough. While this whole Draymond thing went down last week, and I don't want to put you in a situation where you're commenting on somebody you work with, but Steve Kerr did sound off on Stephen A. Smith, questioning the leadership of Steph Curry. And Steve, unprompted, when he first met the media after the Draymond suspension, went off and called it disgusting. Disgusting was the word he used to describe anybody that would question the leadership of Steph Curry. And I don't know what Stephen A. really wants Steph to do with Draymond Green. He's been a great friend of his. But just the overall perception of these great champions, starting with Draymond Green, getting called out by a lot of players for needing help, and how much cachet has Draymond Green lost, and has it trickled down where people in some weird way indirectly are questioning Steph Curry, Mark?
I think ultimately there's a lot of fingers to point. Where is it fair? I think only on the inside people know. And what I mean by that is, we could point a finger at Adam Silver and Pop. You know how David Stern did things. I talked to Kenyon Martin about this yesterday. If David Stern is running things, it escalate to this with Draymond, right? Like David Stern, maybe after what happened in 2016, has a private conversation with Draymond about the greater importance of the league and how you're not going to do this in my league, right? And Kenyon said there were threats that David Stern gave him that kept him from actions. He said he almost had a fight with Nene in a game. And he said, with his arm cocked back, "You're lucky David Stern got in my ear." And he put his arm down. And so I think one could say, well, maybe Adam Silver should have been stronger in maybe calming down Draymond's, physicality years ago. Maybe ownership should have. Maybe Bob Myers should have. I think that a lot of the players, like coaches like a Mike Brown, a Willie Green, a Jaron Collins, there's so many guys that I think had a strong influence on Draymond that behind the scenes that we didn't see that they're gone now, that were not replaced. Andre Iguodala. Is that the Warriors' fault? But no, but it's certainly something that maybe should have certainly been addressed. So I think the thing with Steve, who I have both Steves I have the utmost respect for, but in terms of Steve Kerr, I think it kind of took me aback that he was so strong against Draymond in that press conference, because I'm like, why didn't you feel like that would go? You didn't say that after Gobert. You didn't say that after Draymond. After LeBron James. You didn't say that after Bradley Beal.
He said it after Gobert, Mark. He called out physical act of violence, and we have to get this guy help. We have to help him. It was the error made in the organization by not suspending him for Jordan Poole, Mark. With Jordan Poole coming back on Friday, was that the big mistake they made?
I think it's Jordan Poole. I think it goes before then, because it was a pattern. Like when on Instagram, they've done this trolling of Draymond, where they've shown all the incidents that we forget. I forgot the center that was at OKC. Now he's with Memphis.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams, like the fight with Bradley Beal, like there's other things that have happened.
Yelling at Durant.
Yeah. So exactly. So and I'm not excusing Draymond. I guess what I'm saying is, I think if you look back at it, it's almost like if you have a child, right, and the child acts up and you don't discipline the child, then the child thinks that it's okay for them to continue doing what they're doing. Not saying this is an example different than not calling Draymond a child. He's a grown-ass man, right? But my point is I wonder if this basically intervention that Draymond is going through now took place last year with Poole, or it took place after Durant, or it took place after LeBron James, then we're probably not here now. But it just didn't happen. And so Draymond certainly is the biggest at fault for this, but playing Monday night, what they call it, Monday morning quarterback or whatever, I think there's a lot of people that would probably say, you know what, we probably should have acted earlier, and we wouldn't be in this position now.
The great Mark Spears is joining us, the Draymond situation. We came in with that cut from Shams. I don't know if you've heard anything different, or if that's what you've heard, or because they obviously don't want to put a number on it because they want his mental health to be where they and he wants it to be. But he's saying 3 to 4 weeks potentially. Have you heard that, or what do you think of that? I kind of been trying to reach out to him a little bit, not real heavy, other than he said he's good. C.J. McCollum, the president of the NBA Players Union, I talked to him today, and he said, I asked him if he had reached out to Draymond yet, and he said he was going to let the dust settle a little bit more before he reached out. So I think the thing is, man, Draymond has to, one of his people said that this feels different, and it should feel different, because I think when you have games like John Morant knew when he was coming back, right? We don't know when Draymond's coming back, so I think it's basically on Draymond to do whatever the NBA says he needs to do, whatever the Warriors say he needs to do. I think it's paramount for him to adhere to all those things and not fight it, and I don't think he is. And you guys tell me what you thought. That look in Draymond's eyes in Phoenix looked different to me. I think he knew after his actions that this wasn't good.
There was no saying anything to the ref. There was no saying anything to Nurkic. There was this blank look on the bench and immediate dash to the locker room. I think I almost feel like Joe Dumars put a warning in him before that happened, and if it hit him that this ain't good, man. I really messed up this time. So I don't know that anybody can put a number on it other than Draymond Green in terms of completing whatever they've asked him to complete.
And the last two times he's gotten kicked out, when he grabbed Gobert, pulled him off of Clay and obviously got his hand lock hold around his neck and maybe a little too long, he ran right off the court immediately. What you're talking about in Phoenix, when he whacked Nurkic, he sat on the bench for a long time when they reviewed it back in Secaucus, and he had a look on his face. I think he knew what was coming, and then when the verdict came, and it was obviously going to be a flagrant too, he's going to be run.
Yeah.
He literally ran right off the floor and ran back in the locker room, and we haven't heard a peep out of him. I think this one, whether he was trying to sell a call or not, he just did it too much, and he whacked him. My question to you, since you know him reasonably well, what the counseling that he goes through, this is hard. Because as far as we know, Draymond Green's an upstanding member of the community. He's a good father. He's a good husband.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I know he gave up alcohol a couple of years ago, and I think it got him in better shape, and he played great, and they won a championship. I'm not sure if he's drinking again.
He still drinks wine.
He does. Okay. But, a couple of years ago, did he give it up completely, Mark, during season? I had heard he gave it up. Now, wine's different than the hard stuff. You can, you can have that at dinner.
He likes wine that probably costs you your card note.
Especially when the owner is buying after a post-game meal. He likes that. But my question is, what exactly when they give him, it's not like it's, he's been incarcerated and he's got legal issues, and this is confined to when he plays basketball, correct? So Joe Dumars was talking about his temper and trying to, that's more of a coaching point to me. I mean, do you have any idea the counseling? Is it actually players or officials, or is it certified psychologists and psychiatrists and going through? I mean, how do they, when they say he's going through counseling, what's the nature of the counseling? Because it seems like his acting out is confined to when he plays professional basketball.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I've, talking to CJ McCollum about it earlier today. He's like, I got an NDA with that stuff. Like, he said, I know everything, but I can't say anything. So I think the Warriors are keeping it close to the vest because it's a medical thing, right? Even though it's not physically medical, it's mental medical. And so they're not going to say anything. I think actually the only person that may talk about it, and Draymond's been kind of a transparent person in the past, is him. So when he does talk, I wouldn't be surprised if, he does talk about it. I think there's some off-the-court stresses in his life that I'm starting to hear, might be affecting his I talked to a player recently who is totally unrelated to Draymond, who's told me that as great as they're playing, his family stresses are coming over to the court. And while he's playing amazing, it's hard for him not to think about it. And I do think that, maybe Draymond is having some similar stresses with some family things that he perhaps is trying to work to handle. I could simply say that, not going into details on that. But when you get this taken away, the way this is being taken away, when people are making fun of you on Instagram, on social media, when your kids are old enough to read this and to see this, and they go to school and asking about your father, right? Like, I think this is going to hit harder. And I think when he sees the videos and that hits harder, like I said, somebody close to him told me this feels different. So I do think he's going to take this serious, and I do he's going to grow. And I do think he's going to be in a tough position where the rope that the referees were giving him perhaps is going to be gone now. I think a lot of referees perhaps were respected him a lot and also intimidated him. Were intimidated by him and were giving him a lot of rope, but that rope might be gone now. So I'm really curious to how it is for him when he comes back. Like, I covered Kevin Garnett, and he was a storm during the games. He was quiet after the games, but he was a storm during the game. But you never saw Garnett. I won't say he never crossed the line, but he was able to basically use his intensity for the greater good of the team. And I think Draymond has to figure that out too, because he's way too valuable to everything Warriors. I don't think they're going to trade him. I think his value certainly is taking a hit, but I can't see them wanting to move on from him and move him somewhere else. So I see him just being – it'll be really interesting to see, how he puts his intensity into the right mind frame going forward.
Mark Spears showing us great insight into Draymond Green. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports City. We always talk to Mark every couple of weeks to get the vibe on the NBA, and obviously Draymond Green is a massive story. Let's transition this because, to me, where I think maybe the Warriors erred as an organization, and I know that it was on ring night and Draymond wanted to be there, but when you punch your teammate in that fashion, and we all saw it in that video, I said it at the time. I thought he should have been suspended. I thought they should have sent a message. They didn't. And then they trade Jordan Poole, and I thought that empowered him more, and then they gave him a big contract. So he basically said, as you said, you made the analogy of a child, of like, he's empowered. I can do anything I want. So now Jordan Poole comes back on Friday. What's the reaction of Jordan Poole coming back?
You know what? I wish I was in town. I went to that Sacramento game last night. Certainly would have talked to him. They're going to be around for a few days, so that. I'm curious to see what he would have to say. I'm curious to see how the crowd reacts to him. Right? I think the Warriors miss his scoring, but they don't miss him. And so he's. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting welcomes or returns. Like the Warriors are classy. They're going to play a video, but I mean, like, how do you guys think the fans feel about him?
Boy. He's got to get booed.
I mean, are they more sympathetic toward him, or
no? They don't
do
like
they
him.
not like him? And then like went on, what has gone on in Washington so far, has made the Warriors look like they made a good move, right? But they didn't replace his scoring. They missed his scoring, and you got to give him respect in terms of, hey, I don't know that the Warriors win a championship if he isn't given that those points off the bench. So I do hope they cheer for him, and I wonder if he'll take the high road in terms of Draymond, because certainly that's going to be a hot button topic once he gets to the Bay.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. I have a philosophy: if somebody helps you win a championship, you got to cheer him. You don't have to cheer him every time they get the ball, but when he's introduced, show him the respect. And
he deserves that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying cheer him every time he gets the ball. You don't have to cheer him throughout the game. But when they introduce Jordan Poole, he should get a massive ovation because, like you said, they don't win that championship without him.
Yeah, no, you got to respect what he did in the uniform. Obviously, it didn't end great. And maybe there was a little babying by him, crying and whining on the way out. That I still remember being in the locker room after their struggles in the playoffs and him complaining about his role and playing music on his phone after a loss. It seemed like the players just were like at wit's end. They didn't want to say anything to him. But what he did in that uniform, how he used the Golden State Warriors to build his career, to get paid like he's getting paid, like, kudos to him, man. This wasn't a lottery pick. This wasn't a top 10 pick. And, even during the COVID year, he was doing his best to keep the team afloat. But no, I think he should get a really loud ovation and appreciation for what he did, and it will be interesting to hear if he does have anything to say. I'm guessing he'll take the high road, though.
Probably. Mark, great stuff, man. We always appreciate it. Enjoy tonight in New Orleans. Enjoy some wonderful cuisine and the such. And
it's
we'll
like
talk
your
to you
second
soon.
home, man. You like
yeah,
move
absolutely
there.
It is.
Would you move in with CJ? You guys live together?
Wow. My folks are here. Hey, Pop,
That's
I just
awesome.
want to ask you this, Pop. Can I ask Pop a question real quick?
Of course you can, man.
You're a Hall of Famer, brother.
Pop.
Yeah.
Do you point a finger at anybody else in the Draymond thing? I'm curious to see what you think on that.
I think Draymond's Draymond, and I think they lost control of him a while ago. I think they're the other stuff you could all I don't blame him for getting suspended against LeBron. I think LeBron, sought him out and teabagged him, and he inadvertently kicked Steven Adams there. That was not that. The one night when he tore into Steve in Oklahoma City, that 73-9 year, when he was yelling at him, and Lisa Salters reported that I'll never shoot again, and that it got ugly with Steve. I think they needed to rein him in at that time, but something has changed in his behavior. And when they got back from Japan, I don't know what was going on, but that practice, and they were more concerned about the video getting out. And I didn't know how to handle this suspension because it was not in the middle of the regular season. Had it been in the regular season, he would have been suspended for a while, but it was like 2 or 3 weeks before the season started. And I think that he went away from the team for a while. So, but there's always been stories you heard anecdotally about him being a hard teammate and, just not being a good, yelling at Durant is where, and they did suspend him there. So I don't, but it's a difficult one to walk because, he's always maintained that he can't be Draymond Green if he doesn't play to the edge and over. That's just the way he plays. So I'm anxious. I don't know how honest they're going to be about the counseling, Mark, but how do you counsel this guy? This is not, somebody selling insurance or a sportscaster doing a talk show. His role is to be ferocious, and he has to do it during the confines of the rules of the league and those white lines. But how do they rein him in without completely reining him in?
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned, and I know you guys got to go to a break here, like maybe you should talk to Garnett.
Okay.
Garnett was the king of being a monster on the field, but other than what he said to Carmelo Anthony, not crossing the line.
Right.
He crossed the line with his mouth, but not with his body. And so I think that Garnett would be probably a good person for him to talk to.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mark. We'll talk to you soon, man.
All right. Thanks.
There you go. He's the best. He's in New Orleans, and John Morant is back, so that's another team that could be messing with the Warriors as well. But let's get to the back to the game last night. Huge favor by the Seahawks to the 49ers by beating the Eagles in the way that they did in that final drive. Our good friend Sanjay Lal is going to join us, offensive passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach, and then we'll get back to some 49ers talk. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game. I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get every single night. And my Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. So I suggest you get one. About 80% of the NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed. Sleep is so important. You hear Nick Bosa talking about it all the time. And now, if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, perfect time to get one for the holidays. You can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed, but it ends on Christmas Eve. So save that last present there on December the 24th. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Locke is in the gun, 4 wide, shotgun snap, 4-man rush, arching spiral down the far sideline, and it is caught by Metcalf at the 30, falls to the 29 of Philadelphia. I do not know how he caught that ball. The rain has started again. 29 of Philadelphia. Seattle down by 4. 3rd down and 10. 33 seconds left. Shotgun snap. 3-man rush. Locke throws long pass down the far sideline. Caught over the shoulder. It's grabbed. Smith and Jigba. Touchdown. Touchdown. Seattle touchdown. The Seahawks have taken the lead. 28 seconds to go.
What Harlan calls Smith and Jigba there? I think he got pretty excited. That was an amazing final drive by Drew Lock and the Seahawks. They ended up beating the Eagles last night in Seattle 20-17. We're happy about it because it helps us out. But we tell you who's really happy about it. It's our friend Sanjay Lal. He's the offensive passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach of the Seahawks. He is gracious enough to give us his time again, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. First of all, it's great to talk to you when we don't have any vested interest, so we can be very nice to you. But we would first like to say to you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we weren't trying to help you. We were trying to help ourselves, but it's a byproduct, so you're welcome.
Well, maybe we'll see you in January, Mr. Lal, but let's just go through it. And last time we had you on before the rematch with the 49ers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the rookie, you said his special skill is tracking the ball in the air. Tell me about that amazing catch he made to win the game last night, Sanjay.
Yeah, the cool thing about that play is we ran that play, I think, early in the game, and the plan was if DK is doubled, then we're looking at the go route. So DK actually caught it on, I think, the first or second drive, and then we came back to it late, and then Drew reminded Jax that, hey, if DK's doubled, I'm coming to you on this. And he ran a great route. He stepped on the DB's toes. He kept his speed, and then Drew put it in a perfect spot. But like you said, what really brought it to life was Jackson's natural ability to track that ball. He almost caught the end of the ball. He double caught it a little bit, still reeled it in, got his feet in. So just great poise and composure, and like I said, that really is his strong suit naturally.
That was a heck of a catch. Rain coming down, and just a great play. Beat Bradford on the one-on-one coverage there. Again, Sanjay Lal joined us, offensive passing game coordinator, wide receivers coach of the Seahawks. They beat the Eagles last night 20-17. Take us through the Drew Lock story, because he got emotional after the game and he was talking to Lisa Salters. We weren't sure. Even Adam Schefter didn't know before the game who was going to start. Was it going to be Geno? Whether it was going to be Drew Lock? So how did that end up all working out?
Yeah, we didn't even know, because it was truly a game-time decision to see, can Geno function without getting hurt? So we didn't want to offer a setback. We wanted him to be able to escape the pocket and protect himself. So they determined that was not the case, and it was best for him not to play. So Drew had prepared all week like he was, but it wasn't 100%. So credit to him to keeping his composure, and then right at the last second he's starting. And then just the story, as you said, he's been so supportive. It is a really good QB room. All three of them work together. And you could see Geno's happiness for Drew at the end of that game when he made those plays. And I can only imagine Drew was a starter at Denver, and then it didn't go right for him. And really this was the first success he's enjoyed in quite some time. So everyone on the team was just so happy it worked out the way it did.
And I don't know if you saw the Lisa Salters interview after, but Drew Lock is America's darling. I mean, he just opened up his heart and poured out. And he said what you said to Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, if you're open, I'm throwing you the pill, is the way he said it. But he got real emotional. And Geno did that post-game interview last year when you guys beat Denver. And, with Geno Smith, everybody wrote you off. And, I didn't write back. It was the line of the year in the NFL. But just proceeding forward, and I remember watching Drew Lock when you guys came in to play the Niners on December the 10th and warming up before the game, and you knew Geno wasn't going to play, Sanjay. He's got a big-time arm. There's some accuracy issues, but the throw he made against the 49ers, that touchdown to DK Metcalf on the first drive, the back shoulder over Ambry Thomas, was a high-level throw. Is Drew Lock, and he was a high draft pick in Denver, is he a starting quarterback in the NFL, Sanjay?
I think he displays the skills to be that. I think what you said, if you tighten up the accuracy and you play with more consistency, I think he could be. And the thing I don't want to ever discount is the will of the player. So if he had more reps under his belt, what could he be in the right situation? So I would say yes, in the right circumstances, if he trends upwards, he could be. But he does have to fix those things we just spoke about.
Sanjay Lal joined us, offensive passing game coordinator, wide receivers coach of the Seahawks. They help out the Niners and keep their playoff hopes alive. Go to 7-7, the thrilling 20-17 win over the Eagles with just seconds left in that game. Talk to us about DK Metcalf, because we know he gets frustrated. He got frustrated here. I'm sure he was probably frustrated with only the one catch early in the game and had a couple other opportunities, but man, I don't know that I've seen a guy just turn it on in a final drive like he did. The one that he catches the slant, if it's up, maybe he scores a touchdown on that. He catches the one off his hip and kind of keeps it right there. And then, even though the safety came over, he made that amazing catch along the sideline. He just really turned it on in that final drive.
Yeah, so you bring that up and you say he turned it on, but in his mind, here's where this frustration stems from. He thinks he can do that on every drive. And we all know you don't get the ball on every drive in football. And especially last night, they were clouding him or leaning a safety to him quite a bit. But that's where it comes from, because he has proven time in and time out, throw it to me, put it anywhere near me, I'm going to make the play. So you throw me 100 of them, I'm going to make the play on 90 of them. And that's how he operates. So it is frustrating when the ball doesn't go to you for a quarter and a half or so, and then you're asked to block and do all the other things we asked him to do. So it just brought to life what he can do. And then more specifically, the first third down, you called it a slant. It was actually a nod in route, and he got 22-man coverage, which is the hardest coverage to defeat on any in route. And if you watch the TV copy, there's a slow motion of it. He makes a great nod move at the top. He drops 24 and rips in there. And like you said, had it been thrown on time, might have been a touchdown. So really credit to him to staying in the game through all the frustration, through all the slow parts, and then just coming alive at the end.
Sanjay, we've had you on several times over the years getting ready for 49ers and Seahawks, and you've been really honest about, DK's volatility. And just, I think our audience, and I know you so well, and with Amari Cooper, it was a different disposition to get him to ramp it up. With DK, you're trying to get him to ramp it down at times. But it got out on the media what Kyle Shanahan told the 49ers the night before the most recent game, that we're going to get 14 to lose his mind, and we're going to get him kicked out of the game. And he did. He got kicked out, going at Fred Warner. Is that something that you shared with DK Metcalf after that game, Sanjay?
So we know going into it that that's a reputation. So we know all teams are going to try and do that. I will say this. I'm not defending that action, but if you look at that play clearly, you can look at it from through two lenses. I looked at it as Fred made the pick. DK is fighting to get him down, and he's got him from behind, and he pulls him down any way he can. Then this didn't get put out there enough. What does Fred do after that? He kind of clocks him in the back of the head. So there's culpability on both parts. So if that part of it is trying to get him kicked out of the game, yeah, if you hit me in the back of the head, I'm going to react too. Now, does it go too far? It does. But there's a fine line there. Talking mess to a guy, getting him riled up that way, I think that's fair play. Hitting him in the back of the head, well, you might have to pay for that. So there's a fine line there. And I agree. If I was on the other team, I would be doing the same thing. I just think you shouldn't cross the line. I thought it was crossed in that part.
Great stuff. Sanjay, congratulations. You guys look like you had a bunch of fun after that win. Pete's rocking the backwards hat in the press conference and in the locker room.
Is he really 72? Is he 72? What's he like this morning?
Oh, man, he's 32. I don't know. It's amazing. He said he didn't want to leave the stadium. He was having so much fun.
Yeah, that was a big
We're
one.
going to see you in January. I have a feeling we're going to see you in January, Sanjay.
I hope so. Not in the first game, though. Let's push it down the road a bit.
We're not playing wild card weekend. We're not. We're off. Thanks
truth.
to you last night,
exactly.
we may not have to play.
We appreciate you.
Wild
We
card.
appreciate
We'll
you.
watch you go beat the Eagles. How about that?
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Do that again.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay.
Thank you, brother.
Congratulations.
Thanks
Great
for the
win
gift.
last night. We
Thanks for the
appreciate it.
gift.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good luck to you guys.
Thank
you too. There you go. Sanjay Lau. And, of course, you knew him all the way back. He was with the Raiders in 2007 to 2011, but he's been with a bunch of teams and had a lot of good wide
St.
receiver
Mary's
corps.
College. He came up
That's
through
right.
St. Mary's program.
Yep. So he coached in Dallas before that in 18 and 19s with the Seahawks for a while. But, man, that was a hell of a final drive. And just the thing he said about DK Metcalf, he's so physically dominant. I mean, those plays, like he said, look, the Eagles tried to take him away the whole night. And at that last drive, they just didn't have a choice but to throw him the ball, and especially the one along the sideline. I mean, it was like,
He's a
how did
beast.
he make that catch? I
He's
mean,
Marshawn Lynch. He's beast mode. He's 6'4", 235.
Yeah. I mean,
and he
man.
runs a 4.32. How do you deal
Yeah.
with that guy? The only way to get him off his game is to light him up like Draymond Green. That's the only way to get him to go awry. He's so skilled.
I don't think their defense is good enough, and they need another offseason to deal with that. But offensively, as he was telling us, Jackson Smith and Jig was going to be a really good one. That was a really difficult catch. DK, Lockett, you said this a few weeks ago. You're 100% right, and it was the same way last night. He's just not himself. But when they have Ken Walker back and they get that physical running game going with those receivers, and if they get an accurate quarterback, Locke made those great plays at the end, but he had some throws he left on the field, including that in route to Metcalf. They could be scary offensively. They could.
Do we want them to make the playoffs or not? They're not in right now. The three wild card teams are Philly, Minnesota, and the Rams because the Rams beat them twice. Do we want Seattle to get up and get number 6 or number 7? Are they capable of pulling off an upset? Can they go into Detroit or Philadelphia and win?
Well, they've had Philly's number in the second week of the year after they got embarrassed at home by the Rams. They beat the Lions there,
and
which
overtime.
Is why,
Tyler Lockett on a walk-off. Yeah,
and I wouldn't want to see him only because as we look at it right now, and look, they've got 3 winnable games. They're inconsistent, but they've got they got Tennessee, they got the Cardinals, and Pittsburgh. They could win those 3 games. They could go 10-7, and they could slip themselves into the playoffs. I wouldn't want to see them just because. Not because I don't think the Niners would beat them. I think they would, but they know you so well. But having said that, the Niners have blown them out, the last 5? So.
Yeah.
Still don't want him.
Really?
I really appreciate him. I appreciate him helping us out.
You kidding me?
I wouldn't care. I don't think we're going to see him in the playoffs because I think it's going to be Dallas. And although I will say this.
You never know. Could
about
be an
the
upset.
NFC
Last
South.
year, the Giants rolled into Minnesota and won and threw everything off. You don't know.
I was looking at this stuff, and I know that Dallas went into Tampa last year and they won, and Dak played amazingly well. We talked about it for a second yesterday. Dallas doesn't win on the road. And Philly right now, the Niners had a 3-game losing streak. Everybody counted them out. So Philly's probably going to win their next 3, 2 against the Giants, 1 against Arizona. So they'll regain their confidence. But strange things happen. I mean, Seattle did beat New Orleans the year after they won their Super Bowl as a 7-9 team at home. Weird stuff happens in the playoffs. So it's not automatic that 5 comes here. And that would be a great help because then you'd either get that NFC South winner or you'd get maybe somebody lower if they had an upset in the earlier rounds. So you never know. It's not automatic that you're going to have to play Philly and Dallas. Could get an upset in the NFC South game. Let's hope, at least.
I'm not worried about anybody.
Yeah.
All
That's not
comers,
what they do.
Anywhere they want to play, anytime, anywhere, any team. Bring them on.
I like Sanjay, by the way.
Sound like Kuiper.
Yeah, you did.
The greatest thing, and Sanjay had a different disposition with Amari Cooper because Amari just didn't rev. If you gave, DK, if you put Amari's, DK, if you gave DK Metcalf Amari's disposition, but unskilled, they're just different guys. And his coaching ability to coach Amari to run hotter and get more from him. I remember games when, he just got his head beat in on the ground. Marcus Peters dribbled his head on the field. I mean, some teams just beat him up.
Remember Pac-Man Jones early? Wasn't it Pac-Man Jones early?
Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah, and he out-physicaled him and he went away. It was weird.
Yeah, you're not going to do that to DK Metcalf. It's the opposite. And honestly, DK's the kind of guy that's waiting for you outside the locker room after the game. He just won't stop.
Right. Yeah, he's crazy.
And
man.
he has.
Played well.
There's been games when he has. He's been waiting for the bus.
All All right, we're going to go more into the 49ers and what that win means for the 49ers. Then Dennis Brown will join us at 12:30 and talk about the defensive effort. Got to get those two big guys inside back and start stopping the run. We'll talk to Dennis about that at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Seahawks beat the Eagles. What does that mean for the Niners? I'll give you a hint. It's good news. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, hey there. It's a great time of year. Well, there are many reasons why, but number one on my list, Toyotathon. It's on right now at Modesto Toyota, and it's the biggest event of the year. Now, Toyotathon, you've heard about it. It means great deals for you and the end-of-the-year savings on that new Toyota you want. Savings on all 2023 and 2024 Toyotas. So do what I did. You come check out the models and deals, or you go to ModestoToyota.com. I did. You check out the incoming vehicles, the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles. That's right. I got the RAV4 Hybrid. Man, it is awesome. So it's great Toyotathon deal time. They go quickly, so don't wait. The time is now. So save big on gas like I did with those hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. Even the all-new electric, and this thing's selling fast, the BZ4X, all electric at great prices and a special lease deal as well. Toyotathon, it's on right now. It's the event of the year at Modesto Toyota. They've been family-owned since 1965. They've had thousands of happy customers, including me, because of the great service and great prices. So now is the time, and the big end-of-year deals are going on with no dealer markup. Did I mention that? No dealer markup. Toyotathon is on right now, so there's never been a better time. So come get your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyotas, and I think we are contractually obligated forever. But that's okay with me. Check it out right now, Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Eli, hold on. Christian, looks like Drew Lock is going to go. We found out just right now that he's the starting quarterback. I mean, Schefter couldn't get the news, which was a shocker, because Schefter knew I was going to get cut by the Colts before I knew. And so I don't know how Pete Carroll kept this a secret, but I mean, the problem is they didn't tell Drew Lock he was playing until like 5 minutes ago. So, I mean, how about a little earlier notice, right? Christian, don't you want to know if you're starting? Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, no, that's on Schefter, if you ask me. I think that's on Schefter. Schefter knew I was getting traded. Before I got traded, Schefter knew I was getting traded.
That was Christian McCaffrey on the Manningcast. He was on early. I watched him, and then I flipped it over to the game because the game was so compelling. But I look at McCaffrey kind of like Buster. Like, if you do get him and you're behind the scenes, he is funny. He does have a great personality. It's just he doesn't often show that to the media because he's very serious, and he's very serious about football. But, I mean, they got him on Cheeseball Talk, on Schefter Talk. They showed a clip from him when he was playing Pop Warner in which he pulled the sock out and did the TO thing. Like, I mean, he was having some fun, and he has a great personality. He just doesn't show very much.
Yeah, I agree. He's like Buster. He's sneaky funny, and he'll give you a line out of nowhere in an understated way and make you laugh. He's just the cheeseball bit was, these are yummy, by the way. I've been eating them all morning. That's my breakfast for the McCaffrey cheese balls. He is. I just think that the thing with Buster was amazing is you play every day in baseball. And I guess because he's the catcher, it's kind of like the quarterback. He had to lock in. But I remember one when his son was really young, Buster's son, he left him on the dugout bench, and then he went and took BP. And I sat, and the fatherly instincts just came out, and I kind of took care of his son while he was taking BP. But it's just, it was nice that he had him there, and I think it lightened up, certainly towards the end of his career, when he became a dad, that he could do that and bring his son around and his family. But he was locked in every single day. And that's the way Christian approaches practice. It's just these Niners practice differently than any team I've been around. The Raiders just didn't have the discipline and the focus in practice. It's just the way it came down from the top. They are so focused. They don't screw around. I mean, everything they do in practice, every drill, every walk-through rep, they have an activation period before they go to practice, and they are just so locked in. They do not screw around. I mean, Kittle is a great personality. He talks a lot, but he doesn't take any reps off. He runs sprints right after the practice with all the tight ends. It's unbelievable. And McCaffrey just fits so well because he's so maniacal about his presentation. But he is funny. Like, he ran by me. I was wearing his CMC sweatshirt the other day. Mm-hmm. And I didn't, he's so locked in. He was running back. He ran a go route in practice. He was jogging back. He was getting the next rep off, and he said, "Nice sweatshirt." And I said, "You have one of those?" And he said, "Nah, I don't know where to get that." So he is. He's when you talk to him, he's got a great personality, and he can play. He's sneaky funny. I thought that they did a poor job last night bringing out his humor. I think they could have brought it out a little more. They just didn't go there. But the cheeseball bit came from the Manningcast auditions that they were simulating, and they threw him a ball, and he spilled the cheese puffs in the rehearsal. So anyway, I just thought they were so locked in on the game, John. Usually when they have a guest, and this is Christian McCaffrey, who's a top candidate for league MVP this year, and I think he's the best football player in the league right now. Peyton was so locked in on Drew Lock, and it was Seattle's first series because Philadelphia's opening series went so long. They had McCaffrey in the box, in the triple box, and he was talking to Eli and not even bringing CMC in.
Yeah, it's a little weird what they're doing now, and I don't know when they started doing this, but what they do is they'll talk amongst themselves, then they'll bring in that person, whoever it is, and they've got a list of questions, and they handle them poorly. It doesn't mean they can't be good, but they're both reading off cards to that person rather than just having maybe, they're not broadcasters, I get it, but having like a bullet point. You might look down at the bullet point and go, okay. And then you ask McCaffrey about the Pop Warner play or whatever it is, or the cheese balls, or there's or the helmet thing. Like Eli's reading off a card to talk to him about the helmet thing, and then they drop a thing on Peyton. They're just trying too hard. Like, just have a conversation with the guy. Like, you couldn't talk to Christian McCaffrey about football. He's a savant, as those two are.
Yeah, and then Tua comes out and he's playing the guitar. He's playing, he's playing slow hand. He's playing Eric Clapton. He's kind of talking over it. So this is year 2 of the Manning cast. Is it better? I think technologically, and they're done now.
Yeah, they finally figured that.
They're not going to do one on Christmas night with the 49ers and Ravens, so they're done. That's the last one of the year.
Yeah.
Where does this go from here? And, I mean, I'm sorry, Troy Aikman, how much does he get paid? Wow.
Plus, Troy Aikman looks very high every time I see his eyes. I don't know if he's got an eye issue.
Has he ever taught you anything about the game of football? Honestly. Has he taught you one thing? Or, if he's not going to teach you anything, be Dennis Miller.
All right.
Make me laugh.
Funny.
Be funny.
Something.
Does he
poke
make you laugh?
What do you say you do here?
The two things you want is laugh and learn, right? That's what you want.
There you
he
go.
does neither. You don't laugh, you don't learn. Are they going to? Is the Manning cast going to continue at some point? Do they want them to go in the booth? I mean, they're paying Aikman so much money. I mean, really, probably Aikman should go to Thursday night on Amazon and put the Mannings maybe in the Monday Night Football booth. But they have contracts; that's not going to happen. But where does the Manning cast go from here? Do they do this again? Do they change it? Do we like it enough? Some nights it's good, and some nights it's just flat. It doesn't work.
Yeah. It seems like people like it. It seems like, I don't know what the numbers say, and it seems to be fairly popular. I go back and forth on it. Sometimes I think it's really good. Like Kirk Cousins was on, and the three of them were just talking football. I thought it was outstanding. But when they try to be late night talk show hosts and read off these cards, it's brutal. And the only thing I watched last night was McCaffrey because I was interested. The other guests I weren't. But when they bring in like a Schwarzenegger or it could be a big name or even a Kevin Hart who doesn't know football, it's very awkward because the two of them want to talk football and that person wants to promote what they're trying to promote, and it just makes for awkwardness. And I find myself leaving it more than ever and only going back when I feel like there's a really good guest that they could vibe with. Well.
Yeah. Guy Haberman just texted me, and I kind of agree, and I think you do too as well. It's a bit overproduced. They're leading to packages and. With the guest, I guess it's fine. Like you want to show, the cheese balls, the cheese puffs with McCaffrey. I get it, but it's also it steers them in a certain direction, and they're not professional broadcasters, so it's awkward to get there. I think what I like the most is when they just talk football, like when they had Aaron Rodgers on, and it was during a Niner game, wasn't it? And they were saying when Bosa's off the field, you got a whole different set of plays, and I think we all kind of know that. But for them to come right out and say, when a guy like Bosa, premier pass rusher, is on the sideline, we're changing our offense and we're going to go deep. We're going to take 7-step drops and, run go routes, and you're going to take advantage of when he's off the field or Micah Parsons. So when they teach you something inside football, which you kind of know, you think, but it's, and it's just Peyton Manning. This is the guy that did the whole check with me at the line and changed pro football. I wish they just do more, but I wonder what they will do now in year 3 to evolve it. Do they continue to do it? Or do they actually put him in a booth and a network, uses him as a traditional broadcaster?
Christian McCaffrey, we'll play some of that at about 1:30 if you missed it, because he was good. He was funny in the time he was given. Coming up next, we're going to go on the defense of the 49ers. Lots of positive things. They're the NFC West champs. They're in the driver's seat for the number 1 seed, but they've got some injuries on the defense, specifically the defensive tackles, and they give up 234 yards rushing to the Cardinals. How do they fix it? We'll ask Dennis Brown next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Arizona's moved out to the 39. They give it to Connor on a sweep. Cutback run, big hole midfield. Niner 40. Connor all the way inside the Niner 30-yard line. He's run down from behind by Diamador Lenore to save a touchdown. Just a simple gun run sweep going right and a cutback for James Conner and a huge run.
That was part of 234 yards rushing for the Arizona Cardinals against the 49ers, the most since the Cowboys hung 265 on the 49ers in a 40-10 loss in 2017. I covered that game. That was a heck of a lot of fun. Let's talk to Dennis Brown about the good and the bad and the help from Seattle last night. Dennis joins us courtesy of the Ooma Guest Line. What's happening?
Well, did you say that was fun back in 2017?
No, I was being sarcastic as I possibly. I didn't lay it on thick enough. It was just, they were going through a stretch. I think that was they're going through a stretch where like everybody went for 100 yards against their defense. It didn't matter who it was. Jaquiz Rogers and these guys you never even heard of. And then Zeke Elliott was around the top of his powers, and it was just like, oh my God! Like every play was just a massive hole, you know.
And I that was a tough year, and I can remember thinking, man, you got to get some defensive linemen out there. I mean, you got to get some guys that can plug some holes, some linebackers that can flow, and you got to slow these teams down. Against the Cardinals, it was interesting because you had probably two of the best defensive tackles in the league right now, Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave, and they were missing. And you were hoping that the next tier guys could kind of show up and plug those holes and make some tackles, absorb some double teams, let your linebackers go. And you knew that the Cardinals were coming out and they were going to kind of try to expose that, and that's what they did. But this defense didn't break. Again, they didn't break. It was an opportunity there. The Cardinals could have 14 points, but they leave with just 6 points, 2 field goals. So, this defense, it was tested, I think, this last football game. But again, guys made plays. Travarius Ward, excuse me, and the guys up front, Nick Bosa, of course, and Randy Gregory. These guys made plays, and the defense didn't bend. And just kind of instead of giving up touchdowns, they were giving up field goals. But again, this is a week now where it's going to be really important because Baltimore wants to pound the rock. I mean, that's their identity. They want to pound the rock, and they have a quarterback. I think in that Monday night game, if I'm not mistaken, he almost had 100 yards rushing. So that's something you got to clean up. But I was proud of this defense. I mean, they took some shots, they gave up some yards. But they didn't break. And then your offense helps you a lot when you put 40 points on the board too. So, but there's some things to clean up. Yes, Seattle helped last night beating Philadelphia. It was a classic Seattle win, right? That last drive and just these throws and these amazing catches. But you got to focus on what's in front of you. And you got the Baltimore Ravens, and they're a good football team.
Yeah, and we'll see about the availability of the 2 D tackles. Obviously, Eric Armstead with a knee on top of the plantar fasciitis, and the gravedigger Javon Hargrave's got the hammy. I think that's just going to be key. And not a surprise. We talked about it with you on the pregame hit from Glendale. Was James Conner was going to run inside, but we didn't think it would be like that. I do want to ask you about Kinlaw, because I think there's been a steady build where he is playing the best football of his career. And the Niners did not pick up his fifth-year option. This is a big year for him. And he played well in the Seattle game, season high 35 snaps, got a sack. And this last game, he did flash here and there, but they went back to the duo blocking scheme, the double teams on him, and they rooted them out. And Tim and I were watching the All-22 on the way back on the plane, and it's so great watching with Tim Ryan, Dennis. It's all about his second foot. When you watch him, he gets off the ball a little slower than the other guys. He gets his left foot down if he's angling left, and he just does not get that power second step down where he's almost hydroplaning, and it's half a body. As huge as he is, if he doesn't get that foot down, they just lift him up and they root him out of there. And with 2 guys, he's on roller skates. So what are you seeing from him? Because I think none of the guys inside played well. Kevin Givens jumped off sides, did not have a great game. Kalia Davis, T.Y. McGill, but where it was really noticeable was Javon Kinlaw he got rooted out of there.
Yeah, and he is kind of like under a microscope because he was a first round draft pick, and he is
a lot of high expectations for him. When I watch him, I mean, he's a big dude. He's a massive dude. And you're right about that second step. And what happens is guards or centers are able to kind of turn him a little bit, and then you're on roller skates because your body is turned. So, he's got to learn how to take that. Even in his stance is kind of elongated. So his power step, he's kind of wide open. He can't get his second foot underneath him. So he needs to, watch some tape. Look at some guys who have played that two gap, two guys who have played, double teams. And you got to try to split the double team, and that means getting that second foot down, getting yourself, kind of squared up, and then use those massive arms in that bench press to get guys off of you and split double teams. So his thing is that second foot didn't get down, then he's already turned, and it's very easy to move him out the hole. And then he's got to play lower. I mean, he's done well. I mean, he's had an opportunity this season with Hargrave being in there to kind of come off the bench, fresh legs, and then be explosive for a couple plays. The challenge in NFL is, if you be consistent, can you start a football game? Can you play 40, 50 snaps? So, I mean, his technique, I think he's a good player. I still believe in the kid. But I just think, technique-wise, he needs to, on the off season or for the rest of this football season, just break out some old tape. Look at guys like Brian Young, Dennis Stubblefield, the way they played. I mean, we played true two-gap technique, and just kind of get back to that and just see what the basics are. And the basic is just having, a lower center of gravity. And I know he's a tall guy, but he's got to play underneath his shoulder pads and use that bench press and those massive arms that he can separate from those offensive guards or tackles, and then you can kind of split a double team. But you got to have a base. You got to have a base to just move you out the hole. So he's got some work to do. I was hoping he's going to have a really good game. He struggled a little bit. But again, you got to see it on film. You got to understand. You got to be, you got to kind of understand, what's going on. Maybe even talking to Tim. If Tim has a chance to kind of, get on some bags with him and kind of show him, Tim is an old school player like myself. He knows how to play the double team. He knows how to play a two gap. So he's got to reach out and try to figure it out. He's got a great coach there. I'm sure he's trying to work with him. But sometimes you got to, do these things on your own and just kind of look at yourself and do some self-evaluation. But I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to get a lot better. He's got to get better because it's the NFL, and they don't, it doesn't last for very long if you don't get better. But I think he's a guy that can get better because he has all those things. I mean, he's got the quickness, he's got, the arm strength, he's got the quick feet. He's just got to kind of put it all together. And he's got to figure out how to do it. And I think it's just studying his technique and then studying himself, and then looking at the way other people play that position, and then learn from that. That was kind of a long answer. I do apologize.
It was good. It was great detail.
It's great.
Did you feel pressure, coming into a great team? And we talked about it every year, just about you were going to the NFC Championship game, but they had a string of NFC Championship games. Did you feel the weight of the world being a high pick as you were and coming into a great team, Dennis?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about the defensive line. I had Michael Carter, Larry Roberts, Pierce Holt, Kevin Fagan, and Charles Haley. That was the defensive line. So when I came in, even in training camp, it wasn't about, you got to learn it. You got to do it. And I was lucky enough to start on the nickel as a rookie, and I got 6 sacks. But that was what it was. You had to step in and you had to contribute, and you had to do it right away. And Pierce Holt was looking for because Pierce Holt was a guy. He was like a Nick Bosa. I mean, he went 100 miles an hour, and he wanted to just be rested for third down so he can rush the passer. So, as the season went on, he was just like, Brown, I need you to play first and second down, and I'm coming in on third down, and I'm getting some sacks. So the pressure was on for me as a rookie. It was just like, you got to do this. You got to learn it fast. But, like Javon Hargrave, I had a room full of really good football players. I don't know if you ever watched Kevin Fagan, the way he plays, and he was one of those guys that, he could bench 5,000 pounds. Pierce Holt was a guy that was super quick. Larry Roberts was a great pass rusher. Michael Carter was a two-gapper. He was a plug. And Charles Haley on the outside. So, it was easy to learn for me, at least, because I had so many great folks in the room. And I think Javon is in the same situation. He's got a lot of great players, defensive linemen in that room, and he's just got to learn from those guys, and I'm sure he will. But yeah, the pressure was there, Pop. I mean, you had to do it, or they talked about you. I mean, if film study was tough with Charles Haley. Film study was tough. If we won a lot of football games, but Charles was very critical of his defensive line. And Larry Roberts was the same way. Michael Carter didn't really say that much. He did it mostly on the field. But that defensive line room, we had John Marshall my rookie season. But that, coach didn't say much. The players kind of ran the defensive line room, and they got after you. And how animated Charles can be. He got after people if you didn't play a technique right or if you got reached. That used to kill him. If you ever got reached, it would just make him crazy. Because you can read the stance, you can read the hands, you can read everything. The backfield, you shouldn't get reached. So, yeah, the pressure was definitely there.
That's an amazing story. Dennis Brown joining us. We're talking about the defensive shortcomings. And again, didn't have Eric Armstead in the middle, did not have Hargrave in the middle, so that's an issue. But they're going to find out real quickly, and I'm glad that they have a little bit of margin for error. I think they're going to beat the Ravens, but the Ravens are the number one rush team in all of the NFL. And after seeing the film against the Cardinals, and they didn't even need to see the film, they're going to run the football right at them. Yeah. So what is your concern level, A, for these injuries, and B, one of the things that they certainly can fix, but it's tougher than when you played because they just don't tackle much, especially at this point of the season. They're not tackling to the ground. So how can you get better at tackling? Because, again, the missed tackles really hurt them against Arizona.
Yeah. And, that kind of confuses me a little bit because tackling, at this point in your career, tackling should come natural. That should be muscle memory. See the guy, see what you're hitting, wrap up and bring him to the ground. I mean, that's you've played football since you've been in Pop Warner or high school. As a defensive player, I mean, that should be second nature. So to practice it, you can't practice it at this point. When I was playing, we were in pads and nothing ever went to the ground. So, that's just part of it. I mean, that's just your discipline. And knowing that you're a defensive player and the object of the game is the tackle. And so that should come second nature to you. My thing that I worry about is that, so your defense, if your two tackles aren't in there this week and you've got two really good running backs, I think one of the running backs got banged up, but then you have this quarterback that can really, I mean, if you really start grinding the rock, then you're really on your heels. And then you really can't do much as far as your playbook goes because you're trying to defend that run. And then it opens up everything. And Lamar is a good passer. I mean, he can get in the pocket and throw the ball. He's got a strong arm. He can get the ball down the field. But if there is a running game like the Cardinals, it could be a long day for the 49ers because now you have true three-headed monster. You got two running backs and a quarterback that can really hurt you. And like I said, I think Lamar was close to 100 yards against the Seattle Seahawks. And that's a quarterback. And he's just that kind of guy. And you talk about playmakers and game changers. If you can't contain this guy, if you can't, put some, I mean, you think about put some hits on him, that's always a thing, but you got to contain him. And you got to know that, you got to make him get in the pocket and try to pass the football because if he has a running game, it's going to be a long day because he is such a dual threat. He can sit in the pocket and kind of kill you. And I saw a couple plays in Seattle. He just scrambled around. It was like 5-6 seconds. He was just back there waiting for a receiver to go downfield. So you got to corral him. You got to get him on the ground. I wouldn't say you got to put some hits on him because I think he's a tough guy, but I think you got to corral him. You can't let him play his game, his backyard football that he does because he's going to find receivers down the field. And he's got the arm, to get the ball down the field.
This is going to be so much fun. I mean, they're 11-3. They're the two best teams record-wise in the NFL. The Niners are 11-3, and they're 11-3. And right now, they're the number one seed in the AFC. It's John Harbaugh, Jim's older brother, coming in and against the Niners and Kyle, and it's on Christmas night. I think the Niners have only played on Christmas one time in their long history. They played on Thanksgiving this year, and they got a New Year's Eve game the following week in Washington. You ever play on Christmas Day, Christmas night, Dennis?
I can't remember. I don't, it's so long. I'm sure we probably played on a Christmas Eve. I can't think of a Christmas night, an actual Christmas Day playing football. But, it seems like the NFL got it right. Monday Night Football, two of the best teams, NFC, AFC, and it's Christmas. I mean, it seems like it's perfect. You got two explosive quarterbacks, two explosive offenses, two good defenses. So it's going to be a good game. I'm excited about it. I know it's Christmas, and it won't be any opening up presents and things like that. We'll be doing a pregame show. But I'm excited about it. It's going to be a good Christmas. It's going to be a great matchup. And it's going to be – and what do you say, Papa, that, Levi's going to be lit?
It's going to be lit.
We're
all going to be in eggnog, spiced spiked eggnog, John.
Yeah.
It's going to be lit. I mean, the ratings on this game nationally, John, to have it at 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the East, it's Christmas night. And it's the two best teams in pro football and possibly a Super Bowl preview. I mean, what kind of number are we going to get in this game? It's going to be.
I'm telling you, they got it right. They got it right. So this is going to be it, man. I'm excited, guys.
By the way, you played on Christmas in 1993 against Houston.
Nice.
1993 against Houston.
Was it at Candlestick?
Yeah. No, and the 49ers lost
10-7.
How about that?
10-7.
Well, there you go.
It was a Saturday. They moved the game to a Saturday. It was a
25,
candlestick,
1993.
Right? It was a candlestick.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. How about that?
Yeah, you lost 10-7.
Well, thanks for ruining my Christmas.
No, I'm just quickly going through to see if you ever played on Christmas. You did play let's say you played on the 24th, lost to Atlanta 28-27. That was it.
All right. Okay.
Let's see what else we got. Let's see if we got another one. Nope, that's it. Just two. One Christmas Eve and one Christmas. 0 for 2.
So they played
like
on Christmas a lot, the Niners, huh?
You don't like that game. You don't like that.
No. So we got to change that up a little. We got to get a win on Sunday or Monday on Monday night.
Yeah, exactly. Things are a little different, man. You guys might have dipped into the eggnog, knowing you guys, maybe a little early.
Before and during.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Those stories, man. Unbelievable. You're the best, man. Yeah, there you go. Hey, you're the best. I know we'll see you Sunday, but and happy holidays and everything. I hope everything's going great.
You too, and I can't wait to spend Christmas with you, bro.
Absolutely. See, Dennis is the best, man. Dennis is the best.
He sounds so sincere.
No, he is being sincere. It's just that what happens is Dennis still there or is Dennis gone?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen on Christmas. His wife is unbelievable, and she's gonna pack something real nice. I don't know, sweet potato pie, some great food.
Geez.
I don't know, maybe there'll be some ham. I don't know what'll be in there. But man, me and Adam will be sitting there, and we'll have like whatever they have.
Tony's
upstairs.
is not open on Christmas Day.
No, it's a home game, so we're just.
We get it in, Tony G's.
But in the studio, we'll be sitting there, and whatever we could steal from upstairs, whatever they got out, we'll grab, which are very nice and generous. But Dennis will have, I guarantee, just the whole all fixings, the whole Christmas dinner, right, in your bag, and you will not share any of it. I know that.
Okay, so now the pressure's on, and I'm gonna have to share. See how that works? See how that works?
No, you don't have to share. I'm not saying you do gotta share.
He shamed you.
No, I'm not trying to. It's just that I'm just saying you might have scored. Man, you scored.
Listen, I get hooked up. I get hooked up.
Yeah, let's just say that. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, we'll see.
All right.
It'll smell really good. Thanks, man. See you.
All right, man.
Dennis got to go. He's working.
So the Christmas loss in '93, and that's the only time the Niners have ever played on Christmas.
Houston.
They did lose to Houston 10-7 at Candlestick, but it was after they clinched the NFC West the week before by beating the Lions 55-17 in Detroit, and they had clinched the NFC West and a first-round bye. So they actually lost that game on Christmas. They lost the next game in overtime to Philadelphia. So they lost their last two that year after starting 10-4 to go 10-6 because they already clinched the number 1 seed.
And so, like we were saying with Dennis, he's told me many stories. They might have just been having too much fun. And then they're like, well, we're not playing. We don't need to play.
And they beat the Giants 44-3 at Candlestick before losing in Irving in the NFC Championship.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that one. All right, we got your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour in just minutes. The 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
is in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
You mean the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, where I got CLR, custom lens replacement, and I can see better than ever? That's what you're talking about, Dr. Evil. Well, that's what Papa did too. Papa did it before me, did the custom lens replacement, and he was sauntering around. He was the cock of the walk, baby. And I finally just said, hey, like, what's going on? Why are you seeing so well? And he told me about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, told me about all the trust and how it just took a few minutes for each procedure. Very simple, as they explain everything to you. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling. Dr. Ling did my procedure as well as Pop's procedure, and it has worked out better than ever. Now, maybe there's a different procedure that would work for you. Maybe CLR is for you, so you ask them about that in your free consultation. Or maybe it's LASIK. 3 kinds of LASIK that they do. EVO, ICL. ICL is a insertable contact lens. Whatever it is, they do it at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and the goal is to make you see better, period. No agendas here. They just want you to see great. So there's a free consultation that you need to take care of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, like I did, and they'll go over everything with you. A bunch of tests that only take a few minutes, and then they're going to tell you, hey, this is probably what will work best for you. I actually had a LASIK procedure somewhere else. Didn't work as well, so that's when I went after talking to Pop about his experience there. And I got the custom lens replacement. It's called CLR. But ask them about all of it. It's a free consultation. You got nothing to lose, and they're just going to do what is best for you. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Make that free consultation appointment right now. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing, fast break points, boom goes the dynamite, there goes our lead. We got to treat Bane like you do the elf on the shelf on Christmas morning. You got to find him. He makes everybody comfortable. He's like popcorn during Saturday night movies. Our paint defense was like 7-Eleven, open 24 hours. Realized they had hits on like Donkey Kong the way they started out. First time all year that we were kind of on almost like a hot mess express.
I was taking notes. Who was that?
That was Mike Nori. He's an assistant coach with Minnesota, but was he on the broadcast last night? It was like that guy's just got. He's
an assistant coach with the Vikings.
No, with the Timberwolves.
Oh, the Timberwolves.
The Timberwolves.
They had him mic'd up during the game.
Yeah, man, that guy's just one after the other. Man, that's
okay.
That's interesting. That's an interesting guy. We have the foreplay coming up in just mere minutes as I'm going through it right now because I want to get some John Lynch in here, so I'm putting this all together on the fly here. So just 1 second, and I'll get this all together. But there's a lot of joy. By the way,
I like your smiley face on the cap. You remind me of Kenny Stabler.
Well, I always, if I'm having a day, and like I told you yesterday, I'm in this little room.
You're quarantined.
Yeah, I'm quarantining myself away. Because I have a life to live. Like, I'm going to the Warriors game. I'll see you there tonight, taking the young son. He's going to hang out with JD, not me, learn a thing or two. But, I'm just, I'm kind of the end of my rope. So I thought, I always got to wear the happy face so that I feel
What was the nature of Jalen Hurts' illness? When he came out to warm up, his mouth guard was a mask. And I thought he was going to play with that. And then when the game started, he did not. What exactly, did they divulge the nature of his illness? Besides the flu?
They did not, but it seemed like some sort of a flu. I don't think it was COVID, but like I said, they don't test for it anymore.
How do you deal with that now in the NFL? If he did test positive for COVID, is he just playing anyway?
It sure seems like it. I mean, it's kind of from the time that you did it, because I remember you had to do all those tests. In fact, when we would go down to Levi's on Levi's Day, like that's how you had to get into the facility
every day.
Right? I mean, my God,
every single day.
So to kind of
go, that was 2020, and that was 2021. They had that little portable building right in the players' parking lot, in the executive lot. We did it every single day, and then it just stopped at the end of the year. Now they're not doing it. But I mean, just the way he was sick. You could see his eyes. He just did not look right. Yeah, you could totally see. He did not look right.
Yeah. Right when he sat down for like the first time they showed him, and he was kind of looking down at the ground, I thought, no, this is not going to be the same kind of guy. So anyway, that's what's going on. All right, we are ready. I just sent the guys. So we'll do the foreplay. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. At 1:30, we'll get some, as part of the Caboose Pistol, we'll get a little more of that Christian McCaffrey and the Manning cast. And apparently it must be this, I don't know, if Rex Ryan is on the set and they bring someone onto the set, they must just have to talk about toes. I don't know if it's like in the, the producer in their ear or something like that, like must ask Rex toes questions, but that's kind of what they're doing. So we'll give you that as well. There's a couple other things. Oh, by the way, one thing I wanted to mention is they're getting the cuts together. Our good friend Ahmed Fareed, did you see this? He's going to host Football Night in America for the remainder of the season because the normal
Maria
host,
Taylor is going away to become a mommy.
That's right. So good for Ahmed, man. He's one of our favorite guys, and he's awesome. So we just wanted to give him a little bit of a.
And there's a special Saturday game on NBC this week as well. We got a Saturday game.
I got to say, I love college football, but when it comes to this part of the season in which it's Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I mean, it's pretty incredible.
NFL, you mean?
Yeah. Especially given that how good were the games? I mean, Saturday, you had 2 of the 3 games were really close games, and then Sunday we of course were watching the Niners, and then Monday was last night which the Seahawks came back against the Eagles to help out the Niners. I mean, it's good. It's really good, man. I don't know what the numbers will say, but you've said this years and years and years ago, and we discussed trying to get how they could possibly do it. If the NFL played on every single night, it would dwarf anything that was on. It's just how it would be.
Well, it's why the NBA now tonight is a TNT exclusive night. and the Warriors are on TNT. Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller have the call. That used to be Thursday night was the exclusive night. And then the NFL moved to Thursdays and Amazon Prime, and so the NBA had to move. The interesting thing is going to be Christmas and how the NBA has owned Christmas for years and years and years. How many Christmas Day games are there this year? The Niners are obviously playing at night. The Raiders and Chiefs play in the day on Christmas as well. Is there another game on Christmas this year? Or just...
Let me see.
It is Giants in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That game's on Christmas. Wow. That's right before our game.
Exactly. I'm looking. Let's see. Oh, I'm on the wrong week. Yeah, because
so
I know
Raiders
stuff.
Chiefs go at 10 o'clock in the morning. Giants Eagles are on Fox at 1:30 our time on Christmas Day.
There we are.
And then the Niners and Ravens will kick off at 5:15 on Christmas night. So you have a triple header. I mean, that's killing the NBA. The NBA owns Christmas. Now they'll start even earlier with the Knicks game, but the numbers for the NFL just it's just the power. And last night's game was not a great game. A lot of people didn't enjoy it. I enjoyed it all the way through because it was a defensive struggle. But then at the end, it got lit there. At the end, it got live. Wow.
Well, think about how they're going to dominate this weekend, right? The Saints are fighting for a playoff spot in the South, and they're taking on the Rams. So you got 2 7-7 teams that are fighting for playoff spots on Thursday. People will watch that. On Saturday, Bengals and Steelers, 8-6 versus 7-7, playoff. Bills versus Chargers. That could be better, but Bills fighting for the playoffs. Everybody's going to watch those games. Then Sunday, this is what's weird. There's only, there's all these games on Sunday. So you get the normal,
That's
Sunday
Christmas
stuff.
Eve.
Christmas Eve. So you got a bunch of, again, playoff implications all through that whole thing, a bunch of good games, including the afternoon affair between the Cowboys and the Dolphins, 2 10-4 teams. And then on Monday, while the best game is clearly the 49ers, you still have marquee teams. Raiders at Chiefs, Giants at Eagles will get a big number, and then the Ravens and the 49ers start at 5:15 local time. So, you've got good games Thursday through Monday, and as you said, 3 Monday games in which the NBA usually dominates. And there's a lot of good games, NBA games on Monday, but it's the end of this. It's getting near the end. We're 3 weeks left in this thing. So there's an urgency in the NFL where the NBA, you're going to watch the games, there's no question, but it's not like if the Warriors don't win that it's that big of a deal. So there's just not the urgency.
And for Ahmed Fareed in Football Day in America, he's got the preview of the Cincinnati-Pittsburgh game. That's NBC. And then the Bills-Chargers game, John, is on Peacock. How many people have Peacock? And I believe they have a playoff game this year. So you may want to warm up on Saturday to get ready for a playoff game in January and buy the Peacock Network because the Bills-Chargers game is on. That's going to stream only on the streaming service of NBC, not on NBC Network.
Wow. I know the only reason it's not like it used to be though, where you're trying to find a channel like it's the NCAA tournament and you're trying to find True TV. Because Peacock is separate, when you have a smart TV, it pops everything up, and they do a great job in the marketing. It'll pop right up as a football game. Problem is, like you said, you have to buy it. And so we all thought we were being really smart when we cut the cable, right? I've had YouTube TV for years. It's been great. But then you do have to do the offshoots. I'm a Prime member because we order a ridiculous amount of Amazon. Like everything that I'm giving away for Christmas came in an Amazon box. So I don't have to deal with it.
I've been waiting for the truck to pull up. I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring. I got nothing so far.
It's ridiculous.
I could use that smiley hat. I love that smiley hat. Kenny Stabler had that on his helmet for years. I love
the
that.
smiley hat. No, it's the best.
Stabler.
Maybe that's what I'll do for your Christmas is I always go over these weird trucker hats that have these funny sayings on them. I even saw one of them.
So many of them.
I got to maybe I'll get one. I got to get one of those for you. I found a great present for you, to be honest with you. Wonder if I'll get here in time. I did find a very nice present for you, actually. It has.
Am I going to see you? Am I going to see you later in the week at Levi's, or?
Oh yeah. Quarantine. For sure. I've quarantined myself quite well. I feel great. I've been testing every day, so I'm fine. It's the people in the house that are not as fine. So I've stayed outside.
Have you come into contact with them?
No. You know what I do?
Where do you sleep? You're shed boy?
No, I have a. I could turn my camera, but this place is a mess because I'm wrapping presents. But I have a fold-out couch here that's rather large. It's a queen-size fold-out couch. I have 2 TVs that are fine. Nice. I do not have a bathroom in here, which is a problem. But We do have a bathroom that's away from them, so we have, you have the 2.5 bath.
You got the great outdoors. What do you need?
So I don't need that. I often don't need it, but if I do have to say who does number 2 work for, then I go to the half bath, and so I'm fairly self-sufficient out here. I can do fine. It's not like I'm hunting and gathering. I have a side gate, and I just order DoorDash. So I didn't even go in the kitchen. I haven't gone in the kitchen in 2 days.
Yeah, you order Bevmo is what you're ordering.
Yeah, that too. When you go to DoorDash and then they say, would you like something else? I'm like, of course I would. I have a fridge in here, so it's, I'm fairly self-sufficient in the last 2 days.
You'll be all cleaned up when I see you at the War again. All right.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing?
I do have to shower at some point before I see you.
Wasn't this the segment we do the foreplay?
Yeah, we got off on a tangent.
We did our own version.
Yeah, sorry.
Of the foreplay.
All right, we'll do the foreplay coming up next. They do have the 4 pieces of sound. We'll do that. We have some
what do you got, John? You got George Kittle on with Rich Eisman and John.
Yeah, he's mad. He's a little
Colton
mad.
McKivitz, he was on Murphy
I like
Marcus
that too.
This morning.
I like that too. We got a little John Lynch who was on this morning, and John Harbaugh spoke. So I thought, throw a little Harbaugh in there like it used to be, but it's John Harbaugh. So we'll get to all of that next. We'll hear on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Celtics are in town, and Clay is starting to look like himself. Is he back? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and he has the answers to all your tax issues this holiday season, including, Steve, ERC. Tell us about that.
That's right. This is the Christmas present for your listeners from the federal government. They're giving away, it's not a loan, they're giving away, it's a grant of up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. 2 different ways to qualify. One, a certain drop in gross revenue. It's an easy test. It's math. But a lot of CPAs, and before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, are stopping there. They're not doing the other test because the other test isn't math. They don't like that. They like math. The other test, facts and circumstances, requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. We'll take the time, effort, and energy to do that for you. And if you qualify, although not everybody does, that's the scammers. A lot of people do qualify under this test. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more. But watch out, the program's getting ready to end. It would be a crying shame if you missed out on hundreds of thousands of dollars that you were entitled to. Treat us like a medical doctor. Call us for a second opinion. We have a free second opinion. And if you qualify, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
Free second opinion. It's the holidays. Let's get you the money that you deserve through ERC. Call Steve, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Everyone just looks for, hey, what can I say today that people are going to argue with? And the one thing about 49ers fans is they like to argue with people who talk, crap about any of their players, about their franchise.
Yes.
And, Brock's playing at an incredibly elite, high level consistently, week in and week out, 130 passer ratings, perfect passer ratings, doing everything that you're supposed to do as a quarterback. But just because he has good skill positions around him and a solid head coach and, a pretty good defense, I would say.
Yes.
It's like, he doesn't get the credit for it because everyone's doing all the work for him. Well, we can't do any of that work unless he's the guy throwing the ball.
That was George Kittle. That is number 1 on the list for the late arriving foreplay. Why has game manager over the years gotten this negative connotation? I actually think it's a good thing that you can manage a game, but man, people hate it. But that's what George was responding to, game manager.
Well, this is all because of Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
What is Cam Newton talking about?
He doesn't watch.
Honestly, if Cam Newton would have been a better game manager, he would have been a better player. No one questioned his skill set, his ability to run and throw. He was as powerful as there was. I mean, the last time they played a Super Bowl at Levi's, he represented the NFC, and he was Superman. But he had other issues that he just couldn't control. And then, when he went to New England, he had lost it. So this is all because not only talking heads, people who really don't know what they're talking about, are questioning Brock Purdy. It's when you have people like Micah Parsons say, and Micah was complimenting him early in the year, and then lately he said, I don't know, they got so many great players. Is he trying to play up his own guy, Dak? Is there a personal Cowboy agenda there? But this all became regurgitated, John, because Cam Newton went off. And it wasn't just on Brock. He took down Tua. He took down everybody in the NFL for being a quote-unquote game manager, and they're not Superman like he was, I guess is the point he was making. But he needed to be more of a game manager. He would have been a much better player.
Yeah. Look, I respect guys that played the position, but clearly I don't know in which forum he was on or who he was on with or anything like that, but he just doesn't watch. And so all of that outside noise, I'm extremely over it because you're around it every single day. They just care what happens in the building, and here's the ultimate respect. Teams who play the 49ers know that he's just not, again, I hate to use that term game manager because it got saddled with Alex Smith, got saddled with it, other guys have been saddled with it. I don't know why it's become a negative because, like I said, if you're managing a game, that's good. If you're a pitcher in baseball and you manage the game, that's good. That means you're winning. Like game managers, it's used to discredit a player who's winning. I don't remember. Was Jimmy called a game manager? I mean, I know Alex
what they said. Well, they're pulling down Brock because the 49er offense was good with Jimmy, so they're just disparaging all of it. I just the whole thing. It's a way to say that a guy does not have great natural ability, and he overcomes it by managing the game. Chad Pennington was a great game manager. Mark Sanchez, whatever. Peyton Manning was the best game manager. And
right.
He also executed throws and threw for 55 touchdown passes. I don't get it. Remind me and we'll do it together when Mayoko comes on Friday. He had a great sit down with Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold is a high draft pick. What's the rap on Sam? He needs to manage the game better. He's got great natural ability. He went off on Brock Purdy. And Matt wrote a little bit about it, but I remember seeing Matt right after they talked last week, and he's blown away. He's just blown away at the things he sees, not only on game day, but in the meeting room and the way he conducts himself, and when they come together for installation day and they give him a stack 100 new plays, and he just goes out there and executes it and I mean, whatever it is. I'm partly to blame by calling him Big Brain Brock. But then he makes throw after throw after throw, the back shoulder to Debo. So whatever you want to say, yeah, he manages the games expertly. Like we talked to his high school coach, Preston Jones, yesterday. He did that at Perry High School in Gilbert when he was a freshman. That's just who Brock Purdy is. It's a compliment. But I think it's a way to degrade players that they don't think have first-round talent, and they get by with their brain, which, people like Cam Newton would have been a better player had he managed the game better.
All right, we don't often hear from Colton McKivitz, so when I knew he was going to be on in the morning with Murph and Marcus, I thought, well, we got to play some Colton McKivitz because I don't know, he goes unsung, but I remember right when he got drafted, the raccoon hats and his dad and all that kind of stuff.
West Virginia.
So I mean, he was.
What
a
did he
great
call
story.
himself? A cultured red ass? What was the line?
Redneck or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I like red ass better.
Red ass is better.
He's from Pittsburgh in West Virginia. Actually, when they have open locker room, Colton McKivitz holds court. He is funny. And he is outspoken, so he's good. What did he say today?
This is when speaking of Brock Purdy, when he knew Brock Purdy took over the locker room.
He's still got to work on his voice with the Canes, but maybe that's the only thing that's still a kid a part of him. But nah, man. I mean, just the way he's kind of got that little swagger to him. And all you can do is respect. You just smile and laugh at some of the things he does, and early on in his career, he ran around the pocket and would, make crazy plays, and just the way the guy acts and plays and presents himself. You just fall in line and follow the guy. I mean, you don't want nothing to do but win for him, and he's willing to take a hit on the chin and get up and keep going. Comparing and contrasting, I don't know, maybe the voice is a difference, but I mean, just the way he presents himself, there's nothing to do but play harder for him.
Was he comparing his voice to Jimmy's?
Yeah. We need to get more Colton McKivitz in our life. I really
he's funny. He's funny.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the one thing about Jimmy, he could bark it out. And I think of Gruden, when I hear some of these quarterbacks and they don't bark it out, because Gruden would have a class. Remember, he would want them all to enunciate and call the play out. And when Jimmy came back after being away, and the first time you heard him say, Red 18, it was just, Jimmy's back. You don't hear that from Brock as well. So what's he saying? He's more soft-spoken in the huddle, I guess is what he's saying?
Sounds like
it, he does. They hear him enough to do a play. How about on the Manning cast last night, they were saying how Christian, when he had to play quarterback in the NFC Championship game when Brock got hurt and Josh Johnson got hurt last year, that McCaffrey was screaming the play in the huddle, and Devo had to tell him to shut up. What are you yelling for?
That was so funny.
He was so excited.
Oh, that was so classic when they talked about that. Then they showed McCaffrey's one pass of the game, and it was like one of the worst passes of all time. That was classic. That was good, man. You could tell he could laugh at himself, but that was funny because I wouldn't be laughing about that game. I'd be like, next. I'm not laughing about that game. Finally, this is John Lynch. He was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, given the holidays, and gives us a little insight into one Lamar Jackson.
First of all, I love the young man, and he looks like he has a great deal of joy playing the game of football. When he's interviewed, he's always having fun. He looks like a guy who just loves the game. And then I think the biggest compliment for a guy who came in so talented, the way he's got better each and every year. And, now you see him very comfortable in the pocket as a passer, but then yet he's got this unbelievable skill to bust out like a Michael Vick and has real speed, real athleticism where he can make people miss. But when you couple that with the ability to throw from the pocket and extend plays and throw on the run, you've got a real tough challenge to deal with. And like I said, they've put some skill around him, and when you do that, that's a dangerous combination. They play very good defense. So I can't say enough about Lamar. High-level player, and he makes it tough. So we've got our work cut out for us, and we know that going into this game.
All right, first of all, let's upgrade the phone. Second of all, you haven't always been the biggest Lamar Jackson fan, but the offense has changed. He's gotten better. What do you think of Lamar now?
Well, I remember when he was drafted, and Bill Polian thought he should change positions, and I thought this guy's a running back, and that's why getting into the MVP debate between can Brock, because he's a quarterback, he should win it over McCaffrey, so it's the quarterback versus running back debate. Lamar's both. I mean, the year he won the MVP, he threw 36 touchdown passes, and that was an impressive 2019 season. And I remember we had Jerry Sandusky, the voice of the Ravens, on, and we'll get him on later in the week. I was blown away by how much he improved as a thrower. I think he's still kind of there where he kind of risks the ball. He's more of a dart thrower. But his ability to run, he doesn't need to hit. He doesn't need to be Drew Brees or Brock Purdy and throw the ball into a tight window, because the threat of his running ability creates great separation. I obviously have watched their offense. I want to watch it more. Greg Roman kind of raised them where it was all kind of what Philly does now with the mesh point and the pull and that huge fullback and him running, and he's electric. You can't get the guy on the ground. I'm going to be anxious to see how the Niners rush him. Do they spy him? I don't think they'll rush him like Jalen because you can't give him a lot of time, and he's got Zay Flowers. He's got Odell Beckham Jr. He's got people around him. He's not a great pure pocket quarterback. I think he's gotten better, but he doesn't need to be because of his running ability. And let's face it, John, we saw this guy in 2019, his MVP year, beat the Niners at M&T Bank Stadium. He's never played at Levi's before in his career. And the other side of it is, and it's Christmas night, and it'll all be, a lot of fun. And this is John Harbaugh coming back, and he stole a Super Bowl championship from the Niners and his brother. And is there any way Jim Harbaugh shows up on the Ravens sideline before he goes and plays Nick Saban in the Rose Bowl a week later? Is that the Harbaugh angle as we get closer to the game is more and more intriguing? How do the Niner fans feel about going up against, Jim's brother, and would he show up? He's got to play in Pasadena a week later with Michigan, right?
Yeah, I'd imagine he's practicing, but the Ravens are that rare team, and I'm just doing this off the top of my head. Super Bowl 47, I hated the Saturday night because it was all the Ravens fans doing that dun, 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 and they were just
it was all purple,
over
remember?
And over. And yeah, there was tons of fans. And then just the way the game, I was surprised about how the way the game went. They got off to that fast start. But then Thanksgiving, they beat them. And then the game you're talking about in the rain, they beat them. I mean, I haven't looked at it because we haven't gotten deep into it. Tomorrow we're kind of like the Niners. We flip the page and we start looking at the Ravens. So I'll look at this tonight. But, they're one of the rare teams, and they like to do what the 49ers do. The teams who run the ball the most in the league are the Ravens and the 49ers. They want to both play defense. They both, all these things. Now they're different because Lamar's different, but essentially the Ravens and the 49ers in each conference kind of want to do the same thing. They want to play great defense. They want to bludgeon you with the run, and they're both physical teams, and the 49ers have had trouble recently against this particular team.
Yeah, I just, obviously Greg Roman put this offense in, and a little bit of a Colin Kaepernick offense that he had with Jim Harbaugh working with John as the OC, but Todd Monken has changed it. It's more. They do have more straight drop back passing concepts where he's got to read it without the threat of the play action. You got Odell Beckham Jr., you got Zay Flowers. They don't have the tight end Andrews, but they got Isaiah Likely, who's a tough matchup. Niners have had problems with tight ends. Trey McBride was a problem the other day. Then you got the play action game, and then you got just the design quarterback runs with him. He runs quarterback sweep, he runs quarterback power, he runs quarterback draw. I mean, he's like Cam Newton that way. So I think their offense is more varied. But he's certainly, would you say right now the only guy in the league? I'm not going to say only. But the number one threat to Brock not winning the MVP is Lamar Jackson. His numbers as a passer.
Right.
The year he won the MVP, threw 36 touchdown passes. He's only thrown 17 this year. The numbers as a passer are just not like they were when he won the MVP 4 years ago.
No, he doesn't have the numbers, but as we continue to watch these teams and the MVP candidates fall off, I mean, not that Jalen Hurts had much of a chance, if at all, but I think, sick or not, last night he did not play well against the Niners. Dak struggled last week. Now, he could get back into it if they win, but they're going to Miami. They got Detroit. They're gonna have some tough games. I don't see that. You mentioned CMC. Although he doesn't have the numbers, if Lamar Jackson plays amazingly well against the 49ers in the way that the 49ers have been playing well lately on Christmas with all these eyes, and they have the best record in the league, that's probably the biggest number, right? Because you and I are always talking about best player, best record.
Yeah.
Then he has a chance, but his numbers don't suggest it. But I think that voters would probably look beyond that.
He's never played here before. He's never played at Levi. It's only the second time Niners ever faced him, and the last time was his MVP year. So it'll be intriguing. He's different. There's no doubt. He is that guy is one of the great pure runners in football, and he's the quarterback. So it's just a whole different deal. And the Niners have struggled periodically against running quarterbacks. And this guy, I mean, Justin Fields is different the way he runs. He can't throw like this guy, but he's different. He's unusual. He's special.
Yeah, there's no doubt. So I'm looking at it right now, 5-2 all time. The Ravens, of course, were the Browns, but since they've become the Ravens, they first played them in 96. The 49ers won that, but then the Ravens won 4 straight. Before 2015, the Niners won 25-20, and then, of course, last time in 2019, the Ravens won 20-17. They won in the Super Bowl 34-31. So they beat them the first time as the Ravens. Ravens are 5-2 all time, and they don't play often. So obviously that's since '96. They've only played 7 times since '96.
And it's Jim Harbaugh's brother. He's been there for a decade and a half. Wow.
In fact, let's fit that in. That's our last one. Here's John Harbaugh giving a lot of love to the 49ers.
They do so many good things. It's a system, I think, that Kyle has, built forth, through the tradition. It's his dad, and he agrees with Coach Kubiak too, and he's taken it to another even place. He really has expanded it and evolved it in a great way, and he does it around his players too. So it's that part of it, but it's built around the players. I mean, you got 5 probably all-pro skill guys on that offense. And not to mention a really good offensive line and a Hall of Fame tackle. So, he builds it around those guys, and that's what makes it tough.
I get he doesn't get mentioned among the greats, and he only has that one Super Bowl against the 49ers, of course, but he's been in Baltimore for 16 years. I mean, I'm looking at his record. He has 2 losing seasons in 16 years. That's it. The guy wins.
And he came up differently. He was, I remember when he was running the special teams for the Philadelphia Eagles, and Mike Lombardi mentioned his name. And I thought, who's that? It's John Harbaugh. It's not Jim. It's his older brother. His dad, Jack, was a coach, and he ran Andy Reid's special teams in Philly for about a decade. And then he became the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and they just played a different way. And with Flacco and, Ray Rice and that defense that they had, I mean, they were sledgehammers. That defense was powerful. They've always been physically tough. And I think that the matchup in this game is you're always confident when the Niners play anybody that they're just going to out-hit everybody else. They're more physical. That's why you see the Rams rebuild their roster this year to try to match the physicality of the Niners. Likewise with Arizona. And they made some strides. They've gotten better that way. Seattle rebuilt their whole defense because they were tired of being trucked by the Niners. This is the one team, John, and there are a few others. I wonder about Detroit. Can the Niners just go in there and beat them up? Philadelphia is supposed to be tough, and the Niners went in there and just punched them in the mouth. I don't think Dallas can match their physicality. Is this the one team where it's going to be, these are the bullies of the AFC, and all those matchups they had against Pittsburgh, those were just bloodbaths. Every time they played, it was like the Niners in Seattle, when Harbaugh was here. It was that way with Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. Are we confident that the Niners will still be the more physical team on Christmas night against these guys?
I think in cases like this, it's the more physical team that's going to win. I mean, they're going to do this. By the way, that running back that they had out, Mitchell, he's going to be out. But Gordon, the former running back for the Chargers, Melvin Gordon, the Broncos, they are going to activate him. Not that I think he has much left. But and that's the thing about them too. They're kind of like the Niners in this way. They lose guys, and now Christian McCaffrey's different, but they'll lose running backs. They'll continue to run and be successful. I mean, that's just what they do. I mean, they lost J.K. Dobbins right at the beginning of the year, and they just keep on rolling, keep doing what they do.
They're gonna jump on the Gus, who's like the bus.
Right.
Gus Edwards is he is a truck. I'm not gonna say he's Bettis, but that guy between the tackles, and they're going to figure out to run the ball. But Melvin Gordon knows how to run. He put up a lot of productive years with the Chargers for years and years, and they're going to activate him off the practice squad for Christmas night.
All right, let's get to it. Your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol, including a little bit of CMC on the Manning cast. We'll get to the stories as well next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old Caboose Pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say Caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Buddy, and tell that team to jump on your back and you go get the darn thing done. We need you, Baker. We need that today. We need it.
We'll be juiced up today, Rex. It's not that cold, so there won't be that many cold toes out there. We'll be all right.
There's Baker Mayfield. I guess you just have to say something about toes if Rex is asking you questions. That's pretty good though. We'll say Baker Mayfield. So
Billy White Shoes. Anybody have a name Toes? Leonard Toes was the former owner of the Philadelphia
That's
Eagles.
Right. Yeah.
Anybody,
somebody called? There had to
Joe
be
the Toe
Twinkle.
Nedney. Joe the Toe Nedney, our guy. Lou the Toe Groza.
Was there nobody like in sports called Twinkle Toes or something? I mean, somebody had
many
to be
guys,
that, right?
many guys.
I mean, you would think, right?
Danny Abramowitz, did he have that nickname? The former Niner and New Orleans Saints player. Twinkle Toes.
Nobody has been as synonymous with toes as Rex Ryan though in sports. I don't think that. So everybody kind of. I think we played one a few days ago too, but that was Baker Mayfield getting his shot.
He's open. Yeah, he's got a foot. Is it him or his wife that has the?
I think it's both.
The foot
it started with like a video or something, right? There was some sort of like video that got released. They didn't authorize the release, and it was him, and I think he was playing with his wife's toes or something. I don't know what it was. Sucking on his wife's toes, maybe. I don't remember. All right. This could be big news. This could be big news because I know that you guys travel. When you travel, it's Chick-fil-A, but they are not open on Sundays. It says Chick-fil-A in New York. So what they do is they have Chick-fil-A as among a bunch of restaurants in these travel locations in New York. Well, there's a legislator who wants Chick-fil-A to be open 7 days a week because they figure if New Yorkers are traveling and these are the things that they are offered to eat in these locations, that Chick-fil-A should be open 7 days a week. So I didn't know this story because in this piece in New York, so S. Truett Cathy is the founder of Chick-fil-A. This started in 1946 when they opened their first restaurant. He decided that because he worked in other restaurants, open 24/7, 365, saw the importance of closing on Sundays so that he and his employees could rest or worship if they chose to do so. So that's where it comes from. But this legislature, his name is Tony Simone. He thinks that
there you go again, Tommy Cutlets. Watch yourself, John. Watch yourself. You're offending me a little bit, just a little bit.
So there are 9 New York, what they call rest stop restaurants, and he wants them to be open because there's only a limited amount of restaurants that are open. So if someone comes by on a Sunday and they're not open, then that's less options. And I wonder if they open one in New York or a number in New York and then they see how good it works and they make a bunch of money on that day too, maybe then they would open across the country.
So New Yorkers are into Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, did you know that? How about that?
You're
into it.
Yeah,
are you struggling with that?
Well, I just New Yorkers have got better. Are you kidding me? You got to eat Chick-fil-A when you got all that food to eat in New York? Ridiculous. Shake Shack, which is a chain, which is, if you're in New York, you're not eating chains. Yeah. But the Shake Shack is big in New York.
It is.
Is there a In-N-Out burger in New York at all? In New York State, anywhere outside? I mean, where's In-N-Out? Why isn't In-N-Out going national the way Chick-fil-A
That's a great question because I saw the other day, so they're in, if I'm not wrong, California, obviously Arizona, Nevada, Utah. There might be more, but I saw one that opened up in Meridian, Idaho. I don't know if I brought this up. I don't think I brought this up in the air. Meridian, Idaho is and it's a suburb of Boise. So basically Boise, Idaho, it opened up. There were 8-hour lines. I'm not anti. I know this is a big thing of who's got the best burger, who's got the best fries, who's got the best shakes, and everybody gets defensive of In-N-Out Burger. I like In-N-Out Burger. There's one right by my house. I just won't wait in the line for it. But there were 8-hour lines in Idaho for the first In-N-Out Burger. I would never wait 8 hours for anything.
I could see.
Yeah, there's only one, and 8 hours.
Yeah. I could see that. But
what's the longest you would wait for something? Like, what would be worth? I'm not saying 8 hours.
8 minutes.
But whatever your limit to wait for something is.
I don't know.
A fine dining restaurant is different.
Depends if I have a game on while I'm there. I don't know.
That's true. But I mean, if you're, and I'm not talking about a restaurant because you could sit at a restaurant, have drinks, you're talking to friends, and then the server keeps coming by and they're like, would you like to order? And you forget to look at the menu. You're having a good time. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, you want food, and this food is so good that you would wait, X amount of time. And I'm not saying 8 hours, but
there's only one place, La Villa, in the Willow Glen in San Jose. Berticelli's. And Dave is bringing us the gourmet Italian deli sandwiches. A lot of guys, he's there with his trunk open, and when the Niners do travel, Chick-fil-A's waiting for you when you get there. But a few of the guys I know are going to Berticelli's, La Villa, and Dave is taking care of us. So that used to be, before Kyle got here, that was there. The sandwiches would be on the outbound flights would be from Berticelli's in the Willow Glen in San Jose. So Kyle has a fixation with Chick-fil-A. That's a Kyle Shanahan thing.
He does have a fixation with it?
He loves it. He loves it.
Well, ever since, and I know it's a little bit more expensive, but ever since you and I were sitting down there at Levi's Stadium, and I didn't want to go through the line, but I was craving they have good breakfast as well. So I got breakfast burritos. A guy delivered them to us at Levi's Stadium in our little studio. I had to run out and get it. But, I mean, it was only like 15 minutes. Hell, I'd wait in the line for 15 minutes. It was awesome.
So you know what? I don't wait in the line anymore. The way I'm looking at this, the Niners really only have 2 more road trips the rest of the year. We're going to Washington, D.C. the weekend of New Year's Eve. So there'll be Chick-fil-A waiting, and Holder loves his Chick-fil-A, but La Villa is just so much better, Kyle, way better. And then
you're trying to get the
next trip. Well, I get both.
Oh, okay,
I have Chick-fil-A, but Dave has a bag waiting for me.
Very nice.
But then the next trip would be to Las Vegas, Nevada, for the Super Bowl. Now I think we would fly on a Sunday,
right?
That day, and the thing about Chick-fil-A.
They're not
open on Sunday, so maybe we will have La Villa on the way down. I'm not sure. Anyway,
that's a short trip too. You gotta scarf them down.
There's
fast.
a point where you love something, and it's. I mean, Chick-fil-A's okay, but when you have it every other week or two weeks out of 3, it's like, really, Chick-fil-A again? You gotta do that again?
The one that's right by Levi's Stadium. When you and I would go down there for we've been going doing it for years.
It's on Hannah, Montana.
Right. I would stop there, and then after a while, it's like, I just got burned out. And like I said, I'm not a person for lines. I don't care if it's, concerts or this. I'm not a line. Most people aren't, but I just don't have the patience. Like Disneyland, are you kidding me? And they always say, get the fast pass. That doesn't do a whole lot for you. And so you're sitting in a line for an hour, and it's like, it's not that good. It's not worth the hour wait. I like them all, but not for not for
honestly,
an hour.
what is worth an hour wait? Even La Villa's is not worth an hour wait. Not worth an hour wait. It's just what is worth for an hour.
Right.
This is a tasty burger.
No, that's different.
No, that's true. Different. That's Big Kahuna Burger.
Yeah,
that's very different.
I've never had one of those, actually. That could be very good. Never had one of those. And the logo on the bag is also kind of weird on Chick-fil-A. What exactly is this? What is the logo?
They do have great marketing, I will say. The big cow that says they eat more chicken. That's pretty smart.
Is that what it is? It's a cow?
Yeah, it's like a cow, and they always are like, eat more chicken and stuff. Yeah,
it's chicken.
Exactly. All right, one more, because I'm just curious to whether because you like to mix your drinks up. I will go with some sort of vodka concoction in the summer, and I usually do like an old-fashioned in the winter. But you like to mix yours up.
Rums is in
rum is nice.
It gets a little colder out. Yeah. Why do you ask?
Because Doritos is releasing a nacho cheese-flavored alcoholic drink that tastes and smells, apparently, just like nacho cheese-flavored Doritos. And I don't know if you like those, but it's the iconic nacho cheese flavor in a bottle, Doritos says. The limited release 42% alcohol will be made by using real chips and extracting their essence through a vacuum process.
Is it tequila? Is it a tequila?
I guess I'm trying to figure out. It's clear. It looks like a clear with a little bit of like a pink hue to it. So I'm thinking maybe a
see-through,
vodka-ish type of thing. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an infused vodka, some kind of a thing like that. But
I'm willing to try it. My first thought would be that's weird, but I'm willing to try it.
Yeah, I would try it.
Everybody's getting into the alcohol business. They all want to be like E40.
Oh, my gosh. All the celebrities. My goodness, man. That would be very confusing because normally
a big company. So what
huge.
Is that?
Frito-Lay.
They want to get people a little bit liquored up. They're going to eat more.
They'll eat more of their stuff. Yeah,
fuzzy Doritos.
That's probably their thought, right? That'd be amazing. As long as it doesn't end up on my fingers. That's really why I don't eat many Cheetos or Doritos.
So that's the thing with McCaffrey last night. That's the one major advantage to the orange puff, the cheese puffs. They don't get all over your fingers, right?
That big thing of those cheese puffs. That was so funny. That was hilarious.
But they don't get all fingers don't get all orangey after that like Doritos. Right. Doritos you gotta go wash your hands every time you have a handful.
Oh, it's the worst. Doritos, Cheetos, all that stuff. But yeah, the cheese balls. I don't know why that's different. But I gotta believe that's just for the ad. And Christian McCaffrey probably ran about 20 miles after he had like 3 cheese balls. Can't have that poison in his body. Body's a temple.
That was a funny bit.
That was a good bit. I also like when they did that because they always show videos of him. He might have the weirdest off-season routine, all the different stuff he does. It works.
He's a gymnast. He was talking about how he learned to play running back. Christian he went off about the great NBC's meal when they were eating turkey legs on the Seattle.
Yeah.
He loved it. Where Bosa didn't want to eat. He said, "I'm not having a carb load after a game."
Classic was that. No carb load, bro. Sorry, I can't carb load after a game. That's awesome.
Colton McKivitz could shoot him get him a duck. What was he talking about going duck hunting this morning with Murph and Marcus?
He's a man. We got to get more of that guy. He's funny, man. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. We got a couple of things before we get out of here, and then, of course, Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Theater.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The Celtics are in town, and Clay is starting to look like himself. Is he back? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, yesterday was a big recovery day, you know, cold tubs, Egoscue, it's like a stretching thing, and then, you know, I get Manny in there working on me, rubbing on my quads, making me feel good, so that's pretty much it'll be a repeat of today. We'll lift and watch the game since we got the extra day with being Monday night, so yeah, man, and then usually on the off day, I'm out in the woods duck hunting, so good, that's my mental recovery right there.
Is there enough hunting areas around here to satisfy a guy like Colton McKivitz?
Oh yeah, you go an hour north and you're in the best duck hunting in the world right here. You get Benicia, Sassoon Marsh, and then you go up north into the Rice. You got Chico and Calusa, Yuba City up there, geese all everywhere, and then you get ducks in the marsh. So it is prime waterfowl country.
I never knew that. Learn
He's going to kill Daffy? Don't kill
Colton
Daffy.
McKivitz.
Now, he and
Tim
Ryan are burros that way. He's a good dude.
We need to go duck hunting with Colton McKivitz. I don't know. He said the best. What did he say? The best in the world? Wow.
Really?
Pretty good.
In the whole world?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Amazing. Chris Paul's sick.
Oh, jeez.
Is he playing tonight? He is questionable with an illness. What's wrong with CP3?
It's going around.
Kristaps Porzingis may not play.
Saw that with calf?
Calf strain. He may not play tonight.
Jeez. Yeah.
But Tatum and Brown are playing. So I'll see you at the game tonight?
Yeah, heading over. We're going to leave in a little bit, and I'm gonna drop George with John Dickinson, super reporter.
Boots on the ground?
Yeah, and he's gonna learn at
so
the
that's
feet
it?
of
John's
JD.
just going to teach him how to work the locker room?
Yeah, and I'm just going to drink $25 beers and watch him. No, I'll help. I'm not much help.
Remember, tell him to go right up to Klay Thompson and say, are you going to announce your retirement at the All-Star break, or are you going to wait till the end of the year? And Steph, when are you going to demand a trade? Because you're in a locker room full of losers.
We'll play that.
Ask him that.
Ask him in the locker room, and you've got a locker room full of
you're
losers.
2 games under 500. You guys are losers.
You guys are losers.
I would ask him.
I don't know if he's going to fall in the same trap you did.
George is too smart. Don't do that.
There you go.
Don't do that.
All right, Pop. We'll see you tonight.
I'll be there, John.
Thanks as always to Walter and Danny. Tremendous. Always great to talk to our good friend Dennis Brown. Sanjay Lal, the passing game coordinator for the Seahawks, joined us, and of course the great Mark Spears. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com and you can hear everything there right now. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Wilner Hotline. John Wilner will join us at 2:50, talk a little college football. Nick Bosa, 3:30. Get his thoughts on facing the Baltimore Ravens this weekend and how to be a defensive lineman going up against Lamar Jackson. Greg Cosell, 3:50. Dante Whitner, 4:50. What's up?
What's up, dude? Quick question. We got Dubs and Celtics tonight, right? Over at Chase?
Dubs and the green or the black or whatever they're wearing tonight.
Dude, how about that? The black.
The black, you got to be outlawed for the Celtics. Should be green and white, white and green. Done. It's over. See ya. Thanks for coming. Just like the Lakers should always be purple or gold. But it's the way it is. Everyone wants 9 different jerseys. Everyone wants to be Oregon nowadays.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What are you going to do?
How many? I mean, I don't. How frequently was Larry Bird rocking the black when you guarded him?
I'm going to guess none.
That's a big line Murph always had when they played because, dude, the Celtics were rocking the black against the Warriors in the finals.
Yes.
And I'm like, dude, that's my thing is you get all these uniforms all year long. I get it. Cool. They want to sell jerseys. You want to do special holiday stuff. I get it. That stuff's not bad. I enjoy some of those. It's kind of cool to mix it up. And I get that we have the debate about them and which ones we like and what we don't. But if the Giants are playing a Tuesday night World Series game, like Game 6, you want them rocking the creamsicles? Like, no, I don't want them in the City Connects. I want them in the World Series and the playoffs rocking. Yeah. You should be wearing your uniforms, you know?
Yeah, I don't want them in the Friday orange either.
Yeah. Dude, Orange Friday?
Yeah, I don't want
it's Game 7.
I don't want the black. I don't want the orange. Just give me the classic.
Yeah.
Uniforms is what I want.
Give me the
when
classics.
The Celtics were in the finals, it should always be green on the road, white at home. Problem with the NBA nowadays, you never know who's home and road just by turning on the TV because
that's the
guys
problem.
wear darks at home, lights on the road. It's just it's a mess. Like we get to say home whites about once a month seemingly because it's always a statement uniform or a state of mind. They always have different names for all these uniforms too. Like I can't even think of one that comes to mind, but it can't just be like it's their away uni or their home jersey. They all have a different name to it. So I don't know. I mean, I'm old. I get it, but that's what I grew up watching. That you wear your whites or your lights. The Lakers had the gold at home, and then you wear your darks on the road. That was just it. You don't have to pack like 9 different uniforms to go on a 5-game road trip.
Well, I got to ask because already like 200, maybe 250 people have texted in at 808 KNBR, and several people have already checked in on the YouTube chat, of course, at KNBR 1045, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. And the audience and the masses and Derek have to know, is it the same shirt you're wearing right now that you wore to the Run TMC broadcast last year?
I don't know. Is it?
Then Derek confirms, yeah, it definitely is.
It is? Okay, yeah, because I only got...
I really didn't think you'd even notice.
I only have one that looks like this. I don't have multiples that look like this. So yeah, if that's what you saw then this is the same one that I'm wearing now.
You happy, Derek? He's like, dude, make sure you ask him. We got to find out. Is that the same shirt? Derek's been obsessed with your attire lately.
What do you think? I like wear stuff and throw it away?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I save stuff, and yeah, you might see it next year too. I like this.
We've
shirt.
seen some of your clothes. We know you save stuff.
Yeah,
we know you don't get rid of any shirts. That ACDC one is
stuff.
That ACDC one is disintegrating from your body.
Yes, and you might get that one more time before it leaves this earth.
Bury me in my ACDC shirt. They're like, it's not here anymore, dude. There's just a sleeve. We got nothing left.
You can't. I mean, look, I'm not a guy that wears stuff and doesn't wear it again. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I have stuff in the closet that it's going to get worn. That's why I have clothes. I have shirts that I like. I like this one. I haven't worn this one. I don't think I've worn this one this year for whatever reason. But get used to it because you're probably going to see it again. And then after that, you might see it again after that.
So you're nothing like Deion Sanders. Didn't he have a story where he wore suits once and then he tore them?
I think so.
Can't be seen in this again.
Or guys that have 400 pair of shoes and wear them once a year. It's
That's my thing.
I got my shoes. And I wear them. What do I get on today? I got my Vans on today that I've probably worn about 2,000 times, and they're still hanging in there. So Vans will be here for a while.
I have a good number of shoes, but I'm not a sneakerhead by any stretch. I don't collect sneakers. I don't collect shoes. I just I like the classics. I go with the Chucks a lot. I like the Chucks. I wear those most days just because they go with almost everything. If they're good enough for Snoop, it's good enough for me. It's good enough for Jimmy Chitwood, knocking down jump shots off the picket fence. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, how did I don't know how did their ankles survive?
How did you play in the league in those, Tom?
I have no idea. I have no
that's
idea.
That's incredible, dude. Bob Cousy's out there.
I mean, you're out there probably not even getting your ankles taped, just rocking the Chuck E. Cheese. You come down on somebody's ankle, you're just going to blow that thing out because I'm sorry. Yes, it was a high top. You might as well wrap paper around your ankles. That's how much support the Chucky Taylors gave you. Like, none. And then the bottom, it just, I have no idea how those dudes ran up.
You just slip and slide around. Like the second you get dust on the court, you know what I mean? You're like, you can't have any grip on those shoes. Sometimes the bottom of the shoe almost is like rimmed in cloth, it feels like on those shoes, right? It's incredible how they did that. No joke, my freshman year of high school, I showed up to the first open gym, forgot my sneakers at home, and I rolled in a pair of high top Chuck Taylors. I ran the first open gym in those. And dudes were like, you must be hurt. I was like, dude, these are painful. Like it hurts to play. There's no there's no shock absorption. Like when you jump down, like you feel like up through your knees, you feel it through your ankles. And afterwards, I remember I was 14 and I was sore. I was like, I don't know how these guys. It's incredible how much you're.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turkey?
Yeah, it's the Chuck Taylors, coach. What do you think, man?
They're bad. Well, heck, I had I wore when I was playing. Some may be old enough to remember the Reebok pumps.
The ones you pump them to get
had a little basketball in there, and you go.
Did that do anything?
Pump it up, and it filled like a little chamber up with air, so it was supposedly like kind of molded around your
tightened your foot.
Yeah, and they were garbage. They were just. I mean, it's just like it was a PR thing. It was like a publicity thing. Like, hey, let's put the basketball on there. But it was kind of cool. Going out there at mid-court before the jump ball and right before the jump ball, just bending down and pump it up. Yeah, get a little. And of course, every once in a while you'd pump it up, and then one would be pumped up more than the other, so the left foot would feel like tighter than the right foot. It'd be like, what the hell's up with these things? These things are awful. Adidas I wore Nike for a little bit, and I was a shoe until they were toast guy. Like, I heard Jordan new shoes every game. I think he went new, and I couldn't. I was like, guy, new shoes every game?
I thought you got to break some in, too.
Yeah, it takes me like 2 or 3 games to break these in before they start feeling good. I'm like,
they're yours,
Yeah, get rid of them. I'm keeping these things, man. You kidding me? So I'd usually maybe 2, possibly 3 pair of shoes per year. And then I saved some shoes. So I had shoes. They had to be, well, hell, when did I play? It was like 91, 92. So close to, probably not 30 years. Because I was in the garage one time and I had these boxes of Nikes. And they were like, I can't remember what they were. They weren't Air Force. They could have been, I guess. Anyway, they were like the shoes at the end of the year. They have your shoes there, and then they just give them to you. Like, here's 5 boxes of shoes, take them. And
right.
I don't know what to do with these. And, like, a lot of the other stuff I could give away. I can't give away size 15 shoes, so I just put them in the garage, and they stayed there forever. So I said, dang, this is probably about 7 or 8 years ago. These things were 25-plus years old. And I said, I'm going to take these out and rock these things. They're, like, cool. These are, like, retro shoes now. So I took them out and rocked them, and I walked, like, once around the neighborhood. And I took a step, and I go, that felt kind of weird. That was like, what was that? And I looked down, and the rubber just come off the shoe.
Like you were xyling?
It was like disintegrating, like on my feet, just disintegrating. The shoes were like, oh, man.
The shoes made like that AC/DC shirt, and they started ripping apart off your body.
You know what? That would have been a good combo. Could have had those shoes and that shirt, and it would have been perfect. So, yeah, I took all the shoes and threw them away. I was like, well, so much for having retro shoes to walk around in or just kind of kick it because these things are just, they've disintegrated. I don't know if I needed to store them differently, but whatever.
Let's circle back real quick. Your 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR. They say they found you on Twitter doing the Run TMC game. Completely different shirt.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, then Derek went and did some research. Derek then found it, and he says, yeah, it's much more like Hawaiian and rainbowy because apparently you made a joke where you said, I'm going to a luau after. Oh!
No, there you go.
There you go, Derek. You happy we solved all the clothing and Tom's attire? This is the most it's the most we've ever talked about Tom's clothing on the air.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would want to talk about my clothing. It's really not.
Derek's obsessed.
Nothing, Yeah, it's nothing to really chat about.
Get over
There's
it,
really
Derek.
nothing there.
Harmony's not here for the day.
Nice T-shirt and a collared shirt. That's pretty much my brand.
That's it. T-shirt and a collared shirt. He's got
Yeah.
it. And we got the Warriors and the Celtics tonight. You know what else we got? A couple of tickets to go see Bill Burr on June 19th, 2024 at the San Jose Civic Center. Gave away a pair yesterday to a guy down in San Jose. Tune in today between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call, and if you hear it, you'll be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a couple of tickets to go see Bill Burr next June 19th at the San Jose Civic Center, furnished by Live Nation. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. More rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
That's our sense of humor here. You know, have a beer, go yourself. That's what we're doing.
When you hear that later in the show, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a pair of tickets to go see that man there, Bill Burr, next June 19th at the San Jose Civic Center. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. All right, great show for you today. John Wilner, Nick Bosa, Greg Cosell, Dante Whitner, a whole bunch of good stuff. I think I saw your final NBA grab bag of 2023 laying around in the mail room over there.
Grab bag.
We'll make sure we get that to you, but when we come on back, how about this? Niners get some help from the Dallas Cowboys, and then they get some help from the Seattle Seahawks. Niners helping themselves, or the Seahawks helping out the Niners towards their quest for the number 1 seed, 20-17 over the Eagles last night. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
To you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
With the Eagles' loss last night, the 49ers control their own destiny and then some to maintain the number 1 seed in the NFC playoff picture. There's more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Coase, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Shotgun snap, three-man rush. Locke throws long pass down the far sideline. Caught over the shoulder. It's grabbed. Smith and Jinga. Touchdown! Touchdown! Seattle touchdown! The Seahawks have taken the lead. 28 seconds to go. In the shotgun, looking into six defensive backs. 1st and 10, Eagle 45. Hurts winds up, long arching spiral near sideline. Broken up. May have been intercepted. Out of bounds as a pickoff it was. Love is picked off the ball. Seattle is intercepted. Hurts at the 21. 6 seconds left. And the Seahawks are alive and kicking.
How about that?
Jimmy frickin' Butler.
What a call from Harlan, dude. He was out of his mind. I mean, I was watching. I was fired up. It was exciting. It was a great end to a Monday Night Football thriller. 20-17, the final. Seahawks beat the Eagles, dropped the Eagles all the way down to the number 5 spot. And as we were going to break, by the way, I had said, you know, the first the Cowboys helped the Niners, and then the Seahawks helped the Niners. And Darren came in during the break because it was the Bills that beat the Cowboys that helped the Niners. I go, oh, I was actually thinking it was Cowboys beating the Eagles and then the Seahawks beating the Eagles. Just sort of funny, the two different scenarios Niner fans have been following and rooting for losses in over the last couple of weeks, but a rare situation here where you got to root for Seattle. Seattle beats the Eagles, and now the Niners get a whole lot of help in dropping Philadelphia to the number 5. And they controlled their own destiny anyway, but now they get a little bit of cushion here.
Yeah, I mean, things are, the road is clearing, so to speak. The snow plows coming through, clearing the road, and now all the Niners have to do is drive on the road. And they could have a little slippage and still be in good shape. So, yeah, I mean, everything looks good. Everything is, over the last 3 weeks, has kind of...
it's played in their favor. Basically, everything they've needed has worked out.
It's gone the way you'd hope it'd go.
Yeah.
You keep winning, and the teams you need to lose are losing. So, yeah, that was a weird game last night, too, because I thought Philly was clearly the better team.
Felt like it.
Right up until the very end.
Was it 10-3 at the half?
Yeah, I think it was 10-3 at the half, and then 10-10. They came out, and Walker had a nice drive.
Then they scored again.
And they scored, and then Philly backed it up, going up 17-10, and then field goal. And then, you know, Drew Lock, I think, had about, 120 yards passing before that drive. Like, he wasn't doing much, if anything. And then, you get that big play to Metcalf. First off, he had that incredible catch, circus catch. And then when you see him and he's on catches like that, you almost get the feeling like, why don't you just throw it to that dude like all the time? Like, that guy is such a beast. I mean, he is massive, fast, big, strong. And then the Njigba catch was incredible. Like, back half of the football, wet football, back half of the football while you're trying to concentrate and get your feet down. Great throw. I mean, give him credit. That was great throws, great catches. But it was just a weird game. Like, that's the way things go. When you're not playing particularly well, things like that happen. I always say, when you're not playing great, don't expect a blowout. Don't expect to just roll into somebody's house and win by 14 going away. It doesn't work like that. I mean, look at the Warriors right now. They're scuffling. Get up 20 against the Nets. Ooh, They got a tight one. Hey, get up 21 or 22 against the Blazers, and in 7.5 minutes, it's gone. Like, all 21 points gone. Somebody, you're like, oh, you kidding me? Here we go again. Like, it just, when you're not playing well, it's hard to kind of get yourself going. Like, last year, that would have been Philly 28-13. Like, they would have scored. They wouldn't have had the picks, and things like, I don't know how to explain it other than when you're going great, and by definition, that's why you're going great apparently, but when you're not, it's just hard. It's hard. Everything's harder than it usually is. And right now for the Niners, it's not hard. Like, they're playing great and they're playing really well. And I don't want to say it's easy. It's an oversimplification to say, oh, it's hard and it's easy. None of it's easy, but it looks easy. Like, it just looks like, I mean, Deebo Samuel, wide open touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, wide open, falls down, gets up, runs in the end zone, touchdown. Like, stuff like that. Like, it's hard to stop a team.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of stuff wouldn't happen for the Eagles right now. Like, just the easy stuff just doesn't happen for whatever reason. And they're scuffling right now, but they do have a chance to get everything back on track with their last 3 games of the season. I think it's 2 Giants, 1 Cardinals. So
that's right.
You would think that would be a nice recipe to get them back on track. They're still got to be pretty big favorites to win the NFC East, and they'll get the number 2 seed, so they'll be in decent shape. Still going to be hard to go to Philly and win a game come the postseason. But, yeah, they're scuffling a little bit right now, and the Cowboys got to prove that they go on the road and win. It's funny because the Cowboys play the Dolphins. I feel like both those teams have to prove they can beat somebody good. And so I think that's going to be a really,
maybe they'll tie.
Really interesting game.
12-12, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be a tie. Damn,
yeah.
We can't be. At least we didn't lose to somebody really good, so we got that going for us, which is nice.
It'd just be like the crap score. You'd be like, God, neither of these teams are they can do it. What, a touchdown, a safety, and a field goal? What's that about? What the hell's going on
It's
here?
interesting, though, because you felt like, God, for the Niners, it was so clogged up early on, right? And then they had the 3-game losing streak, and then it's like, whoa, the Lions are playing really well, and we both thought the Lions were better than the Cowboys at one point. I don't know that we think that anymore. I don't know that we don't think that anymore after last week.
I don't know. I think one of them's real good on defense, and one of them's very good on offense. I think the Lions are pretty good on defense. I think they can take the ball away. They can get to the quarterback. Hutchinson's been fantastic this year. And the Cowboys on offense, they have games where they just go absolutely flat. I think still on both sides of the ball, I'll take the Lions over the Cowboys as their body of work. And I think they've put up some good fights against some teams that were fairly tough. The Cowboys, to me, seem more like a letdown team. That's what they feel like to me.
Well, the Cowboys, to me, just seem like a totally different offense on the road and at home.
Yeah.
At home, they just roll.
Yeah.
They just roll teams at home. On the road, yeah, they look totally. Their offense looks out of sync. Dak Prescott looks totally different. So, but now you look at it, and where it used to be a little cluttered, and they fell a couple games behind the Eagles, and you're thinking, okay, you get the Cowboys still there, but they got the tiebreaker on the Cowboys, and the Lions are winning a whole bunch of games. Now it's just separation, because now you got the other 3 teams that are still kind of around one another. And I look at them and go, yeah, I mean, either one of those could beat either. I mean, depending on where they play, road home would be important for those 3 teams. Now, the Niners are kind of like out here. It used to be like all like right here, and then it's been like whoop, 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 whoop. It's like, whoa, they've really created a lot of separation from the other 3 teams. Now, what does that get you in the playoffs? A bye. That's what it gets you. And then you still got to go play the game, so it really doesn't matter that separation at all. But in my mind, I look at them and think they are on a different level. They're just on a different level than everybody else in the NFC. They might be down a different level than everybody else in the NFL right now, but we're going to find that out come Christmas. Although that game's not as – it'll still be intriguing. I'm still looking forward to watching it.
Yeah.
But if Baltimore loses and then they beat Miami the next week, they're, most likely to get the number 1 seed. And if the Niners lose and then win out, they'll get the number 1 seed. So it's not like critical for both these teams to win the game. And I won't even say it's a measuring stick, like how good are we? We know how good these teams are. It's late in the season. We know Baltimore is really good. We know the Niners are really, really good. It's just going to be a fun game.
Yeah.
It'll be a fun game to kind of see how they match up against one another, see how they handle Lamar Jackson. It would be interesting if you played this late in the season and then you happen to meet in the Super Bowl, like all the adjustments you try to make. Because I don't know I can't remember. I wonder, that'd be an interesting thing to find out, and maybe Derek could find it out. When's the last time a Super Bowl matchup happened this late in the season or later? Or what's the latest a Super Bowl matchup has happened in the season?
I was going to say my answer, and Derek just sent me the exact same one in my ear. I don't know if there's been one more recently, but Giants and Pats, Week 17, 2007.
Oh, there you go.
I remember because the Patriots beat them and they came right back. That's the first one I was going to go to. My only thought is that's still, I mean, that's 07. That's a long time ago. It's like almost 15 years ago, right? 16 years ago now. So,
good recall.
So I don't know if there's been one more recently, but that's an interesting one.
That was the one the Giants didn't really have anything to play for, and they still played, and they almost beat them.
They almost beat them,
really,
and then
really close game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go. And they came back and beat them in the Super Bowl, of course. So there's one. But yeah, it's not frequent. The fact that that's the first one that comes to mind, maybe it's because it's that Patriots team and it was such a big loss.
Yeah.
Because they did make a big deal of the fact that the Giants played them tough in Week 17. But we'll see if we can find a more recent example of that. We'll talk a little bit more later on about Jalen Hurts and his MVP candidacy, which seems to have maybe fallen completely flat after last night's performance. No touchdowns, 2 interceptions in the game for Jalen Hurts. Just goes 17 of 31. His last 3 games have not been good for the Eagles, and they've lost all 3 of those games. 42-19 to the Niners, 33-13 to the Cowboys, and then 20-17 last night at the hands of the Seattle Seahawks, which have put the Niners on track for home field advantage in the NFC playoff picture. We'll talk more about that, what their road looks like, and who they could be facing. They end up the number 1 seed. A lot could still be decided in these final 3 games as to who finishes atop the NFC East, and that could play into who the Niners play throughout the NFC postseason. We'll talk more about that when we come on back, and then John Wilner joins us at 2:50, and stick around, 3:30. Nick Bosa joins us only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For us, we celebrated after the game. We got our hats, our T-shirts. We took some pictures. That was awesome. And truly, genuinely enjoyed that. But you're right. We have so much more to accomplish, and we're moved on to such bigger things right away. And, we're lucky to be in that situation. That's not always the case. A lot of times it's not to the last game of the season that you get to celebrate like that. So for us to be able to do that and still have 3 games to go just shows what a strong team and what a awesome position we're in right now.
As always, a Kyle Juszczyk, Tom, who was on sitting in my office earlier, and I heard Jim Rome on. He's like, "We're going to welcome to the show. It's Juszczyk. What up, Juice? Welcome to the program." You're in the jungle. It was funny, dude. That's Kyle Juszczyk from earlier today on Jim Rome. Talking about celebrating the winning of the NFC West by the 49ers, says, but that's not the ultimate goal. Once he got off the air, too, Rome goes, "Yeah, you know where he played his football, right? Harvard." Yeah, Harvard. The fact that he went to Harvard. Big deal. Anyway, Jim Rome kills me. Niners' chances of getting the number 1 seed have improved greatly after the loss last night by the Eagles to the Seahawks. So the Eagles and the Cowboys now each have 4 losses. Eagles have lost 3 in a row. Niners have a 2-game lead over both of them, and they own the tiebreak. Right? So they're 3 clear then, right? Is the way it plays out? No, 2 clear. It's one game and the tiebreak, making it a 2-game lead, effectively. So now the Ravens game isn't as much of a must-win when it comes to seeding. However, it does get still a little bit funky, I think, with that Rams game at the end of the year. You only have a few games left. Don't want to get it real tight going into Week 18. Niners have even better position to be number 1 seed than they did in 2019 when they had to get 13 wins to be the one over Green Bay, New Orleans, and Seattle. Remember that gauntlet in the middle of the season? They ended up playing out in Baltimore, too, who was really, really good. Eagles' final 3 remaining games. We just talked about them. Giants, at Arizona, and then at the Giants. Dallas's final 3 are at Miami, against Detroit, and then at Washington. If they both win their final 3 games, the division then comes down to a tiebreaker by victory of strength of schedule, which can't yet be determined because they still have 3 games left. But then they could shuffle who's the division leader based on each team winning 3 games, which would change the way the playoff picture shakes up because one of them would drop potentially to number 5, which means if you're the 2, we could get that matchup in the second round, or you end up with one of them. I mean, nobody's going to fall out here, right? They both have 4 losses. They're 10-4, right? Each of them, yeah. So both have 4 losses here. None of that'll be an issue. It is going to shake up the way the playoff picture plays out, and who ends up the number 2 seed? Who do you think's most likely now? Can Detroit climb their way up there and stay there?
What are they tied with him now?
I think that Detroit's tied. I don't know if either of these teams have tie breaks. I get you the standings in front of you.
Yeah, I never get into all the tie breaks. Everyone gets into all the tie breaks.
After one of it's too deep.
Let them get into the tie breaks and tell me because I just don't care. Because the one thing I do know, and this is 100% certain, the games are going to be played. And when they are, then they'll figure it out and they'll let me know. And they'll let me know when the games are on. I'm happy with that. Let me go 99.9. I hate to jinx it.
Yeah.
Hate to, see, alien craft come over the area and kind of ruin our playoffs. Can you at least wait till late February, please?
Yeah, give me the President's Day and I'll be good. You know what I mean?
Let's get to the Super Bowl. I'd appreciate that. But games are going to be played and we'll figure it out at that point. So I've never been one. Baseball, basketball, football, whatever, to look at all the tiebreakers and playoff scenarios with 3 weeks left to go in the season because the games are going to be played anyway. I'll just let them be played and figure it out at the end. Let the dust settle. Let somebody else do the heavy lifting.
So here's the deal, though. It's not about scenarios. It's not about doing the tiebreak stuff. The only tiebreak that would play into the Lions and the Eagles right now and the Cowboys is that the Lions, this is why it's cool. The Lions and the Cowboys play each other next week. Right now, they're both 10-4, and Cowboys only have a tiebreak over them based on conference record. So there is no head-to-head matchup between them and Philadelphia or them and Dallas as it stands right now, meaning that could be for the 2 seed potentially that game next week, which is kind of cool. So the tiebreak will end up being likely head-to-head unless one of them just completely falls flat in these final 3 weeks or vice versa. But the Lions could potentially get to 2, which would make either the Eagles or the Cowboys the 3 and then probably the 5. Tampa would just stay the 4 based on their division win, but that could shake up a lot. If the Eagles or the Cowboys drop to 3 and Detroit gets to 2, That makes a much different path to the NFC Championship for the Niners.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'd be 2 because 2 and 3 would play. The Niners are more than likely.
Right now it stands at Rams.
If you're jumping ahead, they'd play the 5th. Wouldn't they play the 5th seed like in the first round though?
So if the Niners,
if everybody won, like if all the
higher seeds win.
Yeah, well, if all the favorites win, because I think whoever is a 5th seed will be favored at Tampa.
Yeah. So yes, then the Niners would play the winner of that. Would play the winner of that game.
Got it. Okay. So it could be Philly, could be Dallas. I mean, it could be any one of those teams that you're facing. Maybe Tampa. Tampa'd be nice.
How about that? How about Baker comes in and he's like, yeah, bring Dallas back down to Tampa here, and I'll just end their season yet again. And Dak's MVP hopes, all that. Baker, I mean, that's a guy you want on your side. You want somebody to upset a team for you on their way in. I'm like, yeah, Baker's my guy. I'll roll with that guy. I don't really want to hang with him. But I'll roll with him if he's just going to stay in Tampa and try to beat the Cowboys for me. Cool,
I kind of like Baker more now that I don't have to see him in Geico commercials every Sunday.
Well, was it Geico? Or I think it was Allstate, right?
Was it Allstate? I forget what it was. I just was like,
Farmers?
Really, this guy? Do something.
The insurance.
Do something before I see you on my TV 5 times a game. Like literally, it was 5 times a game. It's like, please go away. I know it's not your fault. I know you're getting paid. Good for you. Go away.
Yeah, he'll never be an official Tolbert & Co's quarterback. Not one of those.
No. Never be one of those. No. But it's interesting because 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was looking at the playoffs going, God, they might have to play Philly again, or they might have to play Dallas again. And now it's like, whatever. None of those teams I look at, none of those teams.
Nobody strikes fear into anybody. Like
nobody. Nobody. I mean, it could happen, of course, but the way they're playing right now, and I always have to remember, you're never as good as you seem. You're never as bad as you seem. So right now, the Niners are like the best team in football. Clearly, you look at everybody else and think, okay, they can handle them. They can handle them. No big deal. But things change quickly in this game. And we could have a different thought next week after Christmas about where the Niners are. And, they really struggled against this or that, gave them problems or didn't see that coming. It's just all kinds of different stuff. But as we stand now, the AFC is, not as settled as we thought it was going to be, not as strong as we thought it was going to be. And the NFC behind the Niners isn't maybe as strong as I thought it was going to be. So, again, everything aligning right now. It doesn't mean it'll all be aligned next week. Doesn't mean it'll all be aligned in 2 weeks or even when the playoff starts. But right now, when you look at it like moving forward, everything's aligning nicely for the 49ers.
Yeah, it really is. 11-3. Again, they're basically 2 games clear now of both Dallas and Philadelphia because they beat both of them head-to-head. Dallas still has to play Detroit next week after playing Miami this week. They wrap up at Washington. And again, it's Giants, Arizona, and Giants for the Eagles. And I'm telling you, Kyler Murray, not a piece of cake for the Eagles if they're playing football the way they are right now. That's not going to be super easy. I've been joking about it kind of for a month and a half, but that's not the easiest game with the way the Eagles have been playing of late. They do get that game at home, though. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll talk to John Wilner. We got to get into a little bit of college football. What's going on here? Dude, that's in mono. It's coming through one of my earbuds. Is that what it is for you too? It's not in stereo.
Oh, man.
There we go, Tim. Now we're in stereo. The 49ers in stereo and John Wilner in your ears next. Tolbert & Coates with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll get into a little bit of the CFP, some of what's going to happen in college football over the break. As Tom and I are with you one more day till we wrap things up for Christmas. John Wilner next, and then Nick Bosa at 3:30. Greg Cosell at 3:50. And we got one more, don't we? Dante Whitner's going to join us a little bit later in the show at 4:50. But first, John Wilner next on the Sports Leader. – 49ers General Manager John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed how the 49er defense needs to clean things up and previews that Christmas Day matchup against the Ravens. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's down in San Jose. I've been telling you about it for years. It's where I got my LASIK vision procedure done Just a few years ago, see in 2015, used to wear glasses, used to wear contacts, kicked all of those to the curb simply by booking a free LASIK consultation, finding out that I was a candidate for LASIK, went in, the whole procedure's quick. It took about 35 minutes, went home, rested, went to sleep, came back the next day for the consultation, and it's done. Painless, in and out, easy. The reason they're so special, Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane, is they use the most advanced FDA-approved technology, specifically a Contura topography-guided LASIK. It's the most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points, which creates a customized vision map completely unique to your eyes. Your eyes and your vision deserve the best. That's treatment and doctors, so book your vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com and learn more. They will definitely focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time to talk a little college football as we head into bowl season. Already started, but we're starting to get into the meat of it this week. And whenever we talk college athletics, we always like to talk to John Wilner of the Wilner Hotline. John, how are you? Happy holidays.
What's up, dude?
Happy holidays to you guys as well.
So we're starting maybe this Saturday. It starts this week, but let's jump all the way ahead, or let's go back. Let's jump back if we can for a second. In your opinion, did the committee get it right in their Final Four?
I don't. It's hard. I've gone back and forth on this. Originally, I did, but man, they blew it in so many ways. I think with Florida, not only with Florida State, but also Liberty, which we could talk about a little later. But it is hard to justify the decision based on everything that the committee has been doing or did until that point, right? I thought the way they blew it, the biggest thing they did is they should have dropped Florida State a week earlier. As soon as Travis got hurt, drop them to 5 and then say, you know what, we're not sure. Instead, they kept them at 4 and dropped them after they won a conference title, which doesn't make sense. So they didn't think ahead, and I think that was arguably their biggest mistake. They have said all along for many years, well, our job is to pick the best 4, not the most deserving. And I think you could certainly make the case that Texas is one of the best 4, and so is Alabama. Once Alabama won, they were really boxed in because they couldn't, they weren't going to put Alabama in without Texas.
Yes.
So somebody was going to get screwed. And the interesting piece is the reason all this is happening is because the Pac-12 was good. Because the Pac-12 had a playoff team. Yeah. When it's terrible and there's only 4 conferences for 4 spots, there's not any controversy. The only thing that comes close to this was the first year was Ohio State TCU. Yeah. And the Pac-12 had a team then too. So you got a system of 5 conference champs for 4 spots, and, it would have been a lot worse over the years if the Pac-12 had been better.
Was that Andy Dalton that year? At TCU
Andy
year?
Dalton? No, I don't think so.
That was after that?
Yeah, I think
that was the year, TCU and Baylor played like a 59-56 game, I think, in the Big 12 championship. And
did they have a championship yet? Because that was their problem, right? For a while, the Big 12 didn't have a conference champion. They're like, they're co-champions. And we're like, well, there's no champion. Why would we let somebody in if you can't even name a champion?
Yeah,
maybe that's what I'm thinking.
But Oregon was a lock that year, and so you were going to automatically have five conferences for 4 spots.
Yeah, here's what I think everybody gets caught up on, and I think the committee gets caught in this trap too. Is it most deserving, or is it best 4? And it's never been best 4, and it's never been most deserving. It's a combination of the two, which you can manipulate any way you want to. Because if you're telling me you watch Georgia against Alabama, you can't tell me Georgia isn't one of the best 4 teams in the country. But were they most deserving? Their schedule was terrible. And they lost their de facto playoff game against Alabama. So you could justify them being out, but you can't justify them being out if you are going to have the best 4 teams in there. If you're going to have the best 4 teams in there, Washington's out, Georgia's in. But you're not going to kick out an undefeated a Pac-12 champion that just beat Oregon twice. So that's not going to happen. You're right in that Alabama's in, so Texas has to be in because Texas beat Alabama. And then Florida State was certainly one of the 4 most deserving teams, but you look at their quarterback situation and think, well, I mean, we got to always realize this is a TV show. They want to put the best product out there, and they remember what happened last year in the national championship game. Now, could Rodemaker have been, he's their backup quarterback, he didn't even play against Louisville, could he have been better in the 4 weeks leading up to a practice? Sure, he could have been, but they wanted to avoid that scenario, so they kind of split the baby a little bit and go, well, we'll kind of do the most deserving, but we'll also do the best teams. But Texas beat Alabama, so we kind of got to go that route. Like in my mind, I think they probably got it right in that those are the matchups that are going to be fun. Alabama, Michigan, and Texas, Washington. 4-point spread, 1.5-point spread. Those are like, we used to get 17-point spreads all the time in the opening round, and that wasn't a lot of fun. I remember Alabama, Washington, and I think Alabama maybe in Michigan State. And it just, these are the matchups. Like, I want to see these matchups, but did they get it right? Like, I think they did, but they kind of box themselves in the way they talk. Most deserving, a best four. Because don't hand me the best four when Georgia's out of the – any best four includes Georgia. Anybody that watches college football knows that.
Yes. Oh, for sure. And there's the other thing. Well, why did they put Florida State fifth, right? If they're not as good as Alabama, but they're better than Georgia, I mean, come on, right?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a mess, and I'm glad it happened the last year because we won't really have to worry about this too much last year. There'll be a little bit of haggling over some of the wild cards that get in, but how do you see these games? Because I really I shouldn't like Michigan as much as I do, but I like Michigan. Everybody seems to like Bama. And look, Bama's good. There's no doubt about it. Milroe is a different quarterback than he was early on in the season. This is a guy that got benched against South Florida. They lose to Texas, and then he's steadily been getting better. The receivers have been getting better. The defense is solid. But let's not forget, it took a miracle to beat Auburn at Auburn, who just lost to New Mexico State the week before. So I'm not completely buying Bama. I just think Michigan and their schedule hasn't been great either. But when they needed to win games, they thumped Penn State. They beat Ohio State. I just think they're a little bit too complete, and I think McCarthy's legs may make a difference in that game. How do you see that one? Because I know a lot of people like Bama. I like Michigan in that game.
I wonder how Michigan's going to just handle the atmosphere, right? Because how many turnovers did they have last year against TCU? Like 5?
Yeah, it was bad. A lot inside the 10-yard line going in, too.
Yeah. So to me, a lot of it's going to come down to, game management and decision-making and just, Alabama is going to be rock solid in those things.
Yep.
I just don't know about Michigan because of what happened last year. And if they do, execute, I agree with you. I think they can win the game out. This is, we want to believe this Alabama team is as good as some of the ones in the past, but I even though they beat Georgia, I don't think it is. I think it's the most vulnerable Alabama team in the playoff in a while. But I just am not sold on Michigan being able to do what you need to do in this kind of environment, that kind of setting.
Yeah, well, I guess that's why it's a 1.5-point spread. It's it's kind of hard to pick. I like Washington too. Washington's done nothing wrong this year. I mean, they were like 9-point underdogs against Oregon, beat them outright. They beat them earlier in the season. I like Texas. That league wasn't great this year. It was okay, and I think Texas is really good, especially on defense, which is different than a Texas team in the past, especially their front. But Washington just has a way. Their running back can get yards for you. We know what Penix can do. That wide receiver group is as good as it gets in the country. I think it'll be high scoring, but I think Washington can hang certainly within the number. I actually like Washington to win the game.
I do too. I picked them, and it's interesting. They played last year, right? It was the Alamo Bowl, and Washington beat them good. So they know each other pretty well. Washington's defense got better over the course of the season, and the biggest thing is the 4 or 5 plays a game that determine the outcome, they almost invariably made those plays. They got off the field on 3rd down. They made stops in the red zone, 4th down 2. So I think their defense is going to rise to the occasion, and I'm not certainly sold on Quinn Ewers as a playoff quarterback. We don't know much about him really in that environment. And Washington is so well coached on offense. I think they'll have a few tricks. So I like Washington to win the game outright as well. But the game I think is the most interesting is Georgia-Florida State, because what happens if Florida State wins, and especially if Florida State beats Georgia by more points than Alabama beat Georgia, and then let's say Alabama wins the playoff, and Florida State beats Georgia by 7 or 10 points. I think that there's going to be some AP voters who actually pick Florida State. It's going to be the first time in the playoff era that there's you could almost see a split championship.
Wow. Think Norvell will hang a banner if they win?
Yeah, I would if I were him. I mean, they would have beaten Georgia. They would be 14-0.
Yep.
They beat LSU. I mean, they played a great schedule. That they did nothing wrong. And they will have that point of comparison with the two scores against Alabama, Georgia, and Florida State, Georgia. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
well, they did play Northern Alabama the second to last week of the season on the CW, Florida State.
That's true.
That's
that old ACC 8-game conference schedule working for you.
I'm just saying, all right? I'm just putting it out there. I was like, this is on the CW? What the hell is going on? I'm talking to John Wilner Hotline here on the UMA guest line. Are you going to miss this debate? I mean, this is something that will probably be lost a little bit. I mean, this is something, it's an old debate I feel like that's been had. My whole life was BCS and then into the CFP. It's created a whole new level of sports talk debate like this, and I love arguing which team should get in and which body of work is the better one. Or do we just say, yeah, we're getting it right here by going to 12, because I am looking forward to the new model and how many teams get in? Or will we just have the same debate like we do moderately with college basketball about teams that are on the bubble and left out?
Yeah, it'll be like that. It'll be the 11th ranked team versus the 12th ranked team who should get in. But to me, that's the playoff. The expanded playoff is going to change college football unlike anything in history. It's a bigger change. Going from 4 to 12 is a bigger change than putting the 14 playoff in instead of the BCS in the first place, because it is going to open up avenues for teams. Games in November, there's going to be far more meaningful games in November than there have been. You know, you got 2 losses on November 1st, you're not out of it, right? So I think it is going to have a massive change, and the desire to be able to host a game on your campus in the middle of December is going to be a huge thing for these universities. The money is going to be massive. I think it is going to be transformational for the sport. Certainly takes college football a lot closer to the NFL. And that's where the sport is headed, but the expanded playoff is going to expedite that process.
Talking to John Wilner, nice enough to spend a few moments with us talking a little college football. Okay, I'm going to have you look into your crystal ball, the Wilner Hotline crystal ball. Oregon?
Arizona 37, Oklahoma 17.
Wait, John, I'm still getting used to having a football school. Okay, I'm still getting.
Right.
It's throwing me off my equilibrium a little bit. Like Arizona's good in football. Now, hopefully, they can keep their players without seeing Fafita and McMillan go away and play for somebody else next year, which is always a possibility. But let's take Washington, Oregon, UCLA, and USC. And Texas and Oklahoma. So the latter 2 are going to the SEC. The first 4 are going to the Big Ten. Who out of those 6 schools has the most success early on in their new conference, and who struggles the most?
Oh, well, the struggling is the easy one. UCLA,
yeah.
They're like Maryland. They're going into the Big Ten.
Yikes.
And they've got financial problems. They're not very good at football. It's not the primary sport on campus. I think UCLA is the most interesting. They're the most interesting school of all the schools that have changed conferences in the last year and a half. UCLA to me is the most interesting because I don't think they're going to be able to compete in Big Ten football, and because their Olympic sports, which are so important to that school and have been so good over the century, I think it's going to be hard for them with all the travel. I'm really interested to see how this goes for UCLA in the next 6-8 years. In terms of success, to me, the way Sarkisian's got Texas going, and I think Texas and Oregon are the best set up for success right away in those 2 leagues. Texas over Oklahoma, and Oregon is better, I think, set up than the other West Coast schools.
Yeah, I agree with you, and especially with what happened in the transfer portal. Oregon nabbing Dylan Gabriel from Oklahoma. That's crazy. You go from like one power school to another power school. It just I didn't know we'd see that come the portal, and then they get more who committed to them last year, then backed out when Nix decided to stay, and then Nix played. He went to UCLA and then came back to Oregon this year. I mean, you couldn't have hit more of a home run from a quarterback standpoint if you're Oregon. I agree with you. I think they're even better set up than USC. Is Lincoln Riley, is this a sure thing now? I figured Lincoln Riley's going there. They'll probably win a national championship at some point at USC. I'm not so sure now.
Well, I think he has finally recognized that he's got to have a decent defense. And he hired a very good defensive coordinator. He's kind of stole the guy from UCLA.
Yep.
But we'll see. A lot of college football is momentum with transfers, and USC does not have a lot of momentum right now. I think they're going to end up with the quarterback from Kansas State, Will Howard, who's a good player, as their starting quarterback next season. But I'm with you. I don't know how well they're going to do, right? I mean, the Big Ten is a different style of game. You got to be more physical, and I think Oregon is set up for that. Oregon is just, Oregon takes, and USC too, they approach football the same way, Michigan and Ohio State and Penn State approach football. Washington does not. As good as they are, Washington as a university isn't all in on football, and neither is UCLA the way those other schools are, right? So then you get into this 18-team league, and let's say there's, three playoff spots, maybe 4 playoff spots some years for the Big Ten. You figure Michigan and Ohio State are going to have 2 of them every year. So then you've got a pretty good battle for the 3rd or 4th spot. And I'm not sure that for Washington, USC, it's going to be tough sledding getting into the playoff.
Real quick, Jim Harbaugh, crystal ball again. See at Michigan next year?
50-50, right? I mean, now there's 2 jobs open in the NFL, right? I think he'd take the Charger job. And certainly, the Davis family and the Raiders mean so much to him, right? They gave him his first job. I think it's 50-50 that he's back. And Black Monday will have an impact on potentially a lot of colleges, because I think we could see a lot of movement at the NFL level that trickles down to the college level. Like, Kalen DeBoer, Washington's coach, just went 13-0, just got named AP Coach of the Year. He hadn't signed a contract yet. He's been in talks for months, and I think he's just waiting out to see what happens with Michigan.
That's interesting, because my guess would be if Harbaugh wins this year, he's more likely to go, because I really think he'd like to get that Lombardi trophy. I think if he wins this, he could be set up at Michigan for life. But there's just something about him that, he's been at San Diego, and then he leaves there, goes to Stanford, leaves there, goes to Niners, left there, Michigan. I think I don't know. I mean, this is just a guess, but my feeling is that he wants to get back to the NFL at some point and take another run at the Lombardi.
Oh, yeah. He keeps score with everything. And the fact that his brother's got a Lombardi and Pete Carroll has a Lombardi means he wants a Lombardi.
Hey, John, thank you so much. We always appreciate you dropping by and talk a little college football. Have a happy holidays, and maybe we'll give you a buzz after the new year.
Yes, thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, John.
Great stuff there from John Wilner at Wilner Hotline. Great stuff there. You read him in the Bay Area News Group. What do you think about what he said, the 2 teams? He said, I think he'd take the Charger job. I mean, maybe if you got a guy like Justin Herbert there, that's going to be an attractive spot. But is that a good hire by the Chargers, you think? That seems like not a place for me that he would end up.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The thing with going to I would want 2 things as a coach. I want a good quarterback, and I want good ownership. We get one of those in L.A. You get the good quarterback. I'm not sure the ownership is great, and then you're playing 17 road games. You never have a home game there. You're always playing a road game in L.A. So the quarterback is awesome. Yes. The Raiders, you don't really have a home game either. You don't really have a quarterback. And the owner, I think you'd probably, if you're Harbaugh, you're not too worried about Davis. You can manipulate that situation with ease, I would think. But where's your quarterback? So I don't know. Commanders are going to need I don't know much about their ownership group. That's a storied franchise. They haven't done anything lately. They don't have a quarterback. So it's a great question. And, we're not even sure if the Raiders are going to keep Pierce. If we know the Chargers are going to need a new coach, we're assuming the Commanders are going to need a new coach.
How about the Bears? What about the Bears?
The Bears.
They're going to have 2 top 5 picks. They're going to have number 1 and number 5 or 6 probably.
Well, I think they said they're 9 right now. They are, because they keep winning. So they have Carolina's, which is 1, and I think Chicago would. I think they have the.
No, they have 5. I'm looking at it right now.
Do they have 5? Okay, you're looking at it. Okay, I thought I looked at something else.
Based on the tie breaks or whatever they do. So it goes Carolina would have 1, but the Bears own it. Then it's New England 2, Arizona 3, Washington 4, Chicago 5, the Giants 6, Jets 7, Chargers 8.
Well, I guess it all depends on what they think of Fields. I mean, do they think Fields is their quarterback for the future? Because if you think Fields is your quarterback for the future, you could trade out of number 1, still have a top 5 pick, and just have a boatload of picks. So I don't know, but yeah, I think that might be an attractive situation. Other jobs will probably open up to. Yeah, he was there. Where did he play? San Diego, Colts, Bears. Yeah, I remember him playing
Raiders
at the Bears.
the end. Was he a Raider too? No, he a coach as a Raider. Right?
I think a coach. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. But I think if Harbaugh loses, I think he'll come back. I think he'd like to win a national championship for his alma mater. I think he has so much love for that university. But at the end of the day, I think John's right. I didn't even factor in Carroll, but I was just saying.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I was just saying, you see your brother with a Lombardi trophy, you're probably like, I got to get one of those. That's some BS.
That is, yeah. Yeah, dude, and then you think about how much he hates Pete Carroll. You're like, damn, that guy got one, dude. And he got one while I was playing, too, while I was in the league.
Unbelievable.
Can't believe
with that.
Yeah, he hated that head-to-head, dude. Missed any of Wilner and a little scope into the CFP. That was a great conversation. All available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app at 3:30 in about 20 minutes. We're going to catch up with the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Nick Bosa. He's going to stop by the Tolbert and Cope Show for the first time. Nick Bosa joins us after his sack and forced fumble against Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Greg Cosell at 3:50. And then Dante Whitner joins us at 4:50. But set your watches, your clocks, your alarms, all that stuff. 3:30, Nick Bosa joins us. When we come on back, the Niners, without question, have the best team in football, I think, on paper, when you see them play, both sides of the ball, all that stuff, the best talent. But is there any team that might boast a better unit in defense or offense than the 49ers? We'll discuss that next. Is there a better team on either side of the ball than the Niners? That's coming up on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City Sports Leader.
Chris Paul is questionable for the Warriors tonight against the Celtics with general illness. And then also, Kristaps Porzingis has been ruled out for the Boston Celtics. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Pajamagram. Guys, the last week of holiday shopping. You got to get it in. That's the holiday shopping as well. Yeah, that's right, Tim. That's where the Pajamagrams come in for you and for your lady. Pajamagram.com. Buy her the naturally nude pajamas. They're known for ultimate comfort and style. They're also known to be soft, silky smooth, sexy, better than lingerie with a curve, caressing fit. And here's the deal. Pajamagram's going to hook you up. You buy her the naturally nude pajamas. They're going to throw in, just for you, the naturally nude 90. They'll throw it in. She throws it on. Then you rip it off. How about that? That's how easy it is with Pajamagram. Pajamagram.com this holiday season. Give her the gift of PJs. We all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Hurry. Go to Pajamagram today for the naturally nude pajamas before they sell out, and you'll get it delivered by Christmas guaranteed. That's naturally nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com, and tell them that Adam Copeland sent you.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They do so many good things. It's a system, I think, that Kyle has, built forth, through the tradition. It's his dad, and he agrees with Coach Kubiak too, and he's taken it to another even place. He really has expanded it and evolved it in a great way, and he does it around his players too. So it's that part of it, but it's built around the players. I mean, you got 5 probably all-pro skill guys on that offense, and not to mention a really good offensive line and a Hall of Fame tackle. So, he built it around those guys, and that's what makes it tough.
Voice of Eagles head coach John Harbaugh. I got to tell you, when I walked in the studio here listening to him, a little bit of the Jim Harbaugh cadence. I was like, we listen to Jim Harbaugh talking Kyle Shanahan? No, it's head coach of the Ravens. His brother John Harbaugh, who the Niners will see on Christmas night. Right now, is there a team in football that you think has a better offense or a better defense than the 49ers? Because I'm with the idea that they're the best team in football, skill position-wise. Just heard his breakdown of it, and you're just sort of in awe at what they've been able to do with all of these weapons. And they have been banged up a little bit. They're getting a little bit more hurt as they've gotten through the season, which is par for the course in the NFL. But do you have anybody with either unit better than the Niners?
I
think defense is where,
no.
Yeah, defense is where I'd have to go, I think.
Yeah, defense, I'm not sure. Maybe before last week, I would have said Dallas. Dallas's defense is pretty good, but they just got shredded on the ground. And look, now that I say that, hey, so did the Niners.
Yeah,
they got shredded on the ground too. So Dallas' defense is pretty damn good. I mean, no doubt. Baltimore's defense is really good as well. So I don't want to leave them out. I think that would be more of a conversation to really dig into the numbers. But as far as offenses are concerned, now I don't see an offense that's with them right now. I think having watched as much football as I have and do, who would be your Buffalo's not there this year, Kansas City's not there this year, Baltimore's good but not at that level, Cincinnati would normally be there but they're not, Miami has had some really, really high-scoring games, but I still think they're a team in certain kinds of weather on the road, you could shut them down. NFC, Dallas, hell no. Philly, nope. Detroit, maybe. They've had some really, really good offensive games, and I think they may be the closest one. But, there's not a team that I think can hold a candle to them right now on offense. I think defense are some teams that you can make a really good argument. Maybe they have a little bit better defense than the 49ers, or they're right there with the 49ers, but that's a great combination to have when you can have the best unit on one side and then one of the top units on the other side. So defense would be a different – we'd have to dig into those numbers a little bit more.
I am a little bit. What number is important to you? Because I can tell you this. In terms of scoring defenses, which is points allowed per game against your defense, the top 3 in football are the Ravens, then the Niners, and then the Chiefs. For scoring offenses, for points per game for your offense, Dolphins are 1, Cowboys are 2, and the Niners are 3. Now, if you get into it a little deeper, you were talking run defense. Niners, let's go to the defensive side of the ball. Niners are still number 3 in the league. And by the way, just while we're talking defense, Nick Bosa going to join us in about 10 minutes or so. Stay tuned here to KNBR. Nick Bosa, 49ers Defensive Player of the Year from last year.
Can't agree more.
And Sakaruni Master going to stop by Tolbert and Cobes. Niners are allowing 89.5 rushing yards a game to the opposition. That's 3rd best in the NFL. None of those other teams. Baltimore is the closest of teams we were talking about. Baltimore is number 10. They allow 102 per game. Philly's number 7. And then it's a bunch of teams that aren't in the playoffs. Chicago's the best run D in football. Then New England. Miami's number 4. Minnesota 5. Houston 6. What defensive number is important to you? Is it yards per game? Yards per point is always a weird one for me. I don't really know what it's indicative of per se. But in terms of this,
the one that I look at is yards per play, and the Niners are number 1 in offense, yards per play. They are number 9 in defense. No, that's yards per game. That's opponent plays per game. That's a stupid stat. I don't care about that stat. I was looking at total defense, opponent yards per play. So they are 12th. They give up 5 yards a play. Baltimore, Cleveland, Jets, Miami, New England, Kansas City, Atlanta. So, and look, a lot of these can be read different ways too. Like, you look at the points per game or most points scored. That was a lot of that's one game that Denver went into Miami and just got smashed, and so that's going to raise your points and points per game immensely. But what does that really tell you anything? That you just completely throttled a team one game? Like, I would have to sit down and look, because consistency means something to me. Can you do it on the road? Means something to me. The Niners have done it at home. They've done it on the road. They've been consistent with it. They haven't had one massive game where they've just crushed somebody. Like, they beat them. I mean, what I mean by that is, like, scored 60 or like the Raiders did, or 70 like the Miami did. They scored 42 against supposedly two pretty good defenses, although the Eagles aren't what they were, but they did it in their house, 42. Dallas was a pretty good defense, dropped 42 on them. So, in my opinion, I just don't think there's an offense out there that can compare to them. Defensively, yeah, I think there are some defenses. I would, if I go by yards per play, they're the 12th best defense. I think they're better than that. They're better than the 12th best defense, no doubt about it. But to your point, Kansas City's been good this year. Cleveland's been good, although Cleveland's much better at home than they are on the road. Baltimore, I mentioned Baltimore. Baltimore has been a really, really good defense this year. Jets have been a really, really good defense this year, although I could make the case that the teams going up against the Jets don't open up their offense hardly at all because they're thinking, why take any chances? This team can't score. Let's just play it safe until we get field position. Then we can go, we can win this game 17-3 or 17-6. So, but it's right there. I still think it's in the top handful. Is it the best? Probably not. But it's good enough. I mean, it is a really, really good defense. But and you mentioned this a few weeks ago, is the offense passed up the defense? Yeah, I think so. I think the offense is, when you look at it compared to other teams in the NFL, the offense is it kind of has taken the lead now as the how do I want to say it? Like the personality of this team.
Without question.
It's more of an offensive team now than it is a defensive team. But the defense still, it's not like you have to score 35 a game. Like, I still think the defense is very capable of shutting teams down when they have to. Again, I'll go to Philly. They shut Philly down for the entirety of that game. Take Dallas, and I know Dallas is different on the road. They shut them down. So they've been able, like, when they need to, I almost feel like when they need to, they can shut a team down. And we'll find out. We'll find out Christmas. Baltimore is a good offense, and we'll find out when they come to town what's in store for them. But, yeah, I look at this team now, and I look at them as more of an offensive team than a defensive team. Like a really good offensive team, the best offensive team with a really good defense.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think not just that, I'm more confident in the offense than the defense. I think the defense can get got. You mentioned earlier we were talking DK Metcalf from last night. You're like, why don't you just throw it to him every time? They threw it to him twice on the opening drive against Seattle last week, and he looked like a force. I went, oh no, this is going to be a long day if they're just going to feed DK. And then he did not see the ball again. He got frustrated at the end. All that went down. I think the defense has an identity, and because they were the identity for so long, it gives you confidence that they know when to round into shape. They've got a lot of vets out there. They've been able to step up for guys who have gone down. I felt like last week was maybe not an anomaly, but it was certainly, to me, more telling of the injuries to the interior defensive line and a really good run offense that was top 10 in general. You said yesterday, every time the offense is on the field, I expect them to score, and that's kind of where I'm at now, which tells you this is the identity of this team. That's where I'm coming from. So we say all that, by the way, leading into a conversation with the guy who leads the defense coming up on the other side, Nick Bosa, 49ers defensive end, the reigning defensive player of the year. He's going to join us when we come on back. For the first time, we have not had a conversation with Nick before, so he'll stop by. Niners, of course, facing the Ravens on Christmas night. We'll have pregame for you right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Tom and I, by the way, taking off after tomorrow. We'll do tomorrow's show, and then we'll be gone till after the new year. I'll still be with you for 49er coverage. One more thing. Make sure you're staying tuned. We are still giving away 2 more tickets to see Bill Burr when you hear the cue to call. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. When we come on back, 49ers defensive end and reigning defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa is going to join us here on KNBR. Nick Bosa is next. And Greg Cosell, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We kind of pointed to this part of the schedule, where we have a bunch of home games coming up, and we thought it was really important that we win this back-to-back. So to get last night's game and then to follow it up with another win gives us some momentum, some confidence, and now we've got all these home games. It's a chance for us to make a push and kind of get back in the race.
It's crazy how much Steve Kerr sounds like Nick Bosa. Just kidding. We obviously
can't agree more.
Thank you, Nick. We just got a phone call here, live radio. Nick Bosa going to join us in an hour. In 1 hour, we will talk to the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Nick Bosa will join us at 4:30. Then I'll give us some time to dive into the Warriors and Celtics preview for tonight. By the way, I just opened up the saying it's crazy how much he sounds like Bosa. It reminds me of the line from Austin Powers 2 when he's like, "Isn't it funny how London looks in no way like Southern California?" He's like driving through the Hollywood Hills. It's like very, very clearly they're filming this in LA, dude. Like bright sun, the rolling hills of Los Angeles up there. It's pretty funny. Anyway, Warriors and the Celtics tonight. I told you earlier, Chris Paul is dealing with a general illness and could be out for tonight's game. He's questionable. Porzingis is out for tonight's game. He has been ruled out already. There was Steve Kerr on the importance of winning back-to-back games. They're coming off a 2-game win streak here, which seems like sort of something we'd scoff at in the past to call 2 games a win streak. But they started hot. Draymond's going to be out there thinking it sounds like at least 10 more games now from this time. They're saying 3 weeks or so. So put that on the back burner and focus on what they got now. Steve very excited about what Podziemski has brought to the lineup. Without Chris Paul tonight, could be problematic. The Celtics are currently tied with the T-Wolves at 20-5 for the best record in the NBA. This is going to be I'd call it a test tonight, but if you're able to fight in this one and win this game, this would do a lot, I think, for the building blocks that it seems like they've started to adjust towards or structure towards in the last couple of games.
Well, I think it's big because if you win this one, that gives you 3 in a row, and then you have Washington, Portland coming up.
Winnable games, yeah.
So you could turn that into 5 in a row.
That's a good
it's going to get a little harder after that. You got to go to Denver, and then you come home.
Miami, Dallas,
Orlando. So the games are going to get tougher. So this one would be nice to get just to give yourself a chance at getting 5 in a row. Like 3 in a row would be great. 3 in a row for this team right now is great. Not sure if Porzingis is going to play tonight. I got the calf. I don't know if it's strained calf or injured calf. Chris Paul, illness. So those will be game time decisions. But this is a really good. It's the best team in the NBA. Celtics are the best team in the NBA. Holiday always gives Steph fits because he's physical. He's quick. He just really gets after him defensively. He's one of the best defensive guards in the league, and he's very attentive. With Steph, you got to be attentive. You got to be thinking. You can't lose track. You can't go into la-la land for a couple of seconds. All of a sudden you look around, you've lost him. He doesn't do that. So he's tough, and then we all know about Tatum and Brown are just stars. So this is a really, really good basketball team, and it's going to be a tough one for the Warriors tonight. But, yeah, I mean, they could. You're at home. You get going. Clay keeps shooting the way he's shooting and playing the way he's playing. I just think he's really – changed up his game nicely, and I want to see that. I want to see more of that tonight. I mentioned it yesterday, just he's not hanging around the perimeter anymore. He's penetrating more. He's driving more, trying to get to the free throw line, shooting little pull-up jump shots, shooting little runners. So that's been great to see. And then we'll see Wiggins. Wiggins is kind of, up and down, and he played great against Portland. I just want to see him, whether he makes shots or not, just attack. Just attack. Get downhill. Get into that 17-foot range. Don't just take 20, 25-footers. Just get to the rim and rebound. So they've looked good. The problem is they've looked pretty good the last couple games. They've done some really nice things the last couple games, and they had to hang on
because they've blown those leads.
Life.
So what happens there? Because again, is this a situation where, and this is what I'm with you with Clay, because really the last 3, the game they lost to the Clippers, I want to say about a week ago, 5 days ago, something like that. Mm-hmm. That before they won the last 2. The game against the Clippers, he started to play pretty well, I thought. I think he had 30 in that game. He had 5 assists or something, and he shot the ball okay. He played much better, I thought, in the next one. Didn't assist as much, but he's been rebounding in the last 2 games. So then he and Wiggins, I'm with that. Is the thought or the hope just that if those guys, if they can level out that consistency, that those leads will sustain? Because to me, those are 2 different issues, right?
I just don't know that they're that team anymore. Like, they're not that team.
It's going to blow you out.
Yeah. And then now, giving up a 21, 22-point lead in 7.5 minutes, that takes some doing. Like, that's just – they didn't turn the ball over that much. They just didn't miss a lot of shots. They didn't make a lot of shots. And then Portland caught fire, but their transition defense wasn't very good. Portland was getting wide-open shots, got a couple wide-open corner threes that hurt them, and then penetration hurt them as well. So – I mean, we just got to face the fact they're just not the team they used to be. They're just not as good, and they're going to have to. The margin for error, I've talked about it over and over and over, is a lot thinner now than it used to be. So, and if Chris Paul isn't playing tonight, that takes a bench option away. It's almost like, I don't want to say you're losing a player and a half if Chris Paul doesn't play.
I'm with you, though. I'm there.
But you lose him, and then Saric may not be the same player because Saric works so beautifully with him. I always kid that half of his buckets come off Paul assists. Like, they have a nice like a working relationship in basketball wise, how they just see the game and feel the game, and Paul puts him in really good spots to score. So it would really hurt to not have him tonight. But even when Clay and Wiggins did play well, and again it came down to the very end of the game. Like, that ball at the very end could have very easily gone off Steph, and Portland could have had the ball, I think, down 1 or 2 with the ball. Like, that would have been like, are you kidding me? You have a chance to lose right here? They're up 7 with a little over a minute to go, and it came down at the very end. So this is not the team that we've come to watch over the last 9-10 years that just closes out teams. They don't do that. It's not really who they are. I was looking at Clay's stats over the last 3 games, 28, 24, 30. 11 for 16, 7 for 19, 9 for 15, 4-5 rebounds the last 2. Only had 1 against the Clippers.
Right.
5-3-1 assists, so 3 assists a game. But his shooting has been phenomenal. And I think this is important. He's gotten to the line 11 times over the last 3 games. So if he can get to the line 4 times a game, that's huge because he's 11 for 11. He's another great free throw shooter like Steph. You get him to the free throw line, you feel like you're getting free points there. 3-point shooting. He's been on fire. He's 17 for 31 from 3 the last 3 games. So he's just been really, really good. And it's not just that. Like, the numbers kind of scream at you like he's been playing better, but it's the way he's been playing. Again, his offensive game has been a little more diversified than it had been previously. And he has a lot of 3-point attempts, which he's always going to have. So I know people might look and go, well, he's not taking that many 2s. But he is getting there.
Yeah.
He's looking. He's exploring that area. Again, if you watch him play, like if you watch him tonight, anybody that's watching the game tonight, just see how he's playing. Is he just kind of cruising the perimeter? Like, just always looking for the ball, hands out, kind of cruising? Or is he, like, cutting? Is he moving? I love it when he gets back cuts because he can get so many layups because people still respect his shot, and they should. If he just gives them that little, like, that jab step and then cut back door, he can get 1 of those, if not 2, a game. And then that gets the defense to loosen up just a little bit and gives you that extra half second to get that shot off. But it's looked to me like he's made a change in his game the last few games, and I think it's been for the positive.
Yeah. Again, the numbers have showed up. They've won 2 in a row, but you mentioned the blowing of a couple of big leads, 20-point leads there in the second half. Pulled out both of those games, and you mentioned they win today. It's a 3-game win streak, and if you, I mean, again, it's a tough test. Probably the best team they've played all season to this point. Haven't seen the Suns yet at full health. But then you said the schedule does get a little tougher. You get Boston tonight, then it's Washington and Portland for a couple. You can make it 5 in a row. Denver on Christmas, then it's home for a 5-game homestand, though. So some tough opponents, but all at home. Miami, Dallas, Orlando, then Denver and Detroit on a back-to-back. It's actually a 6-game homestand with Toronto there as well. Warriors and the Celtics tonight. No Porzingis, still Chris Paul questionable with an illness. We'll let you know what his status is when it becomes available or when we hear anything on that. One more note here I wanted to make in the Western Conference. Ja Morant going to debut tonight as expected against the Pelicans for the Grizzlies, coming off of the 25-game suspension for multiple instances of brandishing a gun in public last year. Taylor Jenkins said last week that his physical preparation has been unbelievable ahead of this. What does this do for the Grizzlies, and what kind of wrench does this throw in the Western Conference? Because the Warriors now are thinking about, I mean, again, you're thinking about yourselves because you got to get right. You're not playing good basketball. But when you get right, you start looking around at teams you're competing with. This is one that's going to have to claw back up as well.
Yeah, they might be too far behind.
You think so?
And and Adams is out. And I still think I haven't really checked on the Grizzlies in a while, but I still think I think Clark's out. I think Clark's going to miss the whole year, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I don't think Clark is played for them. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're just missing. You're missing too much. You're missing both your centers, and I know Ja's going to make a huge deal. I mean, he's that good, but you're missing your starting five and your backup five. And Clark was really good. For those that don't remember him, played at Gonzaga.
Brandon Clark, yeah.
Yep, super athletic, a good defender, a good pick and roll guy, rebounder guy, and has a little offense inside of like 14 feet. And everybody knows Steven Adams, what kind of physicality he brings to the game. But yeah, I just think in the Western Conference, you got to jump a lot of teams. I mean, what are they looking at right there? 6-19, so they are 14. They're 5.5 games behind the Warriors, and to jump all the way up to the Suns, they're 7.5 games behind the Suns, who were in the last play-in game. So I don't know. I don't think they're going to make it. It's just too much. If everybody was healthy, if they had their whole team, and then he came back, maybe. But you're looking at you got to go 13 games above 500 just to get to 500, and then start working from there. So I just that was a debilitating 25 games for the Grizzlies, and again the other injuries. So I'm not. It'll be fun to watch and see what Morant looks like.
Sure.
He's one of the more fun players to watch in the league. But as far as playoffs and them getting back into the mix, the problem is they can make it difficult for other teams to play now. If you probably hope you have one of those schedules where you've seen the Grizzlies 3 times already. It's like if you haven't played them yet, you're like, damn, we missed out on a great chance to play the Grizzlies already.
Yeah.
Now we got to play them with Morant. This sucks.
Guys got the Thunder like 3 times. What the hell's this about, man? 4 times already. We're going to play this team again? They're just running them off the court. Warriors and the Boston Celtics going at it tonight. By the way, we are streaming at YouTube at KNBR 1045 and on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. You can always, of course, download the KNBR app and head on over to knbr.com to stream the show live. As well, you can check in at 808 KNBR to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Nick Bosa going to join us if you're joining us now at 4:30. He was supposed to join us at 3:30. Had to move him back. Whatever you need to get ready for the Baltimore Ravens, Nick. Greg Cosell is going to join us of NFL Films when we come on back, and we are still going to catch up at 4:50 with Dante Whitner. When we come on back, Greg Cosell will join us. We'll get into a little bit what we saw from the 49ers and the Cardinals. I want to talk about the Ravens with him because Ravens in that Jags game, that was a weird one. I went back and watched that fumble from Trevor Lawrence, just like dropped it between his legs.
Dropped it?
Bizarre play. But it's funny. We've been playing a promo all day, too, on KNBR that says, we know one guy that can help us figure out the MVP, Greg Cosell. He watches film. And I was like, dude, I'm not going to ask that guy about the MVP.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You know what Greg Cosell will do to me if I ask him who's the MVP?
You don't need that aggravation before Christmas.
Do you know what I'm going to ruin his Christmas. We asked him about the tush push, the brotherly shove. He's like, dude, I look at Twitter when that happens. I was like, man, Cosell's hating something when he's going to social media instead of watching the tape.
Tom, what's happening, my man?
There he is, dude. Greg Cosell, the absolute best. One of our favorite hits each and every week. He joins us, the senior producer of NFL Films. He'll give us his breakdown on the Ravens, a little bit on last night's game between the Eagles and the Seahawks as well. Cosell next. Nick Bosa, 4:30. Dante Whitner at 4:50 on the Sports Leader. Colton McKivitz joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed how explosive their offense has become since the addition of Christian McCaffrey. That podcast and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Cokes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is time for our weekly conversation with one of our favorites, Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg. Happy holidays.
Thanks, Tom. Same to you.
Doing anything special for Christmas?
It's the football season, Tom. I believe Christmas is on a Monday this year.
I can't even say it without laughing.
Christmas in
I know. I mean, it's not really. It's not really relevant. It's just Monday.
It's just Monday. You know what it is? It's Monday with all kinds of wrapping paper around. Is what it is.
Yeah, it's Monday. There's 3 games. It's just like a normal day for me.
Just a normal day for you. So I wanted to ask you. How do players? I know the answer to this, at least some of it, but I want to let you explain. Like Debo and McCaffrey, how in the hell do those guys of that quality get so damn wide open?
Well, I mean, there's probably a lot of factors there. I mean, obviously, the 12-yard Samuel touchdown might be the play you're referring to in particular. Again, that's a motion issue. It was a basic motion across the formation, and no Cards defender reacted to it. They played the outside zone run action that was opposite the motion, and no one reacted to Samuel. I can't tell you why they didn't, but, again, that's what motion can do. Motion can cause problems for defenses because very often they need to adjust. And by the way, even if they make no adjustment, as was the case here, this was an extreme case where a player was wide open, but sometimes you can motion and a defense doesn't necessarily make any adjustment, and that gives you information as well. So, motion is a good way not only to gather information, but it also can cause problems with gap integrity in the run game, with who has who in the pass game. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons to use motion.
Well, it's interesting because I can relate it to basketball where motion on offense can cause a defense to make a mistake. And really what you're doing with the motion in football is you're allowing the defense, either you get information or you're allowing them the chance to make a mistake. Are they always going to make it? No, just as in basketball. They're not always going to make a mistake, but the more you move, the more chances they're going to have to mess something up or at least be a step slow on something. And when they are a step slow or they do mess it up, that's when you see things like that happen.
And that's you just hit on a point as to another reason why teams motion, because very often defenses do not want to get caught up making adjustments versus motion. So what that does, guys, is it shrinks the defensive menu. You can't get to all your calls because you don't want to run the risk of having one guy not make the proper adjustment, and then all of a sudden a big play occurs as a result. So motion, the Niners obviously are great at it. The Dolphins, they use it more in the pass game, where the Niners are phenomenal with it in the run game. But teams that use motion, what it often does is it shrinks the opponent's defensive menu.
What about the McCaffrey one? Was that looked like, to me, it almost looked like that's what they were hoping for. Maybe not to get that wide open, but the route looked like it had the receivers going from left into the middle of the field to clear out that side of the field. And they probably thought the linebacker would stay with McCaffrey. He didn't, and that's why you get the wide open touchdown. But it looked like, you tell me.
Yeah, the McCaffrey one's a little different because it ended up being a second reaction movement play.
Okay.
And once that happens, very often, I don't want to say very often, but what can happen is the discipline of the defensive coverage breaks down. Because as I'm sure you remember, I think it was Lopez, the D tackle, quickly beat Brendel, the safety, and so therefore Purdy had to immediately spin away to his left, and coverage, as I said, the discipline of coverage at that time can break down. That's one of the things that happens when quarterbacks move. So it's hard to know on a play like that who specifically made a mistake simply because of the second reaction movement to get away from the pressure, and at that point, all hell breaks loose, so to speak.
Got it.
Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films on the UMA Guest Line. We do it every Tuesday throughout the football season. A lot of different reasons interceptions happen, but Charvarius Ward had 2. What did you see on the pick six, and what did you see on the second one from him?
Well, the first one was was phenomenal, and that was one of my favorite plays, and I'm waiting to do that in the matchup show at some point. That was 4th and 3, as you guys may recall.
Yep.
And 4th and 3 is more often than not a man-to-man down in distance. Okay, it's not 100%, nothing is in football, but normally 4th and 3 would be a man-to-man situation for the defense. The Cards anticipated that, and they ran a man-beater concept, what we call mesh. It's 2 shallow crosses. Okay, they're mirrored shallow crosses. It's a man-beater concept. Now, there is a zone element to it. They usually have a receiver sit right behind the mesh, which they did. They had McBride, the tight end, sit right behind the mesh as the zone beater. Okay, Ward did an unbelievable job here because they actually ended up playing, as I said, zone, and what he did, instead of just covering grass, there was no one in his zone on the outside, so he just squeezed inside, which is exactly the way they teach it. And what Murray did is he threw the zone beater route, which was the sit route to McBride, but he was a beat late with his throw, and Ward, who had squeezed inside, read it, jumped the route in front of McBride to make the pick, and then obviously took it to the house. So it was a great, great play by Ward. It was a great concept by the Niners, doing something outside of a normal tendency.
Cardinals ran for over 200 yards against the Niners. A lot of that, I bet probably close to 20% of it was that DeMarcado run that he got.
Well, and then Connor had a long run too, and some of it came late in the game. And it's funny. I figured you would ask me about that, and I don't view that as a big. I watched that. Yeah. I saw a lot of the game on TV because there weren't that many. I usually watch Red Zone, but there weren't that many late games. So I saw a lot of the game on TV, in addition, obviously, to the Bills game. And so I made it a point when I watched the tape, to watch, the first half, the first 2.5 quarters, and to see, are they really struggling against the run? And I got to tell you, I didn't think so. I mean, Connor had the long run, and that was a great run. He cut it all the way back. But other than that, I don't think – I wouldn't say, wow, this team has a problem stopping the run.
I agree with you because to me, there's a huge difference between, and some of those yards were late when the game was, I won't say completely decided, but, it was in hand. There's a difference between a couple runs where maybe you miss this or miss that, or are you getting dominated like 7 yards, 6 yards, 8 yards?
No, that didn't happen.
Yards? Exactly, and that's totally different in my book. So, I didn't look at it like, oh my gosh, over 200 yards. They have some issues and they had some injuries as well. But I'm with you on that. It didn't seem what you see in the stat sheet didn't tell the story.
No, they weren't sustaining offense throughout the game by running the ball. No, so I didn't view it as a big problem. In fact, I thought there were some really good run defense plays.
Yeah. So I want to get to Baltimore. What makes them? Because I've seen a number of their games this year, not as much as you have, but defensively, what makes them so good this year defensively?
Well, a couple of quick points. Number one is they essentially play nickel on almost every snap because Kyle Hamilton, who is technically a safety, has kind of become their slot corner and their wild card on their defense. He does a lot of things, and he's a really good player. They're very multiple with their deployment of personnel and their front alignments. I personally believe, studying them all year, that the 3 key players to their defense are Hamilton and the 2 linebackers, Smith and Queen. Clowney is probably having the best year of his career, very surprisingly, but he looks different. His body type is different. He lost some weight. He's thinner. He's more sinewy. You like that word, sinewy?
Yeah,
sinewy.
And he just looks like a different player. And they're really, really good with their pressure concepts. They're really good showing 6, 7-man fronts. And what they do off of that, obviously they're not going to rush 6 or 7, but they're really good with showing that and then disguise and late rotation. And we've talked about how good Purdy is when that happens. I mean, the 35-yarder to Kittle this past week that Purdy hit was a great example of the kinds of things, by the way, that the Ravens do, where on that play the Cards, I think, had a 6 or 7-man front. And then they dropped out, but they actually blew the protection, and Ojulari got in clean. But Purdy is so quick with his processing and recognition that he beat the clean first-level rusher and got the ball to Kittle. So, that's the kind of game this is going to be. They are really, really good on defense.
Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films on the UMA guest line. I think a lot of people here maybe aren't familiar with the offense, and they've had a lot of injuries. Mark Andrews now down for some time. They're hoping he comes back for the playoffs. What kind of season is Zay Flowers having? I was excited about him coming in, and he's had a pretty good year, I thought, at a Boston College. What do you think of him?
Yeah, he was one of my favorite receivers, Copes, coming out of one of my probably top three, just based on college tape. He's a really good player. Their offense is a little different. It's Todd Monken is the coordinator now, so they still run the ball, but you can see with the pass game concepts that they're a little more, I don't want to say advanced, but they're cleaner for the quarterback. And I think Lamar Jackson, who can always run, as we know, but he's done a really good job this year of working to stay in the pocket, work through progressions, throw the ball. He's a really good thrower now. He's a much better player in my view, even if the numbers don't suggest it. I just think he's playing, for the most part, really high-level quarterback. And I just think he sees the game at a higher level than he's ever seen the game. And that's what you expect with development of a player. That's a good thing. So he's a really, really good player and can always beat you with his legs, so you have to be careful. Just like Murray could this past week, and it didn't really happen, but you have to be aware of that.
You like how I asked you what you thought of Zay Flowers instead of if you've heard of Zay Flowers?
So I figured you probably knew that I heard of Zay Flowers. Yeah.
I was excited about him too because Boston College's offense wasn't great, and he was elite. I thought he was one of the best weapons they had.
It's funny, Copes, because certain players I watch with the anticipation that they're going to come out, and that doesn't always happen. Mm-hmm. So I ended up watching Zay Flowers in each of his last 3 seasons. So I probably watched, 400 targets of Zay Flowers. So I was really, really familiar.
Dialed in with Zay. I like that, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't happen, obviously, with everybody, but, a lot of guys I expect to come out, and then some guys don't, And now with the transfer portal, a bunch of guys I watched this summer are not coming out because they're probably getting a ton of money to transfer and go somewhere else.
Exactly.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
The weird thing this year, and maybe it's happened in the past, but it seems to have happened more this year with Lamar Jackson, is unlike other quarterbacks, he climbs the pocket, and then he slides back down to the pocket, and then he goes up again, and then he bounces back. Like, he doesn't go side to side unless he's ready to run, usually. I don't see other quarterbacks do that. I mean, maybe it's just because he's so comfortable, but it seems like he's so aware of what's around him and how to move. He's trying to throw. It doesn't look like he wants to run as much as he once did. Like, he wants to get the ball out. Am I reading that correctly?
No, I think you're reading it correctly, but he just has an innate feel for space and people.
He really does.
And that's, you can't teach that. That's really, really high level. I think that you can even get better at that just because you play more and you get more reps, but I think that's innate to how he plays and just who he is. It's like any great athlete. Sometimes you just know, in any sport, you can pick, basketball, hockey, people would say that about Wayne Gretzky, not necessarily the best athlete on the ice, although Lamar Jackson is usually the best athlete on the field. But Gretzky, not the best athlete on the ice, but just had an innate feel for where everybody was all the time. And Lamar is like that. He just has an innate feel for where everybody is, which is one reason why, for all his movement at times, you never see him take like a clean, hard hit.
Nope. No, he knows how to take a hit. He's a bigger dude than I think people think he is, and you're right. What do they miss with Mitchell being out?
Yeah.
Because that seems to that is that going to hurt him as much as I think it is?
Well, he's an explosive, juicy back. I mean, that guy's got great speed, and obviously because Lamar is still a factor in the run game, there are certain things you do have to do defensively to account for Lamar, and that always makes the run game a little better. And Mitchell is super explosive, so they still have Edwards. I mean, Edwards is an inside grinder, but he does really well on that offense. So I don't know how that'll all play out. I don't know if there's someone else, that they have on the practice squad. I didn't look that up, so I don't know. But no, they'll miss him because that guy can really run, and he added something in the screen game as well.
We're going to talk to 49ers defensive end Nick Bosa in about a half hour. He's going to join us here on the show. He had a comment, Greg, after the Niners had beaten the Eagles, saying he thought the Niners gave gave a blueprint or like a little book on how to contain Jalen Hurts maybe and how to beat them. I don't know if you've seen any similarities in their 3 losses. They are not in a good way right now, Philadelphia. They fell to the 5 seed. Have you seen anything in similar? Go ahead.
I think what he said, which I think the tape shows, and I've actually said it as well. Maybe I haven't said it to you guys because obviously we don't talk about Philly a lot. But he made the point, which I imagine they probably weren't thrilled that he said, the organization, but he said that he drops his eyes, and he's been doing that. He's been getting at Jalen Hurts we're speaking about. And I think Hurts has been leaving the pocket too soon, prematurely, too often, and he leaves throws on the field, and that's one reason why their offense does not have a real rhythmic feel to it when you watch it on tape. And because there are throws to be made, and he's not making them because he's either not seeing them, or whatever the reason, only he could tell you, but I think Nick Bosa is 100% correct. Now, I don't think that's a blueprint for every team. Oh, yeah, he's going to drop his eyes. But I think the point he was making is if you can get people around him and get him reactive to color, because he tends to be overreactive to opposing jersey color, then you break down their pass game, and I think the Niners did a great job with that, and I think sometimes Jalen Hurts just does that on his own.
Did you, I don't know if you've watched the Cowboys-Bills game yet.
That's my first thing tomorrow morning, but okay. I saw a lot of it on TV.
Okay.
I know what the Bills did. I mean, if you want to ask me about their running game.
Because I wanted to ask you about that, and even going back maybe a couple weeks. It seems like, because Steve Young always mentions this, they can't ask Allen to be Superman every single week.
No, you can't.
It's got to be the run game. It's got to be the defense. It's got to be, they say complementary football. But it seems like that's what it's been the last couple weeks in Kansas City and then Dallas. And this seems like a really scary team. They're always scary with Josh Allen, but it seems even more scary now because you have Josh Allen, but they're really kind of leaning in and excelling at the running game, and the defense is getting the job done too. They're a team that the standings won't tell you as much, but boy, do they look a lot better to you or different to you in the last 2-3 weeks?
They just have no margin for error. That's the only issue. Because
that's
technically
a problem.
They're not in the playoffs right now, so they would need, Now, if they win out and Miami were to lose, because one of their games is Miami, but Miami would have to lose another game, then they'd win the division. But, hey, that's 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
But, as you talked about the run game and Josh Allen, something occurred to me, which I think the Niners do exceptionally well. It's not just handing it off. Okay, obviously you want to be able to run the ball. We know that you have to. No matter what people say about running backs, the run game, and the value of quarterbacks, at some point in this league you've got to run the ball. We know that. Okay, but to me, it's the marrying and the synchronicity between the run game and the pass game. And see, that's something that the Niners do exceptionally well, because what that does is that impacts how the defense has to play. What you're trying to get with your offense is you're trying to get the defense into relatively predictable fronts and coverages so you know how to attack them. You're not just lining up and running plays, random plays. You studied all week. That's why there's a staff of 20, 25. That's why these guys work 16, 17 hours a day, so that when it's 2nd and 6 at whatever point on the field it is, they know tendency-wise that this is what they're likely to get from the defense, and therefore the play is called accordingly. You're trying to break down defenses. You're not just calling plays. So you want your run game and your pass game to be somewhat married together.
No doubt about it. And it certainly
Does that make sense?
No, it made absolute perfect sense to me. And I mean, everything ties in together.
Yeah.
And it's got to play off one another. And that's kind of what I was saying with Buffalo now. It's like you can see it. It's tying in together. Like Allen will run a little bit when they have to. He'll throw a little bit because he's still dangerous in the pocket and can do that. But you can kind of see the forming of like what people I think were, I don't want to say asking for, but kind of thinking about when they think of the Bills, because we've always thought of the Bills as they're going to go as far as Josh Allen can take them. But if they were to
still be true. That may still be true.
It may be, but it may also be, if I'll use a basketball reference here, it may be we don't need you to get 35. If you can just get in as an efficient 25, we got enough confidence in everybody around you and our defense to get the job done. And I think that's a much better way for that team to go.
No, it comes down, hey, it's number of shots, right? A lot of guys can get 35 if they hoist it up 30 times. But,
how efficient are you, Greg? Are you efficient? I want to see efficiency.
Right, and that's why I'm making the point about the marrying of the run game and the pass game, because ultimately it's the impact on the defense. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to impact the defense in a way that's predictable to you as you put together your offense. And I think the more you can do both. Look, the bottom line is, and I've been around a lot of coaches. Even here at NFL Films, all through the years, coaches have sat with me and watched tape, and I ask a lot of questions because they know more than I do. They coached, but that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get the defense in a predictable situation so you can attack it.
How much you've talked to? I know we're going to run here in a second, but you talk to a lot of coaches. How much do they use the word efficiency? Like in basketball, it's used a lot now. Like you mentioned, 28 points used to just be 28 points, but now. Is it 28 points on 25 shots, or is it 28 points on 16 shots where you hit some threes, you went to the free throw line? Right. That's much more efficient. Like everything's about efficiency now, and I'm wondering in football if efficiency is a word that's mentioned a lot, and how does that kind of manifest itself?
I think it's mentioned. I can't say that I hear it, in every other word, but I think that I think in some ways that's another word for rhythm. Rhythm is talked about a lot with offensive coaches, and they all have a sense in their mind of what that means in their offense. But you can watch an offense. You guys see it with the Niners. When they're going well, which is a good majority of the time, you kind of feel that there's a rhythmic flow to what they're doing. It doesn't just look like random plays, correct? Like, they just happen to make a great play. You don't feel that way. You feel like everything kind of works off one another, and it all kind of ties together. Don't you normally feel that way when they're playing well?
Sure. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
And you can kind of feel that. You don't have to know every X and O detail. You don't have to know every tactical thing that's going on, but you just get a feeling that, wow, this is kind of rhythmic. They're just coming up. Hey, that's a nice 6-yard run. Oh, the next play. Oh, yeah, that's a nice 12-yard pass. It just looks comfortable. Efficient would be the right word. And, I think that's what you're trying to achieve as an offense. You don't want to be relying on just, a random play here and there. Now, that's great when you can make one, but that's not the way you want to live offensively.
Yeah. By the way, when you were in college playing hoops, what was the most shots you got up in a game?
Oh, that I can't remember. But you know what? I was a pretty high percentage shooter. I was not an undisciplined gunner, Tom.
You didn't go out there to jack
Although I would
shots.
love to have been one, but somehow the coach didn't go for that.
Yeah, I know. It's not in the cards for us all, Greg.
Although I was a good shooter, but somehow, that was didn't quite, and even in high school, I had a pretty good high school career, but my oldest friend was our leading scorer, and he was a little more like shake and bake than I was, so, therefore he tended to get up, the most shots, but
so
no, I was never one of those guys.
You were a smart basketball player. You knew your limitations, you knew the shots you could make, and those are the ones you took.
Yeah, it's when I started playing, like, when I graduated and, got a real job and all that at Films, and I would go, play at gyms like, we all do when you can't play, at a higher level. That's when I became an undisciplined gunner.
Greg says, I'm getting mine now. Get out my way.
Now, yeah. It was always in me, but I couldn't do it, when I was being coached,
Greg, always a lot of fun catching up with you. Always learn something. Have a happy holidays. I know you're going to be working, but have a happy holidays anyway. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks. Copes and I'll be off next week, so we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
All right, guys, have a great holiday and New Year. Look forward to it.
You too,
Thanks,
Greg. Senior producer of NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Great conversation with Greg each and every week. Always learn something. Got a great email from this woman, Michelle, this morning, too, who is emailing KNBR just to say she loves the guests we get. She loves Greg Cosell specifically. Said she lives back in Connecticut. And she was like, I asked my husband, who's a New York Giants fan. She grew up here, I guess, or spent a lot of time here. She asked him about 22 personnel because she heard Greg Cosell and Ryan talking about it on KNBR. He didn't know what it was. And she was like, well, I got to explain to him because I learned it from Greg Cosell. I was like, that is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's an awesome, awesome deal. So, hey, Nick Bosa going to join us coming up at 4:30, but we got a little bit of time here to squeeze in an NBA grab bag. Your final grab bag of the year is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
With the Eagles' loss last night, the 49ers control their own destiny and then some to maintain the number one seed in the NFC playoff picture. There's more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. It's down in San Jose. I've been telling you about it for years. It's where I got my LASIK vision procedure done just a few years ago. See, in 2015, used to wear glasses, used to wear contacts, kicked all of those to the curb simply by booking a free LASIK consultation, finding out that I was a candidate for LASIK. Went in, the whole procedure's quick. It took about 35 minutes. Went home, rested, went to sleep, came back the next day for the consultation, and it's done. Painless, in and out, easy. The reason they're so special, Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane, is they use the most advanced FDA-approved technology, specifically a Contura topography-guided LASIK. It's the most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points, which creates a customized vision map completely unique to your eyes. Your eyes and your vision deserve the best. That's treatment and doctors, so book your vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com and learn more. They will definitely focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at Furlong Vision. It's your NBA Grab Bag, Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. They shut down the mailroom here. I think at the end of this week, Tom, so I don't know if we're going to get any more grab bag in before the end of the year. This is going to wrap it up for us for the
NBA Grab Bag
for 2023. And why don't we start?
What are we doing?
NBA Grab Bag.
I always forget what it's called.
NBA Grab
That's right. That's what it's called, NBA Grab Bag. Your NBA Grab Bag. How about this? We talked about it briefly the other day. The Lakers officially hung up their in-season tournament championship banner, and then they lost to the Knicks 114-109.
Good.
I told you I heard Jim Rome with Kyle Juszczyk earlier today. He was riffing on that, too. He's like, I grew up a Laker fan. Big-time Laker guy. Gail Goodrich never would have hung the in-season tournament banner. I was like, dude, great call, man. Gail Goodrich is the guy he goes to.
Lame as hell.
Which is hilarious, dude. But Rome getting after it, and that's why you can't do that. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. You can't hang that banner if you're the Lakers. If you're the Hornets, by all means, go ahead and do it. Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
The official quarterback, not Zach Wilson of the Tolbert and Cope Show. It's Tommy DeVito. Oh, Tommy DeVito. He was the king of New York for like a week, dude. He's already being painted as a villain, though, via the tabloids. You see this? Tommy DeVito being painted as a villain. DeVito was supposed to appear at a New York pizza joint to sign autographs until his agent, what's his name? Sally what? Oh! Sean Stellato. Sally Stellato. Until his agent, Sean Stellato, decides he's going to double the fee, $20,000 right before.
Oh, come on.
Oh! The event was then canceled. That is until today, when Tommy DeVito showed up anyway, and he's a man of the people. He signed him pro bono. Tommy Cutlets. How about that? He comes in and he does it for free.
That was a huge misstep by the agent, right?
Seriously, dude. I mean, if you're the agent, you've played yourself out of money. You've played your client out of money. You better be paying Tommy DeVito $10,000 out of pocket, Sally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can't try to stick it to him now that Tommy DeVito is like a legend there in New York right now. He may not be next week, but you can't do that. You made a commitment. Keep the commitment. Boom.
I found him on Cameo, by the way, Tommy DeVito. I was considering
word up.
I was considering whether or not what would it be funny to send. I was like, we ain't paying Tommy DeVito three Benjamins to say something funny to be on our airwaves. I'd rather just go, oh, and then play the grab bag soundbite. Moving on here. There we go. Bingo. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag, the king of motivational speeches. When I say that, who comes to mind, Tom? One guy and one guy only.
Tony Robbins?
No, Jameis Winston, dude. Jameis Winston, the king of inspirational speeches. He showed up to the locker room. He's been done this stuff before. Shows up to the locker room. This time he's got an empty briefcase, Tom. Empty briefcase to fire up the New Orleans Saints. Okay. He opens the case. Nothing inside. He says, this is what's between us and greatness.
That's a crock.
Nothing. Brought a briefcase, flips it open, and then he says, nothing. They jumped and shouted while pointing at his teammates. Nothing is between us and greatness. It's not very good. It's not very good. Yeah, it's no buried football, says Tim.
Yeah, I guess one of them should have stepped up and said, unless you bundle it. And they go down, oh! That's stupid-ass commercial.
Unless you bundle. Yeah! Home and auto! Yeah!
That sounds like that hit like that.
Give me an umbrella! Yeah! That's for my insurance heads out there. All right, there you go, Jameis. Nothing between you and greatness. Not much between you and last place in the division, either. Not that far.
There isn't.
No, there isn't.
Not much between him and a pick, either.
There's about a crab leg's distance between Jameis and a pick, says Tim. Moving on here in the
NBA grab bag.
In the NBA grab bag here, the Bears. The Bears almost beat down the Browns on a last-second Hail Mary attempt. They almost beat them on that last-second Hail Mary that fell out of the hands of Darnell Mooney and wound up intercepted. Saw this quote. David Njoku, tight end for the Browns, he was asked about that end of the game. What he thought, he said, I damn near S myself, dog. We got to get audio of that, man. We got to find Njoku audio, dude. What happened, man? What would you think about that last play? I damn near S myself. That's what happened on that last play. Good way to wrap up the NBA grab bag without an NBA story. I love that.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, dude, we have one more story. I forgot.
We had an NBA story.
Did we?
Lakers and their banner.
Whatever. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. We got one more good story to give you. Rashard Mendenhall. This is outrageous. Did you see this? Rashard Mendenhall, former running back
for the... He was on one last night.
For the Steelers, right? Played for the Steelers many years.
Yes, correct.
He tweets out last night. I'm sick of average white guys commenting on football. Y'all not even good at football, which is a great generalization in and of itself, which is hilarious. Can we please replace the Pro Bowl? And here's where it gets even wackier. Can we please replace the Pro Bowl with an all-black versus all-white bowl so these cats can stop trying to teach me who's good at football? I'm better than your GOAT. The problem I have with an all-black versus all-white game, Tom,
yes,
is we already did this.
We did?
Yeah, it's called the Civil War. I thought I already wrapped this thing up.
Oh, very nice. I would say this though.
You going Glory Road on me?
we're going to be a little light on corner. We're going to be a little light on corner.
Yeah, what DBs? Like, who's playing, you know?
But if it comes down to a game-winning kick, I love our chances.
If it's game-winning kick, I love the chances of the all-white squad in the Pro Bowl. If it gets into the passing game, it's going to be tough. Run game, McCaffrey's going to be nice. You know what I mean? But seriously, dude, this is a hilarious, outrageous tweet here by Rashard Bennett.
What was he doing last
Still
night?
up, by the way, 73 million views. It's still just hanging up there on Twitter, dude. That's unbelievable, dude. What is he talking about?
Oh, my God.
That's just absolutely bizarre. All right, from an NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Into the reigning defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa, number 97. He joins us when we come on back. Nick Bosa next, and Dante Whitner. We'll have a little bit of fun later in the show, only here on the Sports Leader.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, the best place to be playing fantasy sports this basketball season. And by the way, we get new action tonight that you should be getting in on with the new Pick'em game. I'll tell you about it in just a minute. The holiday season's here, though, and Underdog Fantasy is running surprise season promos all month of December. They started a few days ago. They're going to run through the end of the year, so make sure you follow at Underdog Fantasy over on social media, the site formerly known as Twitter, and find out ways that you can win a Nintendo Switch, a PS5, and more. You should also head on over to the App Store, download Underdog Fantasy, sign up with promo code KNBR, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. Then what you do is you go play the Pick'em game. They give you a series of player stats. You pick whether or not a player goes higher or lower than their stat total for the night. You can win big. You go 5 for 5 in a single night. You can make 20 times your money. Legal in California. Lots of fun to play along as you watch the Dubs tonight. You can also get in on some of that with John Morant. So John Morant's got a special pick for tonight's game, his return off the 25-game suspension against the Pelicans. But again, it all starts with downloading Underdog Fantasy app, signing up with promo code KNBR to get that first deposit doubled up to $100. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyler will play action to Connor. Steps up on Bosa. Gets hit from behind. Sacked. Follows the ball. Nick Bosa knocked it out. He got the sack. He got the strip.
Follow! Nothing wrong with that groin. We're going to make the connection with Nick Bosa, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to stop by and join us here on Tolbert and Copes.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
We just spoke to Greg Cosell a few minutes ago on the Uma guest line here, senior producer of NFL Films, and we were talking about the comments Nick Bosa made about Jalen Hurts, and I really do wonder if, I always wonder that when somebody says publicly what he had said about, Jalen Hurts' eyes, that he drops his eyes in evaluating what they did well in stopping the Eagles' offense, and the Eagles' offense has sputtered pretty poorly in the last 3 games. Jalen Hurts in the last 3 has not been very good. Has probably hurt his MVP chances tremendously. 1 touchdown pass in the last 3, a couple of picks last night in the loss to Seattle. The Niners are sitting in the number 1 spot. The Eagles dropped to the number 5 spot as we're getting ready here to make the connection with Nick Bosa. What do you think about Greg Cosell's breakdown of that, or his thoughts on what Bosa said? Because the blueprint thing, you agreed with that. You said blueprint's one thing, personnel's another thing. And he said, I don't know if they've given a blueprint. What they did do is identify something that is clearly a problem for Jalen Hurts, and now maybe a couple other teams have used that against him.
Yeah, I don't think, well, that's supposing that the rest of the teams didn't notice that either. Maybe they did. They just weren't as equipped as the Niners were to take advantage of it. So, yeah, I never know what to make of that. I think it helps to kind of know what you need to do and what teams have had success, but do you have the personnel to pull it off? Like, you watch a team in the NBA who has great wing depth that can guard people on the perimeter, and you're like, what you have to do is force them left, get them outside the line, crowd them, not really let them. But what if I don't have guys that can do that? Well, I know what I need to do, but I can't do it because I don't have guys that can do those things. But every little bit helps, I'm sure. It's hard for me to even quantify how much it would help a team that doesn't have the Niners personnel. It might help, might not. I really don't know.
We just connected with Nick Bosa, and he's going to be on at 5:15. We've had to move Bosa again, so he's bumping back to 5:15. Stay tuned to KNBR. We'll catch up with Dante Whitner at 4:50. Let me ask you something that I was talking to you about earlier with Jalen Hurts. I just mentioned this. His MVP chance is gone in your mind?
Yeah, gone.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up his numbers for you in the last 3, but he wasn't near the top in my mind anyway. For me, it was, and we said this yesterday, it was Brock Purdy, and then it was probably right after that Lamar Jackson in my mind, if it's not going to be McCaffrey. If we're talking purely quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts in the last few weeks for me had already kind of played himself down. I thought that Dak Prescott's numbers were going to be too gaudy for him to not be in it, but it's funny how this late in the season, one game can kind of remove you from that, or one huge game. And it's what you were saying yesterday, that if Lamar Jackson beats the 49ers, and you said beats Brock Purdy, but we all know it's not Brock Purdy head-to-head, but if he's to outduel the 49ers, they outscore them, say it's a high-scoring game, the defense isn't as stout as maybe you'd hope. If he wins a game like Jimmy Garoppolo won the Saints game in 2019, it's going to help his MVP chances, and it might be tough for Brock to overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dak Prescott could go down to Miami and win 42-35.
Yeah, that put him right back in
he throws up 400 yards and they win the game. So this thing is far from over. Sure. But at this point, I think it's tied to team success. The numbers are what the numbers are. You're going to have a hard time changing your numbers dramatically in 3 games. I don't foresee a situation where Brock's yards per attempt come down to like low 9s.
No.
Mid 9s is about as far as it's going to drop, and that's still incredible. Again, anything in the mid 8s and higher is incredible. He's in the high 9s, so that's going to be incredible. His completion percentage isn't going to come down that much. But most can come down maybe like, 2-3 points? Probably won't, but could. So the numbers are going to still be fantastic. It's does your team win? And yeah, I think if Baltimore comes out here, wins on the road, Lamar has a big game, let's say he runs for 100, throws for 250, you're going to be thinking, damn, that was impressive. And it's going to be everybody watching. Christmas night, standalone game. That would be huge. If Brock comes out and does his thing, then yeah, I think he's the front runner right now and will continue to be the front runner. But then, of course, you got Dak. I don't think there's. To me, that's about it. I mean, could McCaffrey get into it? Maybe, maybe not. The problem is when we talk most valuable player, most valuable by definition is the quarterback, and we've talked about that yesterday. It's tough to get around that. That he's the most valuable player on your team, so the best quarterback on the best team, unless somebody has just had a ridiculous year. Let's say somebody throws for 60 touchdown passes and just has a monster year while not having the best record but making the playoffs. Because that's an interesting aspect of it too. We've talked about this with Tom Brady, and now Tom Brady gets credit for all the playoff victories, which obviously he's responsible for a lot of it. But one of them was decided when he wasn't on the field.
Sure, his
numbers weren't changing. So what if Brock loses this week and loses 42-41, throws for 480? 10.2 an attempt and 75% completion.
And they lose. Yeah,
and they lose 42-41. It's like, well, he lost. Obviously, Lamar had a great game too, but Brock didn't do anything. He shouldn't have done anything to hurt his chances because of what he's done. You're getting the MVP, and you're not going to be on the field half the game. Or you get credit. That's why I hate quarterback wins. It's one of my least favorite stats of all time because you getting credit for a win, you play half the game.
We got away from it in baseball, but in football, it's still very much the deal, right? In baseball, it's like we sort of have said and agreed that wins are antiquatable. There's something about them still. If a pitcher goes deep enough into a game, a lot of times he's going to warrant himself the victory. If you give, if he's suppressing an offense to 1 run over 7 innings, striking guys out, of course, he's deserving of the win.
Yep.
He's part of the reason you got that win. Quarterback play, to your point, it's like he's not throwing the pitches. He's out there hitting, but he's not throwing the pitches. He's not keeping anybody away from scoring. So I'm with you there. But it's the way it is, and it's why McCaffrey. I think everybody leans Offensive Player of the Year versus the MVP. You know, it's sort of funny. I was looking at the head coaching Coach of the Year odds. Let's see who might win the Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Early on, I want to say like week 3, 4, 5, especially after the Dallas win, we were going like automatic. Not automatic, but we were going Kyle Shanahan is definitely in the mix for something like this. And now I sort of feel like he may be falling victim to the same thing Brock Purdy's falling victim to, which is, well, of course they're this good. Of course they're performing this well. Why should Kyle Shanahan get Coach of the Year consideration for having all this great talent that they're executing with? It's kind of like Steve Kerr. It's like he doesn't get credit for having those teams win titles that had great talent. You had to manage that talent. If anything, it was as hard as some of the other years to manage that talent. Dan Campbell has the best odds. Then it's Shane Steichen.
What about Stefanski?
Stefanski to me is
my God.
Stefanski has worse odds than Kyle.
He's got Flacco playing quarterback.
4 different guys have won a game for them at quarterback. Oh my God. Even though it's not a quarterback stat, Tom. 4 different guys have won games starting at quarterback this year, and the Browns are a 10-win team going to the playoffs. Like, are they a 9-win team right now? Or they're a 10-win team, right? They're a 9 right now, but they very well could end up with 10, maybe 11, based on their schedule here. But pretty incredible. They almost lost that game to the Browns, but again, pulled it out. Almost est myself, said David Njoku. But yeah, Kyle's got like the 5th best odds. He's right behind McDaniel. It's Campbell, Steichen, D'Amico, McDaniel, and by the way, how about 3 of those guys from the same staff, which is wild, right? D'Amico, Kyle, and McDaniel, and then John Harbaugh right behind Kyle. Zach Taylor is right there at plus. Zach Taylor has the same odds as Stefanski.
Wow.
They're still alive, but I'm going Stefanski has to go far better odds than that.
I would think so. I mean, not only is the quarterback out, the running back's been out too. I mean, your top 2 offensive weapons have been out. So I'm surprised he's not a little bit higher. I mean, like, I can't argue Campbell. The Lions have been brutal forever, and the Lions are a viable team this year.
I'm with that,
team.
yeah.
So I'm okay with that. And then D'Amico's had a hell of a year in Houston. No
Steichen deserves consideration, absolutely.
I would agree with that,
I'm okay with all the guys at the top. I just think that Stefanski should probably, if McDaniel probably deserves some consideration, but I would still go Stefanski above McDaniel. I would go Stefanski. I would go, if you're going to say those 3 are the top 3, Campbell, Steichen, and D'Amico, then I want Stefanski 4 before, and then I'll go Kyle and McDaniel, those 2 guys. But yeah, I'm with you. I just think some coaches get more out of their team than other guys do. And I think that's a lot of times what I'm looking for is the body of work for what you've done to build this team, sometimes it's unexpected, right? It was like Brian Daboll last year showed up and turned things around, got him to the playoffs, won a game. Certainly what Campbell has built. Sometimes it's like a body of work thing. Like you didn't get the Academy Award for Titanic, Leo, so you're getting it for The Revenant. You're getting it
for letting a bear eat your head.
Dude, when you slept with that bear or whatever that was. I saw that movie once. I'll never see it again. There's like 7 words in the whole movie.
Yeah, like the first hour, it's like, is anybody going to speak? Or the only thing I heard was the bear.
People were like, Tom Hardy was great in that thing. I was like, how the hell did you know? He didn't say anything. Nobody talks for the whole movie. They just eat raw meat. Fight that bear.
Have you seen There Will Be Blood?
Yes, I've seen There Will Be Blood.
That was like the first 25 minutes.
Same.
I don't think anybody talked in the first 25 minutes. I thought, is anybody going to come in here and like say something? You don't got to say a lot. I just want to make sure the sound's working.
Exactly.
In the theater. And then somebody said something. Of course, that gave us the great sound. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Tim goes, how about Castaway? There's not a lot of talking except with that volleyball.
Yeah.
Good knowledge there, Tim. Yeah.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
The I drink it up is
great scene.
I drink it up.
Drink it up.
Oh, dude, great sounds of silence in cinematic history there. But yeah, there's by the way, there's Ross Tucker of CBS Sports tweeted out, he goes, yeah, it's legit laughable that there are 6 guys that have shorter odds for Coach of the Year than Stefanski. That is kind of laughable. 6 guys with better odds than a coach who's going to the playoffs with a double-digit win team potentially, and 4 different quarterbacks, and proving Joe Flacco's elite. Still getting it
Definitely
down.
elite. Definitely elite.
Definitely elite.
Yeah, you got Flacco, your Flacco Ford backfield, as everybody thought it might be.
It's Flacco, it's Ford, and it's Elijah Higgins.
It's a Ford Flacco.
Jerome Ford and Joe Flacco carrying the Browns along with that defense. All right, we'll still try to connect with Nick Bosa at 5:15 in about a half hour. Usually not late getting to the quarterback. We'll see if he can get to us by 5:15. Nick Bosa going to join us a little bit later in the show. When we come on back, let's check in with Dante Whitner. We'll get his thoughts on the 49ers win over the Cardinals. The loss last night by the Eagles. I want to talk to him about that. And Charvarius Ward's great play. A couple of interceptions, including the big pick 6 on 4th and 3. Dante Whitner joins us next. We'll talk some MVP as well. Then Nick Bosa, 5:15, your sound soiree, and a soup du jour, all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
I drink your milkshake.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers General Manager John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed how the 49er defense needs to clean things up and previews that Christmas Day matchup against the Ravens. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out with us this holiday season. Steve, what's going on? Tell us about the ERC today.
ERC, this is the federal government's Christmas gift to your listeners. The federal government is giving away as a reward, not a loan, it's a grant. That means it's a gift of up to $26,000 for every employee that an employer had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's 2 different ways to qualify. You only need to satisfy one way. One's the easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. It's just math. But amazingly, a lot of CPAs are stopping there. And as you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. A lot of CPAs just want math, and that's it. The other way is the facts and circumstances test, requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. We're happy to take the time, effort, and energy to do that for you to see if you qualify. And a lot of people that don't qualify under the gross revenue test do qualify here. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more, but watch out. The ERC program is getting ready to close. So bottom line is, if you've been turned away for ERC, treat us like you would a physician. You get a free second opinion here. And if you qualify, let's get everything to which you're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
That's our sense of humor here. You know, have a beer, go yourself. That's what we're doing.
It's time for Mr.
Hittner, whatever you want to call him.
Former 49ers Pro Bowl safety and current NBC Sports Bay Area analyst Dante Whitner.
Sponsored by Hughes Orthopedics, specializing in regenerative medicine therapies to heal chronic pain without surgery. Call 650-343-KNEE. That's 650-343-KNEE.
Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Coast back with you on a Tuesday evening. We do it each and every Tuesday of the football season. Catch up with one of our favorites. Dante Whitner joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game 49er coverage. What's up, Dante? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, dude. How does a guy like you handle and when you played, I mean, the Cowboys weren't, at least against the 49ers, they weren't, in my life, they haven't really been the rivalry that they were prior to the 49ers dynastic runs. But rooting for the Seahawks last night. I mean, I know we're looking at losses for the Eagles, but where do you come down on that stuff? How was that for you, looking for a Seahawks win last night against Philly?
Well, that was incredible. The Seahawks aren't a threat to the 49ers, so it's okay to root for them. And with that win last night, the 49ers took pretty much a 2-game lead over Dallas and the Philadelphia Eagles. So, you know, they did a good job of, staying in it, fighting to the end, and then pulling it out. So, incredible win from the Seahawks, and I'm glad that they took down the Philadelphia Eagles.
Are the Eagles broken?
Yeah, the 49ers broke them. They broke them. Everybody else took that game plan. They replicated it. And, you'll see the Philadelphia Eagles start to reel here pretty soon. I don't think that they have a chance to compete for that NFC championship crown.
Talking to Dante Whitner here on the UMA guest line. What did you see from the 49ers in their containing of Kyler Murray? Because they got out and ran a little bit, and Tom and I were talking about the 230 yards plus on the ground. It didn't concern me as much. I know they're dealing with some injuries in the middle of the defensive line. Of course, 2 backup D tackles starting in Givens and you had Kinlaw out there. But they also ran 72 plays. The Niners put up 5 offensive touchdowns, a 6 which Charvarius Ward's pick 6. To me, it was more a product of what the Cardinals had to do to kind of stay in the game and a couple of big runs rather than the Niners defense breaking down. How did you see the big yardage on the ground for Arizona?
Well, a lack of fundamentals, a lack of strength and push in the middle of the defense. It was obvious. And it was obvious what the Arizona Cardinals game plan was going to be. It was going to be to get a ball to Connor, try to create some plays with Kyler Murray. And when you look at that 200-plus yards given up on the ground, 142 of those yards came on 5 carries. And I think that this was, and Fred Warner would probably be the first to tell you, I would think that this would be his worst game as a San Francisco 49ers. I counted 5 missed tackles from Fred Warner alone, something that he typically doesn't do. And then along with that, Dre Greenlaw had some missed tackles. So these are easy fixes. It just shows you how dominant Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave are in the middle of this defense. And hopefully they can get them back this week. being that the Baltimore Ravens are the number one rush offense in the entire NFL, but they definitely need Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead to make this championship push.
So Kyler Murray and Lamar Jackson, both mobile quarterbacks, but completely different mobile quarterbacks. I mean, Lamar Jackson just a completely different beast out there. He is, he's big. He doesn't take big hits, and he's so slippery and fast. Just what do you think is going to be the key for them? Because we know what they did against Jalen Hurts. It's got to be completely different against Lamar Jackson. But what do you do against this guy, knowing that he's going to make a play or two?
Well, you expect him to make a play or two, but you expect to converge, give good effort and angles to the football so that you can mitigate the risk and the damage that he does on the ground. But when you go back and you look at how the Houston Texans played him and DeMeco Ryans this year, they didn't sit back and wait. They didn't play two-gap it up front. They attacked him. They made him make quick decisions, and he turned the football over, and they were able to get him on the ground. So I think that the 49ers, this is different from Jalen Hurts, where you had to, take away his first read.
Yep.
He was going to look at the rush. He was going to try to create. Kyler Murray was going to try to get outside the pocket, outside the tackles.
Yep.
This is a guy, Lamar Jackson, who I don't really even look at as a quarterback. I look at him as a runner that can throw the football. He's their leading rusher. He's their leading passer. And most of their offense is created through Lamar Jackson. So I think that there's going to be some times where you go zero blitz. You're going to hit him with some surprise blitzes. You have to play man coverage across the board. I don't feel like the skill position players from the Baltimore Ravens can really attack the 49ers secondary and second level. So this is a game where you have to go and get him. You know that he's going to run around, create plays, but you have to get him. And when you get to him, the most difficult part is getting him on the ground.
What do you think of the receiving core? We talked to Greg Cosell earlier about Zay Flowers and Odell Beckham Jr., of course, in the secondary. No Mark Andrews there. Is it Quickly? Is there the tight end? Who's the guy you got to pay attention to now? What do you make of their receiving core? Because the Niners secondary has been sharp in the last couple of games.
Well, coming into the season, Mark Andrews was leaned upon heavily to create in the passing game, and he went down with a season-ending injury, so they replaced him with the tight end game with Isaiah Likely, who I believe is like 6'6". He has a little wiggle to him. When you look at Zay Flowers, he's their most explosive playmaker. They will throw the ball deep with him. He's really good in space with the stop and start, really twitchy. They get the ball to him underneath and allow him to break tackles. He's their reverse guy. He's their gadget guy. So you're going to have to know where he is at all times. I think Odell Beckham is getting back to the form that he was in, I believe, in the end of the 2020 season when he was on his way to, possibly winning the MVP of the Super Bowl. His route running is crisp. He looks more explosive now. So they're going to have to know where he is. But all in all, with their playmakers, it's going to boil down to the 49ers defensive line being dominant, winning early, getting Lamar Jackson on the ground. And this will be the most difficult game for the secondary. When you have a guy like Lamar Jackson who averages 2.89 seconds getting the ball out, which is very quick, the quickest of his career, when he does hold on to the football, he can hold it for up to 10 to 12 seconds. So they're going to have to give extra effort, plaster, to beat this team.
They were showing that on Sunday Night Football, Dante. It's crazy. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Because he keeps running up, and then he goes back. And then he runs up, and then he goes back. Like, does he seem different to you in that he doesn't want to run it as much as he used to? Like, he wants to deliver the ball. If he has to, he'll run it. But that's not necessarily his first option all the time.
Taking a step when it comes to progression reads, moving underneath defenders, holding safeties in the deep half or middle of the field, and being able to create space for the throwing angles that he wants. And he wants to prove to everyone that he is a pocket passer. But in critical moments in the game, it's all Lamar Jackson. He's taking off with the football. When the offense sputters, he's taking off with the football. So I think that with a game like this, it's a Super Bowl preview pretty much, where you have two dominant teams that are strong in the trenches. I think that Lamar Jackson is going to try to do anything possible to come away with this victory.
A few more minutes here with Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. Charvarius Ward, the pick six. Best play of his season to this point?
All-Pro. You got to put the All-Pro in front of that.
All-Pro, Charvarius Ward.
Yeah, leading the league in pass defense, right? We saw what he did with DK Metcalf.
Yep.
You know, I don't know if there's another cornerback that can match up physically with DK Metcalf majority of the game and give up one catch for 14 yards. And then with that interception, I'm going to say that that's the coaching staff with Steve Wilks. That's the preparation and seeing the different formations and expecting that on 3rd and short. The 49ers defense did a great job of communicating first and foremost. When you see receivers on 3rd and short stacked on both sides of the offense and they're inside the numbers, that's a day one install staple for the 49ers defense. You're expecting crossing routes with the tight end hooking over the ball. They communicated pre-snap. They showed, man, Greenlaw and Fred Warner passed off the underneath crossing routes, and the last guy in the progression was McBride. And all Tarvarius Ward did was read his keys, jump in front, and expect the football. So if they can communicate like that on a high level, and you can start to understand what routes they can run by personnel groupings and positions on the field, that's how you play elite defense. And right now, Tarvarius Ward is the number one corner in the NFL, in my opinion.
Dante, what's the key to attacking this Ravens defense, and how big a deal is it knowing where Hamilton is all the time?
Well, attacking this Ravens defense is going to be difficult. They're very stout against the run. They have two phenomenal linebackers in Patrick McQueen and Roquan Smith, who's their leading tackler, Geno Stone, who's a ball hawk. You're going to have to make sure that, Brock Purdy is holding him, knows where he is at all times. He has 6 interceptions on the season, but you can run straight at this team. If you can convert on 3rd down, they tend to get tired and start to allow big plays and explosive plays on the ground. So I think you're going to have to attack the edges. You can't get stagnant, the motions and shifts, and then spread the football around. They're very aggressive. They like a lot of blitzes. So you can expect Christian McCaffrey lined up on linebackers one-on-one like we saw last week with the big touchdown catch. You can expect a lot of screens from Deebo Samuel because they put a lot of defenders at the line of scrimmage trying to confuse the offensive line and force the quarterback into a mistake. So the ball is going to have to be on the outside in space, and the 49ers have the exact playmakers that you need to attack this Baltimore Ravens defense.
Okay, so you can't pick Christian McCaffrey, and you can't pick Brock Purdy. Who's the MVP of the NFL?
Who's the MVP on the offense?
Who's the MVP in the NFL if it's not one of those two guys?
There is none. If it's not those two, there isn't one. So there's no third, right?
There's no third.
Yeah. Brock Purdy.
So who's your pick? Who do you like?
I like Brock Purdy. I like what he's doing, man. I know how important a franchise quarterback is to, their ability to win a lot of games and get deep into playoffs. And I know Christian McCaffrey is doing some outer-world things right now with 500 yards rushing, 7 touchdowns, nearly 1,300 yards rushing, another, 13 touchdowns. But Brock Purdy is taking his offense to another level. 70% completion rate, big-time throw rate, highest in any quarterback in the last 3 decades. And he's just so cool, calm. And none of these guys get their job done if Brock doesn't deliver accurate footballs, allowing them to do what they do after the catch. So I'm going with Brock Purdy.
And if it's not Brock Purdy, it's Christian McCaffrey. And if it's not Christian McCaffrey,
it's no
they're calling off the award this year. They're not giving it out.
Nope.
Oh man, that is great stuff. By definition, can a running back even be the MVP anymore? Kind of by definition, the quarterback's the most important guy on your team in most situations. I won't say all situations, but in a normal year, doesn't it seem like it's? I don't know if it should be this way, Dante, but it's always going to be quarterback, isn't it?
I don't know if it should always be quarterback.
I agree with that.
You have a guy like Christian McCaffrey with so much versatility. Now, I would agree with you if there was some big running back, say they have Henry in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Unless he runs for 2,500 yards and 25 touchdowns, he doesn't put that much pressure on the defense when it comes to the passing game and the variety of different things in the way that Kyle Shanahan used Christian McCaffrey. When you think back to Marshall Faulk, you think back to the year that Adrian Peterson had, they did some outer worldly things. So I do agree that Christian McCaffrey has a chance to win it, and with his versatility and all the different things that he can do and how he can impact and attack defenses, he should be in consideration for it.
Yeah. Would you consider someone like Tyreek Hill if he went over 2,000 yards? I don't think he will, but would you?
Yes, absolutely. With the amount of stress that he puts on defenses, with the ability just to get behind the defense each and every play, and they know it's coming, they game plan for it, they try to stop it, and you just can't stop them. And I remember playing against Calvin Johnson the year that he went for nearly 2,000 yards, and he was almost unstoppable. So with a guy that's, 5'8", right, that's able to run past defenses, score touchdowns, and continue to make explosive plays, I think that, he could be in consideration for it as well. He missed last week's game, so he probably won't hit the 2,000-yard mark this season, but still a phenomenal season.
It's only two guys on defense who have won it, right? Lawrence Taylor and Alan Page. Who won the
I'm
MVP?
not sure.
Darius could. That was like in the 70s. I think he did it with the Vikings. Purple People Eaters, right? Yeah, I think it was way back in the 70s. But look, what would it take in today's game? Because, I mean, in today's game, as close as it's come, I think Aaron Donald, I think you go J.J. Watt when he was at the peak of his powers. Like, guys like that who could wreck a game. But now because they specify the award, now because you get Offensive Player of the Year, I think that's why they're like, we can go best offensive player outside of quarterback. But to me, and Tom was saying this yesterday, Dante, he goes, look at the values of the prices of what guys are making. Christian McCaffrey versus what, I don't know, Brock Purdy is. If we're going true value, Brock Purdy's the most valuable player in the NFL based on what you're paying him, right? On like wins per dollar, he would be the most valuable. But in terms of where you're allocating money on teams, it's quarterback and it's defensive ends. It's protecting the QB. Could a D end in today's game win an MVP? And what would it take?
30 sacks.
Yeah, seriously.
30 sacks, probably about 10 forced fumbles. And then when I think about other guys who have to defend those high-priced quarterbacks and explosive players as cornerbacks, who would probably need something like 10 interceptions. You would probably need to do something like DeRon Bland is doing, where you run, 6 of them back for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And for a linebacker, I think that you would have to add 10 sacks on there, 150 tackles, 8 or 9 interceptions to do something historic that the NFL has never seen.
Sure.
So, they really don't have defensive players in consideration for overall MVP, but it would take some historic stats to accomplish that.
Dante, not only did Alan Page play for the Vikings and was one of the Purple People Eaters, one of the best front fours in football at the time, he's also a retired Minnesota Supreme Court judge.
Is he really?
Yep. Yes, he is.
How'd you like that? Sacking QBs and handing down sentences.
Exactly.
that's a little
that's something right there.
That's a lot.
You
That's
don't
a
see
lot
that
for
very
Page.
often.
It's pretty funny. Dante, another minute or two here with Dante Whitner. We were talking earlier about, the calling card for this Niner team under Kyle Shanahan really has been defense. And early in the year, we were saying, I remember I asked you, has the offense reached the level of the defense? And now it seems like the defense is maybe a step, not behind the offense, but that the offense is the calling card and the identity of this team. Do you think that they have they're the only team in football in offensive and defensive scoring where they rank top 3? They're the only team that has both units in the top 3 for scoring offense and defense. Is there another team you think that has a better offense or defense in the league, or do the Niners have the both, you think, across the league?
The Niners have them both across the league and with the individual players. Every team wished that they were set up similarly or identical to the 49ers, where you have defensive end and Nick Bosa, who is almost guaranteed 15 sacks a season. A leader like Fred Warner, who's going to be a 125-plus tackle guy each year, sets the defense. Defensive backs that lead the league in interception, play sound football, tackle well, and play with physicality. 2 dominant defensive tackles. And then on the offense side of the ball, your left tackle that's a stud, right? Guys that can create after the catch so that your quarterback doesn't have to make high-risk throws all the time. A guy like Brandon Ayuk who can push the ball vertical but also catch it and run after the catch, and then have the unselfish ability to not care about who has the success on any given day. So I don't think that there's any team that's comparable to the 49ers when it comes to offensive and defensive success, rankings, and individual talent. It's not even close.
Yeah, it would be tough to top them on either side of the ball. Dante Whitner is the voice you hear. Tom and I are going to be out after tomorrow through January 1st. Dante's actually filling in next Tuesday with Rod Brooks. You'll get your NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game coverage team together next Tuesday. Dante will be in from 2 to 6 with Rod Brooks for us, or 2 to 5:30. I can't remember. I think we're throwing to a football game that evening. Before we let you go, Dante, just a Christmas thought. We always like to get fun questions out of you. What's the toy you remember as a kid that you wanted more than anything for Christmas? Like, what's
who was it? Mike Tyson, the little boxing thing. You hit it, and it comes back to you. I think it was something like Rock'em Sock'em.
It was like a Rock'em Sock'em Mike Tyson version. It was like a Mike Tyson Sock'em robot.
It was about my height. I was probably like 9 years old. I wanted it so bad. Too bad I didn't get it.
You never got it, dude.
Did it also bite?
No, but if you slid and hit it wrong and you didn't bob and weave, it was going to hit you back in the nose.
Oh, dude, it was like the inflatable one. It's sort of like it almost
it
came
was.
right back up and bounced back at you, dude. Yeah.
Of course it was.
So it taught me about cause and effect very early.
Good deal, dude. That boy, Dante. Well, we really appreciate you being in for us next week, man. Have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you down the road, bro.
All right, happy holidays, guys.
Thanks,
All right, dude.
You too, man.
Good stuff from Dante Whitner there. By the way, I love asking him that, too. Who do you like? If it's not McCaffrey and it's not Brock Purdy for MVP, the most on-brand Dante, it's nobody then. It's nobody. I'm picking
Nobody
Brock.
wins it.
It's Brock or it's McCaffrey or it's nobody. They shouldn't give it to anybody then. I'm like, honestly, he's got a little bit of a point there. So
that is great.
Pretty good stuff there from Dante Whitner. You can hear the whole podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We will get you the full list of fill-in hosts. We got some great stuff coming your way on KNBR in the next couple of weeks. Tomorrow morning, actually, Murph is out for the rest of the week. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, and Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network. She'll be in hosting for the first time on KNBR. She'll be in the morning show the rest of the week. You got Dante and Rod will be in next week. Our guy Guy Haberman, John Dickinson. Todd Husak's going to stop by, do some shows next week as well. Kerry Crowley, Dieter Kurtenbach, the whole gang, our whole KNBR family of fill-in hosts. Everybody will be around next week. And we got a really, really special show next Wednesday afternoon. We'll tell you about it a little bit later as we get closer to the date. We also have a special guest coming up, 5:15. We're supposed to connect with Nick Bosa. We'll try to connect with the 49ers reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Also, want to make note, a couple of dotting some T's and crossing some I's here. Brad out in San Jose, he heard the Bill Burr sounder, and he was the winner of 2 tickets to go see Bill Burr next June 19th at the San Jose Civic Center. Tickets furnished by LiveNation.com. They're on sale at LiveNation.com, and we'll do it again tomorrow. 2 more tickets to give away tomorrow and the rest of the week to go see Bill Burr. Streaming on KNBR.com, the KNBR app. We are streaming, of course, on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and you can always check in on KNBR.com. On the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is where you can check in. All right, Nick Bosa, Niners Defensive Player of the Year, is going to join us when we come on back. Still have a sound soiree for you, and do want to get you a brief update on what's going on with the Warriors. I told you about CP3 and his illness, right? That he's questionable for tonight's game.
Yes.
Kristaps Porzingis has been ruled out for tonight's game.
Out.
One more injury update here. It's not an injury, but Andrew Wiggins now questionable for tonight's game.
What?
He's dealing with an illness. Dude, last thing the Warriors need is an illness.
What in the world is going on?
We don't need an illness going through the locker room for the Dubs right now, dude. I mean, this is...
Come on.
Yeah, it could be worse, Tom. It could be raining. As I check my forecast, rain's coming back in about an hour and a half, everybody. It rains right around the corner here. So Andrew Wiggins questionable, CP3 questionable. John Morant, by the way, back. I'm keeping an eye on the Grizzlies and the Pelicans. Memphis up 4 right now in the first half. And as you know, first half basketball decides the game, Tom.
Nobody beats the Grizz.
Nobody beats that. I think that let's keep it there. Nobody beats the Grizz. 49ers DN, number 97, Nick Bosa joins us when we come on back. And then we got a soup du jour, a sound soiree, and that'll wrap it up for us on a Tuesday night. Nick Bosa next on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Chris Paul is questionable for the Warriors tonight against the Celtics with general illness. And then also, Kristaps Porzingis has been ruled out for the Boston Celtics. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Pajamagram. Guys, the last week of holiday shopping. You got to get it in the holiday shopping as well. That's where the Pajamagrams come in for you and for your lady. Pajamagram.com. Buy her the naturally nude pajamas. They're known for ultimate comfort and style. They're also known to be soft, silky smooth, sexy, better than lingerie with a curve, caressing fit. And here's the deal. Pajamagram's going to hook you up. You buy her the naturally nude pajamas. They're going to throw in, just for you, the naturally nude 90. They'll throw it in. She throws it on. Then you rip it off. How about that? That's how easy it is with Pajamagram. Pajamagram.com this holiday season. Give her the gift of PJs. We all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Hurry. Go to Pajamagram today for the naturally nude pajamas before they sell out, and you'll get it delivered by Christmas guaranteed. That's naturally nude pajamas at Pajamagram.com, and tell them that Adam Copeland sent you.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Tuesday evening. Warrior basketball against the Celtics tonight. The Niners are off for another 6 days. Monday Night Football. 5:20, they'll be taking on the Ravens. On Christmas night, we are working to make the connection with Dante Whitner. Tom, what was your toy of choice? Excuse me, Dante Whitner, Nick Bosa. We just spoke to Dante Whitner, and I asked Dante about the toy he was like really, really, really wanting as a kid. Everybody's got the one. And when I was a kid, like the holiday toy thing got really big. Like I remember Tickle Me Elmo was like the toy that was impossible to get when I didn't want one. I was too old for that. I think my brother was of that age. Tickle Me Elmo. The other one right after that was like the Furby. The Furby got really big for a minute. But for you, was it like, were you a Pet Rock generation, or were you Slinky's even older than that, but Slinky is older than you are, but it's was a popular toy for many years. It was like one of the Christmas gifts my dad said, in like the 60s and 70s.
Did
like
you seriously just say Pet Rock?
Yeah, I don't know when that came out.
Well, who gets a Pet Rock?
Nobody anymore, but it was a thing.
Kids didn't ever got Pet Rock.
Kids did? Was that an adult thing?
It was a stupid adult thing for what I can remember. I wanted football stuff. I wanted basketball stuff. I wanted a football helmet. I used to run around the house. I got a football helmet and shoulder pads and a jersey, and I just run around the house sticking inanimate objects. Like I was killing the couch.
That's sick. Did you have like a pole, like one post in your house, one doorway that just got ripped? You just,
it was everything.
Consistently.
I had a Dolphin helmet, Larry Zonka jersey, and my shoulder
sick,
pads.
Dude, a Zonka jersey and a helmet.
It was incredible. I was just running around. It's just pancaking chairs.
How the hell did your parents find you a Dolphins helmet in like 70 or whatever? Like, how old were you?
I have no idea how they found it. NFL sheets and comforter and pillowcase and all that. And we got a little bit older. My favorite gifts, I'm not sure if I wanted them or I just got them and I loved them. I've talked about them before. Evel Knievel was the best toy ever for like $5-10, whatever it was. Thing was incredible. Super Toe was incredible, where you'd stick the little plastic football player down, put the football in front of his leg and go, and then his leg would kick out. Kick it down the hallway and the goalpost. You kick him in the goalpost. Those were the two best. The G.I. Joe, there were two of them. There was the rip cord where you'd go whoosh, and you get, the hardest you could pull the rip cord, that's how fast the tire would go, and then set it down and just watch that thing go, running into walls, jumping off the roof. He was awesome. And then you had the one where you wound it up. It was like you set it on the thing and it'd go. It's like a nuclear power plant coming to life. When it got to a certain point, then it'd go whoo, and it'd take off and it'd jump. Oh man, yeah, Evel Knievel was awesome. Then of course the Nerf hoop, the foam ball and the Nerf hoop, which I got hours and hours and hours of enjoyment out of, putting it on the back of my
Nerf hoop is still big. I mean, if you have a Nerf hoop now, like we need one. I think we have a Nerf hoop I need one in my office. We have one in the control room. I think I can see it from where I'm sitting here. Did you take it down? Tim has one over his desk. I'm not sure why. He just clanks shots when he's sitting there. But I need to get some work in on a Nerf hoop, dude. I mean, me and my brother would go for hours in the Nerf hoop in the bedroom. He never once put a dunk down on me.
Oh, the Nerf hoop's awesome.
But you can still have some fun with that.
I love the Nerf hoop. We were actually in San Diego one time and went out after a preseason game. We were playing the Lakers, and my buddy was going to school down in San Diego, and went out, had a few beers, went back to his house. I think it was maybe one or two roommates, and we were playing little hoops in there, shooting some hoops, Nerf hoops inside. And I dunked it over him, and I yelled. I still remember this very distinctly. I yelled, "Monster Jam," and I just jammed it right on his head. Big ass Nerf monster, and
we have audio of it actually.
And I ripped down. I ripped down the crown molding on his, and he was running the house. I was like, oh damn, man! I'm sorry about that.
Oh, dude, that's a tough one. I broke a thing. Actually, we're going to take a break from the Christmas toy stories because we've made the connection with the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, number 97, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Nick? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining the show.
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, it's been a fun season to this point. I'm sure it's been great for you guys. The crowning of the NFC West championship this week, but as we're hearing from everybody, I know Colton McKivitz was on the morning show this week. I heard Kyle Juszczyk doing some media this week, and basically everybody said, yeah, that's box number one, but everybody knows this ain't the goal, man.
Yeah, not at all. Just part of the road to our goal. So step one is done, and now we're on to the next.
All right, I'll get back to football in a minute. What was your favorite toy, Nick, growing up for Christmas?
Favorite toy? I was a big Army Man guy. One Christmas, my dad built a giant. I had my blocks. He got me some blocks, so he built a big Army base and had an Army battle going on, nice. And that was the highlight of my. I could sit there for hours and play with those.
The little green plastic ones?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You always be on the green side so you can take down the tan team. I was never lining up with the tans.
You said what?
You know how they always have the khaki color is like the villain? I'm like, I'm never playing as that one. You make the little cousin or the little brother play as the tans, and you get to be the Green Army man.
That's right. Yeah. There's the tan ones, and then those are the bad guys.
Oh, that's the best. Talking to Nick Bosa, nice enough to join us. I want you to go back to the Jacksonville game. You guys coming out of the break, you had lost 3 in a row. What was the mindset coming into that game? And you guys got healthy, so that changed. But was there something that you guys felt like, hey, we needed to do to kind of get this thing going in a direction we know it can go in?
No, I mean, I can't really pinpoint anything exactly. Just getting fresh and healthy is obviously big. We were without Trent and Debo for a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, it's weird how things go in a season where it seems like the sky's fallen for a certain amount of time, and then you go on a roll. It's just a very small margin of error in the NFL, so we got it rolling, and adding Chase doesn't hurt either.
Yeah.
How different is he from the last time you played with him in college? I mean, he's we don't see him play as frequently, being that he was out in Washington, or we hadn't seen him play as frequently. I was as excited about this move at the deadline as I was about McCaffrey last year. I thought it could make as big of an impact. He's so big. He's so fast. I mean, how cool is that for you? And is he any different than the last time you played alongside him?
Yeah, definitely. He's evolved a lot. I think in college he was just kind of used his God-given ability to win, and that was enough. But he's evolved his game. He's got a good toolbox going. He's bigger now for sure. He's about 275 out there, 6'5". So just a good presence off the edge, and he's getting better every week with our scheme. So I think he's going to continue to get better into the playoffs.
By the way, are both you and him and others contractually obligated to say the Ohio State University?
Yeah, I think we just it goes without saying.
I think it goes with saying. I think you guys say it frequently. Yeah, it goes with saying, bro.
Yeah, with saying.
What's the key? You guys are going to face a mobile quarterback this week in Lamar Jackson. You faced one last week in Kyler Murray. I mean, what are the key to facing those guys that can be so elusive? And I know they're all different. They're not. It's not like one size fits all. But what's the key to kind of making sure they don't hurt you with their legs, extend plays, or do the things that they can do?
Yeah, it is different each week. Jalen was different than Kyler, and I'm sure Lamar will be different. I haven't watched Lamar since 2019, so I need to get on the tape here tonight. But I'm sure it'll be similar in the sense that when we do take care of their run stuff and get them into those third and long situations, just being smart, not getting too down the middle on your rushes. And there was a couple the other night with Kyler that we want back for sure. But for the most part, we did a good job. But, yeah, just not getting too cute with your rushes and just closing that pocket in, rushing together and closing up those gaps is pretty much the premise.
Talking to Nick Bosa here on the UMA guest line. Niners and the Ravens coming your way about a week from now, next Monday on Christmas night. How frequently do you get to watch? I know you just said you hadn't watched a whole lot of Lamar. I don't know if that means on tape or not. Do you watch other games at all? Like every 49er fan for the last couple of weeks, sort of funny, rooting for the Cowboys to beat the Eagles and then rooting for the Seahawks last night. Have you gotten a chance to watch any games, or are you just focused on the task at hand?
No, I do watch some games. Especially when they have bearing on our season. Last night, I was one of the biggest Seahawk fans out there, and it was weird because I don't think I've ever cheered for the Seahawks. But yeah, I was cheering on DK and Smith and Jigba and the running back and all those guys. So yeah, I definitely tune in on Monday nights and stuff like that.
What do you do when you're not concentrating on football or studying for football? Do you watch other sports? Do you like to kind of get away from sports in general and maybe watch TV shows or movies?
Yeah, I watch movies, some shows. I like to read a lot. But at this time of year, your time is very limited. Yeah. So I used to play a ton of video games, but I kind of
let that go a little bit, which is a good thing because those could suck the hours out of your day pretty quick. But yeah, I like to read mostly.
No, I'm with you on that. You get online and play it like I never got online. I just played, but it's like 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden you look and it's 3:30 in the morning, and you're thinking, God, that was not great.
You love God of War. You just love God of War too much.
Oh, God of War is incredible. I love it.
Yeah.
I could stay up till 6 in the morning playing that damn game. That's why I stopped playing them, Nick. I got to stop playing these things because I always want to go one more level. Okay, let's see.
One more game is
and then it's 5.
Last words.
Yeah, then it's like the sun's coming up, and it's like I just ruined my next day. It's over.
Back in college, when you could run off of 2 hours of sleep and still be yourself, that was me. But
yeah, it didn't work that way anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. What book are you reading right now?
I'm reading The 12 Rules of Life. It's a Jordan Peterson book. He's a psychologist or a former psychologist now. He kind of just does social media stuff, but he's a really smart dude.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Okay. Might check that one. Check that one out. You know what's interesting, and I don't know if you've noticed it because you're kind of in the middle of it, Nick. But it seems like football, basketball, maybe even baseball, I'm not sure, have become so 24/7, 365 now that you talk to these athletes, and it's all about preparation in my mind, my body, my diet. And then you play, and then you kind of start the process over again. The guys don't get out of shape as much as they used to during the off season. It's just this constant process. Have you kind of felt that? Maybe you were in the middle of the evolution, or have you felt it throughout the course of like high school, college, and pro? Like just the further you're getting along, maybe not in age, but in years, that it just becomes, I don't want to say more serious, but more concentrated, like each hour of the day kind of spoken for, and this is how I'm going to prepare myself and my body for the next day until I get to the game.
Yeah, I think that is true definitely in like high school and middle school and all that now. Kids aren't, they're specializing more in one sport. And I kind of did that just naturally because I love football, but and I played for a powerhouse and wanted to start my freshman year, so I wanted to get in the weight room and just dedicate everything to football. But yeah, when there's more like all these camps and just so many kids involved in the game, you definitely want to look for ways to separate yourself, and especially at this level. One thing that I changed up was my diet. Going into my third year after the injury, I thought I do everything pretty darn good. Maybe my diet is one thing I could improve, and that's kind of been a big thing for me.
What are things you got rid of in your diet?
Basically, pasta, rice, most carb, not just those types of carbs.
Yeah,
I eat vegetables and some beans and that type of stuff, but no pasta, no bread, no rice, which is funny because I'm an Italian. So
yeah, pasta's rough.
So, but there's enough alternatives for me, and I've done it so long now that it's just what I like to eat. I eat so much protein, and fish, steak, chicken is majority of what I eat.
You did refuse that turkey on Thanksgiving on the field, though, right?
Yeah, that thing's dry as hell. I don't want a piece of that.
Dude, we talk about all the time.
Sitting there for hours. Like, who wants to eat that?
Totally, dude. That's why George is like handing it out. Walking through the tunnel, I was like, yeah, I would too, dude. Get rid of this turkey.
George is a people pleaser. He'll chew on sawdust to make everybody happy.
Good deal. Talking to Nick Bosa here. A few more minutes on the Uber guest line. What's so great, man, is the laughing we're doing right now about Kittle and McCaffrey. You guys have a lot of great personalities, and we hear about clubhouses and locker rooms around sports. It really does feel like, because there's so much continuity with you guys, that you have a good one and some strong units and bonds between you. How has your role evolved as a leader in the locker room, or your voice? Because we're seeing more and more of your personality. You've been here for a number of years now. You just talked about coming back from an injury. You've seen a lot. You've been to deep levels of the postseason, and you guys haven't finished the job. What role have you played, and how has that evolved and changed this year as a leader?
I think it just happens naturally. You come into the league, you're 21, and you're still a kid, and you don't really know yourself that well, and then you go through some stuff, you get older, get more responsibilities, and then you see more classes of rookies come in over and over, and it just naturally happens to where guys are looking to you for advice and direction, and that's kind of naturally something that I've been good at, and Kyle put me in the role of Saturday doing my speeches, and that kind of forced me to open up a little bit more and really think about throughout the week what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking about, and I just try and be honest to the team, and I'm happy you did that for me, because it puts you out of your comfort zone, and I think I've done a decent job with that. But yeah, we have so many leaders on the team that you don't have to be the one vocal guy. You could kind of do it in your own way.
Do you go straight like God of War speech, or no?
No, I'm pretty deep and philosophical.
So you don't eat pasta anymore, but I do know that you enjoy saccharoonies. That is one thing you will never give up on. Where did that term come from?
That was just completely random.
Was it?
Nonsense.
We play it like every day on our show, dude.
We love that.
We play it like every day on the show.
That's a saccharoony, baby.
That one's not going away.
No.
We are definitely keeping that one.
I like it. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd feel free. Use it more. I think you should use it more often. Get them and then use it, and that'd be fantastic.
I agree.
Hey man, we appreciate you coming on the show. I know you're busy this time of year and got a lot on the plate, so we appreciate you making a little time for us. Best of luck against Baltimore on Christmas, and happy holidays, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Merry
man.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Nick. Good stuff there. Nick Bosa, number 97, defensive end, rating defensive player of the year for the Niners. What a fun, enjoyable hit that was, dude. What a really, really fun hit, dude.
That was dry as hell. I'm not going to eat that thing.
By the way, did you catch? We'll definitely play this again tomorrow for anybody in the early part of the show, because we thought we were going to get him a couple of hours ago and didn't end up with him until now. That was a lot of fun. We'll definitely replay this for you in the early part of tomorrow's show. But did you catch the part where I was trying to place him? Is he in a cold tub somewhere? Did you hear the water splash at one point?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, I was like, my man's sitting in a tub, dude, talking pasta with us, bro.
I heard it.
Yeah, video games, man. They'll eat it up. Eat up your hours. By the way, shout out Gearzilla on the YouTube chat here, who checks in every day. But Gearzilla says, hey, Tom, make sure you tell Tom, big props on God of War. A lot of people love that you're a God of War fan. So
love God of War. God of War is incredible. The other one, and I saw it on the chat, that boys have been trying to get me to play forever, and I just haven't.
Is it Red Dead?
Yes,
dude.
Red Dead Redemption.
You can't do it, Tom. You can't do it. You'll never do it.
I know. That's why I don't do it.
If I pick it up, dude, I'm not going to. Like, I won't show up to work. That'll be it. I legit might. You know, when I started, it was I picked up the game over either over a Christmas break or COVID or something, and I was like itching to get home from work at like 10:30 in the morning so I could like log in for some hours. You know what I mean? Like it's dude, you hit out there. The map is insane. I don't know if you've seen the map for GTA 6 that leaked.
I haven't.
It's like 5 times the size of the current.
Is it
map.
really?
GTA 5. I'm like, dude, we're never leaving the house again. We need to come up with some other we got to think. The outside's been nice, but enjoy it while it's here, because GTA 6 is coming. Red Dead Redemption, though, dude.
That's why I can't do it, because I know Walker and Weston are like, oh, you got to play it. It's incredible, because they both played it all, and I'm like, I can't, because I already know. I know myself.
Derek said he's thinking about playing it. He never has. You're not allowed, Derek. You can't. We need you to work on the show. We're going to play it, so you have to work on the show.
Yeah. The only time I can play it is during Christmas break.
That's it, dude.
And then my Christmas break's gone.
Oh my
God. I have no Christmas break.
Oh no, you do. You'll be robbing banks and Strawberry. You'll be there's all sorts of stuff, dude. Covered wagons. You'll be set, dude.
Mauled by a bear.
Red Dead Redemption is wild, dude. No joke. There's like I kid you not. This is how crazy the game is for anybody who hasn't played. Just a quick example. There's a scene where like you're walking down a road. I come across a dude, And you get decisions to make, right? The game goes based on what decisions you make. Come across this dude, he's on the side of the road, he got bit by a snake. And he's like, I need some help, please help me. You can choose to help him, or you can just choose to off him right there.
You didn't help him, did you?
No, I did help him.
Oh, you did help him.
Because what happens is you start to trend in a bad way, your morality.
Oh, okay.
People view you differently. So I tried to toe the line. You know what I mean? I was like a likable villain, an anti-hero, if you will. Anyway, so you help the guy. You suck the venom out, right, of his leg or wherever he gets bit. Yeah. He's so grateful. He's like, I owe you one. I'll help you, blah, blah, blah. I was like, great. Then he runs off. I'm like, hey, screw this guy. F this dude. He didn't help me. Dude, I'm playing the game, and I don't know where in the game I am, months later, years, whatever the hell's going on. Dude, I'm walking through town, and some dude runs up to me from off this porch, and it's the guy who I saved from the snake bite, way later in the game. And he goes, dude, come into my store. I own a store. He hooks you up with a bunch of free ass. It's crazy. I was like, the game is so connected. Anyway, that's what you'll be doing over Christmas break, saving dudes from snake bites and then getting an actual fur coat that he just hunted down. It's unbelievable, the stuff. You got to skin goats and stuff. It's wild. It's wild.
Gosh.
It's wild. Dude, you got half the game is just trying to survive. Bring food back to camp because people
How many
are starving.
hours of gameplay do you think?
100 at least.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
100?
Tim says 120.
I can't do it.
Red Dead is
I can't
wild.
do it, Captain. I can't do it.
Gearzilla goes, do it. That's pretty good, dude. Red Dead Redemption. Gearzilla's good. You got to play it, Tom. Yeah, dude, by the way, Gizmo goes, then you get robbed after that guy helps you. Dude, that'll happen. That happens. You get a bunch of stuff, and then you get robbed. I found myself there.
So maybe I should kill him.
There's games within the game. Well, dude, then you only find a couple of coins in his pocket, and that ain't helping you.
Well, then I don't get robbed.
Sometimes you chase people. I'll chase them for 10 minutes trying to kill them or something. You chase them down with a... This is Red Dead Redemption if you're just turning on the show. By the way, I'm chasing people down, trying to wound them. You're trying to chase them down and spend a bunch of your time.
Market?
Yeah,
what's he talking about?
That's why free agents aren't coming here, because I'm chasing down guys on market. Yeah, that's it. We're probably going to take a break. You missed any of Nick Bosa?
No.
Gizmo just says 69 hours. Jesse Going says it's at least 300 hours. Otis goes Copes. If it's 100, that's dedication. I said 100 just because I don't really have any concept of time when I'm playing it. It's a benchmark number, says Tim. People are going. It's like 150 to 3. We're in there, depending on how long you want to play.
Wow.
You got to get that O'Donnell gang. There's all sorts of gangs you got to take down. Oh man, it's No, Tim. Stop. No, Tim. No. Red Dead Redemption. Go play it. There's your endorsement. Nick Bosa, great hit with him. You missed it. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We'll get it for you again tomorrow. Early part of the show. We still got a sound soiree, and we got some soup du jour if we got time on this cold winter evening. But a sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader. You did refuse that turkey on Thanksgiving on the field, though, right?
Yeah, that thing's dry as hell. I don't want a piece of that.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
It's a Sound Soiree. Tim, how come you only use this open? Open the mic. That's enough on the mic. That was enough. All right, that was enough, Tim. Yeah, no, I like having the variety.
Derek.
The Sound Soiree opens. Here's your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. Let's start with, how about this? Christian McCaffrey went on the Let's Go pod with Tom Brady. And first of all, they're talking about, well, Tom Brady makes his MVP pick, and then he asks Christian McCaffrey what it would mean to him to win the MVP. Here's the Let's Go pod, Tom Brady with Christian McCaffrey.
I think all of what he's done this year is a lot what he's done in the past. It's just, it's a different team with some different opportunities, and they've been really dynamic on offense. So he's definitely, in my mind, the MVP favorite. And according to his quarterback, too, Brock Purdy, who says some amazing things about him. So it's great to have you on, my man. And I know you'll say, because you're a great team player, the Super Bowl is the only thing that really matters. But, with the offseason that the running backs have, do you kind of feel like an award like that would be pretty nice?
Well, I appreciate you saying that, man. I think that means a lot. I don't get into all the award stuff, but to your point, I just think even being in the conversation is an honor, and specifically for that reason and the timing of it with, running backs and some of the stuff. And I think when you look at the history of the NFL and running backs and where we're at now, every position other than a couple at some point has kind of had their dips as far as the market goes. And part of it is just fighting against the franchise tag and fighting against different things going on around the league. I don't know if that's why it feels good. It does, it does feel good. Obviously, there's still a lot of football left, and that's really where my mind's at.
Obviously, that's who Christian McCaffrey is. I think it would mean a lot to him. I remember he was on with Murph and Marcus a few weeks back, and he had said something about how much he wanted the Heisman Trophy, or he thought he made a rip on a lot of East Coast voters, he thought, or something like that. A lot of East Coast watchers didn't watch West Coast football. It's different in the NFL. There's not a coastal bias, right? I mean, you've got Green Bay as a flagship franchise in the NFL. That said, it's a really good point, I think, that Tom Brady makes about that, what that could mean for this position. And I don't know that it would change much value-wise for the position. I think a lot of people see McCaffrey, I see McCaffrey as a unique asset out of the backfield. He's not what every other running back is. This wouldn't change that. I don't think he's the highest paid. There's a reason for it. This would just play more into that. But I can imagine that meaning something more to a running back like him this year.
Yeah, no, I could see that. Absolutely. What would it mean for the position going forward? I don't know. Probably not much. I'm with you. That I think they're just going to cycle through these guys, and he's an outlier. And even at that, he's an outlier. He barely gets paid, if he gets paid, what Kittle gets paid. So, like, tight ends get more than, guards. I think guards were the lowest paid position, and running backs were second. So, it's not like McCaffrey's making 25, 28, 30.
16.
So, I don't know. It'd be great. It'd be cool for him. It would be kind of a neat thing to see that it's not always going to be quarterbacks, that running backs can do enough to win an award. So, yeah. What would it change? Probably not much, though. You're right.
Yeah, probably would not. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, Jalen Hurts throws 2 picks last night. They lose 2017 to the Seattle Seahawks. The Eagles fall from being in contention with the Niners for the number 1 all the way down to number 5. The Niners now have a virtual 2-game lead over Dallas and Philadelphia. Here's Jalen Hurts. He's not happy with the Eagles' commitment as of late.
I've been talking about execution all year. Been on the same page. Everyone been on the same page, and we didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace. Just continue to see it through.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I don't know that. If I had a dictionary on me now, excuse me. I don't know how else to say.
What? He said they're not committed enough. He said, what do you mean by that? I don't have a dictionary on me right now. What? I don't know how else to say it. Maybe he meant a thesaurus.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant.
I don't know either.
I think committed's pretty, I don't know, that seems pretty obvious, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if he's been committed enough to not turning the ball over. How's that? I don't know, man. The offense isn't going well. Things just aren't working right now for them. They're banged up. He was hurt early in the year. They escaped some games maybe that it's funny. A lot of people said, I thought they were finding ways to win. I thought it was an iron sharpens iron type of thing for them. And a lot of people leading into the Niner game, Tim Ryan was one of them, says, I think they're just getting by in some of these games. And yeah, they're finding ways to win, but maybe they're not quite as dangerous as we thought. Maybe that's the case. Maybe they're breaking down just a little bit. It's tough to play as much and as long as they have. Going back to last season, more from the Sound Soiree. Julian Edelman. Do you know Bert Kreischer, the comedian, the shirtless guy? Heavy set dude, does his comedy shirtless. He's a pretty famous comic right now. Got a bunch of specials. I don't know a lot about him. I just know he's shirtless. Notable. Julian Edelman is on the Bert Kreischer podcast, and he tells a story about meeting Derek Jeter and Michael Jordan. Julian Edelman, funny interview. Here he is.
I got a Jordan story. Tell me. We're playing Super Bowl 2014. The week before the Super Bowl, I took my folks to dinner, and I roll up, and I see Derek Jeter and Michael Jordan. And I'm like super starstruck. I'm about to play in the Super Bowl. And I go up, and you could tell Jeter's a very charming guy, welcoming. I go, Mr. Jeter, Julian Edelman, I'm playing the Super Bowl. I saw Jordan. He was kind of like standoffish a little bit. And as soon as the conversation's about to end, like 5 minutes in, I'm about to leave, Jordan comes up to me and he goes, hey, kid, I got a bunch of money on you. Don't fuck it up. And that's the only thing he said to me. And I go, Mr. Jordan, I didn't know what to say, but God, it was crazy.
That is a golden story. That is fantastic. Hey, kid, got a bunch of money on you.
Don't F it up.
I love you just called him kid. Dude, Michael Jordan. Dude's got multiple Super Bowl victories.
Don't f it up.
Oh, that's incredible. That's an incredible catch. That's so funny. That is hysterical, dude. That's such a good story from Julian Edelman on meeting starstruck too. Jeter is a charming dude. Jordan, all about the cash, dude.
Yes, exactly.
One more here in the Sound Soiree. Minnesota Timberwolves assistant coach Mike Norrie. Okay, this is T-Wolves assistant coach Mike Norrie. He might give the best halftime interviews in the NBA. Here he is.
Nothing, fast break points, boom goes the dynamite, there goes our lead. We got to treat Bane like you do the elf on the shelf on Christmas morning. You got to find him. He makes everybody comfortable. He's like popcorn during Saturday night movies. Our paint defense was like 7-Eleven, open 24 hours. Realized they had hits on like Donkey Kong the way they started out. First time all year that we were kind of on almost like a hot mess express.
I love a guy who's planning this stuff, dude. He's mapping out his
Yes, he is.
That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty good.
Hot Mess Express.
Hot Mess Express.
Hey, it's all like Donkey Kong. That's your Sound Soiree with a little bit of Tim Webb. A little too much Tim Webb, I thought at the beginning of the segment. We've got maybe some time for some soup. If not, we'll wrap things up and come on back. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Colton McKivitz joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed how explosive their offense has become since the addition of Christian McCaffrey. That podcast and more is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.